Hello, this is the Hangzhou Changsha District Police Station. Are you Zhong Yu? Your daughter has gone missing and is currently with us. Zhong Yu woke up groggily from his sleep and answered the phone. He took the phone away from his ear, squinted, and looked at the number. Sure enough, it was from Hangzhou. So scammers have become this precise now, but their script needs improvement. He was only 21, a senior year intern, and still a virgin. Zhong Yu hung up and went back to sleep. The world was quiet for only half a minute before the phone rang again. Ding ding ding. It was the same unknown number. Zhong Yu answered and prepared to vent. Hey, have you no end? Disturbing people's sleep early in the morning is against the law. Daddy. A sweet, sticky little voice came from the receiver. The curse he was about to launch got stuck in his throat. Daddy. A sweet, sticky little voice came from the receiver. The curse he was about to launch got stuck in his throat. He was dumbfounded. Had scammers lost all morals? Using a child as a worker? This was outrageous. Today he would teach this child a lesson on behalf of her real father. He said, seriously, little, one line is not good. The little voice on the other end became anxious. Daddy, I am Sui Sui. I know your phone number is 188XXXX and your ID number is 33010XXXX. The little girl accurately recited his phone number and ID number. Zhong Yu was not surprised by this. In this day and age, personal information was as cheap as cabbage exposed on the internet. Scammers mastering this was basic operation. Zhong Yu silently waited for the scammer's next trick. The little girl's clear voice sounded again. I also know a secret about Daddy. Zhong Yu chuckled. Oh, let's hear it. I also know that Daddy has a mole on his right buttock. The smile on Zhong Yu's face instantly froze. Only he and his mother, who used to bathe him when he was little, should know. Zhong Yu felt his worldview take a small hit. He hung up and decided to go check it out. Consider it going deep into the tiger's den to rid the world of evil. Hangzhou Changsha District Police Station. Zhong Yu stepped into the lobby and immediately spotted the little glutinous rice ball. A little girl in a princess dress sat obediently on a chair, her short legs dangling in the air, swinging back and forth. Her hair was carefully tied into two small buns. Her chubby little face was fair with a pink flush, and her big eyes were like two black grapes, bright and clear. The little girl seemed to sense something, lifted her head, and her gaze instantly locked onto Zhong Yu. Daddy! She cried out joyfully, jumped off the chair, and ran over to Zhong Yu on her short legs, pattering. Daddy, you came to pick me up? Zhong Yu watched the little pink dumpling flying towards him like a little stick, instinctively crouched down and opened his arms. The little girl plunged into his embrace. Soft, fragrant. Before Zhong Yu could react, the little girl lifted her head and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. Zhong Yu was completely frozen now. He took a deep breath, then exhaled. He lowered his voice and whispered, Hey kid, how do you know about the mole on my butt? Even he found the question absurd. The little girl imitated him, leaning in and answering in an even smaller voice, Mommy told me. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. Her mom. At this moment, a pure young man felt his innocence being smeared like never before. He continued to question in a low voice, Then who is your mom? The little girl immediately began to speak as if registering a household. My mom's name is Qiao Qingwu. My dad's name is Zhong Yu. My name is Zhong Sijia. My nickname is Sui Sui. I was born in 2029, and I am 5 years old. Zhong Yu felt as if a thunderbolt had split his crown. Qiao Qingwu. Wasn't that the cold, aloof, walking wine female CEO with an 8-foot aura from his internship company? Zhong Yu finally began to carefully examine the little girl named Sui Sui. Her brows, eyes, nose, lips, especially that pair of big expressive fox eyes, though now cute and chibi version, were almost a perfect miniature of Qiao Qingwu. Before Zhong Yu's brain completely short-circuited, he caught the last key piece of information. 2029. But now it was 2026. Could this kid have time traveled? She said she was 5, meaning she came back from 2034. Zhong Yu's acceptance of time travel was quite high. As a veteran web novel enthusiast, he had long developed a strong immunity to all kinds of bizarre settings. In fact, back in his sophomore year when he had a Qiao episode, he had earnestly prepared for the day he would travel to a different world or ancient times. He had even learned how to make soap the traditional way, fire cement, and preserved eggs. But he had imagined himself as a copycat in ancient times or a dragon lord in another world, never that a future person would travel to the present to become his father. Daddy, when are we going home? Sui Sui looked up, her big eyes full of expectation. Zhong Yu sighed. Sui Sui, right? Daddy will take you home now. Sui Sui raised her two little white arms. Yeah, going home. He carried this soft, warm little dumpling and went to handle the handover procedures with the police officers. The police officer looked at the young, handsome man who was at most in his early 20s, and then at the little girl in his arms, his eyes filled with complex human concern. Young man, you should take good care of your child from now on. Zhong Yu twitched the corner of his mouth. Certainly. Walking out of the police station, Zhong Yu held Sui Sui, feeling like he simply couldn't believe that he and Qiao Qingwu, that seemingly emotionless robotic female CEO, would have a child in the future. It defied science. This wasn't scientific. So he had to verify it using scientific methods. Zhong Yu made up his mind. First thing, get a paternity test. Looking at the little dumpling named Sui Sui in his arms, Zhong Yu sighed. It was Monday, and there was no way he was going to work. He first opened DingTalk and submitted a leave request to his company Lingua Technology. Then he looked at his electric scooter parked at the police station gate, lost in thought. In the end, Zhong Yu hailed a taxi and went to the hospital. Half an hour later, Zhong Yu's heart ached as he scanned the QR code to pay 2,500 yuan for the paternity test, plus an extra 500 for expedited results. His monthly internship salary at Lingua Technology was only 5,000. That can send him back to square one. Waiting for the results would take time. Zhong Yu had no choice but to take the pink dumpling his suspected daughter back to his apartment. His small apartment was in an old neighborhood, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. Small but complete, though a bit messy. Zhong Yu opened the door feeling a bit embarrassed. He wondered how to explain to the little one that a guy's place is always like this, organized. But as soon as Sui Sui entered, it was like she was home. She lifted her little snowy face and called out in a milky voice to the empty living room, "Little fish. Little fish. Hello." A mechanical electronic voice sounded in the room. "Hello." Zhong Yu froze at the door, his hand still on the doorknob. He thought he was hallucinating. Sui Sui had already familiarly kicked off her little leather shoes and was hopping barefoot on the floor. "Little fish. Little fish. Air conditioner 26 degrees. Okay, air conditioner temperature set to 26 degrees. Zhong Yu watched this absurd scene dumbfounded. This whole house smart system called Little Fish had only been installed by him last night. It was something he tinkered with during his university days, patented it. Several tech companies had offered to buy him out at a good price, but he refused them all. Because his name was Zhong Yu, he casually named it Little Fish. Only heaven and earth knew about this. How did this little girl know? Zhong Yu's expression became extremely complicated. So it was true. She really came from the future. She really is my child with Qiao Qingwu. Although Qiao Qingwu was top tier in both looks and figure, that beautiful, delicate face looked cold and ascetic with no worldly desires. Just a boring, uninteresting word. Even if he were the last man on earth and she the last woman, he would rather use his hand than touch her at all. Besides, Qiao Qingwu was not only his boss, but also the older sister of his close buddy Qiao Ming. As an intern executive assistant, Zhong Yu rarely spoke to her beyond work. It was hard to imagine how he could have achieved the great harmony of life with that beauty and even had a child. This wasn't just suggestive, it was a gamble. If Qiao Ming found out, he would definitely be beaten black and blue. This was gambling, drinking, and drugs all together. "Daddy, hungry. Food." Sui Sui's voice came from near Zhong Yu's legs. He looked down. The little one was rubbing her little belly, looking up at him with upturned eyes. After a morning of running around, Zhong Yu's stomach also started growling. He couldn't cook. The kitchen was bare with only a small pot for boiling noodles. Zhong Yu scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "Hey, Sui Sui, can we have noodles? I'll add 2 eggs for you." Sui Sui tilted her little head, thought hard for a long time, blinked her big eyes. "Daddy, what's wrong with you?" Zhong Yu was taken aback. "Huh? What's wrong with me?" Sui Sui's little mouth pouted sadly. "Daddy used to make me lots and lots of delicious dishes." Zhong Yu's worldview was shaken again. Him. Cook. He was great at blowing up the kitchen. "Really? What dishes did Daddy make for you?" he asked tentatively. She immediately perked up and started counting on her little white fingers. "Fried chicken, pineapple sweet and sour pork, sweet and sour pork, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shredded pork, and fish flavor." Zhong Yu listened to the long list of dishes, his tears almost flowing from the corners of his. He could tell this little one loved sweet and sour flavors. Kids' food. Not just kids, a college guy liked it too. But the point was, all this was made by him. Who possessed that future Zhong Yu, some culinary god? What had he experienced to evolve from a 10-star delivery app user into a master chef? Zhong Yu absolutely could not imagine himself wearing an apron and tossing a wok in the kitchen. Too terrifying. He silently took out his phone. Forget about the future, take care of the immediate hunger. He deftly opened the food delivery app, skipping over the usual cheap options he frequented. Then he stopped at a page that looked very upscale. He added the dishes Sui Sui had named one by one into the shopping cart. Pineapple sweet and sour pork 68. Sweet and sour pork 58. Tomato scrambled eggs 28. Fish flavored shredded pork 48. Plus a stir-fried vegetable and a soup. Damn, this meal cost nearly a week's worth of his food budget. Zhong Yu's heart was bleeding. No way around it. She might be his future daughter. The food arrived quickly. Sui Sui sat obediently on the little stool Zhong Yu had brought for her chubby little hand, already holding a small spoon. "Daddy, I'm starting," Sui Sui announced in her milky voice. Zhong Yu watched her effortfully shoveling rice into her mouth, cheeks bulging, and he also felt a surge of energy, eating with big mouthfuls. The food seemed to taste better. After the meal, Sui Sui's white little face was covered in sauce, making her a little tabby cat. Zhong Yu pulled out a wet wipe and carefully wiped her. His movements were a bit rusty, but very gentle. Was it good? Sui Sui patted her round little tummy in satisfaction and nodded heavily. "So good." She suddenly leaned over and left a greasy lip print on Zhong Yu's face. "Love Daddy." Zhong Yu had a dopey fatherly smile. How could he resist this? After eating, he played with Sui Sui all afternoon. That little dumpling had boundless energy. The paternity test results came in the evening. Zhong Yu's hands trembled as he opened the email from the hospital. In the file, a bold line of text instantly filled his vision. According to the appraisal, it is supported that Zhong Yu is the biological father of Zhong Xiqiao, with a paternity probability of 9,999. Zhong Yu stared at the dense row of nines, a feeling as if his soul had left his body. "Oh my mother, oh my grandmother, my cotton pants, my coat, my brain has turned into a big date. Where can my daughter run?" Sui Sui really is his daughter. So time travel is real. And he and Qiao Qingwu. Is it true too? Zhong Yu's mind was a mess, like a pot of porridge ready to drink. He 21 years old, a young, handsome college student, an intern about to graduate. Never had a girlfriend, hadn't even figured himself out, and suddenly, he had a 5-year-old daughter. God, I'll never call you God again, you never treated me like a grandson. Just as he was lost and thought about his future, his pant leg was gently tugged. He looked down and met Sui Sui's clear, innocent big eyes. The little one looked up, her mouth slightly pouted, a hint of confusion and anticipation in her eyes. Daddy, huh? Zhong Yu responded instinctively. Sui Sui blinked, her voice soft and clear as she asked. Where's mommy? Sui Sui asked again. Daddy. It's already dark outside, why hasn't mommy come home from work yet? Is mommy not going to sleep with us tonight? Zhong Yu opened his mouth, hesitating on the verge of speaking, then stopping again, repeating the cycle. Sleeping together with Qiao Qingwu. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Yet despite racking his brains, all he could conjure were images veiled in blurry mosaics. It wasn't that he was indulging in lustful thoughts, but rather that he simply couldn't pick. The disparity between him and Qiao Qingwu was greater than the reproductive isolation between humans and dogs. What earth-shattering change in the future could possibly bring the two? Zhong Yu bent down, gripped Sui Sui under her armpits, and lifted the soft, plump little dumpling into his arms. He decided to probe deeper for more intelligence. Sui Sui, Daddy wants to ask you something. Go ahead, Daddy. Sui Sui nodded vigorously, her two little bun-shaped hair tufts bobbing from side to side. Zhong Yu cleared his throat. Did you used to sleep with Daddy and Mommy every night? Sui Sui tilted her little head, pondering. Sometimes, yes. Zhong Yu's heart stirred, and he quickly pressed on. Why only sometimes? Sui Sui blinked, her big eyes leaned close to Zhong Yu's ear, and said in a milky, childish voice, because sometimes Mommy says no. Mommy says that Daddy and Mommy have grown-up things to do, and Sui Sui is a little kid, so she can't watch. Zhong Yu's arms holding the child instantly went rigid. He felt like his auditory system might have malfunctioned. Sis, is this even Chinese? How could the work machine Qiao Qingwu he knew be associated with such a sticky sweet description? Unable to fathom it, he simply decided to stop thinking. Zhong Yu decided to leave today's confusion for tomorrow's self, to fret over. He shook his head, then forced a smile onto his face for the little dumpling in his arms. Sui Sui, Mommy is especially busy with work today, and won't be coming home. He chose his words carefully, afraid the little one might start crying. Is it okay if Daddy sleeps with you tonight? Sui Sui obediently nodded. Okay. Then Daddy has to tell me a story. Of course. Zhong Yu agreed readily. Sui Sui had played too wildly in the afternoon, and had nearly exhausted her energy. Zhong Yu let her watch some cartoons on the tablet, and by a little past 8 her little head began to droop. Just as she was about to enter sleep mode, Sui Sui suddenly jolted, and sat up straight on the sofa. Daddy, moi. I haven't taken a bath yet. I'm all stinky. Zhong Yu was stunned. A bath. He looked at the little girl before him, who resembled a porcelain doll, then at his own apartment, with its single crude shower stall. He asked tentatively, Sui Sui, can you take a bath by yourself? Sui Sui shook her little head, stating matter-of-factly, no, Mommy always used to bathe me. Zhong Yu was completely dumbfounded. Mommy bathed her. Where was he supposed to conjure a mommy for her now? For a 21-year-old man to bathe a 5-year-old girl. Even if she was his biological daughter, this was way too much. He wasn't mentally prepared for this yet. This wasn't just about awkwardness, it was a matter of principle. When a daughter grows up, her father should maintain a distance. It's the most basic sense of gender awareness. He crouched down and said in a gentle tone, Sui Sui, Mommy isn't home today. Daddy is a boy, so it's not very convenient for me to give you a bath. How about we skip it for tonight? Just bear with it for one night. Tomorrow Daddy will definitely find a way for you to take a bath. Sui Sui puffed up her cheeks and planted her little hand. Fine. Zhong Yu had just breathed a sigh of relief when the little one added, but Daddy, tomorrow I absolutely have to take a bath. I have to smell nice and fragrant. Only a fragrant girl is a real princess. Zhong Yu's heart melted at her grown-up little act. All right, for sure. Tomorrow I promise you'll be a fragrant little princess. He reached out and pinched Sui Sui's chubby cheek. It seemed that going to find Qiao Qingwu couldn't be delayed any longer. This wasn't just his daughter, she was Qiao Qingwu's too. Both emotionally and logically she deserved to know. Moreover, Sui Sui was a little girl, and many things were simply more convenient with her mother around. He would go find her and lay his cards on the table tomorrow. Having made up his mind, Zhong Yu felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. He brought a small stool for Sui Sui and let her stand by the sink. Come on, little princess, let's brush our teeth and wash our face first. Sui Sui skillfully picked up her little toothbrush, squeezed out some children's toothpaste, and began brushing. Zhong Yu watched her from the side, an inexplicable warmth surging in his heart. After this day together, he could tell that Sui Sui was a child raised with meticulous care. She wasn't whiny or fussy, she could eat, brush her teeth, and wash her face by herself, and even wipe herself clean after using the toilet. The future him must have been a good father raised. In the past, when Zhong Yu scrolled online and saw videos of cute, adorable kids, he couldn't help but leave comments. The state encourages having children, right? I want this one. Baby, what color sack do you like? Say goodbye to your old dad and old mom. He never imagined that one day he would truly and suddenly have an angelic baby sent to repay a kindness. This feeling was too incredible. The next morning, as soon as the sun brightened the sky, Zhong Yu was woken up by the alarm clock. No, by his daughter. Sui Sui was patting his face with her little short hands. Daddy, wake up. The sun is shining on your butt. Zhong Yu opened one eye, looking at the adorable face magnified before him, his mind still a bit hazy. Oh right, he had a daughter. After finishing the luxurious delivery breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks, Sui Sui stood on her little stool to wash up. Zhong Yu watched her, thinking that today he would tell Qiao Qingwu about Sui Sui. Sui Sui, daddy has to go to work today to earn money to buy you delicious food. Sui Sui nodded like a pecking chick. You be good at home and don't open the door for strangers. Got it. If you get bored, you can watch the tablet for a while or chat with little fish. Zhong Yu pointed at the sensors and camera on the ceiling. Daddy can see you and hear you on his phone. Daddy will come home at noon to eat with you. He had also considered taking Sui Sui directly to but this little one's face was practically a version replica of Qiao Qingwu. If he brought her to the company within half a day, gossip and rumors would spread throughout the entire lingua. He didn't want any unnecessary complications. Sui Sui, being very understanding, waved her little hand. Bye-bye, daddy. Come back soon. Zhong Yu's heart melted into a... He felt his motivation for work had increased dramatically. At Lingua Technology. As soon as he stepped onto the floor of the CEO's office, Zhong Yu sensed something was off. Several secretaries and assistants were huddled at their desks, the sound of their keyboard tapping carrying a furtive guilt. Oh no. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. This was the precursor to the demon Queen Qiao Qingwu's fury. He lightened his steps and walked to his own workstation. Zhong Yu was about to turn on his computer when the door to the CEO's office was suddenly pulled open from the inside. A department manager walked out with a mournful face. Immediately after, Qiao Qingwu's voice came from inside the office, aloof and cold, calm, yet oppressive. You have to come ask me about such a trifle. Should I just be your mom then? But let me remind you, I don't have the hobby of being anyone's mother. Zhong Yu heard every word clearly from his workstation. He shrugged silently. Oh well, too bad. You're about to become a mother soon. Throughout the morning, the air on the executive floor was so heavy it could have nurtured deep-sea fish. Everyone summoned into Qiao Qingwu's office emerged with a face that screamed life was no longer worth living. Zhong Yu sat at his desk, occasionally stealing glances at the tightly shut office door. He needed to find a chance to go in and lay his cards on the table. But people kept streaming in and out like a revolving door, leaving him no idle moment. Bored, he pulled out his phone and opened the surveillance app. On the screen, Sui Sui sat obediently on the sofa, her two little legs as white, soft, and short as little rice cakes. She held a tablet in her arms, playing a match 3 game. After playing for a while, she tilted her little face up toward the ceiling and called out, little fish, I want to hear Baby Bus. A robotic voice immediately replied, okay, now playing Baby Bus. Zhong Yu watched the little dumpling entertaining herself on the screen, and a smile tugged at his lips without his permission. What a good girl. He checked the time, 1130, almost lunch break. He had promised to go home and have lunch with Sui Sui. If he waited any longer, everything would be cold. Workaholic, huh? Fine. Zhong Yu turned off his phone and stood up. He couldn't wait passively any longer. He had to take the initiative. Just then, another assistant, Xiao Wang, stood beside him with a document in hand, gazing longingly at the president's office door. Zhong Yu was certain this was the next person about to step into the execution ground. He walked over and patted Xiao Wang on the shoulder. Brother Wang, need President Xiao's signature. Xiao Wang flinched in fright and nodded with a mournful face. Yep, but right now. I don't dare go in. Zhong Yu extended his hand, wearing a harmless smile. Give it to me. I happen to have something to report to President Xiao anyway, so we'll take it in for you. Xiao Wang froze, staring at Zhong Yu as if he were a hero volunteering to defuse a bomb. This? I can't possibly impose on you. Zhong Yu took the document from his hand, his tone relaxed. No worries, just a small scene. Xiao Wang was so moved he could cry, almost bowing to Zhong Yu. A great kindness needs no words. He'll treat you to milk tea when I get back. Zhong Yu document in hand walked toward the president's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. Zhong Yu pushed the door open. The office was absurdly large, decorated in an outrageously expensive minimalist style. Behind the desk, Qiao Qingwu wore a white silk blouse, her seaweed-like black curls cascading over her shoulders, making her porcelain-white face even more striking. 3 female secretaries stood upright beside her. Zhong Yu stepped forward. President Xiao, this document needs your signature. Qiao Qingwu didn't even lift her eyes as she picked up the document and began flipping through it. Her fingers holding the pen were fair and slender, revealing a stretch of pale skin at her wrist. Qiao Qingwu signed quickly and pushed the document back. Throughout the entire process, she didn't spare him a single glance. Zhong Yu didn't take the document. He cleared his throat. President Xiao, apart from this, there's something I'd like to report to you privately. At those words, the ears of the other 3 secretaries instantly perked up. Qiao Qingwu finally raised her head. A pair of slightly upturned fox eyes. Exquisitely shaped, but devoid of warmth. Oh, what is it that they cannot hear? Zhong Yu said, what I need to say is a private matter, truly not suitable for others to hear. Private matter. Qiao Qingwu curled the corner of her mouth, slightly the implication, clear. What does your private matter have to do with me? Zhong Yu felt his face being repeatedly rubbed, but it was fine. He had thick skin. The kind that could take a slap and show no trace of it immediately. For his daughter, he could endure. Yes, President Xiao. Zhong Yu braced himself. An extremely important. Qiao Qingwu said nothing, resting her chin on one hand as she silently gazed at him. The air in the office grew terrifyingly still. The 3 secretaries looked anywhere but at them, feigning deafness and muteness, wishing they could vanish on the spot. Zhong Yu felt himself about to turn red under that stare. If she refused, he would just say it in front of everyone. Who was afraid of whom? Qiao Qingwu finally averted her gaze. She looked at the three secretaries who were almost petrified. You may leave. The three secretaries, as if granted a pardon, fled gratefully. Before Zhong Yu could even see clearly, three streaks of afterimages flashed and instantly teleported out. The door was gently closed. Inside, the massive office fell silent. Qiao Qingwu leaned back in her chair. Speak. Her voice was cool. I hope your private matter is worth my time. Zhong Yu felt that if he kept stalling, he might be thrown out of the 20th floor, using his flesh and blood body as an extreme projectile against concrete. He steeled his heart and came clean. Bracing his hands on the desk, he leaned forward, looking down at the female president in her chair from an imposing angle. Qiao Qingwu raised an eyebrow at his sudden move. Zhong Yu spoke slowly and emphatically. President Qiao, the private matter I want to tell you is that your daughter is in my hand. The air froze. Qiao Qingwu's captivating fox eyes widened in rare astonishment, her bright and delicate face registering shock, her full red lips slightly parted. But she quickly regained her composure. She too propped herself on the desk and stood up, leaning forward. As the distance closed, a fragrance that seemed to come from paradise wafted over, like the scent of a winter morning. She examined Zhong Yu with the look one gives a lunatic. How long have you had these symptoms? Didn't the company health check catch it last time? Zhong Yu was taken aback. He decided to abandon verbal communication and go straight to evidence. He pulled out his phone, opened the surveillance app, and handed it to Qiao Qingwu. Take a look at this little girl, and you'll understand. Qiao Qingwu took the phone, perplexed. On the screen, Sui Sui sat obediently on the sofa. As if sensing something, the little one suddenly raised her chubby face, waved vigorously at the camera on the ceiling, and called out in a milky voice, Daddy, I've been so good. You have to come back soon. Qiao Qingwu glanced at it briefly, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. The little girl is very cute. She pushed the phone back. So, why are you showing me this? President Qiao, this is your daughter. He met her eyes, emphasizing again. Are you okay? At that moment, the look in Qiao Qingwu's eyes. How to describe it? Yes, exactly the classic meme you're thinking of. Zhong Yu wanted to ask, World, are you okay? Not revolving around me is fine, but you're making a fool of me. I'm fine, thank you for your concern, President Qiao. Zhong Yu's voice carried a hint of weariness. This little girl is named Sui Sui. She is your daughter. She traveled back in time from 8 years later, 2030. I know this sounds like I'm possessed and talking nonsense, but she's in my home right now. If you don't believe me, come back with me at noon and see for yourself. Qiao Qingwu stood frozen for a full 3 seconds after he blurted out the whole sentence without taking a breath. Then she laughed. It wasn't that perfunctory business smile, it was a genuine laugh. A mocking curve lifted the corner of Qiao Qingwu's mouth, her brows and eyes arching into crescent moons. Zhong Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Why did that laugh seem so unsettling? Is this some new trick to lure a girl home? Qiao Qingwu's voice remained cool, but now laced with a hint of sarcasm. What does your kid here know how to do backflips? Zhong Yu nearly choked on his breath. Yet his mouth was honest. I don't know if the kid can do backflips, but my cat can. I'll spit. He quickly reined in his wandering thoughts. What I meant to say is, CEO Qiao, she really is your daughter. He shoved the phone back into Qiao Qingwu's hands. You must not have looked closely just now. Take another look. This little girl looks exactly like you. Qiao Qingwu glanced at the phone screen once more. The surveillance footage was high definition. The little girl who had been sitting obediently moments before was now rolling around on the sofa. Dressed in a pink princess gown, she resembled a sticky rice dumpling, tumbling from one end of the couch to the other and back again, her little legs kicking in the air with sheer. Qiao Qingwu's gaze froze. Though the distance was considerable, she could still make out the child's features, chubby cheeks, a small delicate nose. Especially those eyes, large with slightly upturned outer corners, strikingly similar to her own. An indescribable sense of familiarity and warmth surged. But, a daughter. Time travel. In all her 24 years, Qiao Qingwu had never encountered such an absurd notion. She had never even been in love, let alone harbored any desire for romance or intimacy. She couldn't imagine ever falling for someone in the future, much less loving them enough to bear their child. Seeing Qiao Qingwu silent, staring at the screen, Zhong Yu leaned in. So CEO Qiao, do you believe me now? Qiao Qingwu lifted her head, shifting her gaze from the phone to Zhong Yu's face. She shook her head. She does look a bit like me, though. She handed the phone back to Zhong Yu. But time travel? Is that even real? I don't buy it. Zhong Yu was at a loss. The female CEO's knowledge was too narrow. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, back in school, I told you to read more novels, and you acted like it was all you ever did was bury your head in your books. Now that you've actually encountered time travel, you're dumbfounded. But then he reconsidered. Qiao Qingwu's reaction was understandable. Even he, who readily accepted the idea of time travel, had only come to terms with it after a paternity test. What are you mumbling about? Are you badmouthing me? Qiao Qingwu's gaze sharpened instantly. Zhong Yu jolted, quickly plastering on a professional smile. Nothing, he said, pocketing his phone. CEO Qiao, if you don't believe me, you can come home with me and see for yourself. It's broad daylight. If you're really uneasy about me, you can bring 100 bodyguards along. I have no objections. This kid insists you're her mother. CEO Qiao, you wouldn't want a poor little girl to be without a mom, would you? Qiao Qingwu said nothing, merely narrowing her eyes at Zhong Yu, her gaze filled with scrutiny. His eyes were brimming with sincerity and anxiety. It didn't seem like a joke. She then glanced at her watch. It was already lunch break. She agreed. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Seeing her consent, Zhong Yu felt his eloquence was impressive. He could have been a top salesperson. The two left the office one after the other. In the elevator, Zhong Yu stole a glance at Qiao Qingwu beside him. The stunningly beautiful CEO stood there expressionless. Being in an enclosed space with her, though the elevator was filled with fragrance, the pressure was immense. If a future version of himself truly lived with her, his life would be predictable at a glance. His eyesight would be excellent. The elevator chimed as it reached the first floor. As the doors opened, Zhong Yu felt revived. At the lobby entrance, a black Maybach was already waiting. The driver respectfully opened the door. Qiao Qingwu stepped in with her fair, slender leg settling into the back seat. She instinctively moved over, leaving a space, but when she turned around, Zhong Yu had vanished. Had he run off? Qiao Qingwu frowned in displeasure, wondering if this in turn had a screw loose. What was HR's number again? She pulled out her phone, the screen's light illuminating her jade-like fair face. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly her window was tapped 3 times. Qiao Qingwu turned toward the sound. Outside the window, the young man tilted his head, looking at her through the glass. The midday sun fell upon him, illuminating his simple black t-shirt, which billowed in the wind for a moment before clinging back to his frame. The ends of his jet black hair lifted slightly in the breeze. His nose was high with a tiny mole on the tip, and his puppy dog eyes were clean and clear. Qiao Qingwu was momentarily dazed. CEO Qiao. Driver, just follow me. Zhong Yu called out. Follow him. Qiao Qingwu's gaze instinctively dropped. And then she saw it. Zhong Yu was straddling a small electric scooter. Qiao Qingwu's expression remained calm, but a vein pulsed at her temple. So he had disappeared to fetch his scooter. Why didn't he just get into her car? Was she that terrifying? Qiao Qingwu was indeed stern and unsmiling at the office. But she believed she was fair in rewards and punishments and never engaged in workplace bullying. How had she become a monster in his eyes, someone he dared not share a ride? She rolled down the window. Zhong Yu. Yes, CEO Qiao. Zhong Yu leaned slightly over the handlebars. Get in. Her tone was calm, but Zhong Yu could sense a hint of gritted teeth beneath it. Zhong Yu had originally thought that since lunch break would end and he needed to return to the office, riding his scooter would be convenient. If he took Qiao Qingwu's car, he'd have to take a taxi back. Once inside, Zhong Yu sat in the back as far from Qiao Qingwu as possible, yet he still caught her intoxicating fragrance. The Maybach wound through the streets. Soon the car stopped outside Zhong Yu's building. The driver remained in the car. Qiao Qingwu followed Zhong Yu upstairs. Her black red-soled stilettos clicked on the steps, her gray pencil skirt accentuating her fair legs and slender ankles, the hem swaying gracefully with each step. Zhong Yu opened the door. With a patter of footsteps, a pink chubby little ball suddenly appeared, peeking out. Sui Sui, clad in a little dress with cute bows on her socks, her eyes lit up at the sight of Qiao Qingwu behind Zhong Yu. Qiao Qingwu looked down to meet a pair of clear black grape-like eyes. Mommy, you're finally here. Sui Sui missed you so much. The image from the surveillance footage was nowhere near as impactful as seeing it in person. Qiao Qingwu realized Zhong Yu was right. This exquisitely crafted little girl was a miniature, scaled-down version of herself. Qiao Qingwu felt her mind go blank for an instant. Zhong Yu could clearly see her shoulders stiffen. One of Qiao Qingwu's hands hung by her side, her fingers long and fair. Sui Sui extended her chubby little hand and carefully grasped one of Qiao Qingwu's index fingers. It was soft, tiny, and carried a warm sensation. Mom, come and quickly change your shoes. Her little milk voice was filled with joy as she tugged at Qiao Qingwu's finger, trying hard to pull her inside. Zhong Yu watched the scene and quickly spoke up. President Qiao, no need to change, just come in. I don't have extra slippers in my place. Qiao Qingwu, dazed, followed the small force and entered the house. She felt her heart beating a bit fast, abnormally so. Zhong Yu's living room was not large yesterday because of Sui Sui's arrival. He had specially tidied it up, and it was relative. Pulled by Sui Sui, Qiao Qingwu sat down on the sofa. Zhong Yu tactfully turned and went to the kitchen. He had to pour a glass of water for the big boss and play the host. In the living room, only Qiao Qingwu and Sui Sui remained. Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. Looking at the little girl before her, she softened her voice considerably. You are Sui Sui, right? Sui Sui tilted her little head, her big eyes, identical to Qiao Qingwu's, filled with confusion. She reached out her small hand and touched Qiao Qingwu's forehead. Mom, are you sick? Why don't you recognize Sui Sui? The little one's face scrunched up, looking genuinely worried. Before Qiao Qingwu could answer, Sui Sui snuggled into her arms, her short arms wrapping around Qiao Qingwu's waist, her little face pressed against her belly. Mom, I missed you so much. Her voice was muffled, filled with infinite dependence. Last night you weren't here, Daddy didn't bathe me. Sui Sui almost stinks. In the kitchen, Zhong Yu, who had just come out with a glass of water, stumbled. Good heavens. She even tattles. Qiao Qingwu felt the little bundle in her arms was fragrant and soft, giving her an unprecedented feeling. But what confused her even more was Sui Sui's words. Daddy. Who is Daddy? Zhong Yu had only told her that this was her daughter, but hadn't said who the father was. Sui Sui looked up, saw Zhong Yu walking over with the glass, then glanced at the dazed Qiao Qingwu. Mom, didn't you just come back with Daddy? She scratched her chubby little head, her mind full of question marks. What was wrong with Mom and Dad? Yesterday Dad didn't recognize her, and today Mom not only didn't recognize her, but even didn't recognize Dad. How strange. Qiao Qingwu slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on Zhong Yu. Did Sui Sui mean that Daddy was Zhong Yu? No. This couldn't be true. When Zhong Yu said that her daughter had traveled back in time, she didn't believe it, thinking the guy had lost his mind. But when she saw Sui Sui's face with her own eyes, she wavered. Maybe her future self, successful in career, but lonely, had found a handsome man with excellent genes and boldly kept the child while discarding the father. Or perhaps she simply had a test tube baby. After all, this pink little dumpling was so beautiful. Besides inheriting her excellent genes, the other half's contribution must have been considerable. But she never expected that this gene contributor was actually Zhong Yu. Qiao Qingwu glanced at Zhong Yu again. Objectively speaking, his genes were indeed decent. He was over 1.8 meters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his looks were very handsome. That was really handsome. Additionally, he graduated from a top-tier university and had a sharp mind. Looking at it this way, it seemed not impossible. Zhong Yu walked over and placed the glass in front of Qiao Qingwu. I didn't know what you like to drink, so I just made some honey lemon water. Then he retreated to the side with a slightly awkward demeanor. He thought that Qiao Qingwu must now have a million questions to ask Sui Sui, just like he did yesterday. Qiao Qingwu watched Zhong Yu's retreating figure. Maybe her future self really just picked Zhong Yu for his genes. That explanation was the most reasonable. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart. Looking at the soft Sui Sui in her arms, she asked unwillingly, Sui Sui, did Daddy and Mommy get married? Please no. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes and nodded without hesitation. Yes, they did. Qiao Qingwu's heart sank halfway. Then do Mom and Dad have a good relationship? Of course they do. The little milk voice was clear and loud. Qiao Qingwu's heart shattered into pieces. Sui Sui curiously played with the shiny necklace on her mother's neck and continued in a babyish voice, sometimes Sui Sui feels that Mommy is the little kid. Qiao Qingwu was baffled. What do you mean? Because Mommy likes to cling to Daddy even more than Sui Sui does. At night, she needs Daddy to sleep with her. At meals, Daddy picks whatever dish and Mommy eats it. Mommy doesn't like celery and Daddy has to coax her for a long time before she takes a bite. And also, Mommy is so old she still needs Daddy to carry her. Qiao Qingwu's pupils continuously trembled. The expression on her face could no longer be described as shock. It was the feeling of having her worldview, outlook on life and values ground into the dirt repeatedly. Too terrifying. Qiao Qingwu could not empathize with her future. Sui Sui was still curiously fiddling with the necklace on her neck, a fine chain with a small diamond pendant. Mom, this shiny thing is so beautiful. Seeing that she liked it, Qiao Qingwu unfastened the clasp and placed the necklace into Sui Sui's chubby little palm. Take it and play. Sui Sui immediately beamed. Thank you, Mommy. Qiao Qingwu stood up and walked toward Zhong Yu, who was standing by the small balcony. He was pretending to look at the scenery, but his ears were pricked up like a rabbit's. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around. President Qiao, do you believe now? Qiao Qingwu's gaze fell on his face, her eyes filled with complex emotions. I need to get a paternity test. After saying that, she still looked like she wanted to say something more. Zhong Yu understood instantly. According to the law of awkwardness conservation, awkwardness never disappears, it only transfers. He knew what she wanted to ask. After all, he had struggled with the same question yesterday. President Qiao, you don't need to look at me like that. I also find it hard to believe. He sighed. But I already went for a paternity test yesterday, and Sui Sui is indeed biologically related to me. He paused, then added, President Qiao, you don't have any sisters or anything, do you? Qiao Qingwu shook her head, her voice cool. No. All right then. That settled it. Qiao Qingwu was a woman of action, not fond of wasting time on pointless speculation. I'll take her now. With that, she turned and walked toward the living room. Sui Sui, she began, somewhat hesitant. Mommy will take you to eat. This was the first time she referred to herself as Mommy. Sui Sui immediately lifted her fair little face. Yay. Let's go eat something delicious. She stretched out her short little arms, asking to be held. Qiao Qingwu picked her up somewhat clumsily, and Sui Sui naturally wrapped her arms around her neck, then tilted her head and asked, what about Daddy? Isn't Daddy coming with us? Zhong Yu immediately waved his hand. Daddy isn't going. You go with Mommy and have a great time. Are you kidding? Him, Qiao Qingwu, and a kid. The three of them appearing in public together. That scene was too terrifying. He was afraid he would make the headlines of Hangzhou news tomorrow. Qiao Qingwu carried Sui Sui downstairs. As she approached with the child in her arms, driver Chen caught a fleeting flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had gone up as a bright, handsome young man, and now he had come down as a soft, adorable little baby. However, as the CEO's driver, discretion was an essential professional quality. Back in high school, his desk mate Xiao Lu told him he had a crush on Xiao Hua from the next class, and asked Master Chen to keep it secret. Later, Xiao Hua also told Master Chen she had a crush on Xiao Lu, asking him to keep that secret too. Now, more than 20 years later, Xiao Lu and Xiao Hua have become old Lu and Aunt Hua, each having married, divorced, and remarried. Yet Master Chen has remained tight-lipped. That's professionalism. Qiao Qingwu placed Sui Sui in the back seat, and then slipped in beside her. Spotting Master Chen in the driver's seat, Sui Sui greeted him excitedly. Hello, Uncle Chen. This caught Master Chen off guard for a moment, then he chuckled. Oh, hello there, little one. Though Master Chen had no idea how. This was his first time seeing this tiny tot. How could she possibly know him? But no one could resist such an overwhelmingly cute creature. Qiao Qingwu stared at Sui Sui's chubby cheeks, and the way she had blurted out, Uncle Chen, her heart tangled in a mess of confusion. Before she could sort out her thoughts, her phone rang. The caller ID showed Xiao Ming. She answered. Sis. Why has my card been frozen again? Did you secretly freeze it behind my back again? Xiao Ming's wailing voice came through the phone. Qiao Qingwu massaged her forehead displeased. Did you even look at last month? Yeah, I saw it. It's just a tiny bit more. Xiao Ming retorted with an unshaken righteous tone. A friend's birthday. I couldn't show up empty-handed. And I still need to buy a graphics card. Qiao Qingwu said nothing, her full lips pressed into a straight line. Xiao Ming was 21, his mind filled with nothing but food, fun, sneakers, and games. Zhong Yu was the same age. He must be much the same. So which wire had gotten crossed in her future self's head to make her marry and have a child with a childish brother 3 years younger? Utterly inexplicable. I want a strawberry cake. Sui Sui suddenly leaned in and said. Xiao Ming on the other end of the line instantly fell silent. Sissy? He asked hesitantly, who just spoke? Where did that kid come from? Qiao Qingwu's heart gave a jolt. She glanced at the fair, soft Sui Sui. The little one herself looked just like a strawberry cake. Qiao Qingwu brushed it off casually. What kid? There's something wrong with your ears. It's been me talking all along. Xiao Ming shouted stubbornly, impossible. I heard a little girl's voice saying she wants a strawberry cake. Qiao Qingwu fabricated nonsense with a straight face. I've been practicing falsetto lowly voice, baby hiccup voice. Can I? The line went completely silent. After several seconds, Xiao Ming finally came to his senses. Sis, do you mean that kind of lowly voice? Eyes wide, lips pouting, letting out a little baby hiccup, hands curled into tiny pink fists, rubbing eyes, squeezing the buttocks. Qiao Qingwu was silent for a few seconds before squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Xiao Ming, you can be the chief garbage picker this month. Huh, sis, what chief? Sounds pretty cool. Go pick trash to support yourself. With that, Qiao Qingwu hung up. Peace at last. Sujui's milky voice chimed in. Mommy, were you talking to uncle? I heard his voice. Qiao Qingwu nodded calmly, but inwardly she was astonished. Sui Sui called Xiao Ming uncle, and could recognize his voice even through the phone. Qiao Qingwu felt that in just this short while Sui Sui had addressed both Uncle Chun and uncle, this basically confirmed that she was her child. Sigh. Qiao Qingwu from 3 years later, what can I say about you? After dinner, Qiao Qingwu took Sui Sui for a paternity test. While waiting for the results, she looked at Sujui's slightly frizzy bun that had been up for 2 days without undoing, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and asked the driver to head to the mall. Then came a mad shopping spree. Whenever Qiao Qingwu felt frustrated, she went shopping, because at least that was something she could succeed at paying for. But ordinary people shouldn't imitate her, because with a tight budget the card might very well show insufficient balance. Soon Sui Sui made a sparkling entrance, wearing a glittery diamond-studded tulle dress, clutching a giant plush bunny freshly bathed, and with a new hairstyle topped with. This was probably the ultimate difference between mom raising and dad raising. Dad raising emphasizes a relaxed vibe. As long as the kid is alive, fed, and warm, being a little sloppy is totally fine. Mom raising, however, demands that her child be dressed adorably, polished down to every strand of hair. The little milk ball was so happy she bounced along, and Qiao Qingwu had to remind her worriedly to be careful of slippery ground. Thank you, Mommy. Love, Mommy. She felt like the happiest little princess in the world. In the evening, Qiao Qingwu still took Sui Sui back to Zhong Yu's small apartment. Zhong Yu found the scene quite surreal. The mountain of shopping bags piled up in the living room was the spoils of Qiao Qingwu and Sujui's afternoon. Sui Sui slid down from Qiao Qingwu's arms, fluttering like a happy little butterfly into the living room. Daddy, look, Mommy bought me a new dress. And Bunny. Qiao Qingwu watched this scene, still nursing a tiny sliver of hope in her heart. Zhong Yu's paternity test results were confirmed, but hers hadn't come out yet. She just wanted to give herself one more night. A night to fool herself. What if? Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu stood to the side, the atmosphere rather awkward. Someone had to break the ice. Zhong Yu cleared his throat. He decided to take the initiative. CEO Qiao Qingwu's black curls cascaded over her shoulders, her beautiful fox-like eyes swept over him, indifferently expressionless. If the test results confirm that Sui Sui is your child, Zhong Yu looked into her eyes and asked deliberately, what do you plan to do? This question was crucial. It had to be clarified now. Qiao Qingwu fell silent. Instead of looking at Zhong Yu, she turned her gaze to the little ball on the sofa. If she really is my child, then I will take responsibility. I feel the same way, Zhong Yu said. Qiao Qingwu finally looked him in the eye, a hint of suspicion in her gaze. You, a 21-year-old intern, what can you offer? Zhong Yu didn't avoid her gaze, instead he met it. CEO Qiao, I don't know what happened between us in the future, but none of that matters now. What matters is the present. His tone was calm, but every word was earnest. Sui Sui came from 8 years in the future. In this world, she only has the two of us to rely on. Whether we like it or not, from the moment she appeared, we became her parents. Zhong Yu gazed at Qiao Qingwu's flawless, beautiful face and continued. So, I will also take responsibility. Qiao Qingwu looked at Zhong Yu. He was 3 years young, yet listening to his words, there was a sense of responsibility and maturity beyond his years. This made Qiao Qingwu change her opinion of him just a little. Just a little. After Qiao Qingwu left, Zhong Yu accompanied Sui Sui as she washed her face and brushed her teeth, then changed into a new Hello Kitty pajama. The father and daughter sat together on the bed, building blocks. If working people are called corporate slaves and students are academic livestock, then Zhong Yu, who is both an intern and a university student, a corporate slave and academic livestock combined, is treated like a beast of burden. Now he also bears the responsibility of being a stay-at-home dad. A man's shoulders must not only hold his wife's calves, but also carry the heavy weight of duty. Fortunately, tomorrow is Saturday, otherwise he would have to perform a survival challenge of taking care of a child at his limits. Even if a 5-year-old is well-behaved, leaving her home alone all the time is not a viable option. Zhong Yu leaned against the headboard, his thoughts drifting. Sui Sui had traveled back from 8 years in the future. Did that mean the Sui Sui of 2034 had simply vanished into thin air? His future self and future Qiao Qingwu must be frantic right now. Just thinking about it made Zhong Yu's scalp tingle. That guy in the future was probably tearing the ground apart looking for his daughter. Brother, you're working hard. Zhong Yu sighed, feeling he needed to figure out the catalyst for Sui Sui time travel. He picked up a block and handed it over. Sui Sui, Daddy wants to ask. Go ahead, Daddy. Sui Sui was diligently trying to stack a round block on top of a square one, failing repeatedly, but persisting with each attempt. Why were you at the police station yesterday? Sui Sui tilted her little head in thought. I was catching butterflies in the garden at home. Then I saw a little white dog. A dog? Yes. It was fluffy and super cute. It barked at me, and I followed it out. So you got lost? Zhong Yu asked. Sui Sui nodded vigorously. But Mommy and Daddy said if you get lost you should go find a police officer. So, I went to find one. Then Daddy came to pick me up. The safety education was impeccable, but the time travel plot was far too casual. Zhong Yu pressed further. Were you home alone that day? Mommy and Daddy weren't there. Mommy and Daddy had to go to work, Sui Sui replied matter-of-factly. Aunt May was cooking, so I played in the garden by myself. Having said that, Sui Sui lowered her head again to wrestle with the blocks. Who's Aunt May? Zhong Yu asked. Without looking up, Sui Sui answered. Aunt May is the auntie who cooks delicious food. Zhong Yu nodded. He understood. It must be the nanny of the future. But it seemed the clues ended there. Garden butterfly dog. No thunder and lightning, no mysterious vortex, no planetary alignment. This defied science. It even defied metaphysics. Zhong Yu's expression grew solemn, his brow furrowed. Sui Sui block stacking slowed. She sneaked a glance at Zhong Yu, then shuffled over and grabbed one of his fingers with her soft little hand. Daddy, are you upset? Zhong Yu snapped back to reality, about to say no, when Sui Sui lifted her tiny face and declared with all her might. But I think Daddy's cooking is even better than Aunt Mice. It's the best in the whole world. Zhong Yu was stunned. Oh my, who invented this little creature? She was too good, too understanding. The next day, Zhong Yu was awakened by the doorbell. In his dream, he was a billionaire, driving a Bugatti on Monday, a Ferrari on Tuesday, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan on Wednesday, a Lamborghini on Thursday. Just as he was about to give his acceptance speech, he was kicked back to reality. The feeling was like a beggar finally managing to get a steamed bun only to trip and watch it roll into a filthy drain. Utter helplessness. Zhong Yu, with his hair in a mess, grabbed his phone and saw it was only 7 in the morning. He didn't need to guess who was at the door. It was definitely Qiao Qingwu. Even on weekends, she wouldn't let him sleep in. Dastardly capitalist. The doorbell kept ringing. Zhong Yu glanced back. Sui Sui was still asleep. His little apartment wasn't big, but the bedroom was quite spacious with a 2-meter-wide bed. Last night, she had obediently lain beside him, but now the little one had rotated 90 degrees and was sprawled horizontally at the foot of the bed. If Zhong Yu weren't a still sleeper, one kick in his dreams could launch her across the room. He quietly climbed out of bed and resignedly went to open the door. The door opened, and there stood Qiao Qingwu's stunning face. She wore a light blue blouse today, paired with black dress pants and sharp-pointed high heels. Her seaweed-like curls were half tied up, revealing a slender, pale neck, cold and sophisticated. Good morning, President Qiao. Zhong Yu silently stepped aside. Qiao Qingwu walked in without glancing sideways. Morning. Zhong Yu poured a glass of water for her and one for himself. Little fish, set the air conditioner to 26 degrees. Zhong Yu excused himself to Qiao Qingwu and went into the bathroom to freshen up. Qiao Qingwu sat on the sofa, finally taking in the space that belonged to Zhong Yu. There were many things a bit messy, but very clean. This atmosphere of life's trivialities made her feel a bit dazed. A few minutes later, Zhong Yu emerged tidied up. Qiao Qingwu got straight to the point. The paternity test results are out. Sui Sui is indeed my child. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, his face showing no surprise. Though he had guessed as much, having the truth laid before him still stirred a complex mix of emotions. Yes, they had a child together. Silence filled the air. Qiao Qingwu broke at first, her fox-like eyes narrowing as she looked at Zhong Yu. Honestly, I can't believe we would ever be that kind of relationship in the future. She hesitated over her wording, finally settling on this vague phrase. The word spouse simply refused to leave her lips. I have absolutely no feelings for you. Hey, that's rich. Like I feel any different. The tiny flicker of complexity and emotion that had just surfaced in Zhong Yu's heart was instantly extinguished by her words. His temper flared up. Zhong Yu curled his lips. What a coincidence, President Qiao. I have absolutely completely no feelings for you either. Qiao Qingwu studied Zhong Yu. I don't believe in love, and I certainly can't accept that my future self would marry someone 3 years younger than me. Zhong Yu froze. You don't believe in love. Fine. But complaining about my age. He leaned back. I also can't accept that my future self would end up with someone whose life revolves only around work. Qiao Qingwu's expression turned icy. She seemed a bit rattled. You're just like Xiao Ming, childish immature. Zhong Yu laughed. Who wouldn't feel suffocated with that perpetual frown on your face? You have no sense of organization in life. Your personality is dull. Your home is a mess. Your home is a showroom. Qiao Qingwu paused, then lifted her gaze. Have you even been to my place to call it a showroom? Do I need to? I can guess. Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu sat at opposite ends of the sofa trading barbs without yielding an inch. Their complaints against each other were fierce, unrestrained, and relentless, as if they were in a world of their own oblivious to all else. Until they both ran out of ammunition. A few strands of jet black hair clung to Qiao Qingwu's full chest, and those strands were heaving violently. She stood up, took 2 steps toward Zhong Yu, and looked down at him. 3 years from now, I'll be 27. The golden period for building my career. Yet I got pregnant and had a child at that age. After much thought, the only logical explanation is that this wasn't my intention. Zhong Yu frowned, a bad feeling creeping into his chest. Qiao Qingwu spoke deliberately. It must be that you didn't take precautions, cared only about your own pleasure, and caused this irreversible outcome. The living room fell silent as her words hung in the air. All expression drained from Zhong Yu's face. Qiao Qingwu immediately regretted her harsh words. Wasn't she accusing Zhong Yu of being a selfish, irresponsible bastard? She was about to apologize when she saw Zhong Yu suddenly smile. President Qiao, he said slowly, isn't it possible that you were the one crying and begging me? Zhong Yu stared at Qiao Qingwu, bracing himself for another verbal barrage. But the bombardment never came. Instead, he noticed a suspicious flush of red rapidly creeping upward from her fair neck. Soon her delicate jade-like face was tinged with crimson, and even her translucent earlobes turned a rosy pink. Zhong Yu was dumbfounded. Wait. He hadn't even done anything. Just talk back a little. Besides, she was the one who started the personal attacks. But to prevent Qiao Qingwu from flying into a rage out of humiliation, he felt he should say something. President Qiao, are you alright? Zhong Yu looked at her. Why is your face so... Is it too hot in here? Shall you turn the air conditioning down 2 degrees? Qiao Qingwu's chest heaved even more violently with anger. This kid sure knows how to infuriate people. Zhong Yu. She finally found her voice. Don't talk nonsense. Great. That shout already carried a hint of fury born from shame. Zhong Yu felt a flicker of surprise. Was this what a humanoid female CEO was like? A humanoid's life was all about routine and following rules, so they appeared calm and composed. But when faced with something difficult to handle, they scrambled and stumbled even blushing at a little tease. Oh, President Qiao was just a paper tiger. Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu remained in a stalemate for several minutes. Finally, as if by mutual agreement, they both picked up their water glasses, tilted their heads back, and gulped down the contents. A large glass of water helped to douse much of it. Both of them finally calmed down. MacArthur once said people need to maintain an appropriate sense of distance from each other. If he didn't say it, then Zhong Yu did. He had only been in close contact with Qiao Qingwu for less than 2 days, and they were already arguing. If they really got married in the future, wouldn't he have to endure this kind of misery every... No way. Qiao Qingwu set down her glass and slowly exhaled. Ahem. So it seems we have the same vision for the future. Indeed, they had reached a high degree of consensus on this matter. Qiao Qingwu analyzed. So is it possible that the future us won't be happy? So did fate send Sui Sui back in time to make us realize this in advance, so we can spontaneously prevent what's to come? Zhong Yu loved that explanation. He snapped his fingers excitedly, feeling his thoughts had been completely unlocked. Well, that's the simplest thing. Since you don't believe in love, and think him too young and immature, and I think your personality is boring and your life is dull. So, I will never fall in love with you, and you will never fall in love with me. Isn't that perfect? No one has to force themselves, no one has to try to change the other. We just maintain the status quo. Qiao Qingwu tapped her fair, slender fingers lightly. She had to admit Zhong Yu's words were the most agreeable she had heard in the past 2 days. She felt the same way. Zhong Yu relaxed completely. I was thinking yesterday, since Sui Sui can suddenly travel from the future to the present, it also means she could travel back at any time. The thought that that soft little dumpling might suddenly disappear made Zhong Yu's heart clench. He suddenly remembered what Sui Sui had said last night. President Qiao, do you know Aunt May? A flicker of emotion crossed Qiao Qingwu's face, and she said in surprise, Aunt May. She's the housekeeper at my home. Zhong Yu's spirits lifted. Last night Sui Sui said that when she traveled through, she was chasing butterflies in the garden, and Aunt May was cooking in the house. Qiao Qingwu's pupils contracted slightly. She was silent for a moment before asking in an uncertain tone, you mean, the place she traveled to is my home? Zhong Yu nodded. Very likely. Then if the travel point is at my home, the most likely place for her to travel back from is probably there too. Qiao Qingwu analyzed logically. So it's most suitable for Sui Sui to stay with me, whether it's for living conditions or from the perspective of triggering the travel pattern. Zhong Yu didn't answer immediately. He admitted Qiao Qingwu had a point. If Sui Sui was their future child, then it was a matter for their future selves to worry about. At least their current selves weren't ready to be parents. Maybe Sui Sui would travel back to 8 years later in a while, and their lives could return to normal. However, until Sui Sui traveled back, they still had to fulfill their parental responsibilities. His little apartment was indeed too cramped for the little princess. But he still had some concerns. He cleared his throat and looked at Qiao Qingwu. President Qiao, do you live alone now? Qiao Qingwu's eyes immediately filled with worry. What are you up to, kid? Zhong Yu knew she was thinking the wrong thing just by her reaction. He quickly explained, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I was just wondering if there's anyone else in your house. After all, this matter about Sui Sui isn't really suitable for the people around us to know right now. Think about it, I'm 21, you're 24, and we suddenly have a 5-year-old daughter. If you trace it back, that means I got a 19-year-old girl pregnant when I was 16. Zhong Yu spread his hands, looking very innocent. Then I'd really be a beastly scumbag. If this gets out, how can I face the world? And President Qiao, if news gets out that you were pregnant out of wedlock at 19, it wouldn't be good for your reputation either. The wariness faded from Qiao Qingwu's face. She understood what Zhong Yu meant. This kid was quick-witted. She had to admit his considerations were very thorough. As the CEO of Lingua Technology, every move she made was watched. Qiao Qingwu nodded. I understand. I live alone. She added, besides me there's the housekeeper Aunt May. He'll have her sign a confidentiality agreement. Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, no problem then. Just then the bedroom door creaked open a crack. A fuzzy little head poked out. Sui Sui rubbed her eyes, her pajamas now wrinkled. When she saw Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu in the living room, her eyes lit up instantly. Mommy, Daddy, her little voice was soft and sleepy. Sui Sui ran over on her bare little feet, pattering, and jumped directly onto the empty spot on the sofa right between Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu. The little one reached out her two chubby fair arms, one hand grabbing Zhong Yu's hand, the other holding Qiao Qingwu's finger. She tilted her little head, looking at her daddy, then at her mommy, and asked curiously, are mommy and daddy whispering secrets? Zhong Yu couldn't resist reaching out and poking her chubby cheek. Poke it bounces back. Poke it bounces back. Hee hee. Fun. Love it. What are you doing? Qiao Qingwu asked, puzzled. It's so bouncy. You should try it too. Boring. Qiao Qingwu looked down at the chubby little hand, holding her finger, feeling its warm, soft touch. She said gently, Sui Sui, how about coming home to live with mommy? Sui Sui's eyes sparkled even brighter. Yes. Go home with mommy. She happily swung her little legs, then tugged at Zhong Yu. Daddy, let's go home. As the saying goes, you ring the bell as long as you're the monk for the day, and you go mad as long as you're the one taking care of the child. But Qiao Qingwu clearly hadn't realized the gravity of the situation. She glanced at Zhong Yu beside her before telling Sui Sui, your father has other things to do, so he can't come home with us. In her robotic mind, child rearing had already been broken down into a project. Project named Sui Sui Upbringing Plan. Project objective, raise Sui Sui until the time point when she can travel back to the future. Required resources, money, sufficient residence, luxurious. Required manpower, nanny, May, and herself. Having grown up surrounded by nannies and butlers herself, Qiao Qingwu saw nothing wrong with this arrangement. She believed that if she could manage a listed company like Lingua Technology, raising a well-behaved 5-year-old would be a piece of cake. This was probably what they called widowed parenting, except she had chosen it voluntarily. Then when will daddy come home? Sui Sui's little voice carried a hint of grievance. Qiao Qingwu thought for a moment. Daddy will come home once he's finished with his work. Sui Sui nodded as if she understood, then turned her little face to Zhong Yu and said very seriously, Daddy, I'm going to miss you. You have to miss me too. Zhong Yu reached out and ruffled Sui Sui's fluffy little head. Got it. Sui Sui, be a good girl and listen to your mother. Sui Sui extended her chubby little hand for a fist bump with Zhong Yu. Qiao Qingwu stood up, her movements brisk. Come on, let's go home. Zhong Yu stood up as well, gathered the pile of things Qiao Qingwu had bought the day before, and carried the bags in his hands as he followed the mother and daughter downstairs. The scene was remarkably harmonious, like a family of 3 heading out for a weekend trip. Downstairs, a black Maybach sat quietly by the roadside. When the driver, Master Chen, saw Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu coming down together holding hands with a bouncing little girl, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Yesterday, President Qiao and the handsome young man had gone upstairs. Not long after, President Qiao had come down carrying a baby. And this baby called President Qiao mommy. So was this handsome young man. The father. Master Chen's burly frame trembled. Qiao Qingwu opened the rear door, and Zhong Yu was surprised to see a brand new child safety seat already installed in the back. The female CEO's execution skills were truly formidable. He loaded the bags into the trunk while Qiao Qingwu somewhat awkwardly lifted Sui Sui into the safety seat and buckled her in. Through the car window, Sui Sui waved her little hand vigorously at Zhong Yu. Goodbye, Daddy. Zhong Yu smiled and waved back. Qiao Qingwu closed the car door and prepared to get in from the other side. President Qiao. Zhong Yu called out to her. Qiao Qingwu turned around looking bewildered. Zhong Yu put one hand in his pocket and took a couple of steps toward her. Shouldn't you send me? Even though Sui Sui is living with you now, I can't just wash my hands of it, can I? A lazy teasing note crept into his tone. After all, I am her father. Wouldn't it be a bit pathetic if I didn't even have visitation rights? Qiao Qingwu nodded. Okay, I'll send it to you later. With that, she pulled the car door open. President Qiao, aren't you forgetting something? Zhong Yu's voice rang out again. What? Zhong Yu shook his phone. We don't seem to have each other's contact information. A momentary blankness crossed Qiao Qingwu's face. Oh right. They usually communicated via Ding Talk. They were future husband and wife, the biological parents of this child, yet they didn't even have each other's WeChat. What a simple yet complicated relationship. Oh. After adding each other as friends, Qiao Qingwu put away her phone, pulled the door open, and got in. Zhong Yu watched the black Maybach disappear at the intersection. He let out a sigh and turned to walk back into the building. The air in the small apartment still seemed to carry the faint milky scent of Sui Sui. He sat down on the sofa, and his phone vibrated. It was a private message from a top-tier programmer forum called CodeForge. This forum operated on an invitation-only basis, its members consisting of university professors and technical experts from major companies along with anonymous prodigies. Giant Whale Capital. Hello Godzi. We are very interested in the whole house smart management system framework you shared on the forum. Are you willing to sell the complete source code? The price is negotiable. Another offer to buy his code. The things Zhong Yu posted on the forum were all personal projects Head tinkered with in his spare time. Besides the whole house smart system Head named Little Fish, there was also a revolutionary lossless compression algorithm and an anonymous communication protocol that no one had yet. Zhong Yu had majored in Chinese literature in college, which was why he ended up as a president's assistant at Lingua Technology, a job that matched his degree. He treated coding like a puzzle game purely for the joy of it. Selling them would be like selling his own children. He had never considered it. But now, he had a real child, a daughter who had fallen from the sky. Qiao Qingwu was the president of a listed company able to give Sui Sui the best life. And he was just an intern living in a rundown old apartment earning $5,000 a month. The old Zhong Yu would think twice before doing anything. If he could avoid it, he would. If he could put it off, he would. If someone else could do it, Head let them. But with fatherhood comes strength. He couldn't leave all the child rearing to the mother. He opened the chat and slowly typed the line. ZM in Hangzhou. Send me the time and place, and we can discuss the price in person. Qiao Qingwu brought Sui Sui back to the Lanting Villa district. As she changed her shoes at the entrance, Zhong Yu's teasing remark suddenly echoed in her mind. Your home is like a showroom. She paused in her movements, looking up to survey her home. What met her eyes were vast expanses of pure white and cold gray, straight lines, minimalist furniture, not a single extra ornament in sight. Well, it did look a bit like a showroom. As soon as Sui Sui entered, she let out a small gasp. Mommy, why does our house look different? Qiao Qingwu straightened up and pressed her lips together. What's different? The little dumpling pattered over to the living room, her big eyes full of question marks. Our walls used to have so many pictures. Sui Sui pointed her chubby finger at the empty wall. There was Mommy and Daddy's wedding photo. And Sujui's pictures. Qiao Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Sui Sui ran over to the sofa and touched the cold, hard leather surface. The sofa is wrong too. Our sofa was soft, gray, and it had fluffy cushions. And also, Sui Sui ran to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Where are the cherry tomatoes, cherries, and strawberries that Daddy planted in the garden? The little one's face scrunched up, wearing an expression of heartbreak, as if their home had been burgled. Qiao Qingwu listened as Sui Sui listed one thing after another. She couldn't believe it. This couldn't be her style. An image of Zhong Yu's face uncontrollably but this was his style. So in the future she had just let him turn her home into that mess. It was utterly insane. Qiao Qingwu shook her head, her thick, dark curls brushing across her cheeks, concealing the emotions in her eyes. She tried to shake that absurd image out of her mind. This was one of the rare weekends when Qiao Qingwu did not have to work overtime at the company. On Sunday morning, as daylight streamed and she awoke in her bed, she had a habit of clutching a soft pillow tightly to her chest while sleeping, a posture said to indicate a profound sense of insecurity. Qiao Qingwu turned her head and noticed a tiny figure lying horizontally at the foot of the bed. Sui Sui was sprawled out, her little belly rising and falling with each breath. The legs of her pajamas had rolled up to her knees, revealing two chubby fair legs. Qiao Qingwu gently moved the little bundle to the middle of the bed, her gaze lingering on her for a few seconds. Such a plump little face. As if possessed, she reached out and poked it. It bounced back. She poked again. It bounced back again. Hee. It really was quite springy. Wait, since when had she become so bored? And why did she think since when had she become so bored? Qiao Qingwu figured she was still half asleep. Throwing off the covers, she got up and headed straight for the study. She turned on the computer and began processing the work emails that had piled up the day before. To her, the only difference between weekends and weekdays was that she could work from home. Home sweet home was nothing compared to a desk. Qiao Qingwu seemed to have a physiological fondness for work. At noon, Aunt May arrived at Lanting carrying groceries. She had been cooking here for several years and was familiar with Qiao Qingwu. As soon as she entered, she said, "Miss Qiao, what would you like to eat for lunch today?" Before she could finish, a chubby little bean sprout dashed out of the bedroom. Aunt May. Sui Sui rushed over enthusiastically and hugged Aunt May's leg. Aunt May froze, looking down at the exquisitely cute child clinging to her leg, her face full of question marks. Whose child was this? How did she end up in Miss Qiao's home? And how did she recognize her? Qiao Qingwu walked out of the study and saw the scene. Sui Sui indeed knew Aunt May. Miss Qiao this. Aunt May looked from Qiao Qingwu to Sui Sui, momentarily at a loss for words. Her name is Sui Sui. Qiao Qingwu introduced her in a calm tone. She walked up to Aunt May, her fair slender fingers pulling a card from her pocket and handing it over. Aunt May, I might have to trouble you. Besides cooking and cleaning, I'll need you to look after the little one when I'm not home. And Qiao Qingwu paused, her beautiful fox-like eyes fixed on Aunt May. The fact that there's a child in my house must be kept strictly confidential. No one can know, including my Aunt May, being a shrewd woman, immediately understood the gravity of the situation. She nodded solemnly. Miss Qiao, rest assured my lips are sealed. After lunch, Qiao Qingwu had an appointment to discuss business. She changed into a blouse and a pencil skirt, ready to head out. Sui Sui toddled to the door to see her off, flashing a row of tiny white teeth. Mommy, come back soon. Sui Sui will miss you so much. Qiao Qingwu paused in the middle of fastening her high-heeled sandals and looked down at her daughter. Got it. Be good at home, Sui Sui, and don't run around, okay? The venue that the people from Giant Whale Capital had given Zhong Yu was a restaurant called Yueshan. When Zhong Yu arrived, he looked at the restaurant's antique facade. This place didn't look cheap. He walked and gave the name for his reservation, and the waiter immediately led him inside. At a table by the window, he saw the person from Giant Whale Capital. It was a young woman. The woman was wearing a sharp white pantsuit. Her long straight black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose tempering some of her. Xiao Jining also spotted Zhong Yu walking toward her, and her eyes lit up. She had thought that Z, an anonymous forum legend, would be a middle-aged uncle with a receding hairline. She never expected him to be so young and handsome. Clean, smooth facial contours, that sharp jawline, and that high straight nose bridge. Tisk tisk tsk. He could easily make a living with his looks, but he chose to rely on his talent instead. Hello, are you Z? Xiao Jining stood up and extended her hand proactively. That's me. Zhong Yu shook her hand. Giant Whale Capital, Xiao Jining. She said with a smile, honestly, you're unlike any programmer I've ever met. Zhong Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, raising an eyebrow. Oh. How so? Well, I thought you'd show up in a plaid shirt. Xiao Jining's gaze swept over his thick hair, joking, and your hair is very lush. Programmers, have I offended you? Zhong Yu leaned back in his chair and began to spout nonsense with a straight face. As everyone knows, a programmer is a magical creature. From the moment of its birth, it faces an ultimate choice. What choice? Xiao Jining was intrigued. Hair or code? The two cannot coexist. If you choose hair, the code won't run. If you choose code, your hair will leave you. Xiao Jining burst out laughing, shaking with mirth. So what did you choose? Zhong Yu looked at her, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. I choose or. Xiao Jining was stunned for a moment, then laughed even harder. This handsome guy was not only good-looking, but also incredibly amusing. She had been fuming earlier. Her father had called and made her come out for work on a Sunday, ruining her mood. Now that irritation had vanished into thin air. This was the most she had ever loved her dad. She thought that if all her work colleagues were such gems, she wouldn't mind being nice. Over the course of the meal, they had a very congenial conversation, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Xiao Jining was so delighted that she ended up offering a price 5 points higher than the maximum budget her father had originally set. Zhong Yu was well-versed in the art of negotiation. A skilled salesperson could always make the other party laugh, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Once someone felt comfortable with you, they were naturally more willing to listen. Emotional value had to be maximized. Of course, Zhong Yu provided emotional value for a price. It made it easier for him to raise the price and earn a bit more suffering pay. At that very moment, on the second floor of Yueguang restaurant, behind a carved lattice screen, Qiao Qingwu was discussing business with a partner. She picked up her coffee cup, her thick wavy black hair falling over her chest. She glanced up casually, and her captivating fox-like eyes through the gaps in the screen fixed on a spot near the window. From this angle, she could clearly see the man's face. Zhong Yu was smiling, saying something to the woman across from him. Although Qiao Qingwu could only see the woman's back from a distance and not her face, she could tell the woman was in high spirits, sometimes covering her mouth as she laughed heartily, sometimes slapping her thigh in glee, nearly doubling over with laughter. Qiao Qingwu's full rosy lips pressed into a thin line. She narrowed her eyes. Was he on a date with a girl? Qiao Qingwu quickly averted her gaze. Whether Zhong Yu was on a date with a girl had nothing to do with her after all. They weren't really married. But he was Sujui's father. As the child's mother, it was only reasonable for her to inquire about the private life of her child's father. Qiao Qingwu's gaze drifted uncontrollably again. President Qiao. The client opposite spoke cautiously, pulling her back from her wandering thoughts. President Qiao, are there any revisions needed for my proposal? Qiao Qingwu instantly composed herself, reverting to her icy, elegant CEO demeanor. She lowered her eyes to the document and began pointing out issues one by one. Once the meeting concluded, the satisfied client departed. Qiao Qingwu took a sip of her cold coffee and glanced back at the window seat. At some point, the table had been taken over by new patrons. They had already left. Just then, her phone vibrated on the table. A WeChat message popped up, its avatar a pixel art salted fish wearing a crown. The nickname was All Ministers Rise. In the chat window, the only previous message was the location of Orchid Court Villa she had sent yesterday. Qiao Qingwu. All Ministers Rise. President Qiao, are you and Sui Sui home? I happen to be nearby. If it's convenient, I'd like to drop by and see Sui Sui. Moon Mountain Restaurant was indeed close to Orchid Court Villa, and she had chosen to meet here for that convenience. So he just finished a date and could still spare time to visit his daughter. His time management was impeccable. An indescribable emotion welled up within her. Qiao Qingwu felt as if she were a wife who caught her husband on a date, but dared not confront him, only fuming silently inside. No. That thought was dangerous. She picked up her phone and tapped the screen. Qiao Qingwu, am not home, but Sui Sui is. The reply came almost instantly. All Ministers Rise. Is it alright if I come over now? Qiao Qingwu stared at the screen for a few seconds. Qiao Qingwu. Putting away her phone, she rose and headed out of the restaurant. If Zhong Yu arrived at Orchid Court before her, he would run into Aunt May, who was still at home. Though Aunt May was tight-lipped, some secrets were safest when unknown. Qiao Qingwu returned to Orchid Court Villa first. Entering the house, she said to Aunt May, who was cleaning the kitchen, Aunt May, you've worked hard today. You can leave early. Flattered, Aunt May left cheerfully. Miss Qiao paid her 3 times the market rate, had no unreasonable demands, often gifted her high-end trinkets, and frequently let her leave early. Such a wonderful boss. Aunt May wished she could cling to her forever. Woo. Qiao Qingwu went to the bedroom, shed her constricting blouse and pencil skirt, and changed into a soft white loungewear set. She walked into the living room where Sui Sui sat alone on the carpet playing with a toy kitchen set. Qiao Qingwu sat beside her and handed her a plastic tomato. Sui Sui wore a pink little chef's outfit and a crooked chef's hat, earnestly wielding a toy spatula to pan-fry a steak in a tiny skillet. Soon the doorbell rang. Qiao Qingwu rose to answer it. Outside stood Zhong Yu holding 2 large gift boxes of toys. Good afternoon, President Qiao. Sui Sui, hearing Zhong Yu's voice from the living room, cried out excitedly, "Is that Daddy?" The little milk ball pattered over. Zhong Yu looked down and saw Sui Sui in full chef gear, a spatula in one hand and a skillet in the other, flashing a row of tiny white teeth. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh heavens, I'm willing to call you my god again. I realize you've been pretty good to me. Could this little thing really be my offspring? How is it so adorable?" Qiao Qingwu stepped aside and took out a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet, placing them by Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu stared at the brand new slippers, then looked up at Qiao Qingwu in her loungewear, feeling the world had turned surreal. A rare sight indeed. He never thought had set foot in the home of the robotic female CEO, and she had personally fetched him slippers. Zhong Yu slipped on the shoes. "Thank you, President Qiao." He entered the living room and immediately spotted the fully equipped toy kitchen on the carpet. His gaze wandered over the mini stove and sink with sound and light effects. Grinning, he said to Qiao Qingwu, "Human offspring's play kitchens have evolved to this level now. When I was a kid, I grew up playing in the mud." Qiao Qingwu lifted her head, her narrow eyes sweeping over him coolly without a word. She turned and sat back by the carpet to continue playing with Sui Sui. Zhong Yu was subdued, no longer grinning. Seriously, who pissed her off again? Looking up and howling. Stepped forward, running around. "Was it you? The one reading a novel over there, grabbing by the collar? What, not you?" Utterly confused, "Then it must be you, the one on the toilet staring hard. Or is it you? The one lying in bed? Still running? Who is it then?" It certainly isn't Zhong Yu." Qiao Qingwu's cold face looked as if someone had stolen her husband. Fine, you want to talk to me, huh? Then I'll find someone who will." Zhong Yu crouched beside Sui Sui. "Chef Sui, what's cooking today?" Sui Sui's eyes sparkled as she raised her spatula and said in a milky voice, "I'm pan-frying steak for Daddy and Mommy." Zhong Yu immediately made a drooling face. "Wow, is it ready to eat?" "Daddy's stomach is growling." "It's ready." Sui Sui ceremoniously scooped 2 plastic steaks on a small plates. She handed one plate to Zhong Yu. "Daddy, this one's burnt, you get it." Then she picked up the other plate and offered it to Qiao Qingwu. "This one's the tenderest. For Mommy." Zhong Yu stared at the item in his hand, lost in thought. "Seriously, is this my place in the family hierarchy? Is it this clear-cut?" He picked up the plastic steak from the plate, pretended to put it in his mouth, and chewed. Sui Sui tilted her head, eyes full of anticipation. "Daddy, is it good?" Zhong Yu immediately shook his head and nodded vigorously. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Truly chef, sweet craftsmanship. This steak is absolutely nailed." Qiao Qingwu watched the father-daughter bonding. Zhong Yu's over-the-top expressions would barely land him a bit roll in Hungyan. "Get real. With acting like that, you'd never land a roll." But someone was eating it up. Sui Sui blushed with pride, grinning and waving her little fists like a happy little fool. Seeing her joy, Zhong Yu got even more animated. "Oh, my chef Sui with such talent, it's a shame you're not a chef." Sui Sui giggled, wiggling her little body. She picked up another plastic tomato and held it to Zhong Yu's lips. "Daddy, have a little tomato. Coming right up." Zhong Yu opened his mouth, pretended to take a bite, then closed his eyes in bliss. Sweet and sour. A divine delicacy. I feel my taste buds dancing." Qiao Qingwu probably didn't realize her lips had curled into a slight smile. Zhong Yu certainly knew how to provide emotional value. This thought instantly brought her back to the scene at Moonlight Restaurant that afternoon. He seemed quite skilled at making girls happy, whether they were 5 years old or in their 20s. Sui Sui played for a while longer, her little eyes drifting to the 2 unopened gift boxes by Zhong Yu's hand. She tilted her small head, her big grape-like eyes sparkling as she asked, "Daddy, what are those?" "Are they gifts for Sui Sui?" Qiao Qingwu's thoughts were interrupted, and she also looked over. She snorted inwardly. An afternoon spent dating a beauty, stopping by the mall to buy a gift for her daughter, and then arriving at her home. The itinerary was arranged clearly, not a minute wasted. Zhong Yu pushed the gift boxes to the center of the rug. "Of course they're for Sui Sui. Shall we open them together?" "Yes, yes." Sui Sui clapped her little hands excitedly, her short legs folded as she sat. Zhong Yu tore open the wrapping paper, revealing the box inside. Qiao Qingwu glanced at the label. It was an Ultraman vs. Godzilla figure set. She was momentarily speechless. She couldn't help but whisper to Zhong Yu, "Sui Sui is a little girl. You bought Ultraman. That's too perfunctory." Zhong Yu opened the box without looking up. "CEO, Xiao, don't speak too soon." Sure enough, as soon as the box was opened, Sui Sui's tiny voice rang out excitedly. "Wow, it's Ultraman." Her little hands immediately reached into the box, carefully taking out the small Ultraman figures and lining them up on the rug. She pointed at each one with her chubby fingers. "This is Tiga, this is Zoffy, and Ace, Taro, and Leo." The little one recited them like a pro, not missing a single one. "Does Sui Sui like them?" "Thank you, Daddy. I love them." Zhong Yu smugly raised an eyebrow at Qiao Qingwu. CEO Qiao, that's a stereotype. Toys have no gender. Who says little girls can't like Ultraman? I loved playing jump rope when I was a kid. Qiao Qingwu's glossy lips moved, but no words came out. Though she was reluctant to admit it, what he said made some sense. She had been narrow-minded on this matter. Just then Qiao Qingwu's phone on the sofa rang. She stood up, walked to the kitchen, and closed the glass door. Hello, Mom. Her mother Su Mint's voice came through the phone. Xiao Wu, I have something to tell you. Your grandmother suddenly came down from Qingqing Mountain for some reason and has arrived in Hangxing. Qiao Qingwu frowned. Wasn't Grandma cultivating on Qingqing Mountain and devoted to Buddhism? Why did she suddenly come down? I don't know. The abbot of the temple called to tell me. If she comes to your place, keep an eye on her. She's old but still can't let us rest easy. Qiao Qingwu felt a sense of foreboding. She hung up and immediately dialed her grandmother's number. The call was quickly answered and a still vigorous elderly woman's voice came through. Hello, Xiao Wu. Grandma, I heard you came down the mountain and arrived in Hangxing. Where are you now? I'm at the entrance of your Lanting Villa community. Oh, I forgot which building you live in. Tell me. Qiao Qingwu's mind went blank. What? Panic surged through her, and she said into the phone, Grandma, don't move. Wait right at the entrance, don't go anywhere. They'll come get you. She hung up quickly, her composure shattered. She turned to look at the two in the living room, her usually calm voice now laced with urgency. Zhong Yu, quickly, put all these toys. Zhong Yu had never seen Qiao Qingwu in such a flustered state. She seemed more alive now. Qiao Qingwu said anxiously to Zhong Yu, like this, first hide all the toys, then take Sui Sui and run. My grandmother is coming. Oh, so it was her grandmother. What? Her grandmother was coming. Zhong Yu finally realized the gravity of the situation. Following her instructions precisely, he crouched on the rug and frantically stuffed the Ultraman figures and kitchen toys into the box. Qiao Qingwu quickly crouched down to help as well. The two of them, like thieves, hurriedly cleaned up the scene of the crime. Sui Sui looked on in confusion at her parents crouching and frantically gathering toys. What's going on? Were Mom and Dad playing a new game? Then Sui Sui wanted to join too. The little one imitated them, tossing toys into the box. A few minutes later, the living room rug was back to normal. Qiao Qingwu stood up, one hand on her hip, panting heavily. You? Take Sui Sui and leave first. Don't let my grandmother see you. No need to say, more time to run. As you command, CEO Qiao. Zhong Yu quickly picked up Sui Sui and dashed to the entrance, but before he could change his shoes. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Qiao Qingwu froze, her face turning pale. This is bad. On the video doorbell screen, a wrinkled but spirited old woman's face was staring curiously at the camera. Xiao Wu opened the door for Grandma. Qiao Qingwu gasped. If Grandma found a 5-year-old great-granddaughter suddenly in the house, she would be shocked. She whispered urgently to Zhong Yu, no time. Take Sui Sui upstairs and hide in a second-floor room. Zhong Yu hoisted the little girl onto his shoulder like a sack and ran. Sujui's little head wobbled as she shouted excitedly, hee hee, so high. Daddy, fly high, fly high. As they passed the stair corner, Sui Sui helpfully reminded Zhong Yu, Daddy, there's an elevator. Zhong Yu glanced at it, but took the stairs anyway. The elevator was too slow. The sound of footsteps thumped away quickly. Watching their figures disappear around the second-floor corner, Qiao Qingwu leaned on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her racing heart. She straightened her slightly messy loungewear and hair, walked to the door, and opened it. Grandma, you're here. Old lady Su glanced at Qiao Qingwu, who had taken so long to answer the door, and scanned her. Her granddaughter's porcelain-white cheeks bore an unusual flush, and her breathing seemed a bit rapid. Qiao Qingwu helped her grandmother inside, forcing calmness. Grandma, why didn't you tell me you were coming down the mountain? Old lady Su clasped her hands behind her back, looking inscrutable. No telling, no telling. She then closed her eyes and said solemnly, the Buddha said my 2 years of cultivation are worth others 20. I have good roots and high attainment, and I'm specially permitted to descend the mountain to wander the mortal world and experience the mundane. By the way, Xiao Wu, do you play King of Glory? I'm really good at jungling. Qiao Qingwu. Her mind like an AI couldn't process this. Upstairs, Zhong Yu carried Sui Sui on his shoulder, wandering aimlessly down the hallway. Qiao Qingwu only said to go to the second floor, but not which room was safest to hide in. Sui Sui, however, was very calm, pointing her little chubby finger at the door at the end of the hallway. Daddy, let's go there. Zhong Yu thought, right, this little one was the original resident. She definitely knew the house better than he did. Listening to her was the right move. He immediately rushed over with Sui Sui. Sui Sui reached out her little hand and familiarly twisted the doorknob. Pushing the door open, a faint, natural feminine fragrance slowly drifted into his nostrils. Zhong Yu took a deep breath and stopped in his tracks. This seemed to be Qiao Qingwu's bedroom. Zhong Yu halted in his tracks, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. His eyes met a vast expanse of cream white and light gray. The walls, the enormous floor-to-ceiling curtains, and the bed that looked so plush it could swallow a person whole. Everything was immaculately maintained. There were no superfluous decorations, no cluttered items. Zhong Yu thought to himself that he had guessed correctly. It really was like a showroom. Sui Sui looked curiously at her father, who stood frozen at the doorway. Daddy, come in quickly. Seeing him unmoving, Sui Sui reached out her little hand and pulled him inside, then casually closed the door. With every breath, he was enveloped by the faint, delicate fragrance of the room. Sui Sui had already run to the carpet, pulled two Ultraman figurines from her pocket, and started playing. Zhong Yu stood still for a few seconds, then walked to the white single sofa in the corner and sat down. Better than standing, he thought. Though the bedroom was spacious, he felt a stifling tightness in his chest. He couldn't sit still, not at all. Instinctively, he reached behind him to adjust his position. His fingertips brushed against a small patch of soft, silky fabric. He pinched the fabric and lifted it. A slender white strap, a slippery textured delicate lace on the upper part, and in the very center, a tiny bow. The color matched the sofa perfectly, no wonder he hadn't noticed it earlier. Clearly it was a bra. Zhong Yu's mind went blank for a second. As any seasoned exam taker knows, when you have no idea how to solve a problem, you pick C. Zhong Yu took one look and answered instantly. The answer to this one was also C. But staring any longer would be rude. He quickly folded the small piece of fabric in half, placed it neatly back where it was, and scooted his bottom a little farther away from it. However, there's a psychological phenomenon known as the pink elephant effect. The more you tell yourself not to think about something, the more your mind uncontrollably dwells on it. For instance, Zhong Yu was now telling himself, don't think about a white bra with lace trim and a bow and a cup. Forget it, forget it. Zhong Yu forcibly cleared his mind. It wasn't time for a midnight show yet. Broad daylight, keep it cool. Maybe he should play some King of Glory. Getting into an argument with some elementary school kids would leave no room for stray thoughts. Zhong Yu patted his pocket, empty. He must have left his phone on the living room sofa down. This was going to be tough. He turned to look at Sui Sui on the carpet. The little one was engrossed in making two Ultramen fight each other, complete with sound effects. Zhong Yu walked over, sat down beside Sui Sui, and picked up an Ultraman. Sui Sui, look, this Ultraman can do a backflip. He flipped the Ultraman in his hand. Sui Sui's eyes lit up, and she imitated him, flipping her own Ultraman over and over, playing with boundless joy. Downstairs in the living room, old Madame Su studied her granddaughter and spoke earnestly. Qiao Wu, look at your grandmother. Even I, who have taken refuge in Buddhism, know to descend the mountain and experience the mortal world to keep up with the times. And you, in the prime of your youth, why don't you think about finding a boyfriend for fun? Qiao Qingwu was speechless. Grandma, can you be serious? How am I not serious? Old Madame Su leaned back on the sofa, crossed her legs, and assumed a meditative pose. I am a traditional woman. Don't seal your heart away just because of some bad experiences. In the words of young people, sealing the heart and locking away love, that won't do. Old Madame Su continued. As long as you only date one person at a time and don't get pregnant before marriage, your grandmother can accept it all. Qiao Qingwu gave an awkward smile, unsure how to respond. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the staircase leading to the second floor, her heart in turmoil. Just then old Madame Su suddenly pulled a pink brocade pouch from her small bag. Oh, by the way, I brought something special for you on this trip down the mountain. She stood up as she spoke. Come, let's go to your bedroom. They'll set it up for you. Qiao Qingwu panicked and quickly rose to block her. Grandma, no need to trouble yourself. Oh, I can take it upstairs myself. Absolutely not. Old Madame Zu's face turned stern. This has been blessed by the Buddha. It ensures safety. The placement and orientation are very particular. I must personally put it in place. My dear granddaughter, your grandmother is fooling you. It's not for safety. It's for attracting romance and love. Qiao Qingwu had no idea about the trick. She only knew that her bedroom might be hiding a man with a child, and she absolutely couldn't let her grandmother go in. As she followed her grandmother toward the stairs, she fumbled for her phone and opened the chat with Zhong Yu. Don't hide in my bedroom. She quickly typed the words and hit send. The moment the message went through, a ding from WeChat echoed from the sofa behind her. Qiao Qingwu froze, turning her head slowly. On the sofa lay a phone with its screen lit up. Disaster. This was the most hopeless way to die. Old Madame Su had already reached the staircase and turned to urge her. Xiao Wu, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Qiao Qingwu braced herself and followed. She didn't take the elevator but chose the stairs instead. To buy time. How filial. Qiao Qingwu walked extremely slowly, shouting at the top of her lungs, Grandma. Slow down. Watch the steps. The stairs are a bit slippery. Please hold the railing. Old Madame Su was irritated by the noise and helplessly covered her ears. All right, Xiao Wu, I heard you. Both ears heard you. Your grandmother isn't deaf. Qiao Qingwu reached the bedroom door, her heart pounding like a drum. Grandma, this is my bedroom. They'll take you in now. She hoped the person inside would get the message. Her slender fair fingers rested on the doorknob, and she closed her eyes in resignation as she turned it. The earth-shattering scream she imagined from her grandmother never came. The world was silent. Qiao Qingwu slowly opened her eyes. The room was empty, clean, and tidy. Nothing had happened. She quickly scanned the surroundings, her mind racing, searching for any clue. Could he be under the bed? She crouched down quickly and glanced. No one. Behind the curtains. Very likely. Xiao Wu, your room is too bleak, like a temple. Old Madame Su had already taken a sparkling pink crystal from the brocade pouch and first placed it on the chest at the foot of the bed. Qiao Qingwu stealthily edged toward the window. Her grandmother examined it and shook her head. No, this position isn't good. She picked up the crystal and also moved toward the window. It needs to be placed where the sunlight can reach it to maximize its effect. With that, her grandmother's hand reached for the curtain first. By the time Qiao Qingwu reacted, a whoosh sound filled the air as the curtain was yanked open and the afternoon sunlight flooded in. No one. Behind the curtain was completely empty. Qiao Qingwu's suspended heart finally didn't have to die. She felt as if she had just been pulled out of water, her legs nearly giving way. Her grandmother nodded in satisfaction and placed the crystal on the windowsill. This spot is perfect. Qiao Wu, let's go. Meanwhile, Sui Sui, hidden in the wardrobe, heard the chattering outside. It sounded like great-grandma. Sui Sui adored great-grandma. She parted her little lips to speak. In the wardrobe, Sui Sui heard the voice of her great-grandmother outside. It was great-grandma, the one who always gave her big red envelopes and called her the cutest little treasure. Gr. Before she could utter the first syllable, a large hand descended from above, precisely covering her little mouth. Zhong Yu's soul almost flew out of him. Ancestor. My little ancestor. His other hand quickly gestured a shush motion. Little mouth close up. Sujui's big eyes blinked, and she instantly understood. Oh, it's a game of not speaking. The little one stopped and nodded vigorously. At an age when she couldn't even control her runny nose, she managed to control her longing for great-grandma, which was as endless as the surging river. Zhong Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Outside, the footsteps and voices of Qiao Qingwu and Granny Su gradually faded away, until the soft sound of the bedroom door closing was heard. Zhong Yu is 186.6 centimeters tall. It's just a solid net height of 186.6. Now his entire body was twisted like a pretzel in this wardrobe compartment. His long legs couldn't stretch out, so he had to curl up miserably, holding a soft little milk ball tightly in his arms. This compartment was filled with Qiao Qingwu's dresses reeking of perfume mixed with the fresh scent of laundry detergent. Zhong Yu felt he was almost getting dizzy from the fragrance. When he lifted his head slightly, the soft hem of a dress brushed his cheek ticklish. Even the most strong-willed man would be driven crazy if thrown in here. He figured the people must have gone far. He couldn't stay any longer. If he stayed, he would either suffocate or be seduced to death. Zhong Yu cautiously pushed open a small crack of the wardrobe door and looked outside. Safe. Like a thief, he climbed out of the wardrobe holding Sui Sui. It felt great to see the light of day again. As soon as he stood up straight, he saw Sujui's little face wrinkled into a bitter gourd, her big eyes watery, as she looked at him without. What's wrong, Sui Sui? Zhong Yu asked softly. Sui Sui extended her chubby little finger, pointed at her short legs, and said in a milky voice, Daddy, my legs are flour. Zhong Yu was stunned for a moment. 2 seconds later he realized. Oh, she meant her legs were numb. What a magical way of thinking. Zhong Yu couldn't help but laugh. He put Sui Sui on the carpet, crouched down, and gently rubbed her calf with his big hand. Is it still floury now? Rubbed by her father's big hand, Sui Sui giggled with ticklishness, and the numbing quickly disappeared. Just then footsteps came from outside the door, getting closer. Holy shit. Again. Zhong Yu's heart tightened. Without a second thought, he scooped up Sui Sui from the ground, turned around, and with a fluid motion, climbed back into closing the door all in one smooth motion. So practiced it was heartbreaking. As soon as he hid, the bedroom door was opened from outside, and then quickly closed again. Zhong Yu's heart was in his throat. Don't open the wardrobe door. Don't open the wardrobe door. Don't open the wardrobe door. The wardrobe door opened. 3 pairs of eyes stared at each other. CEO Qiao, Mom, Zhong Yu. The 3 spoke almost simultaneously. If there was any moment the 3 looked like a family of 3, it was probably now. Qiao Qingwu stood in front of the wardrobe looking at the 2 inside, and was also startled. She really admired Zhong Yu. A man as big as a duong could squeeze himself entirely into this wardrobe compartment. And from her angle looking down, Zhong Yu was looking up at her with bright eyes. Like a big dog. Did your grandmother leave? Zhong Yu asked. Qiao Qingwu finally came back to her senses. Her beautiful fox-like eyes blinked, concealing a fleeting emotion. Her slender fingers were still resting on the wardrobe door. Not yet. She said, her voice as cool and calm as usual. Grandma said she wants to stay at an old sister's place for a few days. I'm going to change clothes and take her there. Zhong Yu understood. It meant the alarm was temporarily lifted, but not completely. Then change quickly, Zhong Yu urged. We won't look. As he said that, he covered Sujui's eyes and closed his own. Qiao Qingwu. She pursed her lips, a bit speechless. She hadn't planned to change there. Qiao Qingwu grabbed her clothes from the wardrobe and looked down at Zhong Yu and Sui Sui, who looked very sneaky. My grandmother won't come up anymore. You two come out. Zhong Yu, holding Sui Sui, climbed out of that little compartment once again. He stretched his long legs. I have to say, day by day this is really exciting. Qiao Qingwu gave him a strange look. Zhong Yu covered Sujui's ears with both hands and grinned brightly, almost dazzlingly. It feels like a high schooler secretly dating, terrified of getting caught by the elders. Heart-pounding. That couldn't be heard by little Sui Sui, or it would corrupt a 5-year-old. Listening to his words, Qiao Qingwu surprisingly also felt like laughing. But soon she felt it was too frivolous, so she could only shoot an unthreatening glare at Zhong Yu. Her porcelain white cheeks flushed a little. Nonsense. With that, Qiao Qingwu turned and quickly walked out of the bedroom, clothes in hand, to change in another room. After Qiao Qingwu left, Zhong Yu continued to play Ultraman vs. Monsters with Sui Sui and had dinner. Around 8 p.m., when Qiao Qingwu had not yet returned, Zhong Yu took out his phone and typed a line. All ministers rise. CEO Qiao, roughly, when will you be back? Qiao Qingwu got held up by grandma's friend, won't be back until later. You put Sui Sui to sleep first. Zhong Yu felt he had been babysitting for too long and was hallucinating. Why did he see from this ordinary commanding tone a sense of a wife giving orders to her husband? He stuffed the phone back into his pocket and clapped his hands. Sui Sui, let's go brush our teeth and wash our face, ready for bed. Zhong Yu took Sui Sui into the bathroom and squeezed out kid's toothpaste. With foam in her mouth, Sui Sui mumbled, "Is Daddy telling me a story tonight?" Zhong Yu leaned against the wall looking at her tenderly. "Yes." Sui Sui obediently lay on the big bed covered with her small quilt. Zhong Yu pulled a chair and sat by the bed. Sui Sui asked curiously, "Daddy, why don't you get on the bed?" Zhong Yu, "Get on the bed." Whose bed? This was the bed of the human machine female CEO. Zhong Yu made an excuse. After Sui Sui falls asleep, Daddy will get on. He told a story about Ultraman defeating Godzilla and finally turning Godzilla into teppanyaki. After the story, Sui Sui was fast asleep. Zhong Yu looked at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart softening. At 10 in the evening, Qiao Qingwu returned to Lanting Villa. She entered her fingerprint and opened the door. The room was dark, but a warm yellow light was quietly on at the entrance. It seemed to say welcome home to her. Qiao Qingwu stood under the light, a bit dazed. This feeling was unfamiliar, yet not at all unpleasant. Qiao Qingwu slipped off her high heels and tiptoed up to the second floor. The master bedroom door was ajar, a warm glow seeping through the crack. Her slender fair fingers wrapped around the doorknob as she gently pushed the door open. The room was lit only by a dim bedside lamp, casting a soft radiance. Zhong Yu sat on the chair by the bed, his tall silhouette projected onto the opposite wall by the. He leaned forward slightly, one hand patting the small lump under the covers in a leisurely rhythmic motion. Little Sui Sui beneath the quilt was already fast asleep. The scene held an indescribable warmth. Hearing the door, Zhong Yu looked up. Spotting Qiao Qingwu at the entrance, his clean puppy-like eyes instantly brightened, even in the dim light. He could finally clock out. Childcare was tougher than work, no lie. Though Sui Sui was well-behaved, these past few days had worn even a high-energy college guy like him out. Zhong Yu whispered, "CEO Qiao, you're back." Qiao Qingwu stepped inside, her gaze falling on the small figure in bed. Her voice softened unconsciously. "Is she asleep?" Crashed early like a little piglet. Zhong Yu rose quietly. "Guess she tired herself out today." Qiao Qingwu looked at him, her mind caught in a fierce struggle. It was late. Sending him off seemed inhumane. But letting him stay. Qiao Qingwu bit her lip in hesitation. No unrelated male had ever stayed overnight in her villa. Yet, he was Sui Sui's father. But he seemed to have his own romantic life. He'd been on a date with another girl at noon. Before Qiao Qingwu could decide, Zhong Yu was already at the door. "CEO Qiao, I'll head out then. Got to get up early for work tomorrow." Qiao Qingwu watched him, her porcelain face expressionless. She simply nodded. "Then be careful on the way." "Yeah, I know. A sweet soft boy like me has to protect himself out there." Zhong Yu glanced one last time at the sleeping Sui Sui before turning to leave. As his figure disappeared through the doorway, Qiao Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he hadn't intended to stay. Over the following days, Zhong Yu learned the hard truth: ideals were grand, reality harsh. He'd always thought of himself as an invincible epic Superman who could punch the earth apart. Work, a piece of cake. Childcare, a breeze. But ever since a daughter dropped into his life from nowhere, it felt like his existence had been fast-forwarded to triple speed. By day, he slaved away at the company under the female CEO's icy pressure. By night, he dashed to the Lanting Villa to be with his child, playing the doting father. Once the little one was asleep, he'd roll back home in the dead of night. Though Qiao Qingwu, as if on a kindness pill, had driver Chen take him home every night, this life was still. On Tuesday, Zhong Yu played with Sui Sui a little late. The next morning, he barely made it to work on time, staggering into the office with dark circles under his eyes, his soul floating. At the morning meeting, he glanced at Qiao Qingwu at the head of the table. Holy moly! This robot-like female CEO was quickly stifling a yawn with her hand. Zhong Yu snapped awake. Aha, so I'm not the only one drained. She's struggling too. That evened things out. So the two of them decided to leave professional matters to professional Aunt May. They as makeshift parents should focus on keeping themselves alive first. Thus for the rest of the week, Zhong Yu only video called Sui Sui at night. On Friday evening, he sat at his computer about to revise some work documents. The clock in the bottom right corner had just hit 1900 when his phone buzzed right on time. Calmly, he picked it up and answered Qiao Qingwu's video call. As expected, the screen didn't show her cool, beautiful face, but an extremely Zoamidin, chubby, milk-white little round face. "Daddy." Sui Sui's baby voice boomed with enthusiasm, nearly bursting Zhong Yu's eardrum. The little one had just bathed, wearing a lamb onesie pajama with two soft little horns on her hood. Her snowy cheeks were flushed pink from. She held the phone, the view spinning wildly, but he could still see a corner of the living room behind her, and Qiao Qingwu sitting on the couch not far away. The female CEO wore a blue-gray loungewear set, her long black curls tied back, revealing a stretch of fair swan-like neck. "Good evening, Sui Sui." Zhong Yu immediately switched to doting dad mode, beaming. "Did you miss Daddy today?" "Yes." Sui Sui nodded vigorously, her little horns bobbing. "Sui Sui misses Daddy." She turned the camera toward a drawing on the carpet. "Daddy, look. I drew this today." Zhong Yu leaned in to examine the masterpiece. Three stick figures holding hands with a crooked sun above them. Though the artistry was as abstract as Picasso's, Zhong Yu recognized it instantly. The tallest one was him. The one with long hair was Qiao Qingwu. The tiny one in the middle was Sui Sui herself. "Wow." Zhong Yu let out an exaggerated compliment. "That's amazing. It's a work of art. Daddy's going to frame it." Sui Sui waved her little fists happily. "Daddy, did you eat dinner?" She turned the camera back to her face, big eyes sparkling. Zhong Yu replied without flinching, "Yep, had burgers, fried chicken, spicy crawfish, grilled fish, teppanyaki, xiaomai milk tea, spicy tripe, and boneless chicken feet." Wow. Sui Sui gasped, her eyes full of admiration. Daddy's so amazing. The two chattered on for a while. Mostly Sui Sui talked while Zhong Yu listened, throwing in occasional compliments that made the little one's heart soar. But then Sui Sui suddenly fell quiet. On the screen, her little mouth pouted slightly, and her grape-like eyes glistened with tears. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong, Sui Sui? Did someone bully you? No, she whispered, her voice muffled. She looked down, fiddling her chubby hands together, then raised her head again. Daddy, she said pitifully, why did you only come see Sui Sui once this week? Zhong Yu's heart felt like it was being twisted. He opened his mouth, wanting to explain that Daddy was busy with work and tired. But facing his daughter's tearful eyes, he couldn't utter a single word. To an adult, these were perfectly normal excuses. But to a 5-year-old, especially one who had traveled from 8 years in the future, they were the most hurtful dismissals. Zhong Yu suddenly understood. He was such a fool. He thought working days and parenting nights exhausted like a dog, and occasionally substituting with video calls was a temporary fix. But he forgot how small Sui Sui's world was. In this strange time and space, she had no playmates, no doting elders, only her parents. So now him appearing only once a week was in Sui Sui's tiny world nothing short of a catastrophic upheaval. He hadn't figured out how to answer. On the other end, the little one's emotions were teetering on the edge of collapse. Her eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs as she asked cautiously, Daddy, do you not like Sui Sui anymore? Are you going to leave Mommy too? At these words, Zhong Yu before the screen and Qiao Qingwu outside, it were both stunned. A buzzing sound filled Zhong Yu's mind, his emotions igniting like white phosphorus. Who said Daddy doesn't love Sui Sui? Who's slandering, who's framing? Sui Sui had no idea why her father had suddenly flared up. The little one was dazed, her big eyes still brimming with tears as she blankly sniffled at the camera. Just then a cool, clear female voice came from the other end of the phone. Sui Sui, why would you say that? Qiao Qingwu didn't appear on screen, her voice carrying a gentle, coaxing tone. Sui Sui's little mouth puckered and the pent-up grievance seemed to find an outlet, bursting forth like a breached dam. Because Daddy only came to see me once this week. And Daddy hasn't slept with Mommy. Every time I wake up in the morning, Daddy is gone. The little one sobbed and fits the phone in her hand, shaking violently. The tearful accusation continued. And over there, her tiny finger pointed at a direction off screen. That's where Mommy and Daddy's wedding photo used to be, but it's gone now. Sui Sui seemed to pour out all her grievances, and the final bombshell utterly shattered Zhong Yu. Before, Daddy used to call Mommy. He called Mommy his precious darling wife, but now he doesn't anymore. Boo-hoo-hoo. Precious darling wife. What a shocking revelation. Stop. Any more of this, and ITLL turn into pay-per-view content. Sui Sui wailed dramatically, the camera shaking like a roller coaster ride. If she had a pedometer strapped on, she'd have racked up 10,000 steps in no time. In a fleeting moment, Zhong Yu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of Qiao Qingwu appearing in the frame. The usually composed, human-like female, and now had a face full of astonishment, her red lips slightly parted and her eyes wide open. Zhong Yu quickly spoke up, trying to salvage the chaotic scene. Sui Sui, listen to me. Daddy loves Sui Sui the most, always will. He softened his voice, using the most sincere tone he could muster. And Daddy hasn't abandoned Mommy either. From the other end of the phone, Qiao Qingwu chimed in reluctantly. That's right, Mommy and Daddy are doing just fine. The words sounded a bit grudging, but at least it was an attempt to soothe the child. Sui Sui, please hand the phone to Mommy first. Daddy wants to say a few words to her, okay? Zhong Yu felt his head spinning. Sui Sui, sniffling obediently, handed over the phone. The next second, Qiao Qingwu's cool, stunning face appeared on the screen. Perhaps because she was close, Zhong Yu could clearly see a faint blush tinting her porcelain white ears. He cleared his throat. CEO Qiao, what do you think? Qiao Qingwu was stumped by the abrupt question. What did he mean by what do you think? Was it about sleeping together, the wedding photo, or the precious darling wife? No matter which it was, she felt it was completely out of character. Seeing her floundering, Zhong Yu sighed. CEO Qiao, I think we need to have a serious discussion about Sui Sui's concerns. Qiao Qingwu nodded instinctively, and I agree, but she hadn't figured out the rest. Zhong Yu had already made up his mind. He'll come over to your place now to comfort Sui Sui and talk things over face to face. An hour later. Ding dong. Zhong Yu rang the doorbell of the Lanting villa. The door was quickly pulled open a crack. A fuzzy little head peeked out from the gap. Daddy. Sui Sui struggled with both hands to pull the door wider, then sidestepped to make room. With her tiny finger pointing at the slippers already laid out on the floor, she commanded in a babyish voice, Daddy, change shoes. As Zhong Yu changed his shoes, Qiao Qingwu also came over from the living room. Her beautiful face, usually expressionless, looked much softer under the warm yellow light of the entryway. Her gaze fell on the excited little one at the door as she explained in a flat tone. I told Sui Sui you'd be coming soon, so she got a little stool early on and sat by the door waiting, insisting she'd be the first to open the door for Daddy. Hearing this, Zhong Yu felt he'd have to sit up at midnight and slap himself, thinking, I truly am a wretched father. He changed his shoes, bent down, and scooped up the little milk ball on them. Sui Sui wrapped her little arms tightly around his neck, burying her head in the crook of his neck, nuzzling like a spoiled kitten. Zhong Yu was still holding a paper bag. He bounced the little bundle in his arms, gently patting her back, and said softly, Sui, were you crying because you said Mommy and Daddy's wedding? Sui Sui lifted her head from his neck and nodded. That's because Daddy thought the wedding photo with just Mommy and Daddy looked too lonely. Zhong Yu shook the picture frame in his hand. Sui Sui's drawing is much prettier. It has Daddy, Mommy, and Sui Sui, the three of us. Let's put Sujui's drawing in this frame and hang it up, okay? Sujui's little mouth formed an O shape and her eyes lit up instantly. She clapped her little hands excitedly, yay yay. Children's emotions really come and go quickly. One moment she was devastated by the thought of abandonment, the next she was radiant with joy over a simple promise. So easy to soothe, so easily satisfied. Sui Sui leaned out from Zhong Yu's arms and waved her tiny hand at Qiao Qingwu, who was not far away. Mommy, you come too. Let's do it together. Qiao Qingwu hesitated for a moment, then walked over. Zhong Yu set Sui Sui down on the carpet. The three of them gathered around the coffee table, carefully placing the childlike stick figure family portrait into the frame. Sui Sui was overjoyed to see her drawing treated with such. She stood on her tiptoes and gave Zhong Yu a loud smacking kiss on the cheek. Then she turned and planted another smacking kiss on Qiao Qing. Qiao Qingwu's body stiffened. A small damp kiss mark was left on the female CEO's cheek. Sui Sui excitedly waved her tiny fair fists in the air, love Mommy and Daddy the most. Yay! Qiao Qingwu reached out her slender fingers and gently pinched Sujui's chubby little cheek, the skin feeling wonderfully soft and smooth. She said, Mommy and Daddy love Sui Sui the most too. Under the warm light of the living room, the family of three gathered around the painting. Watching this scene, Zhong Yu felt a strange sensation in his heart. If earlier hiding from grandma felt like the thrill of a high schooler being caught in a secret romance, now it was like a divorced couple desperately pretending to be loving to hide the broken family from their child. Their acting was clumsy, relying entirely on the child's imagination. Just then Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, looking from Daddy to Mommy. Her clever little mind had a sudden She raised one tiny finger and said, I kissed Daddy and I kissed Mommy, so now it's time for Mommy and Daddy to kiss. Another stunning debut. Zhong Yu's eyes widened in shock. Qiao Qingwu was equally stunned. The air in the living room fell silent instantly. Their eyes met unexpectedly, then as if jolted by electricity, they both quickly looked away. Qiao Qingwu was clearly unable to process this instruction. So she chose to remain silent, leaving the problem for Zhong Yu to solve. That's how a manager works, knowing how to delegate tasks to the right person. A thought flashed through Zhong Yu's mind: if you can't lead a team, you'll work yourself to death alone. His brain raced. They say a man's greatest charm lies in his ability to. At 21, Zhong Yu was clearly a mature man. But this question was beyond his scope. He decisively chose to change the subject. The painting is ready. Zhong Yu held up the frame and said calmly, so shouldn't we hang it up now? Sui Sui, where would you like it hung? Avoidance might be shameful, but it works. Those who often take care of children know that kids are single-core processors. They can only handle one. Sure enough, Sui Sui's attention was instantly diverted. She tilted her little head, earnestly scanning the entire living room, her big eyes darting around as she pondered where to hang this masterpiece in the most prominent spot. Don't disturb her as she's thinking. A few seconds later, her tiny finger pointed at the vast, empty white wall behind the sofa. There. Sui Sui wants it hung there. Zhong Yu followed her gaze. The wall behind the sofa was coated only with artistic paint, bare of anything else. If this vividly colored, wildly brushed painting were hung there, the effect would be akin to displaying a kindergarten handicraft in the Louvre. This was the very essence of artistic conflict. He leaned over and whispered to Qiao Qingwu, who stood nearby, President Qiao, is it convenient to hang it here? If she disagreed, Zhong Yu would write an 800-word essay to persuade her. Go ahead and hang it, Qiao Qingwu said. Huh. Zhong Yu had expected to argue a bit more, but the robotic female CEO agreed so quickly. President Qiao is truly benevolent. Zhong Yu set to work immediately, and Qiao Qingwu fetched him the tools. Sui Sui stood nearby, hands on her hips, directing. Daddy, a little more to the left. Oops, too high. Lower it a bit. No, Daddy, you're blocking my view from there. Zhong Yu was both amused and exasperated by this little commander. Soon this childlike family portrait was securely hung in the center of the wall. Qiao Qingwu's gaze fell upon it. On the pristine white wall, three stick figures holding hands grinned broadly, standing out vividly. It clashed with the decor of her living room, yet it oddly became the visual focal point of the entire space. The once empty wall now had a splash of color. Qiao Qingwu felt the room no longer looked so much like a showroom. When Zhong Yu first arrived at Lanting, it was already past 8 o'clock. After all this fuss, it was now nearly 9. Usually by this time Sui Sui would have already entered sleep mode. But tonight the little one was full of energy with no intention of sleep. Zhong Yu had planned to hold a bilateral meeting with Qiao Qingwu on efficient parenting after Sui Sui fell asleep, but if she didn't sleep soon it would be too late. Sui Sui, come drink this glass of milk. Go to bed early so you can grow tall. He brought a glass of warm milk from the kitchen. Sui Sui obediently took it and drank it down in gulps. After finishing, she lifted her fair little face with a white ring of milk stains around her mouth. Sui Sui wants to grow as tall as Daddy. Zhong Yu carried the little one to the bathroom to brush her teeth, then brought her back to the big bed in the bedroom. Sui Sui had already bathed. Now she wore her little lamb pajamas and rolled herself into a tiny bundle under the covers. After lying down, she blinked her big eyes at Zhong Yu. Daddy, are you telling me a story tonight? Zhong Yu nodded, pulled a chair over, and sat by the bed. Of course. Sui Sui immediately grew excited. I want to hear the one from last time. The story where Ultraman makes Godzilla into teppanyaki. Not again. Godzilla would probably flee Earth overnight if he heard that. Qiao Qingwu watched silently from the side, finding it amusing. She sometimes truly admired Zhong Yu for being able to fabricate such absurd stories with a straight face. She had heard a few of Zhong Yu's bedtime stories before. Things like Snow White battling the 7 Calabash brothers, or Peppa Pig braving the spider cave. Each story was so bizarre it made her question life. This might be one reason AI can never replace humans, because humans can be truly inexplicable sometimes. Snow White ate the poison apple, but didn't faint. Instead, she spat out the core and reported the queen for selling unlicensed products. Qiao Qingwu sat by the bed listening to Zhong Yu tell Sui Sui's story. She quickly noticed something was off. The little one was acting too strangely today. Usually by the time she heard the second story, she'd be softly snoring. But today Zhong Yu was almost done with the 4th story, and Sui Sui still hadn't fallen asleep. Qiao Qingwu reached out and gently touched Sui Sui's forehead. It wasn't hot, no fever. Sui Sui, what's wrong? Qiao Qingwu softened her voice. Is something uncomfortable today? Sui Sui shook her head. She turned her little head, her big black grape-like eyes looking at her mother before her, then at her father on the chair who was telling stories until his throat was dry. Her chubby little hands clenched the edge of the blanket, crumpling it. Her small mouth pouted, and she spoke in a very tiny voice. I'm scared. Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu both fell silent watching her. I'm scared that if I fall asleep, Daddy will be gone. When I wake up in the morning, Daddy won't be in bed anymore. He'll have left again. If I stay up later, will Daddy be able to stay with me a little longer? If I sleep, I can't see Daddy. I don't want Daddy to go. Oh heavens. Who could bear this? Zhong Yu felt as if his heart had been ripped out and then ground to pieces in a meat grind. Guilt overwhelmed him like a tsunami. He felt utterly wretched. It was meaningless. He wanted to jump from the building right now. Anyone needing to throw out trash. He could take it down. Qiao Qingwu looked at the pitiful little bundle in the bed, also feeling guilty and at a loss. So that was it. Every time she coaxed Sui Sui to sleep, 1 story was enough. When Zhong Yu coaxed her, it usually took 2 stories. Qiao Qingwu had always thought it was because his stories were too awful to listen to while hers were logically clear. She never expected that Sui Sui wasn't tired, as she was deliberately stalling, wanting her father to stay with her longer. Qiao Qingwu felt as if she had been struck a heavy blow. She gently stroked Sui Sui's soft hair and said, Sisei, how about you go to sleep obediently? Sui Sui pouted her little mouth and stubbornly shook her head. If I sleep, Daddy will leave. Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips together and made a decision. Daddy isn't leaving tonight. Mommy promises you that if Sui Sui goes to sleep obediently, when you wake up tomorrow morning, you'll see Daddy the moment you open your eyes. As Qiao Qingwu's words faded, Sui Sui's big, watery eyes instantly lit up. She sat up from under the covers. Really, Mom? Qiao Qingwu nodded. Receiving the affirmative answer, Sui Sui immediately twisted her little head to look at Zhong Yu and asked again, Dad, is it true? Zhong Yu, thanks for the invitation. Standing by the bed, he had just received the overtime notice himself, but he could only nod vigorously. Of course it's true. A liar is, yay. Sui Sui bounced happily on the bed, the little sheep horns on her pajamas wobbling back and forth. She patted the empty spot on her left with her chubby little hand. Mom sleeps here. Then she patted the spot on her right. Dad sleeps here. Orders given. In the spacious bedroom, Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu stood on opposite sides of the bed, separated by an excited toddler and a large mattress. Their eyes met. The air was eerily silent. Zhong Yu frantically signaled Qiao Qingwu with his eyes. Ms. Qiao, say something. You made the promise. Aren't you going to fix this? Qiao Qingwu clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events either. Her eyes shot back. I didn't know it would come to this either. 2 desperate, honest souls stood frozen in place, separated by the bed, engaging in a fierce but utterly fruitless tug-of-war with their eyes. In the end, they both reached the same conclusion in their minds. What now? Sui Sui watched her parents standing like statues, staring at each other without getting into bed. What's wrong, Mom and Dad? She tilted her little head. We used to sleep like this before. Qiao Qingwu's voice remained as calm as ever, though a bit stiff. Sui. She looked at her daughter and continued fabricating the story. But Mom and Dad haven't bathed yet. We need to be clean and smell nice before getting into bed, right? Sui Sui thought for a moment and nodded like a pecking chick. Mom was right. Then go take a bath, Mom and Dad, the little one urged innocently. Sui Sui will wait obediently in bed for you. Now there was no choice but to go through with it. Okay. Qiao Qingwu forced herself to agree, then gave Zhong Yu a look signaling him to step out and talk. Zhong Yu understood instantly. He turned back to Sui Sui on the bed and flashed a gentle smile. Mom and Dad are going to talk for a bit. Close your eyes, Sui Sui, and you'll Zhong Yu followed Qiao Qingwu out of the bedroom, and they carefully closed the door like thieves. In the hallway, Qiao Qingwu's porcelain white face revealed no emotion under the light, but Zhong Yu could tell she was probably mortified. He was too. Ms. Qiao, he broke the damn silence first. What's the deal here? Qiao Qingwu's gaze landed on his face. My original plan was to coax Sui Sui to sleep first, then you go to the guest room and come back before she wakes up tomorrow morning. Zhong Yu nodded. That was reasonable. Qiao Qingwu continued. But it looks like she wants sleep peacefully tonight unless we stay with her. She seemed to accept it calmly, but in truth she had no other choice. So, what do you mean, Miss? Qiao. Zhong Yu shoved his hands in his pockets. Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath as if steeling herself. She turned her face away, avoiding his eyes. You go take a bath first. Zhong Yu was stunned. Huh. Use body wash a few extra times before getting into bed, she added. The thought of a man lying in her bed made her feel incredibly awkward. But she couldn't go back on her word in front of the child. Zhong Yu understood. Alright, guess that's the only way. He felt it was unfair too, but it was all for the child. Then let's put Sui Sui to sleep first. He'll go to the guest room and come back early tomorrow morning. Zhong Yu offered the solution. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She nodded in agreement. Then go take a bath in Xiao Ming's usual room. She pointed to a nearby room. There should be spare clothes in the wardrobe. Find something suitable for yourself. In the bathroom, steam soon filled the air. Zhong Yu looked at the bottles and jars on the vanity, his mind replaying Qiao Qingwu's words. 3 pumps of body wash formed a small mountain in his palm. As he lathered up the bubbles, he felt his life was getting more surreal by the day. How to describe this feeling? It was exactly like a newly arrived imperial concubine scrubbing herself fragrant and fresh, about to be summoned to the emperor's bedchamber. That didn't seem right. And wasn't he riding on his daughter's coattails? Even more wrong. To make it worse, Qiao Qingwu was the older sister of his good buddy Qiao Ming, which added an indescribable sense of taboo. Zhong Yu rinsed off the foam, feeling like he was emitting a cloyingly sweet scent. Opening the wardrobe door, he fell into deep thought. His good buddy's taste was as consistent as ever, mostly flashy shirts. Among the wild prints, Zhong Yu picked out a white t-shirt and a pair of gray athletic shorts. After changing and returning to the master bedroom, the room was brightly lit. The little figure on the bed showed no sign of wanting to sleep. Sui Sui sat in the middle of the bed, kicking her short legs. "Dad," she called out in a milky voice. Zhong Yu walked over and ruffled her fluffy little head. "Where's Mom?" "Mom is still taking a bath." Sui Sui pointed to the bathroom, then patted the empty spot on her right with her little hand, issuing a warm invitation again. "Dad smells clean. You can get in bed now. Come on." Zhong Yu hesitated. "Let's wait for Mom a little longer." 10 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. A wave of warm, humid mist and sweet fragrance rushed in like arriving in a gentle spring. Zhong Yu instinctively looked over. Qiao Qingwu was wearing a pure white long nightgown, revealing only 2 slender fair ankles. Her face was bare of any makeup, her clean fair skin flushed with a faint peach pink from the steam, and her eyes shimmered with watery light, losing some of their usual coldness and sharp. Qiao Qingwu's gaze met Zhong Yu's briefly in the air, then darted away instantly. She walked with slightly stiff steps to the left side of the bed, lifted the quilt corner, and then she said to Zhong Yu, "Lie down." Zhong Yu took a deep breath and lay down too. His first thought was that the mattress was really soft. And the pillow, the blanket, the person beside him, and even his own body. All smelled of Qiao Qingwu. Zhong Yu gritted his teeth, eager to coax the little tyrant to sleep, so Sui Sui lay between her parents, happy as a little sandwich cookie. Her little nose sniffed the air. Mom and Dad smell the same. So nice. In the spacious bedroom, 3 people lay on a single bed. The happiest one was probably the little sandwich cookie in the middle. Zhong Yu secretly turned his head, using the light from the bedside lamp to glance at Qiao Qingwu beside him. The robotic female CEO was staring intently at the ceiling. Sui Sui, lying in the middle, issued a new command in her baby voice, "Daddy. Tell a story." Zhong Yu's brain cells had been completely depleted for the day. He was at his wits' end, truly unable to fabricate another tale. "President Xiao," he turned his pleading gaze to Qiao Qingwu, "your turn." "I'm out of stock." Qiao Qingwu's gaze shifted from the ceiling to land on his face. "Me tell a story." "Yes," Zhong Yu nodded vigorously. "Use your strengths. Tell the kid about company law or stock options. Guaranteed to make her sleepy." Qiao Qingwu. She ignored him. "Then Mommy will tell Sui Sui a story, okay?" "Okay." Zhong Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief beside them. His plan was to stealthily slip away to the guest room once Sui Sui fell asleep, then quietly sneak back before the little one woke up in the morning. However, Zhong Yu overlooked one of his own fatal flaws. He had a passive skill that could be considered a personal technique, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. It was as if someone had sprinkled sleeping pills on it. In a very, very distant forest, there lived a cute little bear. Qiao Qingwu's voice was beautiful, clear, and cool. When telling the story, her voice softened deliberately, carrying a unique sense of comfort. Winter came, and heavy snow fell in the forest. The little bear brought out the pine cones and honey he had collected in autumn, preparing to hibernate in his warm tree hollow. As Zhong Yu listened, his eyelids began to droop. The little bear fell into a deep sleep with beautiful memories, and the whole forest grew quiet with only the soft sound of snowflakes falling like nature's lullaby for the little bear. Perhaps because it had been so long since she slept with both parents, Sui Sui was especially excited tonight. She wasn't asleep yet, but the daddy beside her had slowly closed his eyes. Zhong Yu's last conscious thought was, "This pillow is so soft, this blanket smells so good." Then the world fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, Qiao Qingwu, who was telling the story, also began to feel drowsy. Sui Sui closed her eyes, obediently listening to her mother's gentle voice beside her ear. As the story went on, Mommy's voice turned into a jumble of gibberish she couldn't understand. The little bear. And then the snowflakes. Sui Sui secretly opened one eye. She confirmed it with a glance. Mommy was also about to fall asleep. Soon the room fell completely silent. Only the sound of 3 steady breaths remained. The bedside lamp, set on a timer, had long since turned off. Sui Sui opened her big eyes wide in the darkness. The champion of staying up late tonight was crowned. She quietly turned her little head to look at her mother, who was already sound asleep on the left. Mommy looked so gentle when she slept, her long eyelashes like 2 little fans. She quietly turned her little head again to look at her father, who was sleeping like a little pig on the right. Sui Sui pouted her little mouth, leaned over, and planted a kiss on both her daddy's and mommy's cheeks. So happy. Sui Sui lay back down, her small face full of contented smiles. She hoped that tomorrow and every tomorrow after, for countless tomorrows to come, mommy and daddy could stay by her side like this. Sui Sui, you smell so good. At 3 in the morning, the woman's nasal murmur, her soft hair brushing against Zhong Yu's neck, was both itchy and numbing. Zhong Yu had gained a whole new understanding of Qiao Qingwu that night. No one had told him that the female CEO liked to hug things when she slept, just like an octopus. He had been forced to maintain this stiff posture for a long time. His usual sleep quality, where he slept soundly until dawn, had failed him. He took a deep breath. Insomnia left his brain feeling sore and swollen. Sui Sui was still lying horizontally at the foot of the bed in her thunderous sleeping position. Zhong Yu slowly lowered his head. Qiao Qingwu's fair and delicate face was inches away, her long eyelashes resting quietly, her full lips slightly parted, her warm breath landing on his chin in soft puffs. A strange restlessness wandered chaotically in his chest, eventually gathering in one place, burning until his mouth felt dry. The softest part of Qiao Qingwu was pressing against his arm. He tried to push her away, but as soon as he moved, Qiao Qingwu, as if sensing something, rolled over. Instead of letting go, she tightened her grip, one long leg directly wrapping around his waist. The hem of her nightgown slid up to her thigh with the movement. Zhong Yu was completely petrified. Big sis, what do you want? Her body was filled with the sweet fragrance of a recent bath, constantly stimulating his emotions. Zhong Yu lowered his voice to remind her, President Qiao, don't you find that uncomfortable? Qiao Qingwu was fast asleep. Her warm breath fell evenly on his chin, bringing waves of indescribable tingling numbness. He couldn't take it anymore. Instinctively, he reached out to cover her mouth, but his palm met her soft lips, the touch, like a feather's gentle caress. Zhong Yu pulled his hand back instantly. Never mind. He gave up struggling. Until the sun hung high outside the window. Qiao Qingwu rubbed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering, her full lips emitting a satisfied, well-rested murmur. She seemed to be leaning against a wall. It was warm, hard, and had a regular rhythm. She could even feel a steady, powerful heartbeat beneath her ear, beating again and again against her eardrum. Her chaotic thoughts slowly came back. Pillows don't have heartbeats. She slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was the man's distinct Adam's apple. Moving her gaze upward, she saw a face that was handsome even in sleep. His eyelashes were long and thick, not curled up like a woman's, but casting a straight shadow, making him look very gentle. No. Zhong Yu. Why was he here? Qiao Qingwu's mind instantly cleared. She looked down to check her condition. The hem of her nightgown was bunched high around her waist, and one of her legs was brazenly hooked over Zhong Yu's waist. Her hands were also clutching his arm. Where was Sui Sui? Her gaze swept around in panic. At the foot of the bed, the small figure was sleeping soundly sideways, her little mouth smacking twice, clearly immersed in a sweet dream. Qiao Qingwu immediately realized she had a habit of hugging a pillow while sleeping. Since Sui Sui had slept at the foot of the bed last night, she had simply used Zhong Yu as a pillow, so it was all her fault. Qiao Qingwu's face flushed crimson instantly. She carefully shifted her body, pulled her arm from his, withdrew her leg from around him, and held her breath, afraid of waking the person beside her. Then, tiptoeing silently, she climbed off the bed. She went around to the foot of the bed, moved the soft little bundle back to the middle, and covered her with the blanket. After doing all this, she turned back to look at Zhong Yu, who was still sound asleep on the bed. Fortunately, she had woken up first. Otherwise, her persona, her image as the cold female CEO, would have completely crumbled here today. Qiao Qingwu patted her burning cheeks and fled the bedroom. Click. The moment the bedroom door was gently closed, Zhong Yu opened his eyes. That was close. He had almost failed to keep up the act. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. If Qiao Qingwu found out he had been awake all along, she would definitely have a meltdown and become furious with embarrassment. Never mind. He would just pretend he knew nothing. But he silently looked down. Beneath his sweatpants, a distinct outline had formed. There was now a rather serious situation requiring him to immediately handle things in the bathroom. In the living room, Qiao Qingwu was still clad in that long white nightgown, sitting cross-legged on the sofa with bare feet. She was attempting the meditation technique her grandmother had cultivated on Qingqing Mountain, claiming this method could calm the mind and steady the spirit. Even if the heavens fell, one could just use it as a blanket. Qiao Qingwu had once scoffed at this notion. Her emotions had always been remarkably stable, never prone to upheaval. But now she found herself utterly incapable of stillness. The moment she closed her eyes, her mind began replaying the earlier scene on an endless loop in pristine 4K resolution. And a certain sensation transmitted through thin fabric. They said a man in gray sweatpants was akin to a woman in stockings. The same effect. It turned out to be. Back in middle school, the biology teacher had lectured with spittle flying about the physiological differences between boys and girls. The male students wore expressions of sheer excitement. Meanwhile, the girls were so embarrassed they nearly burrowed under their desks. Only Qiao Qingwu stood apart. She belonged to the unruffled category, viewing it as merely another piece of knowledge. Mastering one more fact meant earning 2 extra points on the exam. 2 points further distanced her from the second-ranked student. But now Qiao Qingwu suddenly felt an unprecedented curiosity about this knowledge that had once been worth only 2 points. So men experienced that kind of reaction in the morning. It was just a perfectly normal physiological phenomenon, right? Like how hunger drives one to eat or fatigue to sleep. It was a bodily autoprogram entirely divorced from conscious intent. Moreover, Zhong Yu had been sleeping so soundly, he surely knew nothing. But what about her? Qiao Qingwu had once told him plainly that she didn't need love, much less harbor any. Those words still echoed in her ears. Yet last night she had used Zhong Yu as a human body pillow, clinging to him, and slept so deeply. She felt she had contradicted herself, acted inconsistently. She had claimed she wouldn't accept him, yet her body had responded in complete opposition. She felt remorse, self-reproach. Her lip was unconsciously bitten, leaving a faint tooth mark. What useless meditation technique her grandmother had taught. It was utterly ineffective. Qiao Qingwu's mind remained a tangled mess. She wondered if it might be because Zhong Yu had used the same scented body wash as her last night. The familiar fragrance had created a deceptive sense of closeness, causing her body to unconsciously draw near. So the real culprit was the body wash. After shifting the blame, Qiao Qingwu felt much better. In the future for Sui Sui sake, they would often need to play the role of a devoted couple. She'd have to make him switch to a different body wash, something like mint whose scent evoked distance. In the master bedroom, Sui Sui had awakened. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat dazedly on the bed. The vast room was empty with only her tiny figure. Sui Sui clearly remembered that last night both her parents were beside her, mom on the left, dad on the right. But when she woke up they were gone again. Had it all been a long, wonderful dream? The little dumpling's soft, fair face crumpled, and her eyes instantly reddened. What's wrong, Sui Sui? Not happy. A familiar voice came from outside the door. Sui Sui slowly raised her head, reaching out a small hand to pinch her own cheek. It hurt. Not a dream. Daddy. The little one let out a cry and leaped straight off the bed, her short legs scurrying over to wrap her arms around Zhong Yu's thigh. Up. Zhong Yu bent down and lifted her. Her parents hadn't lied. She really saw Daddy the moment she opened her eyes. Where's Mommy? Sui Sui raised her face, her large black grape-like eyes searching everywhere. Zhong Yu froze. He had just returned from the bathroom and had no idea where Qiao Qingwu had. Let's go find Mommy, okay? Okay. Sui Sui nodded vigorously. They finally found her in the study. Qiao Qingwu was sitting before the computer with the printer beside her, humming and continuously spitting out paper. Hearing the sound, she looked up, and the moment her eyes met Zhong Yu and Sui Sui, her gaze darted elsewhere. Her expression seemed slightly unnatural. Sui Sui, go play by yourself for a bit, okay? Qiao Qingwu began. Mommy and Daddy have something to discuss. Sui Sui's happiness meter was already maxed out. Seeing both parents upon waking made her ecstatic. She obediently nodded and trotted over to the carpet to play with her toy. Only the two adults remained in the study. Sit down. Qiao Qingwu gestured to the chair opposite. Zhong Yu sat. Qiao Qingwu placed the stack of still warm paper just out of the printer in front of him. Cohabitation agreement. Zhong Yu's pupils dilated. CEO Qiao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that she had gotten addicted to using him as a body pillow? Zhong Yu looked horrified. Let me make one thing clear. I'm not selling myself. Qiao Qingwu's elegant brows furrowed. What are you thinking? She tapped her slender fingers on the desk. Sui Sui needs a father and a mother. We don't know when she'll return to 8 years in the future, or even if she can. For now, fulfilling her sense of security is the top priority. Zhong Yu listened and nodded. That made sense. So Qiao Qingwu looked at him. If we live together, she won't cry again, saying things like Mom and Dad don't want me. Zhong Yu looked at the agreement before him, then at Qiao Qingwu across the table. CEO Qiao, did you just whip up this agreement as thick as a dictionary? Yes. This agreement contains some guidelines, Qiao Qingwu added. Take a look. If there's anything to add, you can include it. Zhong Yu opened the agreement. Reading through the clauses, the gist was that they were about to become a new type of co-tenant, rent-free. In front of Sui Sui, they must play the part of a loving couple. Away from her sight, they must maintain distance and not cross boundaries. There was even a bold underlined clause, do not fall in love with each other. Zhong Yu leaned back in shock. He suspected Qiao Qingwu had made this whole dumpling just for the sake of the vinegar. Zhong Yu recalled her octopus-like sleeping posture from the previous night. He wondered whether Qiao Qingwu was overly narcissistic or feared she might lose control, hence writing that clause as a warning to herself. Zhong Yu scratched his head and gave a thumbs up. CEO Qiao, I have nothing to add. Consider me your humble admirer. A black Maybach glided smoothly along the road. Zhong Yu sat in the back seat. Up front, the driver Master Chen kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror since he got in. Zhong Yu's gaze collided with Master Chen's in the mirror for the umpteenth time. He spoke calmly. Master Chen. Yes, Mr. Zhong. Do you know what situation in life is most likely to get you killed? Master Chen's hands tightened on the steering wheel, and he shook his head honestly. Zhong Yu drawled, improper driving brings tears to your loved ones. Master Chen fell silent. He immediately sat up straight, eyes fixed on the road ahead, daring not to. Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, the man valued his life. That morning after he and Qiao Qingwu signed the cohabitation agreement, she had promptly arranged a driver to take him home to pack. Master Chen had driven for Qiao Qingwu for years, yet he had never seen a man so close to her. Now it was even more monumental. He was moving directly into Lanting. Master Chen felt he resembled a loyal butler from a CEO romance novel. Any second now he would utter the classic line, I've never seen Boss Qiao care so much about anyone. You're the first. When Zhong Yu returned to Lanting, Qiao Qingwu had already arranged everything. She pointed to a room on the second floor. That's your room, the guest room. Zhong Yu nodded. Auntie May will come by this afternoon. I'll explain things to her, Qiao Qingwu added. Sure thing, Zhong Yu replied readily. Before long Auntie May arrived carrying groceries. As she entered she saw an unfamiliar young man in the living room, playing with Sui Sui. Auntie May froze for a moment. Qiao Qingwu emerged from the study and said to her, Auntie May, this is Zhong Yu. He'll be staying here for a while. As always, keep it confidential. Auntie May's expression went blank for a second, then she quickly processed the news and broke into a knowing smile. The young man was quite handsome, but he looked like a college student. Oh my, too young to bother working hard. Ever since Zhong Yu moved into Lanting, his days entered a whole new mode. At 9 in the evening they both coaxed Sui Sui to sleep. Zhong Yu returned to his room, ready to battle in the King of Glory arena. A knock came at his door. It was Qiao Qingwu. He opened it. I need project materials for tomorrow's meeting. Grab your laptop and come to the study for a chat. The smile on Zhong Yu's face froze. He took a deep breath, looked at Qiao Qingwu, and tried to resist. Boss Qiao, isn't it off hours now? She swept her gaze over him and said bluntly. Working from home saves commute time and boosts efficiency. You're my assistant now, aren't you? Zhong Yu retorted. How can a mouth at 37 degrees speak such icy 10 times overtime pay? That's fine then. Boss Qiao, you're an angel. Zhong Yu realized that living in Lanting meant spending more time with Sui Sui, who was visibly happier every day. But the downside was that his work hours seemed to have seamlessly upgraded from 996 to 007. With an assistant on hand, it was convenient for Qiao Qingwu to summon him anytime. He wondered if this was a blessing or a curse. The next morning before the alarm went off, Zhong Yu had already kicked off the blanket. He sprang up from bed with a perfect carp flip. He was energetic, eyes determined, staring ahead. Lies. All lies. Getting up early for work was a merciless demon, the cruelest punishment of the new era, the 19th level of hell on earth. After washing up, Zhong Yu went downstairs. At the dining table, Qiao Qingwu and Sui Sui were already eating breakfast prepared by Auntie May. Good morning, Daddy. Sui Sui called out sweetly, Daddy, you have panda eyes today. Zhong Yu yawned, glanced at Qiao Qingwu, and said, That's because Daddy fought 300 rounds with an evil monster. Sui Sui stuffed the last bit of egg into her mouth and raised her chubby hands. I finished first. Mom and Dad, is there anything I can help with? Children that age just can't sit still. Qiao Qingwu gave her a task. Then go to the study and bring Mommy's laptop for me. Okay. Sui Sui accepted the mission, slid off her chair, and scurried into the study with her little legs pattering. On the small tea table in the study, 2 identical laptops sat side by side. One was Qiao Qingwu's, the other Zhong Yu's. Sui Sui only remembered Mommy saying to pack the computers. One for Mommy, one for Daddy. Both had to work and bring their laptops. So she first stuffed one into a white lap, then she put the other into a black backpack. Perfect. Sui Sui clapped her little hands, feeling proud. The two each took the laptop their daughter handed them and headed off to work. Zhong Yu dawdled his way to Lingma Technology. As soon as he stepped into the executive office, a familiar chill wind swept over him. Every colleague wore the same expression of utter despair, looking wilted. The resentment in the air could feed 100 evil immortals. See, no one truly likes going to work. Just then a notification popped up in the work group from Qiao Qingwu's chief secretary Yang. Want everyone submit your project progress reports in 5 minutes. The office instantly erupted in muffled groans. Oh my God, 5 minutes. Be grateful. Is this your first day knowing Boss Qiao? True Boss Qiao is like an AI, a heartless work machine with terrifyingly stable emotions. Someone whispered, seriously, I've never seen her show any extra expression. Do you think someone like that is super organized in everything? Like what? Like, does she even stand at attention in bed when she sleeps? Without moving, Zhong Yu barely held back a laugh. I seriously doubt that. Another male colleague, Zhang Wei, wore a dreamy expression and said infatuatedly, Don't think of Boss Qiao as so boring. If she fancied me, I'd be happy to drive luxury cars and live in a villa. Even if she stomped on me in high heels or slapped me with her slender hand, I'd say so good. Bring it on. You're taking and taking. Zhang Wei stroked his face, which he considered handsome as pan in, and mused, What do you think my chances are if I pursue Boss Qiao? 4 points. Out of 5. Out of 100. Zhang Wei fumed, scanning the room, his gaze finally landing on the most handsome one, Zhong Yu. What about Xiao Zhong? What are his chances? Based on looks, 95. Zhong Yu was speechless. Zhang Wei shrieked, What? Am I that much worse than Xiao Zhong? A considerate colleague handed him a coffee. Why don't you take a look? Zhang Wei took it and peered. Had the cup openings smaller than my palm, can't see much. Another warm-hearted female colleague handed him a makeup mirror. Peeing here isn't polite. Use the mirror for a clearer view. The office instantly filled with cheerful. Zhang Wei quietly nudged Zhong Yu with his elbow. Xiao Zhong, the game's not over yet. Either of us could become the boss's husband. Zhong Yu gave a perfunctory smile and sat back at his desk. After working on the desktop computer for a while, he remembered some data was saved on the laptop. He pulled the laptop out of the black backpack. He opened the laptop, saw the screen, then quickly closed it again. The series of movements was fluid, yet carried an abrupt halt. Wrong. This wasn't his laptop. It was Qiao Qingwu's. Their laptops were identical, company-issued ones, left side by side on the study tea table after working late last night. That scatterbrained Sui Sui must have mixed them up this morning. Zhong Yu whipped out his phone and tapped on Qiao Qingwu's WeChat profile. Zhu Qingping boss Qiao emergency. We grabbed the wrong laptops. The message was sent, but it vanished into the void. No reply for ages. Now someone might ask Zhong Yu, so what if you grabbed the wrong laptop? They're the same model, no one would notice. Huh. Of course, because Zhong Yu's laptop wallpaper was his own handsome photo. An artistic shot of him in a suit hairstyled like an adult. If a sharp-eyed colleague saw that the cold female CEO's desktop wallpaper was his photo, that would be huge gossip. Shocking. New assistant is the female CEO, so exhausting. Beg Pangu to close the sky, beg Yu to open the floodgates, beg Nuwa to smash the heavens apart. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Lingua Technology in the vast conference room, Qiao Qingwu was presiding over a group meeting with all management present. She pushed the unopened laptop in front of her to her left-hand secretary Yang Huan, connected to the projector. The conference room was packed with nearly 100 people, a sea of heads. At the head of the table, Qiao Qingwu wore a purple silk blouse. Though she was the youngest by far, her formidable aura stifled the veteran executives into silence. A balding executive was presenting his report. Qiao Qingwu's slender fingers tapped lightly on the table as she occasionally lifted her gaze to the speaker. Her voice was crisp and cool as she pinpointed issues with surgical precision. The balding man's forehead beaded with sweat as he nodded repeatedly. What a show she put on again. On her left, Yang Huan deftly prepared to connect Qiao Qingwu's laptop. This was a routine step in every corporate meeting. As the meeting wound down, the CEO's address, reflecting on the past and envisioning the future, was a familiar ritual. Seconds later, the massive projection screen in the center of the room lit up. But instead of the familiar Blisky Cloud's default wallpaper, the screen displayed the face of a young man. In the photo, the young man had a slick-back hairstyle, wore a suit and shirt, and beamed with a radiant smile. His clean, limpid eyes sparkled like crushed starlight. The entire image exuded a youthful, hormonal energy utterly out of place in the solemn conference room. The stifling atmosphere, previously punctuated only by the report, shattered instantly. Murmurs stirred among the attendees. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with gossipy excitement. Put work aside for a moment. Let's dig into this scoop. That was President Qiao's computer, the legendary emotionless work machine, and her desktop wallpaper was a man. The balding executive, still maintaining professionalism, continued his report, but his gaze kept drifting to the screen. Qiao Qingwu immediately sensed something amiss. She furrowed her elegant brows and followed the crowd's gaze to the screen. The moment she recognized her own desktop, the corner of her mouth twitched. The next second, with lightning speed, she snapped her laptop shut with a sharp crack. A physical disconnect, the most effective of all. Oh, Yang Huan gasped, nearly inhaling a mouthful of cold air. Her hand had narrowly escaped being crushed. She looked at Qiao Qingwu in shock, then her pupil. Holy crap! On Xiao's perpetually icy face, a flush of red had appeared. In the corner, two young female employees clasped each other's hands tightly, whispering, "Did you see that? President Qiao's desktop. A handsome guy. I saw it with both eyes. Couldn't recognize him in those few seconds, but definitely a handsome guy. Oh my God, has our President Qiao finally blossomed? Grown a heartstring? Even the most formidable woman needs the nourishment of love." Her reaction just now, she blushed. Something's definitely going on. Oh no, President Qiao actually likes men. Does that mean I have no chance? I have to live long enough to see who the lucky person is that wins her over. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu's heart sank as he received no reply. This was bad. He remembered Qiao Qingwu had a meeting this morning. Her phone was probably on silent. He couldn't just sit and wait. Zhong Yu shot to his feet, grabbed Qiao Qingwu's laptop, and dashed out of the office area. He headed straight for the top-floor conference room. The rising numbers on the elevator mirrored his skyrocketing heart rate. As he prayed the situation hadn't escalated to the worst, he ranted internally. Karma. This was definitely karma. Who told Qiao Qingwu to treat him like a 247 on-call tool? Now heaven itself had stepped in to deliver justice. Ding. The top floor arrived. As the elevator doors opened, Zhong Yu saw people trickling out of the conference room. The meeting was over. His heart skipped a beat. Those leaving huddled in small groups, whispering with the thrilled expressions of people who had just uncovered a massive scandal. But since no one recognized him, Zhong Yu figured it wasn't a big deal. He waited patiently until most had dispersed, then spotted Qiao Qingwu's figure. She still wore her aloof demeanor, but her expression was even colder than usual, as if she could freeze every living thing within 10 miles. Beside her, Secretary Yang Huan's face was a spectacle. Her grin was harder to suppress than an AK-47, as if she was about to burst from holding it in. Qiao Qingwu spotted Zhong Yu in the corner, at once a fleeting emotion flashing in her eyes. She said something to Yang Huan, who nodded and left. Qiao Qingwu strode toward Zhong Yu. He approached as well, and they stopped by a window at the end of the corridor like underground agents meeting in secret. President Qiao, Zhong Yu lowered his voice. "This is what you get for working me to the bone at home." Karma struck back. Qiao Qingwu didn't look at him, her gaze fixed outside. "Here." Zhong Yu handed over the laptop, and took his own, still chattering. "I didn't get exposed, did I? Will people search the whole company with my photo?" Qiao Qingwu finally turned her gaze to his face. "The projection lasted less than 5 seconds, and I turned it off. Besides, you're a new intern. No one should recognize you." Zhong Yu pursed his lips. Good. As long as no one knew him, it was fine. As for the embarrassment Qiao Qingwu suffered in front of 100 people, that was none of his concern. After all, she was the boss. Could a boss embarrassment be called shame? It was called being approachable. Qiao Qingwu returned to the president's office and closed the door. She walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the traffic crawling like beetles below. In the conference room earlier, the image of Zhong Yu's face on the screen kept replaying in her mind unbidden. She pressed her fingers wearily to her temples. Just then her phone rang inopportunely. The caller ID showed father. Qiao Qingwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she answered. A steady middle-aged voice came through, cutting to the chase. Xiao Wu, have you found a boyfriend? Clearly there was a snitch from the corporate meeting who had reported to Qiao Jinhua. A sardonic smile curled on Qiao Qingwu's lips, her voice equally cold. I don't have a boyfriend. Then find one. Qiao Jinhua's tone was matter-of-fact and commanding. You're not young anymore. No matter how successful your career, you need someone by your side. Don't bother. You should know better than anyone why I don't date. One sentence struck the nerve. Silence fell on the other end. After a few seconds, a voice laced with suppressed anger came through. What kind of attitude is that? Don't forget everything you have. Lingua technology. I gave it to you. Qiao Qingwu sauntered over to her desk, her fingers lightly tracing the cool surface. She let out a mocking laugh. You did give me a company, yes. Her voice was steady, each word clear, a failing detritus near bankrupt mess that no one wanted to take on. It took me 3 years working around the clock to turn it around and make Lingua what it is today. Qiao Jinhua was left speechless for a long moment. His daughter was perfect in every way but one. She was stubborn and never yielded. Finally, he forced a change of subject and commanded, on the 16th, my 50th birthday banquet. You must attend. Got it. Qiao Qingwu replied flatly. Then without waiting for a response, she hung up. Qiao Qingwu tossed her phone onto the desk and let out a sigh. The old Zhong Yu man must never sell himself, no matter how poor. The new Zhong Yu man must sell himself whether poor or rich. But it's not selling his body, it's selling code and programs. After the collaboration discussion with Xiao Jining from Wales Capital, the final agreed price was a 7-figure sum with payments settled in installments. Once the contract was signed, the first payment quickly arrived in Zhong Yu's bank account. Staring at that string of zeros, Zhong Yu felt he had been too pretentious before. What's the difference between holding on to technology without selling it and begging with a mountain of gold? These programs and codes were nothing but cold symbols when sitting in the computer, but once sold they turned into gleaming silver. Not making money when you can is foolish. Zhong Yu decided to take out 200,000 to buy a commuter car first, otherwise it would be inconvenient to go anywhere. Especially every time he rode in Master Chen's car, he felt like a monkey in a zoo constantly stared at through the rearview mirror. He felt he was even worse than a monkey. When a monkey was displeased by the staring, it could bare its teeth or slap a visitor. He couldn't. Although he knew Master Chen meant no harm and was merely curious, Zhong Yu really disliked that look. 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts scrutiny, and 4 parts nosiness. Besides, now there was Sui Sui. Having a car would make it easier to take the little one out. Zhong Yu had always been a man of action. He quickly chose a black Volkswagen Passat, completed all the paperwork, and it cost less than 200,000 all in. The new car drove into the Lanting Villa area and parked in Qiao Qingwu's underground garage, taking up a spot alongside her row of 8 luxury cars worth millions, or even it was like a woman in Uniqlo sneaking into a group of socialites in haute couture. Passat, how could life be the same with anyone? Zhong Yu shrugged indifferently. 4 wheels and a steering wheel. As long as it runs, it's fine. He locked the Passat and returned home whistling. In the living room, Sui Sui sat alone by the coffee table, molding a little dog out of clay. Aunt May was wiping the furniture with a cloth nearby. Aunt May, I'm back, Zhong Yu greeted. Aunt May smiled back. Mr. Zhong, you're back. The little dumpling, hearing his voice, lifted her fair little face excitedly. Daddy. Her big dark eyes looked behind Zhong Yu. Where's Mommy? Zhong Yu bent down, picked her up, and planted a kiss on her soft cheek. Mommy will be a little late today, he said, bouncing the little one in his arms. Daddy will play with you first, okay? Okay. Daddy helped me make the puppy's tail. After work today, Zhong Yu went straight to pick up the car. He had messaged Qiao Qingwu in advance, saying he needed to use one of her parking. Qiao Qingwu replied, send me your license plate number, I'll register it with the management, otherwise you won't be allowed in. Then a second message came. I'm having dinner out with friends tonight, they'll be back late. You put Sui Sui to bed. The tone, the content. It gave off a vibe of an old married couple reporting their schedules to each other. Holding Sui Sui, Zhong Yu felt the act of their fake marriage was becoming more and more realistic. On the other side, in a restaurant, Qiao Qingwu and her good friend Xiao Jining were eating together. Xiao Jining swirled the red wine in her glass, the eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses gleaming with gossipy light. I heard you've got something going on. Xiao Qingwu didn't pause her cutting of the steak. Who told you? Never mind that. Xiao Jining leaned closer, lowering her voice. Just tell me yes or no. Xiao Qingwu knew in her heart that it must be the thing from that meeting that got out. Indeed, over 100 people at that meeting, each with a mouth. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to hundreds. By now there were probably countless versions. No, don't listen to nonsense. She dared not tell Xiao Jining the truth. Xiao Jining was a good friend she had known since school, perfect in every way except for having a big mouth. If she found out that a daughter who had traveled back from 8 years in the future had appeared out of nowhere in her home along with a man who might be her future husband, the whole world would know. By then the Chinese Academy of Sciences would probably send people over that very night to take Sui Sui away for slice and dice research. Xiao Jining pursed her lips. Fine, if you want, tell, forget it. You people who are dating don't like to go public, right? Then don't blame me if I hit on your husband. She changed the subject, an excited smile spreading across her face. If you don't blossom, I will. I recently met a top-model little handsome guy. Love at first sight. Qiao Qingwu raised a skeptical eyebrow. Are you sure it's love at first sight, and not lust at first sight? Lust definitely, but mainly the feeling is right, Xiao Jining said dreamily. He's so funny, handsome, and interesting, totally my type. Qiao Qingwu commented flatly, if you like him, go for it. Of course I'm already making my move. Xiao Jining rested her chin on her hand, a bit troubled. It's just that he's only 21. What do you think little guys at that age like? Qiao Qingwu's hand holding the glass paused. 21 again. It seemed the birth rate 21 years ago was high. Younger than you. Yes, younger is better. Xiao Jining perked up and launched into a spiel. Haven't you heard? A man over 25 is basically 60. So a 20-year-old guy is just right. Peak physical condition. She grew more excited. Would you rather go for an uncle? What are we after? His age? His not bathing. I don't know about the rest, but younger guys really put their strength into you. Qiao Qingwu's cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of red. What outrageous talk, what twisted reasoning. She felt an unprecedented shock. Yet in her mind another face involuntarily surfaced. Is being young really that good? Seeing her blush, Xiao Jining laughed even harder. Oh, speaking of which, 21 is the same age as your brother Qiao Ming, isn't it? Quick, ask your brother for me. What gifts do guys his age like? Qiao Qingwu thought of Qiao Ming's careless, frivolous demeanor. Seems unreliable. If she asked him for advice, he'd lead her astray. But then she thought again. She had more than one 21-year-old around her. Zhong Yu. Although the same age as Qiao Ming, after spending this time together, she felt Zhong Yu might be more reliable than her unreliable brother. With this thought, Qiao Qingwu's impression of Zhong Yu had unconsciously changed a lot. She pursed her lips and said to Xiao Jining, okay, I'll ask around for you. Xiao Jining immediately made a heart gesture. Love you. Qiao Qingwu took out her phone and tapped on Zhong Yu's WeChat avatar. She was pondering how to ask without seeming, but before she could type, the typing indicator popped up at the top of the screen. Qiao Qingwu's finger hovered over the screen. She waited to see what Zhong Yu would send. After a moment, a voice message appeared. In a public setting, Qiao Qingwu instinctively chose to convert the voice to text. A line of small text appeared on the screen. Come back early, I miss you. Qiao Qingwu stared at the line of text on her phone screen, her brain momentarily frozen. Come back early, I miss you so much. What did he mean by that? She felt her heart suddenly start pounding violently, as if someone were throwing a rock party inside. She pressed her hand against her chest, trying to suppress it. Stop rolling. Why did Zhong Yu send her a message like this? What was this supposed to be? Was this the kind of conversation proper between fake spouses? Qiao Qingwu instinctively tightened her fingers, gripping her phone. The cohabitation agreement had stated no crossing boundaries, no falling in love. He said he missed me. That was crossing the line, wasn't it? Or perhaps it wasn't, because he only said he missed me, not that he loved me. Even between colleagues or friends, expressing a longing was acceptable, right? And strangely, she didn't feel offended by the words. But what are you looking at? Your face is all red. Xiao Jining, sitting across from her, glanced over her gossip radar, buzzing. Nothing. Qiao Qingwu immediately retorted, her voice sounding weak. She felt the temperature on her cheeks rising, her mouth dry. She grabbed her water glass and took a big. The one who had clearly breached the contract was Zhong Yu, so why was she the one feeling guilty? Just as Qiao Qingwu was caught in an inner turmoil, her phone vibrated. A photo popped up on the screen. In it, Sui Sui, wearing an adorable little yellow duck pajama set, stood on a small stool in front of the sink, her mouth surrounded by toothpaste foam, looking like a tiny cupcake. Then another text message came through. Sui Sui said she wanted to take a photo for mommy to see that she's brushing her teeth obediently. Qiao Qingwu's mind instantly rebooted. Wait. She switched the voice message to earpiece mode and held the phone to her ear. The voice message began to play. A soft, sticky voice said, "Come back early, I miss you so much." It was Sui Sui. Qiao Qingwu finally let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, scared the life out of me. It wasn't from the child's father, but from the child herself. Qiao Qingwu's hand still pressed against her left chest, the pounding heartbeat seeming to pass through her palm, up her arm, and into her mind. She furrowed her brow. The misunderstanding had been cleared up, as Zhong Yu hadn't said he missed her. But why was her heartbeat still deafening? Well, did you ask for me? Xiao Jining grew a bit impatient. What did your brother say? Qiao Qingwu snapped back to reality, took a sip of water to moisten her dry lips. They'll ask him now. She carefully chose her words, striving to sound businesslike. I have a friend who wants to give a gift to a boy she likes. What's the best choice? Scent. Zhong Yu replied, razors, electric toothbrushes, watches, headphones, keyboards, mice, something like that. Then another message came. But the key is whether that boy likes your friend or not. If he does, love me, love my dog. Whatever you give, he'll appreciate it. Xiao Qingwu tapped her fingers on her phone case. That made some sense. She pressed on. By the way, that boy is about your age. If it were you, what would you like? For a long time, the top of the screen showed, the other party is typing. Xiao Qingwu was curious what he would answer. After a full half-minute, a single word finally popped up. Money. Qiao Qingwu. Well, that answer was very straightforward, very unpretentious. She silently put away her phone and relayed Zhong Yu's first answer to Xiao Jining. Razors, electric toothbrushes, earphones, watches. Xiao Jining jotted them down one by one, her face brimming with excitement. Got it, got it. When I successfully win over the boy, I'll definitely have you sit at the head table at my wedding. Xiao Qingwu laughed. Let's talk after you've won him over. The next day near the end of work, Zhong Yu received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, you have a package to sign for. Zhong Yu frowned. Package? I haven't ordered anything recently. Are you sure it's not a misdelivery? The courier on the other end read out his name, phone number, and address. However, the address was Zhong Yu's little apartment. Zhong Yu found it even stranger. He hadn't lived there in a long time, and if he bought anything, he wouldn't have that address filled in. Alright, just leave it at the door then. After work, Zhong Yu made a detour to his apartment. A medium-sized delivery box sat at the door. The information on the shipping label was incomplete, and he couldn't tell who sent it. Opening it, inside was a razor set that looked very high-end with exquisite packaging, and it was a manual model. There was a small card tucked inside, but it was blank, nothing written on it. Zhong Yu was even more confused. He had never heard of the brand either. He took out his phone, scanned the box, and did an image search. It was touted as the Hermes of razors with hand-forged blades and an ergonomic design perfectly fitted to the human body. The key point was the price, $16,888. Zhong Yu's hand jerked, nearly dropping his phone. Damn, who sent this? Over $16,000. If he accepted it without explanation, it could be reported to the police directly. He quickly stuffed everything back into the box and resealed it. Then he called the courier. That package was indeed misdelivered. Please come pick it up and return it. After a moment, he added, shipping collect. Whoever sent it. If it was a gift, they didn't leave a name, so it was most likely a mistake. When Zhong Yu returned to Lanting, the sky had already darkened. After dinner, he collapsed onto the sofa. On the living room carpet, Sui Sui was absorbed in a set of kitchen toys roasting plastic miniature skewers. Zhong Yu shuffled over and plopped down onto the carpet. Sui Sui, didn't you have enough dinner? Still doing a mini barbecue. Sui Sui suddenly put down her toys, looked up at him, her eyes full of anticipation. Daddy, what's the weather like tomorrow? Will the sun come out? Zhong Yu pulled out his phone and checked the forecast. Yes, it's going to be sunny for the whole next week. He asked casually, what's up? That's great. The little one burst into cheers, leaping up from the floor. Then can we go camping? Sui Sui pouted, poking her two little white fingers together. Mommy and Daddy promised. Sui Sui, as long as the weather is good, you'll take me. Well, grill real barbecue together. Zhong Yu blinked slowly. He had promised. When? He didn't recall ever saying such a thing. He quickly realized. This promise had been made by him from 8 years later. Looking at Sui's sweet chubby little face, Zhong Yu simply couldn't utter a refusal. Thinking it over, since Sui Sui had crossed over, she had been stuck at home without going out to play. A 5-year-old needs to release energy and satisfy her curiosity through interaction with the outside world. He had no choice but to consult the other party involved, Qiao Qingwu. Qiao Qingwu had just finished her bath, descending the stairs in casual loungewear, her black curls casually tied at the nape of her neck, with a few damp strands clinging messily to. Zhong Yu cleared his throat. President Qiao, let's discuss something. Qiao Qingwu paused mid-step. Go ahead. Sui Sui has been cooped up at home lately and is getting restless. She just said she wants to go camping. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu fell silent for a few seconds, then pulled out her phone. Her slender fair fingers swiped across the screen as if checking her schedule. Zhong Yu thought that if she didn't have time, he could take Sui Sui himself. I have no plans this weekend. She lifted her gaze to Zhong Yu. Then let's go. Fortunately, the she-devil was being reasonable. All right. Then he'll look into which campsite is suitable. As Zhong Yu spoke, he looked up and met Qiao Qingwu's gaze. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she had more to say. Zhong Yu's mind raced, and he added, I know, pick a place that's farther away, less crowded, where no one can recognize you, right? Qiao Qingwu blinked, seemingly surprised that he knew what she was about to say. She changed the subject. Let's take your car this weekend. My license plate is too well known, or it's easy to get spotted. No problem. Having reached a consensus, they both walked over to Sui Sui. Zhong Yu crouched down and smiled at the little one. Sui Sui, Mom and Dad have decided. This weekend we're taking you camping. Really? Sujui's big eyes instantly went wide. Yay? We get to go camping. Mom and Dad are the best. The little dumpling spun around in joy on the spot. Daddy, bring this and that. On Friday night, Zhong Yu began preparing for the weekend camping trip. Tent, ground mat, sleeping bags, folding table, and chairs, grill, charcoal, portable cooler. So many things it felt like moving house. Sui Sui pointed at a folded tent bag taller than herself and strained with all her might to drag it. The bag didn't budge. She grunted in frustration, her little face turning red. Zhong Yu quickly walked over and lifted it with one hand. This is too heavy, let Daddy handle it. Then ill get little bear. Sui Sui immediately found a new mission, ran back to her room and brought back her plush bear. Little bear wants to go camping and see the stars too. Alright, little bear counts as a family member. Must bring him. Zhong Yu suppressed a smile, carrying the gear piece by piece to the underground garage and loading it into the trunk. Sui Sui trotted along behind him on her short legs, insisting on carrying something each time, even if it was just a pack of tissues. By the time everything was stuffed into the trunk, Zhong Yu was already covered in a light sweat. He closed the trunk and dusted off his hands. All done. Hard work, Chief Porter. Sui Sui puffed out her little chest, her face full of pride. Sui Sui isn't tired. Daddy is the one who's tired. Early the next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Qiao Qingwu felt something gently poking her face. She slowly opened her eyes, and an enlarged snow-white little face instantly filled her entire field of vision. Sui Sui was lying by her bedside, flashing a bright, Mommy, you're finally awake. Let's hurry up and go. It took Qiao Qingwu's brain 2 seconds to reboot. Looking at her daughter's expectant face, any trace of morning grumpiness vanished. She too was trying hard to be a mom who never spoils the fun. Okay, let's go brush our teeth now. In the bathroom, Sui Sui stood on a little stool, picked up her toothbrush herself, and expertly squeezed out some sparkly pink strawberry-flavored toothpaste. As she brushed, she seemed to remember an important task. With the toothbrush still in her mouth, she hopped off the stool and pattered over to Zhong Yu's room. The door swung open. Zhong Yu opened his eyes to find a little dumpling with a mouth full of white toothpaste foam standing by his bed. "Daddy, gurgle gurgle." Sui Sui called out to him, but in her excitement, she blew out a string of toothpaste bubbles. Zhong Yu was instantly wide awake. What new kind of bubble shooter was this? He sprang up like a carp, rubbing his eyes. "Daddy's getting up right now, you go clean off those bubbles first." Half an hour later, Zhong Yu rested one hand on the steering wheel with Sui Sui in her child's safety seat in the back. They waited in the car for Qiao Qingwu. Before long, Zhong Yu saw in the rearview mirror a youthful, graceful figure walking leisurely towards them. The woman wore sunglasses, her straight black hair falling to her slender waist with stray strands tucked behind her ears revealing pale fair lobes. A tight white crop top outlined her delicate curves, and the legs beneath her shorts were dazzlingly white. Zhong Yu leaned back in surprise. Who was this pure yet alluring campus beauty queen? Was she on the wrong set? Qiao Qingwu walked straight to the back door and got in. She took off her sunglasses, revealing a lightly made-up face. Her usual powerful red lips were replaced today by a shimmering peachy lip gloss, lustrous and full. Zhong Yu felt his CPU overheating. Sui Sui was also stunned. "Mommy, you look so pretty today." "Not mommy, you're a big sister." The little dumpling's praise came from the heart. Qiao Qingwu's fair face betrayed no emotion, but the tips of her ears were red. She looked at Zhong Yu in the driver's seat and asked, "Well, do you think this way no one will recognize me?" Zhong Yu snapped back to reality and smiled. "Honestly, who could recognize you? Who would think this vibrant, pretty college girl is the female CEO of Linghua?" Qiao Qingwu said nothing, which he took as tacit agreement. "Both beautiful ladies ready." Zhong Yu cleared his throat. "If you're all set then, let's go." Sui Sui waved her little fists excitedly. "Let's go." The car drove smoothly out of the city, merging into the traffic heading towards the suburbs. Along the way, rustling sounds came from the back seat. Qiao Qingwu and Sui Sui were huddled together, sharing snacks, the crunch of potato chips echoing crisply. Zhong Yu drove, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror. Sunlight streamed through the car windows, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of treats. He suddenly told a corny joke. The pair in the back seat was silent for 2 seconds, then burst into 2 peals of laughter like silver bells. The car was filled with a strange, wonderful atmosphere, so warm it felt unreal. Zhong Yu thought to himself it felt like they were truly a family of 3 out on a spring outing. Over an hour later, the car arrived at their destination. It was a campsite nestled in a valley with a stream nearby, offering beautiful scenery and, crucially, very few people. After Zhong Yu chose this spot, Qiao Qingwu had asked if he wanted to just book the whole place. Zhong Yu had vetoed the idea immediately. He knew President Qiao was wealthy and had the power of money, but booking out the entire campsite would kill the atmosphere. Besides, if the whole campsite had only the 3 of them at night with the wind blowing, it would feel like something might crawl out of the woods. That wouldn't be camping, that would be shooting a horror movie. The perfect spot for their tent was on a flat stretch of grass. But the grass was separated from them by a clear, shallow stream. The water wasn't deep, only about calf-high, but they had to wade through it. Taking shoes off was risky because the small pebbles at the bottom could cut their feet, so shoes would definitely get wet. Without a second thought, Zhong Yu bent down and scooped up Sui Sui. "Come on, Daddy will carry you across." "Yage." Sui Sui wrapped her arms around Zhong Yu's neck, then turned to look at Qiao Qingwu, who was still standing there. "Daddy, what about Mommy?" Sui Sui tilted her little head, and a bright idea struck her. She said happily, "Daddy, you have 2 hands. You can hold me with one hand and Mommy with the other." "Huh?" Zhong Yu turned his head, and his gaze inadvertently collided with Qiao Qingwu's eyes. Their eyes met, and the air fell silent for a few seconds. Qiao Qingwu was the first to look away, her gaze somewhat evasive. She lowered her head, her voice softening. No need, I can wade through the water myself." Zhong Yu's gaze instinctively dropped, landing on her pristine white sneakers. He asked, "Did you bring a change of shoes?" Qiao Qingwu paused. "No." "Then don't get your shoes wet. Wait for me right here." Zhong Yu stated calmly. "We'll take Sui Sui across first, then come back for you." Qiao Qingwu hesitated. She stood there seemingly engaged in a complex inner struggle. Seeing her like that, Zhong Yu curled his lips and said, "President Qiao, you're not thinking I can't carry you, are you?" He gave her a once-over. "A man can't say he can't do it. Relax with your slight frame, I could carry 2 of you without a problem." With that, before Qiao Qingwu could react, Zhong Yu turned and stepped into the cool stream, holding Sui Sui as he walked toward the opposite bank. After placing the excited Sui Sui on the grass, he turned and waded back. Zhong Yu stood before Qiao Qingwu, water droplets trickling down his calves. He bent down and patted his shoulder. "Come on, President Qiao, your turn. Put your hands on my shoulders and hold tight." Qiao Qingwu's cheeks flushed with warmth. She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and stood in front of Zhong Yu. A slender fair arm looped around the back of his neck, gently resting on his shoulder, carrying a hint of coolness. Her long hair brushed against Zhong Yu's cheek, tickling him. The next moment, Zhong Yu exerted his arm strength and effortlessly lifted her up with one hand. Whoa, so light. Zhong Yu was startled. She felt as light as a paper doll in his arms. Probably accustomed to carrying Sui Sui, he instinctively used the same posture for holding a child, one arm securely supporting her thigh. But he immediately regretted it. This posture was off. Qiao Qingwu sat on his arm, her chin roughly at the level of his head. From Zhong Yu's perspective, he could naturally see the curve of her chest trembling with each breath. He averted his gaze, looked ahead, and carried her toward the opposite bank. To avoid falling, Qiao Qingwu's body tensed up instantly in his arms. Because she was wearing shorts with no fabric in between, she could clearly feel the scorching heat from the arm beneath her thigh, along with the sensation of firm, powerful muscles. Why is a guy's body temperature so high, like a little furnace? Qiao Qingwu's mind involuntarily recalled the bold words Xiao Jining had said a few days ago. A 20-year-old younger guy is just right. At his physical peak, full of strength. He really did seem strong. Qiao Qingwu's heart trembled violently, feeling her face. Wow, Daddy is amazing. Go Daddy. On the opposite bank, Sui Sui was clapping her little hands, excitedly cheering her father on. Just then a couple in their 40s also prepared to cross the stream. The man tried to imitate Zhong Yu, attempting to lift the woman with one arm, but after several attempts, he simply hoisted her over his shoulder. The woman's stomach bumped into his shoulder, jostling her so much she nearly threw up, and she angrily pounded his back. Look at him. That's what you call carrying. And you. This isn't carrying, it's hauling. Like hauling a slab of pork. Not romantic at all. The woman being carried roared. The man glanced at Zhong Yu and retorted irritably. The way he carried her, her face turned red, clearly there in the heat of passion. We're an old married couple, so stop being so fussy, all right? He paused and added, besides, a middle-aged couple stealing a kiss means nightmares for several nights. Bro, are you okay, bro? What has marriage done to you? Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu grew even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and her hand on his shoulder unconsciously tightened, gripping him firmly. A sudden sharp pain shot through his shoulder. Zhong Yu hissed, then suddenly said, President Xiao, your nails are so sharp you're practically stabbing me to death. Sorry. Qiao Qingwu snapped back to reality and quickly loosened her grip. As they spoke, Zhong Yu had already reached the opposite bank. He bent down and carefully set Qiao Qingwu down on the flat grass. After steadying herself, Qiao Qingwu straightened her clothes. Thank you, that was hard on you. No trouble at all. Just give me a 5-star review. With that, Qiao Qingwu was pulled away by Sui Sui, who had rushed over. Mommy, come quick. Let's set up the tent here. Zhong Yu stood there watching her retreating figure. In the sunlight, Qiao Qingwu's long legs gleamed a dazzling white, flawless like white jade. The only thing marring this piece of jade was on her thigh. To steady her, his fingers had unconsciously pressed down, leaving a faint red mark that stood out starkly against her fair skin, lingering for several seconds. Zhong Yu swore he hadn't used much force, but he quickly understood. So that's why Sui Sui had grown up as soft and white as a little cake. She inherited it from Qiao Qingwu, whose skin was equally delicate. Good thing it wasn't from him, otherwise she had a thick, rough skin. Zhong Yu shook his head and followed. He began setting up the tent, hammering the stakes with a clatter. Qiao Qingwu stood by, handing him poles and holding the fabric, trying her best to help, though her movements were a bit clumsy. Sui Sui was also very enthusiastic. The little one scurried around on her short legs. Daddy, here. Sui Sui held out a branch. Zhong Yu took it. Thanks, but Daddy needs a hammer right now. Oh. Sui Sui tossed the branch and ran to fetch a round stone. Daddy, use this to hammer. Zhong Yu was caught between laughter and tears. After setting up the tent, he began assembling the grill, and Sui Sui crouched beside him, watching curiously. Seeing that they were almost done, Qiao Qingwu picked up a bag of fruit and vegetables. I'll go wash these. Mommy'll come with you. Sui Sui immediately stood up. Zhong Yu stopped her. Don't go, but slippery over there. Stay here and help Daddy watch the fire. He handed Sui Sui a skewer of uncooked chicken. Entrusted with an important task, the little one nodded solemnly. Okay. Sui Sui will watch. Qiao Qingwu walked to the campsite's water tap. The woman who had been carried across the river by her husband was also there washing apples. Seeing Qiao Qingwu, she greeted her warmly. Hey little sister, you guys are fast. Tent's already. Qiao Qingwu nodded and smiled in response. The woman leaned in familiarly. You two look like college students. I never expected you to have such a big kid already. Qiao Qingwu washed the strawberries in silence. The woman continued, your husband seems really capable. This piqued Qiao Qingwu's interest. She looked up, a hint of confusion on her face. Huh, how can you tell? The woman lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. I've been around the block, you think I'd be wrong. Look how easily he carried you across the stream, no effort at all. That's some waist strength. Qiao Qingwu's hand stopped washing the strawberries. The woman, unaware of her stiffness, continued her lecture. And his nose, Adam's apple fingers. They all scream he's exceptionally capable in that department. Am I right, little sister? That department? What department? Qiao Qingwu's mind raced, and then she finally understood what kind of capable the woman meant. She awkwardly picked at the strawberry leaves. The woman grew more excited. To be honest, while you were setting up the tent over there, I was secretly watching you for a while. Let me tell you, I've never seen a couple in real life that looks as perfect together as you two. As she spoke, the woman's face flushed red, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and a knowing grin spread across her lips. This was the joy of shipping a couple. Qiao Qingwu, carrying a basin of washed strawberries, bid farewell to the enthusiastic older woman and returned to the campsite. Her face remained calm and composed, but her mind was already in a whirlwind of chaos. She set the strawberries on the table and looked at Zhong Yu, who was wrestling with the grill. The sunlight traced the clean sharp lines of his jaw, and his nose was indeed high and prominent. Qiao Qingwu's gaze lingered unabashedly on his nose for 3 seconds. Just then Zhong Yu, perhaps feeling the heat from the charcoal, straightened up and casually picked a strawberry from the basin on the table. His fingers with distinct knuckles were long, clean, and slender. He pinched the bright red strawberry and brought it to his mouth. As he chewed, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips tightly together, feeling utterly ridiculous. It was just eating a strawberry. What was there to stare at? Sui Sui, who was beside her, looked at her mother and asked, "Mommy, why is your face so red?" Qiao Qingwu immediately replied, "It's just too hot." "Hot? Then I'll fan you, Mommy." Sui Sui extended her 2 small fair hands to fan Qiao Qingwu. Zhong Yu, drawn by the commotion, looked up and saw Qiao Qingwu standing in the sun. A few fine beads of sweat had gathered at her temples, and her cheeks were flushed, making her skin appear even fairer. Without a second thought, Zhong Yu chuckled and said, "Standing under the scorching sun like that, how could you not be hot?" He tilted his chin toward the awning beside them. "Come over here and sit down, or you'll get heat stroke." Qiao Qingwu hummed in agreement and walked over to sit beneath the awning. With the preparations mostly done, Zhong Yu lit the charcoal in the grill and began his performance. Just then, Qiao Qingwu took 3 steaks out of the portable cooler. Zhong Yu was momentarily stunned. "You're going to show off your skills too?" Qiao Qingwu looked up at him. "He'll pan-fry the steaks." As she spoke, she had already pulled out a small frying pan and some butter, moving with practiced ease. Zhong Yu was genuinely surprised. At home, they usually ate ant mice cooking. "So you actually know how to cook?" Qiao Qingwu explained. "I like eating, so I know a little, but only this." Sui Sui clapped her small hands beside them. "Mommy's pan-fried steak is the most delicious steak in the world." Then she turned her head to look at Zhong Yu. "And Daddy's cooking is the best in the universe. He can make anything." Zhong Yu looked down at his own hands and fell into deep thought. When Sui Sui had first come through, she had told Zhong Yu that in the future he would be able to cook all kinds of delicious food. He had originally assumed that since Qiao Qingwu had Aunt May at home, she couldn't cook either. Now it seemed she was still somewhat better than him. "Looks like he'll have to learn how to cook in the future," Zhong Yu murmured to himself with a smile, then focused on the barbecue in his hands. Although he couldn't cook, he had often been in charge of the grill during gatherings in college, so he was skilled at it. Over on the other side, Qiao Qingwu was pan-frying the steaks with a focused expression, her fair slender fingers holding the tongs to flip the meat. Soon a rich aroma filled the air. The 3 of them sat around a folding table. Zhong Yu distributed the grilled skewers. "Sui Sui, these are for you, brushed with honey and nuts." "President Qiao, this portion has a little spice. You should be able to handle it." He set his own skewers, liberally dusted with chili powder, in front of himself. Qiao Qingwu also pushed a steak toward him. "I remember you don't seem to eat raw garlic." Zhong Yu paused mid-motion. He looked at the pristine steak in front of him, then at the garlic cloves atop Qiao Qingwu's own portion. She actually remembered that he didn't eat garlic. Qiao Qingwu cut a piece of steak and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she avoided his gaze. In truth, they had shared countless meals together. Although neither had ever said it outright, they had long since quietly memorized each other's dietary preferences. Zhong Yu loved spicy, numbing dishes and could tolerate minced garlic in his food, but avoided raw garlic. Sui Sui preferred sweet and sour flavors. Qiao Qingwu favored lighter fare, could only handle a touch of spice, and enjoyed Western cuisine. Thinking about it, Zhong Yu grew even more curious. How did 3 people with such different tastes end up becoming a family? The afternoon sun was warm and cozy, and a full stomach made one drowsy. Qiao Qingwu accompanied Sui Sui for a nap in the tent, while Zhong Yu, feeling bored and restless, pulled out his phone and headed into the battlefield of the King's Canyon. The match was successful, and the loading screen appeared. Zhong Yu glanced at his teammates' IDs. The one that stood out the most was the jungler's. Blossoming Wealth. Zhong Yu often played in a team with this person. The ID exuded a strong, old-fashioned vibe. However, since this person could play the game well, it ruled out the possibility of them being a real senior. So Zhong Yu figured it was likely a young person who enjoyed being quirky. The game began. Zhong Yu chose a marksman and dutifully farmed minions in the bottom lane. Within 2 minutes of the start, the jungler with the ID Blossoming Wealth came to gank. Their movements were fluid, the signals perfectly timed, and a single combo took out the enemy marksman with the kill deliberately left for Zhong Yu. Blossoming Wealth's jungle tempo was explosively good, counter-jungling, controlling the dragons, and providing support. Every step was as precise as a textbook. Every time Zhong Yu played with this Blossoming Wealth, their coordination was incredibly smooth. The entire match felt as easy as playing against bots. As the victory music played, Zhong Yu stared at his impressive stats and once again felt a sense of respect for the ID Blossoming Wealth. Truly, masters are found among the people. Soon a private message popped up. "Blossoming Wealth, good coordination today." Zhong Yu politely replied, "You're the real pro. Let's team up again." Around 2 in the afternoon, there was movement from the tent. Sui Sui crawled out, rubbing her eyes, her small face flushed from sleep like a ripe peach. "Daddy." Her milky voice still carried the soft, drowsy quality of just waking up. Qiao Qingwu followed her out. After her nap, her long black hair fell messily over her shoulders, adding a touch of lazy elegance. "Mommy, let's go play by the little river." Sui Sui, now fully awake, tugged at Qiao Qingwu's hand. The 3 of them walked to the riverbank. The river water was crystal clear, revealing the smooth pebbles at the bottom. Zhong Yu picked up a flat stone and flicked it casually. The stone skipped across the water's surface 8 times before sinking. "Wow, Daddy is so amazing." Sui Sui clapped beside him, her little face full of admiration. Zhong Yu thoroughly enjoyed his daughter's praise and tossed out several more stones in succession. Sui Sui jumped up and down, praising him again. Daddy is an absolute genius. What a sweet little mouth. Qiao Qingwu also watched, somewhat mesmerized, as if she wanted to try it herself. She imitated Zhong Yu, bending down to pick up a stone, but her posture looked awkward no matter how she adjusted it. Zhong Yu couldn't bear to watch. Not like that. You need to He walked up behind her and naturally reached out to take her wrist. Zhong Yu caught the faint scent of shampoo from her hair. Turn your body a bit to the side. Yes, like that. Use your wrist to flick it out. Qiao Qingwu could distinctly feel the warmth of his breath near her ear and the masculine presence behind her. Her neck and the tips of her ears turned red. I think I've got it, she said, hastily tossing the stone away. The stone traced a parabolic arc through the air before hitting the water's surface. The ripples spread at a speed and shape that defied her expectations, and it sank to the Sui Sui covered her mouth and giggled. Mommy, you're just as good as Sui Sui. Qiao Qingwu's face grew even warmer. She shot a glare at Zhong Yu as if saying, this is... Zhong Yu rubbed his nose, not daring to say a word. How was he getting blamed for this? At night, the chirping of insects gradually grew clearer. A family of 3 lay directly on a blanket spread over the grass, gazing at the stars. The weather was splendid that evening. The night sky resembled an immense black velvet cloth with countless twinkling stars embedded in varying depths, forming a resplendent... Such a vista was utterly unattainable in the city. Qiao Qingwu's breath caught for a moment, as if she had been completely captivated by this magnificent sea of stars. Unable to resist, she sat up and pulled out her phone, wanting to capture this beautiful scene. Yet the phone's lens could never replicate the awe she saw with her own eyes. She tried various angles, but every photo turned out as a few blurry specks in a sea of pitch black. After several attempts, she had to put her phone away, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed some beautiful things were destined to remain only in memory, gradually fading with time. A vague emptiness settled in her heart. Zhong Yu lay on his side, speaking lazily. One reason I chose this spot for camping is that it's the best place nearby for stargazing. Qiao Qingwu turned to look at him. The night was too dense for her to discern his expression, but she could imagine the slightly smug look on his face. Use this to take the picture. Zhong Yu produced a DSLR camera from somewhere and handed it to her. Qiao Qingwu was stunned. You even brought this? Just how much stuff did this man have stuffed in his trunk? Better safe than sorry. Zhong Yu let out a soft laugh, sat up from the grass, and pulled out a folding tripod, snapping it open and setting it up with a few quick clicks. To capture the stars, use a long exposure. He adjusted the settings without looking up. Manual mode, ISO set to 1600 O, aperture wide open, shutter speed at Qiao Qingwu pressed the shutter. The 30 seconds stretched into an eternity in the silent night. A soft beep sounded. All right, take a look. Qiao Qingwu leaned in to look at the camera's small display. On the screen, the resplendent Milky Way and the myriad stars were perfectly replicated, their colors rich and dreamlike. It was truly beautiful, she thought. So beautiful things could be preserved. Just then, Sui Sui, lying between them, extended her tiny fair arm and pointed to the brightest star. Daddy, look. Is that star great-grandpa? Zhong Yu was startled for a moment, then looked in the direction she was pointing. Why do you say that, Sui Sui? Sui Sui replied in her childish voice, because Daddy told me so. Daddy said great-grandpa went to a very, very far away place and turned into a star watching over us every night. Qiao Qingwu also turned her head curiously to look at Zhong Yu. The smile on Zhong Yu's face froze. His mind went blank. Great-grandpa. Sui Sui's great-grandfather. That would be his own grandfather. Generally, when adults tell a child someone has turned into a star, it means that person has passed away. But his grandfather was in perfect health. Just 2 days ago, he had called with a booming voice urging Zhong Yu to find a girlfriend. And yet his future self had told Sui Sui that grandpa had become a star. Didn't that mean that in a few years grandpa would already be? Zhong Yu was completely panicked. He asked Sui Sui urgently, Sui Sui, do you remember the last time you saw great? Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, thought hard for a moment, and then shook her head. I don't remember. I was very, very little back then. She continued, but Daddy told me it was the year I was born. Zhong Yu felt as if half the blood in his veins had turned to ice. The brilliant star river lost all its color in his eyes, leaving only boundless darkness. The year Sui Sui was born. Didn't that mean that in 3 years his grandfather would be gone? Zhong Yu was frozen stiff. Qiao Qingwu had been quietly listening all along. She watched his instantly rigid profile and his fingers, which trembled slightly despite his efforts to suppress it. She could probably guess what had happened. She sat up straight and gently patted Sui Sui's back. Sui Sui, look at the stars in the sky starting to blink. They're urging little kids to go to sleep. How about we go back to the tent, and Mommy will tell you the story of the little bunny being good. Sui Sui yawned and obediently nodded. Before entering the tent, Qiao Qingwu paused and looked back at Zhong Yu, who was still sitting in place. The night was deep and his silhouette seemed somewhat lonely. He'll come out once she's asleep. Wait for me. Zhong Yu hummed in acknowledgement, staring blankly at the star Sui Sui had pointed out in the distant night sky. It was indeed. About 10 minutes later, the tent zipper opened, and Qiao Qingwu emerged to sit down beside him again. The blanket on the grass still held the lingering warmth from when the 3 of them had. About what Sui Sui said earlier, your grandfather. Qiao Qingwu cut straight to the point. It took Zhong Yu a few seconds to find his voice, which came out a bit hoarse. My grandfather is a retired philosophy professor. He's incredibly optimistic, a real old kid at heart. He's nearly 70, but he's learned to use the internet. He spends all day forwarding various health rumors in the family group chat and tagging my mom, telling her to learn from them. My grandfather raised me when I was little. He taught me to recite Tang poems and to play chess. When I got my first scholarship in college, I bought him a new coat. He grumbled that I was wasting money, but then he immediately wore it out to show off to his old buddies for a whole week. He spoke as if confiding, or perhaps talking to himself, pouring out all those vivid memories of his grandfather. Qiao Qingwu listened quietly, then asked, "Is he in good health now?" "He's always been fine," Zhong Yu answered instinctively. "Aside from a bit of high blood pressure and some old knee trouble, nothing major. The doctor says he's healthier than most people is, so why then?" Zhong Yu couldn't figure it out. "I think you should take your grandfather for a comprehensive checkup when you get back," Qiao Qingwu suddenly said. As she spoke, she had already taken out her phone, her fair fingers scrolling through her contacts. "My grandmother gets her checkups at Henning Hospital every year. Their geriatric health package is very thorough. They'll help you contact the director. We can get the best specialists arranged directly." Her tone was serious, as if she were assigning a work task. "For seniors, we generally need to focus on cardiovascular and cerebrovascular health, cancer screening, and bone density. Since your grandfather has high blood pressure, a cardiac ultrasound, carotid artery ultrasound, and ambulatory blood pressure monitoring are crucial items to focus on. Send me a copy of his basic medical records, and they'll have the expert team evaluated in advance to see which items need special attention." Zhong Yu looked at her somewhat dazed. Under the moonlight, her eyes were lowered, her long lashes casting a small shadow on her face. Her expression was focused and earnest. This was the first time he had heard her speak so much in one go, and every word was for the sake of his family. This feeling was too unfamiliar. Seeing that he remained silent for a long time, Qiao Qingwu looked up, her gaze meeting his complex eyes. "From your reaction, I can tell your grandfather must mean a lot to you." Her voice was cool, but her words were not. "My grandmother is the same. She's the person who's been kindest to me. So I think I can probably understand how you feel right now." She paused for a moment, then added, "Besides, your grandfather is also Sui Sui's great-grandfather. His matters are my matters too." Qiao Qingwu's tone and gaze were both earnest. Zhong Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. In his memory, Qiao Qingwu was not one to take on too many responsibilities, yet now she seemed determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. A complex blend of emotions, sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, swirled within him, none dominating. He nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing as he murmured a low He felt that the Qiao Qingwu before him had suddenly gained warmth, a trace of humanity. Observing his expression, she continued, "Do you still remember? When we first discussed Sui Sui's journey back in time, we mentioned that perhaps the heavens intended her return to prevent certain future events." Zhong Yu's tangled thoughts seemed to find a loose thread. "Yes," he murmured. "So you mean with Sui Sui's warnings the future might be changed, including my grandfather's fate?" Qiao Qingwu nodded. "Exactly. If it's due to illness, early detection and intervention could make all the difference." Zhong Yu's taut nerves loosened slightly. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, regaining a hint of his usual playful tone. "President Qiao, I didn't know you were a hidden psychologist comforting people with such logical reasoning." Qiao Qingwu looked at him in silence. In truth, she too was surprised. She wasn't skilled at consolation, those words had slipped out almost instinctively. Perhaps it was because she was so accustomed to Zhong Yu's carefree, optimistic demeanor that seeing him so downcast and taciturn felt strangely unsettling. Qiao Qingwu suddenly felt that her future self's choice to build a family with him was no longer so incomprehensible. After all, every decision she made at work was impeccably precise, as surely the same precision would apply to matters of the heart and life. Now she wanted to trust her future self's choice. Night deepened, and the two crawled into the tent. This camping trip featured a massive family tent spacious enough for 7 or 8 people. Before coming, Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu had agreed to bring only one tent. Gazing at the already sleeping Sui Sui in the middle, her tiny body wrapped in a child's sleeping bag like a pink, glutinous rice sausage. Zhong Yu slipped into his own sleeping bag, and Qiao Qingwu did the same. Sleeping bags, truly a great invention of modern civilization. Enclosing a person from head to toe zipped shut, it formed an independent physical barrier, making large movements nearly impossible. Zhong Yu thought there was no way he'd wake up again to find Qiao Qingwu clinging to him like an octopus as had happened before. Absolutely safe. Qiao Qingwu thought the same. The sleeping bag provided clear personal boundaries, perfectly reasonable. A clear demarcation, distinct and separate. Both closed their eyes in peace. Yet they had underestimated the situation. The next morning, Zhong Yu was roused by a peculiar sensation. He felt his arm gripped by something accompanied by a rhythmic kneading. Who was using him as a stress ball at this early hour? He forced his eyes open. The first thing he saw was skin so delicate it seemed poreless mere inches away. Qiao Qingwu's cold, stunning face loomed close, her long lashes resting. Once again she had pressed her entire body against his. Zhong Yu struggled to shift his gaze downward. Sui Sui, true to form, had rolled with her sleeping bag to the far end of it. Zhong Yu looked down at himself. His blue sleeping bag was intact, zipped tight. He then glanced at Qiao Qingwu's sleeping bag, which should have securely confined her. It now lay crumpled at her feet, wrinkled and bunched like a shed snake's skin. The mischievous hand with its fair slender fingers rested on his arm, unconsciously kneading the muscle over and over. Zhong Yu's brain stalled for 3 seconds before the realization dawned. He had thought the sleeping bag was a physical barrier. But for Qiao Qingwu, wrapping himself up so seamlessly, removing all angles and curves, made him resemble a standard long-body pillow even more. A breathing, warm, human-shaped pillow. Now it was even more convenient to hug. Zhong Yu felt like a tightly wrapped silkworm chrysalis being groped from all sides. What torment! Recalling Qiao Qingwu's deep, unshakable sleep from last time, he grew bolder. He pinched the zipper pull of his sleeping bag and slowly pulled it down. Opening a gap large enough for his body, he gradually wriggled out. Finally free, Zhong Yu let out a long sigh. Looking back, he saw Qiao Qingwu had already embraced the empty sleeping bag he left behind, sleeping soundly. Zhong Yu sighed, feeling he had worried too much. He bent down, sliding his arms under her knees and back, lifting her in a perfect princess carry. The person in his arms was light and soft. Gently, he placed her back in her original spot and covered her with the kicked-off sleeping bag. Then he walked to the tent corner, picked up the soundly sleeping Sui Sui, and set her down neat. Only then did he unzip the tent and crawl out. The morning air was truly refreshing. When Qiao Qingwu awoke, she felt refreshed and utterly comfortable. She stretched and noticed her sleeping bag had been kicked aside, but she was still lying in her original spot. Delighted, she thought she had been well-behaved last night. She hadn't bothered Zhong Yu by using him as a pillow. She had suspected the similar scent of their shower gels had caused her closeness. Now, with the root issue resolved, she was still a good sleeper with proper habits. In high spirits, Qiao Qingwu stepped out of the tent and immediately spotted Zhong Yu, who had just returned. She greeted him proactively. Morning. Zhong Yu turned a meaningful smile on his face. Good morning, President Qiao. Slept well last night. Seeing you so deeply asleep, I'm truly envious. Qiao Qingwu, oblivious to the irony, took his words at face value and nodded. Yes, I slept quite well. I didn't expect to rest so peacefully in a tent in the wild. After saying this, Qiao Qingwu seemed to recall something. Oh, about what I mentioned last night, I've already contacted Heimu Hospital. Just check your schedule and take your grandfather there whenever it's convenient. President Qiao, thank you very much. Zhong Yu's tone became genuinely sincere. He was truly grateful, yet his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He often felt this way when talking to Qiao Qingwu. 8 out of 10 times, it was like punching cotton, soft and unyielding. Her mind seemed to follow a preset program. When you joked with her, she wouldn't take the bait, as if she didn't understand. After the conversation, all he wanted to do was scream at the sky, transfer to a human. Yet sometimes, like last night when he mentioned his grandfather, she could hit his soft spot, deliver a precise blow, and then, like now, offer the most effective comfort and action. What kind of human AI hybrid was she? Just then a rustling sound came from the tent, and a little pink glutinous rice ball rubbed her eyes and crawled out. Daddy, Mommy. Sui Sui, with her hair tousled from sleep, ran out barefoot. Zhong Yu quickly picked her up to keep her from stepping on the pebbles on the ground. My little darling, why did you run out without shoes? Sui Sui wrapped her arms around his neck, rubbed her little head against his shoulder, and whined in a baby voice. Sui Sui woke up. This place isn't fun anymore. Can we go home? A child's novelty indeed wore off as fast as a phone battery. Yesterday she was running around joyfully. Today it's no longer fun. Qiao Qingwu nodded. Let's go back then. We came mainly for her anyway. Zhong Yu held the little one who had started to fuss. Come on, let's go home. That afternoon, Zhong Yu went straight to Grandpa Zhong's house. The old man was wearing a set of Tai Chi attire, meticulously combing his white hair in front of the living room mirror. Grandpa, let's go. They'll take you for a checkup. Zhong Yu leaned against the doorframe. Grandpa Zhong glanced at him in the mirror without turning around. No. This old body of mine can fight tigers on the mountain and catch dragons in the sea. Imperfectly fine. What checkup do I need? You keep your money for yourself, son. If you don't have enough, come to Grandpa. My pension is over 10,000 a month, and I can't spend it all. I'm saving it all for you. Zhong Yu knew this would happen. He sighed, put on a pained expression. Ah, what a pity then. This is a family benefit from our company, a top-tier private hospital checkup package. If you don't go, it'll be wasted. The old man stopped combing, turned around, and looked at him suspiciously. Really, why would I lie to you? Zhong Yu walked over, half pushing and half pulling the old man out the door. Let's hurry, it's already booked. Being late would be rude. Finally, the old man was successfully stuffed into the car. As soon as he settled in, he pulled out his phone, opened a card-playing group chat, cleared his throat, and pressed the voice message button. Ahem, oh my, this grandson of mine is just too filial. He insisted on dragging me to some aristocratic hospital for a full-body checkup, and I couldn't stop him. Young people these days, they're so dutiful. It's really annoying, ha ha ha. Zhong Yu smiled. His grandfather was a man who said one thing, but meant another. The car drove into the underground parking lot of Heimu Private Hospital. As soon as they entered the VIP center in Zone A, Grandpa Zhong was stunned by the sight before him. The floor was polished to a mirror shine, a faint aroma of incense lingered in the air, and the nurses in uniform were all beaming, offering unknown guided service. This didn't look like a hospital, it was more like a 5-star hotel. The old man immediately grew wary. He quietly tugged at Zhong Yu's sleeve and lowered his voice. Little fish, is this place legitimate? It looks like one of those shady clubs you see on TV. We can't get involved in anything illegal, you know. Your grandpa has lived a clean life all these years, I can't let you ruin it. Zhong Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helped the old man sit on the sofa, took the hot towel and tea from the nurse. Grandpa, what are you thinking? This is a hospital. I told you it's a company benefit. Our boss is a good person and has plenty of money. Such a good boss. The old man's eyes lit up. He took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, and said, "Then you stick with that good boss for life. Don't let go. Hear me." Qiao Qingwu's face flashed through Zhong Yu's mind, and he smiled perfunctorily. Got it. Meanwhile, after returning from the campsite, Qiao Qingwu felt a knot in her heart. Zhong Yu's grandfather's situation reminded her uncontrollably of her own grandmother. After putting Sui Sui down for her afternoon nap, with Aunt May watching the house, she drove straight to the home of her grandmother's old friend, where she had been staying recently. Old Madame Su was sunbathing in the yard. When she saw Qiao Qingwu, her face immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Qiao Wu, why are you here?" Qiao Qingwu walked over and sat down beside her grandmother, looking at her face etched by time. She suddenly spoke, "Grandma, you must take good care of yourself." Old Madame Su paused. She reached out her wrinkled hand and gently stroked Qiao Qingwu's silky long hair. "Silly child, what are you talking about? Grandma is in great health. I still have to see our little Wu get married and help you take care of your children." Qiao Qingwu's nose tingled. She lowered her head and softly replied. Old Madame Su seemed to recall something and changed the subject. "By the way, isn't your father's birthday coming up soon? Did he invite you?" At the mention of Qiao Jinhua, the softness on Qiao Qingwu's face vanished instantly. She didn't want to go, but she couldn't avoid it. "He called and asked me to come." "Then go." Old Madame Zu's gaze sharpened. "Go. Show your face in front of him often so he won't be blinded by those vixens outside, forget his own daughter, and treat someone else's daughter like a treasure." Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips together and said nothing. She knew very well that Qiao Jinhua's heart had long since tilted to the far side of the Pacific Ocean. Back then he and her mother Su Min started from scratch. When the company grew and Qiao Jinhua's back straightened, he began to resent his wife for not being gentle and loving enough, for not admiring him. At that very moment, his first love, Sui Sui widowed, came to him with her daughter. That woman was a master at gazing at him with adoration, treating him like her god. Thus Qiao Jinhua rediscovered the feeling of being looked up to, as in his youth. He divorced Su Min, split their joint property equally, and brought the mother and daughter into his home. Sui Sui was bold enough to ingratiate herself with Qiao Jinhua. She even changed her daughter Xia Qianqian's surname to Qiao, calling her Qiao Qianqian, and made Qiao Jinhua her godfather. What an absurd joke. It was precisely because of this that Qiao Qingwu never believed in love. Even a bond forged through shared hardships could change in an instant, more unreliable than a weather forecast. One day it's clear skies, the next it could be thunder, and what was truly dependable was only the money in hand and her own career. "I never expected his fatherly love anyway." Pulling her thoughts back, Qiao Qingwu said coldly, "As long as the money is right." "Ai, that's the right way to think." Old Madame Su nodded approvingly and patted her hand. "Your father is a shrewd man. Although he spends money to support that mother and daughter, he never gives them a title. He knows in his heart that his real children are only you and Xiao Ming. His money rightfully belongs to you. If you don't want it or disdain it, then it'll truly fall into the hands of outsiders." Qiao Qingwu lowered her eyes, gazing at her own fair, slender fingers. Yes, she didn't need that intangible thing called fatherly love, but money was what was rightfully hers. She would take the initiative to claim. She wouldn't let it go to someone else. Qiao Qingwu spent the entire afternoon with her grandmother. They sat on wicker chairs in the courtyard, basking in the tranquility of time. That is, if one ignored the fact that Qiao Qingwu was holding her phone, interrogating her grandmother item by item over the medical report. "Grandma, the doctor said you need to take your blood pressure medicine on time. Did you take it today? And cut down on high-fat, high-salt foods. Did you order takeout crawfish yesterday again?" Granny Su grew a bit impatient with the questioning and waved her hand. I took it. I'll listen to you, I know." She muttered, "When you were little I used to nag you all day to eat more and go to bed early. Now it's the other way around. You're treating me like a 5-year-old. Qiao Qingwu put away her phone with a deadpan expression. If only you were half as obedient as a 5-year-old. She felt that her grandmother was even less obedient than Sui Sui. Granny Su couldn't be bothered to argue. She picked up her phone, deftly tapped open the icon for Honor of Kings, glanced at it, then closed it with a look of displeasure. Qiao Qingwu noticed her subtle movement. "What's wrong?" Granny Su pursed her lips. "My gaming partner hasn't been online all day. He hasn't replied to my messages either. I don't know what he's up to. No one's playing with me. I'm unhappy." Qiao Qingwu didn't quite understand. "Then just find someone else to play with. You don't play games, so you wouldn't get it." Granny Su suddenly became animated. "This partner and I have the best synergy. I tell you, we're a match made in heaven. The moment I signal, he's there in an instant. He goes wherever I point. Our coordination is flawless." Qiao Qingwu watched her grandmother's radiant expression as she talked about the game and fell silent. This grandmother of hers really didn't act like an old lady. Her hobbies were completely different from other grandmothers who danced in the square or went to the market. She loved gaming. She could sleep until the sun was high in the sky, then come alive at night, munching on skewers and crawfish, staying up late to watch those Onaminuteper episode short dramas, gleefully shipping the couples. Qiao Qingwu used to worry that her health couldn't handle it. But Granny Su would bristle, saying that living was about being happy. While she still had the strength, she should enjoy herself, and if she had to give up everything just to live a few more years living like an ascetic monk, she'd rather live fewer years, but live comfortably. Seeing her granddaughter lost in thought, Granny Su suddenly steered the conversation back. "Xiao Wu, the same goes for you. Don't let your parents' bad experience tie you down." Granny Su's eyes sharpened as if she could see through all of Qiao Qingwu's disguises. "Look at you now. like a robot devoid of joy or anger. What are you afraid of? It's just dating, not going to war. At worst, if it doesn't work, you break up. What's the big deal? If you don't even try, how do you know it won't work? How do you know the outcome will be bad? Don't put shackles on yourself. It's too exhausting. Qiao Qingwu's fingers tightened around her phone. If you don't even try, how do you know it won't work? That sentence was like a pebble falling into a lake, stirring ripples in her heart. Zhong Yu finished taking his grandfather through the full set of medical checkups by evening. The results for the blood routine and ECG came out quickly. The nurse with a sweet voice explained that there were no major issues. As for the more detailed cancer screening and brain CT, those would take a few days. Grandpa Zhong, upon hearing that he was in excellent health, immediately grew restless and insisted on going to have a marathon chess match with his old buddy. All right, I'm fine. Hurry up and take me back. Zhong Yu dropped his grandfather off at the doorstep. The old man didn't even let him out of the car. He waved him away. Go take care of your own business. Don't stick around with an old man like me. Zhong Yu watched his grandfather's eager figure rushing toward the chessboard and smiled, shaking his head. As soon as he got back in the car, his phone rang. It was Qiao Ming. Fish, you still alive? Tonight, the usual place. The guys are getting together. If you don't show up, we're going to burn. Zhong Yu sighed. Ever since he'd been saddled with a daughter out of the blue, his life had been a straight line between the office and Lanting. He'd almost forgotten he was still a young, dashing college guy. It was time to get some air. Zhong Yu sent a message to Qiao Qingwu. Got a dinner with my college roommates tonight. The task of putting Sui Sui to bed is yours. The reply came okay. Zhong Yu tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and hit the gas. In the bar, the lights were dim. As soon as Zhong Yu pushed open the door, he spotted Qiao Ming and two other college roommates, Defei and Ho Zi, in a corner booth. Ho Zi, being the sharpest, saw him first. Holy crap, it's alive. The living Zhong Yu. Defei joined in the teasing. The missing person has returned. Fess up. What have you been up to? Secretly dating. Keeping a mistress hidden away. Zhong Yu sat down in the seat next to them and poured himself a drink. Dating. I don't even have time to talk to a female mosquito. Qiao Ming across from him grinned slyly. I can vouch for that. Zhong Yu's turning under my sister now. You know what a demon boss she is. Do you think he has time to date? He's lucky if he gets out of the office alive. Ho Zi looked at Zhong Yu with awe. Dude, you're playing with fire. I heard that CEO Qiao is a real ice queen. Nothing grows for miles around. Defei leaned in. Seriously? So you're in deep trouble now? It was more than deep trouble. It was hell mode. By day she was the boss, but by night she was the mother of his child. Zhong Yu took a sip of his drink and nodded gravely. Indeed, deep trouble. He paused, then corrected himself. But it's not that extreme. Our company's benefits are pretty good. Overtime pays 10 times the normal rate. The moment he said that, the booth went silent. Ho Zi and Defei exchanged bewildered glances. Qiao Ming looked at him with utter disappointment. You fool. You've been brainwashed. In just a few days you've turned into a capitalist dog. Zhong Yu kept his head down, focusing on picking fruit from the fruit platter. Want to come and experience it yourself? Qiao Ming immediately waved his hand. No way, no way. I'm not working for my sister. That's just asking for trouble. He lowered his voice and started ranting wildly. You guys have no idea. My sister's a robot programmed, no emotions at all. And she treats me, her own brother, like garbage. As he said this, Zhong Yu's eyes slowly widened in Qiao Ming's line of sight. Zhong Yu kindly warned him, bro, I'd suggest you stop right there. But Qiao Ming, completely oblivious, got even more excited. What's there to be afraid of? She's not here. Listen, he went on ranting for another minute. Just as he was getting into the groove, he saw that the three people in front of him were all staring straight at something behind him, their faces full of sympathy. Qiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned his neck slowly, inch by inch. Whoa, sis. Qiao Qingwu looked down at him from a height, her red lips parting slightly. Are your bones itching? Childhood trauma surged back, and Qiao Ming shrank his neck. His arrogance vanished entirely as he stood straight, assuming a military posture. Sis, what brings you here? Are you following me? Qiao Qingwu flashed a purchase alert on her phone. You used my card, and the notification came to me. Her tone was indifferent, but inside, she wasn't so calm. Qiao Ming swiped her card as frequently as drinking water, yet she had never personally come to catch him before. Just after 9, after putting Sui Sui to bed, she had lain down when her phone lit up. Seeing it was Qiao Ming's spending record at a bar, she almost sat up as if possessed. She knew Zhong Yu was with Qiao Ming tonight. She just wanted to see for herself. To see what exactly this college roommate gathering was all about. Mostly, whether there were any other girls. Sis, let me explain. Qiao Ming quickly stood up, pointing at the booth filled with guys. Look, we're all decent people. Just a regular college roommate reunion. I didn't order any shady chickens. Defei and Ho Zi, with survival instincts bursting, also stood up, immediately flashing sycophantic smiles at Qiao Qingwu. Hello, Sister Qiao Ming. Long admired. Since you're here, why not hang out with us? Yes, come sit here right in the middle. Ho Zi swiftly cleared the prime spot in the booth. Qiao Qingwu's gaze swept across the booth, finally landing on Zhong Yu's face. Zhong Yu was holding a drink, wearing an expression of pure amusement. Instead of taking the offered seat, Qiao Qingwu walked over to Qiao Ming and sat down directly right across from Zhong. She reverted to her usual cold and aloof demeanor. Her thick wavy hair fell loosely over her shoulders, though she was overdressed. A white shirt accentuated her perfect curves, and her black pencil skirt revealed 2 straight long. Sitting there, she looked less like a partygoer and more like an inspector. The entire booth's atmosphere grew strange. Silence. That was tonight's booth. Just as the awkwardness was about to solidify, a gentle male voice broke the deadlock. Miss Qiao. A young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a polo shirt approached, accompanied by a young girl in a peach-pink spaghetti-strap dress. The man appeared refined. Is it really you? Qiao Qingwu turned at the sound, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Lin Yanqi's eyes brightened when he saw Qiao Qingwu, his smile becoming more genuine. What a coincidence you're here too. Hanging out with friends. Qiao Ming, seeing Lin Yanqi, looked as if had encountered a major nuisance. Lin Yanqi was a doctor at Harmony Hospital, young and promising. He had been the attending physician for Grandma Su with undeniable skill and a knack for social interactions. But the trouble was that somehow he had gotten to know Qiao Qianqian, the adopted daughter of Qiao Jinhua. After learning of Lin Yanqi's private ties with Qiao Qianqian, Qiao Qingwu immediately replaced her grandmother's primary doctor. Given this awkward history, Qiao Ming felt his scalp tingle at the sight of him. He gave a perfunctory greeting. Dr. Lin out for fun too. Lin Yanqi gestured to the girl beside him, smiling. I'm here with my sister, but they don't seem to have space. At that, Hosey quickly stood up. We're all friends. We can squeeze in. The more the merrier. Qiao Ming shot Hosey a look of urgent signals, but Hosey completely missed them. Yet Zhong Yu keenly sensed something. This Dr. Lin's relationship with Qiao Qingwu and Qiao Ming was far from simple. Sure enough, Lin Yanqi moved to sit beside Qiao Qingwu. But Qiao Qingwu subtly shifted inward, placing her bag on the adjacent seat, claiming it. The gesture was small, but the rejection was unmistakable. Lin Yanqi's smile faltered for a moment before he sat down, separated by her bag. Meanwhile, his sister in the pink dress with clear intent walked straight to Zhong Yu. Handsome, can I sit here? Before Zhong Yu could respond, Dafei beside him had already scooted over, making room for the young beauty. Come sit here. Zhong Yu smiled externally but sighed internally. The worst thing is when people are clueless but eager. That describes Hosey and Dafei perfectly. Can't they sense the tension? As soon as Lin Shi sat down, she leaned toward Zhong Yu. Handsome, you're so good looking. Lin Shi. What's your name? Zhong Yu replied slowly. My name is Hourly Worker. Lin Shi was stunned. Huh? Are you joking? No joke, Zhong Yu said seriously. My boss is right across from me. As he spoke, he glanced at Qiao Qingwu opposite. Qiao Qingwu was looking down at her phone, a strand of seaweed-like curly hair falling beside her porcelain white cheek, her red lips. Lin Yanqi was trying hard to start a conversation. Been busy at work lately? You look thinner. Qiao Qingwu didn't lift her head. Not really. How's your grandmother doing? I saw her latest checkup report. Blood pressure is still a bit high. Remind her to take her medicine on time. Lin Yanqi's tone was full of concern. He approached through the family member she cared about most, showcasing his professionalism and thoughtfulness. Unfortunately, he was dealing with Qiao Qingwu, an AI. Qiao Qingwu finally looked up, her eyes icy. Dr. Lin is thoughtful, but you needn't trouble yourself. My grandmother's current attending physician is Professor Li. With one sentence, Qiao Qingwu killed the conversation. Precise strike, instant death, leaving no room for ambiguity. Yet unexpectedly, the smile on Lin Yanqi's face only paused briefly. He wasn't angry, nor even slightly displeased. Lin Yanqi's gaze fell on Qiao Qingwu's porcelain-like profile, his eyes burning with intense excitement. 2 years ago, he had been captivated by her cold, unapproachable. Back then, he was Grandma Zu's primary physician. Qiao Qingwu often visited the hospital to accompany her grandmother. Their conversations revolved solely around the old lattice condition, not a single unnecessary word. But the more she kept her distance, the more intriguing Lin Yanqi found her. Women who threw themselves at him were like easy storage goods on a supermarket shelf. No matter how beautifully packaged, they were utterly tasteless. But Qiao Qingwu was different. She was a snow-capped mountain, a solitary peak, untouched and perpetually frozen. Conquering such a mountain, what an unparalleled experience that would be. He wanted to see her melt, to lose control, for him alone to go mad for him. That would surely be beautiful. As for Qiao Qianqian, that was purely an accident, a mistaken blunder. Qiao Qingwu treated him as if he were nothing but air, yet Lin Yanqi remained unfazed. There was a self-contained stubbornness about this man. Back then, Qiao Qianqian, under the name of Qiao Jinhua's daughter, had sent a beautifully wrapped gift to his office. The attached card only specified a time and a restaurant with a vague signature. Lin Yanqi naturally assumed Qiao Qingwu had finally come to her senses. He went to the appointment overjoyed. But when he arrived at the restaurant, he saw Qiao Qianqian's face, pretty yet somewhat unrefined. She shyly introduced herself as his junior from medical school, claiming she had admired him for a long time. Lin Yanqi's disappointment was written all over his face, but he quickly concealed it. His mind raced. If he could build a good relationship with Qiao Qianqian, he might get closer to the Qiao family and to Qiao Qingwu. His plan was sound, a circuitous route, but unexpectedly, before he could even get close to the Qiao family, Qiao Qingwu, for reasons unknown, replaced him as her attending physician, showing no mercy. After reflecting, Lin Yanqi decided he couldn't afford to lose both sides. So he changed his strategy. He had heard that Qiao Qianqian was Qiao Jinhua's goddaughter, supported by him along with her mother. Though it was a dubious status, she was still half a Qiao family heiress. So he adopted a 3-no policy towards her: no initiative, no refusal, no responsibility, keeping her on a string. Meanwhile, he continued to observe Qiao Qingwu in secret, lurking in the shadows, occasionally popping up to remind her of his existence. Lin Yanqi shrugged indifferently. Even if I'm no longer Mrs. Zu's attending physician, you can still come to me with any questions. Qiao Ming was stunned by the scene. Dr. Lin's resilience was remarkable. Across from him, Zhong Yu, feeling bored, pulled out his phone and deftly opened the CodeForge Pro. As soon as he logged in, he saw a post pinned at the top followed by a string of fiery red, hot tags. Reward 10 million, seeking a complete intelligent management system solution for hospitals. Zhong Yu clicked on it. The requirements were detailed. Besides standard technical specifications, there was a special emphasis: the solution must embody humanistic care, allowing the cold data system to forge an emotional connection with patient sensibilities. The comment section below was in an uproar. I feel like that old man looking at his phone meme. Does this client want a system or a tapeworm in your gut? LOL. Wants the program to run fast and understand human hearts. Why not just let it become a spirit? A 10 million level bounty, indeed, not easy to claim. Cold programs and humanistic warmth. That's even more impossible than me and my goddess getting together. Zhong Yu read the comments, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Technology plus humanistic care. This project seemed tailor-made for him. For that 10 million reward, it was worth a try. Just as he was about to dive into the requirements document, a head suddenly leaned in beside him, carrying a sweet perfume scent. While little brother, you browse CodeForge too? Lin's eyes sparkled as she looked at his phone screen with surprise. Zhong Yu subtly shifted his body away. But Lin, she oblivious, chattered on. What a coincidence. I'm a sophomore in computer science at Hangzhou University. Are you in this field too? We're so destined. This forum is amazing. My senior told me that anyone who takes jobs here is a hidden master. Zhong Yu's gaze remained on the screen. He replied absent-mindedly, is that so? Yes. So are you a master too? Lin's eyes tone was full of admiration. Zhong Yu didn't look up. No, I told you I'm a maid. Huh. Lin, she was stunned, then laughed. Little brother, you're so funny. In the booth across from them, Qiao Qingwu held her wine glass, expressionless, watching the scene. She couldn't hear what they were saying. She could only see that young girl Lin, her eyes shining, talking incessantly. And Zhong Yu, though mostly looking at his phone, occasionally responded with a word or two. A nameless irritation rose from the depths of her heart, like a tangled mess clogging her chest with it. She picked up her glass. Her fair, slender fingers tightened as she drained the remaining wine in one gulp, then raised her hand to order another. Xiao Ming watched dumbfounded. What was wrong with his sister? She rarely drank outside of business functions. Had she changed today? Glass after glass, as if it were plain water. This silent brooding drinking, this face cold enough to freeze ice. How could it look so much like a broken heart? Ever since the uninvited guest Lin Yanqi and his sister Lin, she had barged in, everyone's enthusiasm for playing cards had waned. Zhong Yu also noticed that Qiao Qingwu was acting very strange. She was sitting there, but her gaze kept unconsciously drifting towards him, or rather towards Lin she beside him. As a result, she lost terribly at the card game. According to the rules, the loser had to drink as a penalty. Qiao Qingwu picked up her glass and drank without. Xiao Ming watched, anxiously fidgeting. Sis, stop drinking. Let me drink for you. He reached out to stop her. Xiao Qingwu tilted her hand away, dodging him. Her voice was icy. I'll drink it myself. She lost another round and raised her glass again. In contrast, Dafei and Hosey, those two simpletons, were chatting animatedly with Lin, she practically ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. After several rounds of drinks, Zhong Yu noticed Qiao Qingwu's eyes were beginning to glaze over. She was clearly drunk. It's getting late. Let's call it a night, Zhong Yu suggested, proposing they end the gathering. As soon as he spoke, Lin Yanqi saw his chance. He stood up immediately, a gentle, harmless smile on his face. Miss Qiao, I see you've had quite a bit to drink. How about I drive you? Xiao Ming immediately looked at him warily. Dr. Lin, you haven't been drinking. Lin Yanqi shook his head, his smile even more open. I only had water tonight. Not a single drop of alcohol. Zhong Yu understood it all now. A master, coming to a bar without drinking, just waiting here, patiently ready to swoop in and take advantage. Zhong Yu had figured it out. This Dr. Lin was Qiao Qingwu's dedicated simp, but a smart one. The whole room fell silent, waiting for Qiao Qingwu's reaction. Qiao Qingwu wobbled to her feet. Her seaweed-like curls were slightly messy. Her beautiful fox-like eyes swept the room before finally fixing on Zhong Yu. She raised her hand, pointing a jade-like finger straight at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu, you take me home. Everyone was stunned. The smile on Lin Yanqi's face froze instantly. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yanqi's gentle smile froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. He had waited all night, not touching a single drop of alcohol, just for this opportunity. And now it was snatched away, just like that. Qiao Qingwu hadn't exchanged a single word with this man, named Zhong Yu, all evening, so why did she suddenly ask him to take her home? On the other side, Lin, she was equally dumbfounded, her small lips slightly parted, utterly baffled by the situation. Zhong Yu himself was taken aback for a moment, but he reacted swiftly, almost immediately rising to his feet. Ah, yes, I'm President Qiao's assistant. It's only right for me to see the boss home. Hearing this, Lin, she visibly relaxed. Oh, so it's because he's the assistant. That made sense. He had just said the woman across from him was his boss. Nothing to worry about then, and an assistant driving the boss home was only natural. Qiao Ming, however, was beside himself, wearing an expression of a betrayed younger brother, as if he were about to launch into a melodramatic performance. Seriously, sis. Your own flesh and blood brother is right here. Why didn't you ask me to take you home? Am I no longer your most loyal servant? Qiao Qingwu completely ignored him, her gaze still fixed intently on Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu stepped forward and gently supported her arm, finding her skin burning hot. This woman was truly drunk. Though Qiao Ming complained, he had full confidence in leaving his sister in Zhong Yu's hands. He trusted Zhong Yu's character, and since one was his sister, and the other his best friend, the two together were as pure as boiled water. Absolutely no chance of any unnecessary chemistry. But still, Zhong Yu was an incredible assistant. How had he earned his sister's trust so quickly? How did he do it? Bro, teach me. I bow to you. Qiao Ming trotted over, flanking the unsteady Qiao Qingwu with Zhong Yu as they headed for the door. You didn't drink, did you? Qiao Ming asked worriedly. A little, Zhong Yu admitted. They'll have to call a designated driver. As they reached the bar entrance, the evening breeze hit them. Qiao Qingwu, who had been holding on, suddenly felt the full force of the alcohol surge up. Her head lolled to the side, and she went limp, collapsing softly against Zhong Yu. He quickly reached out and wrapped an arm around her waist to keep her from sliding to the ground. The woman in his arms was soft and warm, carrying a mix of alcohol and her unique, cool, faint fragrance that drifted into his nostrils. The designated driver arrived quickly, a reliable-looking middle-aged man. Zhong Yu helped Qiao Qingwu into the back seat, where she slumped bonelessly against the seat back. Just as Zhong Yu was about to get in and close the door, Qiao Ming grabbed the doorframe, looking uneasy. Maybe I should come with you guys, Qiao Ming said, his face full of concern. She's this drunk, I'm worried. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. No way. Sui Sui was at home. If Qiao Ming came to Lanting, everything would be exposed. He was about to come up with an excuse to refuse when two voices chimed in unison, no need. One was Zhong Yu's. The other astonishingly came from the drunken Qiao Qingwu in the back seat, her voice slurred, but the refusal unmistakably clear. Zhong Yu was stunned. Are you really that drunk, sis? Qiao Ming was equally shocked, staring at his sister, then at Zhong Yu, his face a mass of confusion. How could he be rejected by his own sister again? Fine. Qiao Ming muttered, letting go of the door. Just take her home. There should be a housekeeper there. Send me a message when she's safe. Zhong Yu nodded eagerly. Don't worry, mission accomplished. The car door closed, and the vehicle drove off smoothly. Qiao Ming stood there watching the taillights fade, feeling something was off. Turning around, he saw a group still standing at the bar entrance. Dafei and Hosey wore gossipy expressions, while Lin Yinqi and his sister Lin, she had less than pleasant looks. Qiao Ming, Lin Yinqi adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and strolled over, his words laced with implication. Your sister and that assistant of hers. Is he really just an assistant? Qiao Ming bristled at this. Hands in pockets, he gave Lin Yinqi a sideways glance. What else? Dr. Lin, your imagination is running wild, isn't it? Let me ask you, do you think every man and woman you see together must have something going on? Falling for your boss at work, your teacher at school, your drill instructor during military training, your driving instructor. Isn't that just asking for trouble? His rapid-fire retort left the bystanders stunned. Then Qiao Ming turned his sharp tongue directly on Lin Yinqi. And who my sister asks to take her home is none of your business, is it? Aren't you overstepping a bit? Despite being called out so bluntly, Lin Yinqi's smile didn't waver. In fact, he found Qiao Ming's words quite reasonable. Qiao Ming was Qiao Qingwu's own brother, if he said, so it must be true. He had indeed been overthinking it. Someone like Qiao Qingwu would never be interested in a young lad the same age as her brother. Reassured, Lin Yinqi gave Qiao Ming an even warmer, more sincere smile. He decided not to argue with the child. After all, he needed to maintain good relations with his future brother-in-law. The car cruised smoothly through the night. Zhong Yu sat in the back seat next to a completely limp Qiao Qingwu. The designated driver kept his eyes on the road, focusing on driving. The interior was dark, with only neon lights from outside flashing across her face intermittently. Qiao Qingwu leaned against the window, her cheeks flushed. Her usually cool, frosty fox-like eyes were now misty and glistening, the corners tinged with red, giving her an unexpectedly alluring look. Strands of hair clung to her porcelain-white cheeks, her red lips slightly parted, each breath carrying the scent of alcohol. Zhong Yu shook his head at the sight. This woman was completely plastered. Hot. Qiao Qingwu suddenly mumbled, impatiently tugging at the collar of her white shirt. Zhong Yu's eyelid twitched. Hold on, we'll be home soon. Hot. It's so uncomfortable. She furrowed her brows, her voice soft and whiny, completely devoid of her usual commanding CO demeanor. With that, her fair, slender hands began to fumble with the buttons of her shirt. But drunk as she was, her limbs wouldn't cooperate. After struggling for a while, she couldn't undo a single one. Frustrated, she grabbed the fabric and yanked hard. Hey. Zhong Yu was startled, quickly reaching out to stop her wandering hands. Calm down. There's someone else in the car. He gestured toward the driver up front. The man remained as steady as a mountain, acting as if he hadn't heard a thing. Qiao Qingwu, her hands caught, looked up at Zhong Yu with hazy eyes for a long moment. Zhong Yu. She called his name, slurring. Let me go, I want to take off my clothes. Zhong Yu felt his head spinning. No, this is a public place. Mind your manners. I don't care. I just want to take it off. She started to throw a tantrum like a child, reaching out with her other hand to pry at Zhong Yu's grip. Zhong Yu held both her wrists, with one hand struggling to restrain her like a cat, throwing a drunken fit. Qiao Qingwu rubbed her face against his palm, her voice even more pitiful. Then you help me take it off. Zhong Yu fell silent, watching Qiao Qingwu, who was a completely different person from her usual self. He found it rather amusing. The contrast was just too stark. A brilliant idea struck him. With one hand restraining the struggling Qiao Qingwu, he swiftly pulled out his phone, with the other aimed it at her, and activated the recording function. On the screen, the female CEO's cheeks were flushed, her eyes dazed, and her red lips pouted slightly, wearing an expression of having suffered a great injustice. "Come on, President Qiao, make a peace sign at the camera." Qiao Qingwu obediently complied, peace. The drunken female CEO was like a 5-year-old, her brain reduced to a single track, doing whatever she was told. "Her drunk behavior is as bad as her sleeping posture," Zhong Yu muttered under his breath. Yet looking at the Qiao Qingwu on the phone screen, so unlike her usual self, he found her oddly adorable. What a bizarre thought. Half an hour later the car came to a smooth stop in the underground garage of Lanting. After Zhong Yu confirmed their arrival, the chauffeur politely bid farewell. Zhong Yu looked at the thoroughly intoxicated Qiao Qingwu and let out his 108th sigh. He patted her cheek. "Oi, drunkard, wake up. We're home." Qiao Qingwu furrowed her brow, uttering unintelligible murmurs. Zhong Yu had no choice but to half-drag, half-carry her out of the car. The moment her feet touched the ground, she suddenly opened her eyes and shoved him away. "I'm not drunk," she said, her eyes glazed but her tone unusually firm. Zhong Yu nearly burst out laughing. The classic line, a must for every drunkard. He crossed his arms and pointed at the clear yellow parking line on the ground. "Not drunk, huh? All right, walk a straight line for me." "Fine, I will," Qiao Qingwu snorted, straightening her back with an air of disdain, as if to say, "Who do you think you're underestimating?" Then with a triumphant stride, she took a second step. On the third, she began veering left. On the fourth, she abruptly swerved right. Zhong Yu watched as she flawlessly traced a smooth-shaped path across the empty garage. As she walked, Qiao Qingwu's legs gave way, and she started to fall straight toward the ground. Zhong Yu reacted, swiftly lunging forward to catch her. All right, stop walking. I believe you're not drunk," he said expressionlessly. "You just want to give the earth a passionate French kiss." Qiao Qingwu leaned against him, her mind a complete fog, having utterly given up on thinking. Zhong Yu resigned himself to his fate. An assistant's job truly encompassed everything. "They'll carry you on my back." He crouched down in front of her. The next second, a weight settled on his back. 2 warm arms tightly encircled his neck. Then a soft, heavy warmth pressed against his entire back, radiating her body heat. Zhong Yu's whole body stiffened. Before he could adjust his mindset, he felt a warm, moist breath near his neck. Qiao Qingwu buried her face in the crook of his neck, sniffing like a small animal searching for its nest, and murmured, "You smell so nice." Before smacking her, Zhong Yu paused. "That woman." Qiao Qingwu mumbled again. "What?" he asked. She repeated, "I said that woman." A chill ran down Zhong Yu's spine. He quickly glanced around. The empty underground garage was lit by only a few lamps, so silent that he could hear his own heartbeat. Where was the woman? "Don't scare me." Could the drunken female CEO have awakened some strange talent like yin-yang eyes, enabling her to see unclean things? Carrying this formidable figure on his back, Zhong Yu sprinted toward the elevator at a 100-meter dash pace. He carried her all the way home, opened the door, and found the living room pitch black. He turned on the light, intending to set her down on the sofa. But Qiao Qingwu's arms were locked around his neck like they'd grown there, refusing to let go. Zhong Yu was speechless. "Let go. We're home. If you don't, I'll start charging." There was no response from the person in his arms, as she simply wouldn't release her hold. Just as he was about to use force, Qiao Qingwu finally spoke. She lifted her face from his shoulder, her nose tip read, her beautiful fox-like eyes slightly narrowed, and said, "I don't like it." With those words, her arms went slack, and she completely softened, turning over to lie face down on the sofa without moving. Qiao Qingwu's breathing gradually steadied. Zhong Yu walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of water, and drank half of it. The cold water quelled a surge of heat. After a moment's thought, he poured another glass of warm water for Qiao Qingwu. Leaning against the dispenser, he opened Xiao Ming's WeChat and sent a succinct message. Xiao Ming replied instantly with a 30-second voice message. "You? Make sure the housekeeper at my sister's place takes good care of her. She never drinks except for work events, and she would never get herself this drunk. I have no idea what's gotten into her today. It's like she's drowning her sorrows after a breakup. Totally abnormal. And watch yourself when you see her at work tomorrow. Don't get on her bad." Zhong Yu turned off his phone screen, and the kitchen fell silent. Xiao Ming was right. Qiao Qingwu was definitely off today. The usual Qiao Qingwu was sharp, aloof, and moreover, she was highly guarded, a trait evident from her habit of hugging something while sleeping, which in psychology indicated a profound lack of security. Yet today she had transformed, not only getting herself completely drunk, but also for the first time specifically requesting that he escort her. Although they lived under the same roof, it was merely a fake marriage staged for Sui Sui's sake. Given their true relationship, how could she, a woman, be so unreserved with him? Even more bizarrely, she had refused her younger brother Qiao Ming's offer to accompany her. That was a very puzzling move. Holding the water glass, Zhong Yu's mind rapidly replayed the night's details. And in the bar she had been dismissive toward the refined Dr. Lin, yet her gaze kept drifting toward him and Lin Shi. Then before she passed out, she had murmured on his back, "That woman." And that unfinished, "I don't like it." A flash of insight struck Zhong Yu. Stringing it together, "That woman. I don't like." An extremely bizarre, even alarming thought surfaced. No way. Jealousy. Possessiveness. Zhong Yu spun around sharply, his gaze piercing the dim living room to land on the unconscious figure on the sofa. Zhong Yu quickly took another sip of water to calm himself. If this were any other young girl experiencing her first crush, this line of reasoning would be quite plausible. But this was Qiao Qingwu, the woman who had solemnly signed a cohabitation agreement as thick as a dictionary, specifically emphasizing no crossing boundaries and no falling in love. Zhong Yu shook his head, convinced that he too had had a bit to drink and wasn't thinking straight. How could he have come up with such an absurd idea? He fell silent for a moment. The female CEO simply had poor drunk behavior and was acting out in her inebriation. That was the only logical explanation. Just as Zhong Yu had thought, Qiao Qingwu was indeed a person with a strong sense of boundaries, especially towards men. Every man who actively showed her kindness would be rejected in the most direct and ruthless manner. She wanted to nip troublesome things like love and flirtation in the bud. Tonight she was truly drunk. Over the years she had lived like a robot programmed with a set routine. Her lifestyle was terrifyingly regular, her sleep schedule pathologically healthy, to the point where she wouldn't even sleep in on weekends. One must know that those who can consistently go to bed early and wake up early are either completely without desires or possess desires so intense they are extreme. Qiao Qingwu was clearly the second type. She had aspirations, so she acted accordingly. To gain a greater sense of achievement and control in her work, she could suppress the desire to stay up late and laze in bed. Such a person was practically a superhuman. But ever since Sui Sui's unexpected arrival and Zhong Yu's move into Lanting, Qiao Qingwu found her orderly life slowly. Even the deeply ingrained beliefs she had held due to her parents' failed marriage began to loosen. The most bizarre part was that she had gone from initial resistance to feeling that this somewhat chaotic life wasn't so bad after all. Thus a sense of possessiveness naturally sprouted. This villa is mine, so everything within this villa should rightfully be mine as well, including the people. However, someone like Qiao Qingwu with terrifying self-control often valued face the most. Certain things like being jealous, throwing little tantrums, acting crazy, or being coy. Just the thought of these behaviors while she was sober would make her feel embarrassed. So she needed a reason and excuse to indulge herself that she could accept, and that the other party could accept. In the end, she chose to drink to get herself drunk. Only when drunk could she do the things she yearned to do deep down, but were suppressed by rationality. After all, anything done by a drunk person could simply be dismissed as indiscretion under the influence. Everything could be explained and forgiven. At the bar, when that girl named Lin, she sat close to Zhong Yu, a strange irritation rose within her. So she drank one glass after another. A bad mood makes one the easiest to get drunk. I don't like that woman. I don't like her getting close to you. These words hidden in her heart could only surface under the cover of alcohol. Don't sleep here, go upstairs to sleep. Zhong Yu walked over with a glass of water. The person on the sofa was sleeping soundly. He gently pushed Qiao Qingwu's shoulder. Qiao Qingwu turned over, burying her face directly into the back of the sofa, using actions to show her refusal to communicate. Zhong Yu was completely at a loss. Reasoning with a drunkard was his naivety. He put down the glass, slid his arms under her knees and back, and lifted her up. She had hardly any weight in his arms, her whole body soft and limp and very warm. Just as he stepped onto the stairs, the person in his arms suddenly stirred restlessly, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Remove makeup. Her voice was soft and gentle, thick with a nasal tone. Zhong Yu paused mid-step, looking down at her. What did you say? My face needs makeup removal. Qiao Qingwu insisted stubbornly with her eyes closed. Zhong Yu was almost. My skin will break out. Tomorrow. She persisted, her tone even carrying a hint of grievance. Zhong Yu was speechless and could only quicken his pace. Afraid of waking Sui Sui, he carried Qiao Qingwu into his own guest bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. She, on the other hand, had fallen into a sleep as deep as. Zhong Yu, however, had truly become a handyman. He went to the bathroom to get makeup remover and cotton pads. Returning to the bedside, he followed a tutorial head scene on his phone, soaked the cotton pad with the liquid, and first placed it over her eyes. Her thick lashes trembled slightly under the cotton pad. Next were her cheeks and forehead. The skin within reach was smooth and delicate. Finally, her lips, that vibrant red, was wiped away, revealing the tender peach pink underneath. Finally finished. Zhong Yu straightened up, examining his handiwork. Then he leaned in closer to look carefully. What was the difference between having makeup on and off? Apart from her lips, changing from red to pink, nowhere else showed any change. This must be the legendary case of makeup removal, just wiping away the dust. So what was the point of her spending half a day on makeup every day? She could just put on some lipstick and walk out the door. After removing her makeup, Zhong Yu looked at Qiao Qingwu's still burning body and thought she should take a hangover cure. Just as he stood up, he heard footsteps behind him. A tiny figure appeared at the doorway. Sui Sui, in her pajamas, clutching a teddy bear plushie, was rubbing her sleepy eyes and said in a milky voice, "Daddy, I heard you and Mommy's voices." Zhong Yu turned back, making a shush gesture at her, and lowered his voice. "Mommy is asleep, let's be quiet, so we don't wake her up." Sui Sui tiptoed, pattering over to the sofa. She leaned over the bed, curiously looking at the drunk Qiao Qingwu. The little one reached out her chubby little hand and carefully poked Qiao Qingwu's cheek. "Mommy's face is so red," she whispered. As if disturbed, Qiao Qingwu frowned and turned over in her sleep, facing Sui Sui. Instinctively, she reached out, scooped the little one leaning over the bed into her arms, and held her tightly. "Mine." She mumbled something unintelligible. Sui Sui was a bit bewildered by the hug. Her entire little face was buried in her mother's chest, smelling only alcohol and the pleasant scent of her mother. She struggled a little, but couldn't break free. "Mommy, you're holding me too tight, I need to breathe." Her little voice carried a hint of grievance. Zhong Yu found it amusing. He walked over, trying to rescue the child. Without even opening her eyes, Qiao Qingwu tightened her arms and rubbed her face against Sui Sui's soft hair, muttering, "Mine. All mine." Sui Sui gave up struggling, patted her mother's back with her little hand, and said in a tone like a little adult, "Mommy, be good, go to sleep." For a moment, it was hard to tell who was the mother and who was the child. What was all this nonsense? Zhong Yu finally managed to pull the nearly suffocating Sui Sui out of Qiao Qingwu. He picked up the child and asked softly, "Want to go back to your room and continue sleeping?" Sui Sui shook her head, pointing her little finger at Qiao Qingwu. "Mommy is uncomfortable. I want to stay with Mommy." "She'll be fine after she sleeps it off." Zhong Yu comforted her. "I still want to stay with her," the little one insisted stubbornly. Zhong Yu had no choice but to let her sit on the carpet by the bed. Sui Sui touched Qiao Qingwu's forehead with the back of her hand. "Mommy is so hot." She looked up at Zhong Yu, her big eyes full of worry. "Daddy, is Mommy sick?" Zhong Yu sighed. "It's okay, Daddy will go find her some medicine. You stay here and watch her, okay?" Sui Sui nodded emphatically. Zhong Yu found the first aid kit and took out a hangover pill. "Get up and take the medicine," he said, patting her face. Qiao Qingwu whimpered twice, reluctantly opening her eyes a slit. Her beautiful eyes were now misty and blurry, seeing everything unclearly. She looked at Zhong Yu, then at the pill and water glass in his hand, and frowned. "Not taking it, it's bitter." Her voice was soft and hoarse with a hint of drunken coaxing. "If you don't take the medicine, your head will hurt like hell tomorrow." "I don't care, I'm not taking it." Sui Sui, watching from the side, couldn't stand it anymore and said to Zhong Yu, "Daddy, no, that's not how you used to coax Mommy. Daddy, you have to do it like this." She leaned close to Qiao Qingwu's ear, kissed her cheek, and coaxed in her milky voice, "Be good, you won't feel bad after taking the medicine." Zhong Yu was stunned. Whether it was because of their daughter's words, Qiao Qingwu actually stopped resisting. Zhong Yu relented, helped her sit up, seized the chance to pop the pill into her mouth, and supported the back of her neck to give her water. She took a few sips, then went limp again, collapsing into his arms. Whoever said coaxing men required child psychology was wrong. It works for women too. Hiss. The hangover headache struck on schedule. Qiao Qingwu opened her eyes with some discomfort. The room was veiled in darkness with blackout curtains drawn, leaving her unable to discern day from night. She instinctively reached for the nightstand and grabbed her phone, which was charging. The screen lit up, revealing a time that made her pupils dilate in shock. 10 in the morning. Her biological clock had never failed her before. Qiao Qingwu shot up, but immediately collapsed back due to the headache. She switched on the light and studied the ceiling, which felt both alien and familiar. This was her home, but not her master bedroom. It was Zhong Yu's room. She froze entirely. Her gaze drifted downward and she noticed her legs were awkwardly entwined around a wad of blankets, the hem of her skirt riding up to her thighs. The previous night's memories were a chaotic blur. She only recalled drinking glass after glass at the bar. Then Zhong Yu had taken her home, and next thing she knew, how had she ended up? She had indeed intended to get drunk yesterday. She thought her nature was such that even inebriated she wouldn't do anything outrageous. Yet now it seemed the repressed little beast within her was far wilder than she had imagined. Wild enough to climb straight into Zhong Yu's bed. Could I be that desperate? Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath and lifted the covers to examine herself. Fortunately, her clothes and skirt were from yesterday, and there were no mysterious marks on her skin. Just as her mind raced to piece together fragments of memory, a soft knock came at the door. Tap, tap, tap. Who is it? Was it Zhong Yu? "Miss Qiao, are you awake?" It was Aunt Mai's voice. Qiao Qingwu quickly cleared her throat. "Come in." The door swung open, and Aunt Mai entered carrying a tray. Qiao Qingwu composed herself, smoothing her disheveled hair with her fingers as casually as possible. "Aunt Mai, good morning." Aunt Mai placed the bowl of soup on the nightstand. "Mr. Zhong specifically instructed me before leaving this morning," Aunt Mai said with a knowing smile. "He mentioned you had too much to drink last night, and asked me to prepare a hangover soup. I kept it warm for you. It should soothe your head." Qiao Qingwu's hand paused mid-reach for the bowl, feigning casualness. "Where is he?" "Mr. Zhong has gone to work," Aunt Mai replied. Qiao Qingwu took a sip of the soup, her heart growing even more unsettled. So he had left early this morning. Did anything happen between them last night or not? Before Qiao Qingwu could recall a single detail, someone came to report. "Mommy, does your head still hurt?" Sui Sui pattered in from outside, climbed onto the bed with all fours, and rolled into her arms like a little dumpling. Seeing this, Aunt Mai smiled, collected the empty bowl, and, "It doesn't hurt anymore," Qiao Qingwu said, rubbing the little dumpling's soft head. Taking a deep breath, she began her investigation. "Sui Sui, tell Mommy, how did Mommy end up sleeping in Daddy's room last night?" Sui Sui rested her chubby little finger on her chin and began recalling earnestly. "Last night Mommy drank a lot of wine. When she came home she woke Sui Sui up. Qiao Qingwu's heart tightened. Then Daddy wanted to give Mommy medicine, but Mommy refused, saying it was bitter. And then, Then Daddy coaxed Mommy into taking the medicine, and Mommy just hugged Daddy and wouldn't let go." Qiao Qingwu felt her blood run cold, already regretting asking the question. Mommy was sniffing Daddy like a little puppy, saying how nice Daddy smelled. Upon hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's mind went completely blank. Good news, Sui Sui had been there, so nothing could have happened between her and Zhong Yu. Bad news, she seemed to have turned into a pervert. When Daddy tried to leave, Mommy cried and wouldn't. Sui Sui continued in her innocent voice, uttering the most brutal words, mimicking her mother's sobbing by rubbing her little hands on her face. "So we all slept here together. Mommy, Daddy, and Sui Sui," the little one concluded. For Sui Sui, this was just a normal occurrence. Every time they went to sleep, Mommy would cling to Daddy, nothing unusual about it. Daddy said Mommy was like a koala that couldn't survive without a tree. Mommy and Daddy were still so affectionate. Qiao Qingwu felt she might crack apart. With her last shred of strength, she asked shakily, and this morning? In the morning, Daddy had to get up for work, so he tucked Sui Sui into Mommy's arms to sleep with you. Sui Sui's face fell, but Mommy pushed Sui Sui away right away, then snatched Daddy's blanket and hugged it to sleep. Qiao Qingwu. She looked at the rumpled blanket belonging to Zhong Yu covered in creases from her, so she would rather cling to his blanket than hold her sweet. How much did she really love his scent? But that couldn't be right. Qiao Qingwu remembered that Zhong Yu had recently switched his body wash to that minty kind. One sniff of that scent sent chills down your spine, making you break out in goosebumps. Where was the fragrance? Ring, ring, ring. Her phone vibrated inappropriately, pulling her back to reality. She grabbed it and saw the caller ID Xiao Jining. She answered, and Xiao Jining's energetic voice rang through. I'm near Lingua Technology on an errand. Let's grab lunch together. There's something I need to tell you. Qiao Qingwu massaged her temples, her voice still a bit hoarse. I didn't go to the office today. There was a 2-second silence on the other end. Then the call was abruptly dropped. Qiao Qingwu stared at the phone, bewildered. What was that about? The next second, Xiao Jining's video call request popped up. Qiao Qingwu started, her heart thumping. She quickly told Sui Sui, "Sweetie, go play outside for a bit. Mommy needs to make a call." Sui Sui obediently nodded and scampered out of the room. Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath and pressed accept. Xiao Jining's perfectly made-up face filled the screen. Oh my gosh. Qiao Qingwu, you skipped work. Xiao Jining's voice shot up an octave as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Are you okay? Is your company going bankrupt? Qiao Qingwu felt a twinge of guilt, instinctively avoiding the camera while changing the subject. Didn't you say you had something important to tell me, eh? The important thing can wait. Xiao Jining persisted, scanning the screen like a detective. You're makeup-free, your hair's a mess, and with that background, are you still in bed? It's 1030. Did you just wake up? Qiao Qingwu then noticed her makeup from last night was indeed gone. Did Zhong Yu remove it? She mumbled vaguely, just got up. Something's off. You're definitely not yourself. Xiao Jining's gossip radar went off. How many years have we known each other? When have you not woken up at 7 sharp? Today you slept till 1030, and you skipped work. Tell me, did you have a wild night behind my back? Qiao Qingwu felt herself turning red hot. She grabbed a pillow and held it in front of her, pretending to be angry. What did you want to talk about? If not, I'm hanging up. No. Xiao Jining saw she was getting serious and finally eased up. All right, it'll spill. Don't be so fiery. You'd think I caught you in flagranti. Qiao Qingwu glanced at the bed beneath her, which was Zhong Yu's, and blushed even deeper. Do you still remember that younger guy I mentioned last time? Xiao Jining's expression suddenly turned bashful, totally unlike her usual boisterous self. Qiao Qingwu struggled to recall. The 20-year-old. Yes, him. Xiao Jining grew excited. I'm planning to ask him out. Xiao Qingwu asked, didn't you say you were giving him a gift last time? Did it work? Xiao Jining's temper flared at these words. Don't even mention it. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Xiao Jining's voice twisted over the phone. I took your brother's advice and tried to cater to his tastes. I carefully picked out the latest razor, thinking this can't go wrong, right? And what happened? That stupid merchant. I told them 1,000 times to write my name on the card, but they forgot. My brother probably thought it was a scam and sent it back to the original address without even accepting it. Qiao Qingwu instantly pictured the scene and couldn't help but burst out laughing. So are you changing tactics now? Abandoning the covert approach and going for a direct frontal assault? Qiao Qingwu teased. Exactly. Xiao Jining's voice regained its fighting spirit. The roundabout strategy didn't work. I'm done pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. I plan to ask him out to dinner directly, so I came to you for help. Qiao Qingwu was puzzled. What can I do to help? I have no experience in this. I want to take him to the Cloudtop restaurant. Romantic ambience, high-altitude night views. The atmosphere is perfect. Winning him over will be a piece of cake. Xiao Jining said, but I checked, and it's fully booked on short notice. The prime spots are reportedly reserved until next year. Isn't this restaurant owned by your family? Pull some strings for your old pal. The Cloudtop restaurant was a high-end venture under the Qiao family, situated atop the tallest building in Hangzhou. Renowned for its ultimate romance and breathtaking views, it was hailed as a sanctuary with a 99% success rate for proposals, making it nearly impossible to book on the fly. Xiao Qingwu thought for a moment and asked, when? Tonight. Xiao Jining's tone was eager. Xiao Qingwu picked up her phone and started typing. All right, the Cloudtop restaurant always has 2 VIP rooms reserved for me. I happen to have a business meeting there tonight too, so we'll each take one and not disturb each other. As she finished speaking, Xiao Jining's phone chimed with a ding. A successful booking notification popped up on the screen. Holy crap. That fast. Xiao Jining screamed with delight. You're incredibly efficient. I love you. I could kiss you. With that, a pair of brightly lipsticked lips filled the entire phone screen, accompanied by a loud mwah sound. Qiao Qingwu grimaced and moved the phone away. Get a grip. I'm not into that. Zhong Yu was cross-checking project data at his desk when his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a WeChat message from Xiao Jining. Free tonight. Want to grab a meal together? Xiao Jining had added him on his work account. He always kept his work and personal life strictly separate. His personal account was named All Hail the King, where he vented daily, while his work account used his initials ZY, with the motto, I love work, work loves me. A message on the work account meant business. Since they had secured the whole house smart system contract with Whale Capital, Xiao Jining often discussed technical details with him on WeChat along with contract and payment updates. Zhong Yu figured there must be something else to finalize in person. Some things were indeed faster to discuss face-to-face than typing on WeChat. He quickly typed back, sure, send me the address. Soon a restaurant address, and time popped up. Cloudtop Restaurant VIP Room, 7 p.m. After work, Zhong Yu headed straight for the Cloudtop Restaurant. He parked his car at the base of Hangzhou's tallest building and took a special observation elevator to the top floor. As the elevator soared upward, the city's nightscape unfolded beneath him, a sparkling sea of lights. When the doors opened, Zhong Yu felt as though he had stepped into a suspended garden. The first thing he saw was the transparent walls and roof made of glass and steel with the deep night sky above. Beneath his feet was a winding gravel path lined with olive trees and various unfamiliar greenery, while a faint floral scent drifted through the air. Crystal chandeliers were scattered throughout, casting a soft, dreamy glow that didn't hurt the eyes. As Zhong Yu walked, he noticed that all the guests in the main hall were in pairs, men in suits and women in flowing dresses. What's going on? Was this some kind of massive matchmaking event? He entered VIP room 6 as directed by the waiter and sensed something was off. Xiao Jining had already arrived. She wasn't wearing her signature gold-rimmed glasses today, her long straight black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she was clad in a Weinert strapless cocktail dress. Her makeup was exquisite, her red lips fiery. Zhong Yu forced himself to walk in, his mind racing. What was this about? Did a business meeting require dressing like this? You're here, have a seat. Xiao Jining's tone was casual. She slid the menu over to Zhong Yu. Take a look at what you'd like to eat, don't be shy. Zhong Yu didn't touch the menu. He felt it necessary to clarify things first. Looking at Xiao Jining, he asked calmly, President Xiao, is this dinner a working meal? On the other side, Qiao Qingwu followed the waiter toward her reserved VIP room. After resting at home all afternoon, the effects of last night's binge drinking had faded. She rubbed her temples in chagrin, vowing never to let herself get drunk again. Before leaving, she had considered texting Zhong Yu to say she wouldn't be home for dinner, but decided against it. She wasn't sure how to face him. Her black stiletto heels with red soles clicked against the carpet. The hallway was long and quiet. As she passed by Xiao Jining's room 6, another waiter happened to be opening the door. The door cracked open, letting out light and murmurs. Driven by a simple curiosity for her friend's gossip, Qiao Qingwu's gaze naturally drifted inside. A luxurious room with an exquisite table of dishes and a graceful figure in wine red. Though usually a workaholic, Qiao Qingwu had a soft spot for her friend's gossip. That dress on Xiao Jining was one she had helped pick out that afternoon. In Xiao Qingwu's aesthetic opinion, such attire for a date would appear more radiant and alluring, boosting the chances of success. Moreover, Xiao Jining seemed genuinely invested in this younger man. Just then her gaze landed on the person across from Xiao Jining. A man seen in profile. In the next second, Xiao Qingwu's steps halted, abruptly frozen in place. That profile. She knew it all too well. By the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, on the sofa's rug, at the dining table in the bedroom, and beside the study's small coffee table. She saw it every day at home and at work. Wasn't that the father of her child, Zhong Yu? Qiao Qingwu stood frozen in place, as if someone had pressed her pause button. So the handsome, humorous, and charming younger brother that Xiao Jining had fallen for at first sight was Zhong Yu. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Her best friend, wearing the date night outfit she had chosen, was dining at her family's restaurant with the father of her child and her future husband. Qiao Qingwu felt as though she had personally handed her friend the shovel to dig away her own foundation, even sharpening it to perfection out of kindness. Never in her 24 years did she imagine she would experience such melodramatic plot twists firsthand. Was she the one being cuckolded? An indescribable fury surged straight to her head. Almost instinctively, Qiao Qingwu took 2 steps toward that door. Her hand had already reached out, fingers almost touching the cold metal handle. Push open the door, rush and point at Zhong Yu and declare he was her man, point at Xiao Jining and say friends' husbands are off limits. But Zhong Yu wasn't her husband yet. Her outstretched hand froze midair as reason compelled her to withdraw it. What identity could she claim to burst in now? According to Sui Sui's timeline, they would indeed have a daughter 3 years later. But that didn't mean Zhong Yu had to live like a celibate monk for those 3 years, avoiding all contact with other women except her. Yet the mere thought of Zhong Yu being with another woman, whoever she might be, made Qiao Qingwu's heart ache unbearably. Was this possessiveness consuming her? Her mind in turmoil, Qiao Qingwu silently clenched her fists. She turned around and, carrying her chaotic thoughts, walked back to her own private room. She needed to sort this out carefully. She also needed to find an opportunity to have a proper talk with Zhong Yu. The atmosphere was indeed somewhat delicate. A melodious violin piece played with a pink candle holder and rose petals on the center of the table, and dozens of pink and silver balloons tied into a heart shape in one corner of the ceiling. Zhong Yu looked at Xiao Jining, who was meticulously made up and dressed formally, sensing something was amiss. He raised his eyes to meet hers and asked calmly, President Xiao, is this meal a working dinner? The question was blunt, precisely shattering the hazy ambiguity. Xiao Jining's fingers holding the wine glass paused slightly before a smile curved her crimson lips. She hadn't expected this younger man to be so direct without any beating around the bush. But she liked that. She gently swirled the red liquid in her glass, avoiding a direct answer, and tossing the question back, what kind of meal would you like it to be? Or rather, do you think there's nothing beyond work for us to talk about? The words were skillfully phrased, offering both an offensive and defensive stance. Zhong Yu smiled, not taking the bait. If he said, I hope it's a working dinner, it would be too impolite and make him seem conceited. If he said we can talk about other things, he would be playing right into her hands. I didn't think much about it. Zhong Yu leaned back, adopting a relaxed posture. I just didn't expect it to be so. Then he glanced down at his own attire. He had come straight from work wearing a sleeveless undershirt with a short-sleeved shirt over it. He looked up, his eyes carrying a hint of candor. If I had known it would be this formal, I would have gone back to change into something more presentable. Dressed like this, I feel like a primary school kid crashing a meal here. I almost dare not pick up my chopsticks. At these words, Xiao Jining fully understood his meaning. He was like a slippery fish. Oh, just when you thought you could hook him, he slipped away through an unexpected gap. He was using self-deprecation to gently tell her, I don't see tonight's invitation. Master's duel with subtlety, stopping at the right point. Xiao Jining, being sharp-witted, immediately took the graceful exit he offered. She laughed heartily, her voice cheerful. Oh dear. It's my fault for not clarifying beforehand. I just thought the view here was nice and the food good, and that discussing work in a pleasant mood wouldn't hurt. As for the clothes, it doesn't matter, she winked at Zhong Yu. The key is that you're handsome. You'd look good, even in a sack. With that single remark, she dispelled all the lingering ambiguity, returning the atmosphere to the safe zone of friendship and partnership. Xiao Jining took a sip of red wine, lost in thought. It wasn't that she was fixated on Zhong Yu, but the fact that she had made an overture and he had deflected it with such effortless grace was itself quite intriguing. Speaking of which, Xiao Jining said, as if suddenly reminded, you're so young and talented. You must have been very popular with girls in school, right? Are you seeing anyone? Though she knew from Zhong Yu's attitude that her chances were slim, her nosy curiosity still compelled her to ask. After all, losing to an unknown rival would be easier to bear than admitting her own lack of charm. Zhong Yu took a sip of water from the glass before him and answered calmly, not really. For now, work is still more important. He still had to earn money to raise a child. There was no time for romance. This was the ultimate official version of We're Not a Match. Xiao Jining was thoroughly disheartened. Fine, you can't force affection. Though it was a pity she wasn't the type to cling. Xiao Jining was someone who could take things in stride and let them go. When one approach failed, she immediately switched gears, becoming a warm-hearted older sister. She looked at Zhong Yu with curiosity and asked, you're working. I remember from your contract that you're only 21 and still a senior at Hangzhou University, right? I am a senior, but I'm also doing an internship. Where are you interning? Xiao Jining inquired. Zhong Yu calmly stated the company name, Lingua Technology. Xiao Jining nearly spat out the red wine she had just. Did you say Lingua Technology? Zhong Yu nodded. Xiao Jining was genuinely astonished. Well, small world indeed. Zhong Yu looked at her, saying, nothing, waiting for her to am best friends with your CEO Qiao Qingwu, ironclad besties. What a coincidence. Zhong Yu was also surprised. Qiao Qingwu and Xiao Jining seemed like complete opposites. How could they be good friends? Exactly. Xiao Jining, as if finding a new common topic, grew excited. What's even more coincidental is that the spot at this restaurant was booked by her for me. Hearing this, Zhong Yu's expression remained unchanged, but inside a storm was brewing. So does President Qiao know that you booked this restaurant tonight to have dinner with me? Xiao Jining continued openly, yes, she knows. To be honest, I've mentioned you to her quite a bit, so when she knew I was inviting you, she gave me this VIP room without a second thought. Zhong Yu's expression froze for a split second. So Qiao Qingwu knew. Not only did she know, but she had personally arranged such a romantic venue. A wave of inexplicable frustration surged within him. It made him feel like some unsold agricultural product, and she was helping to find a market for him. Come on, he wasn't in a relationship because he didn't want to be, not because he couldn't find someone. Besides, could feelings really be forced? Right now, he felt like a fool kept in the dark, about to be loaded onto a truck heading for some remote mountain village and sold off. A tiny figure in Zhong Yu's mind was already frantically shaking Qiao Qingwu by the shoulders. Human trafficking is illegal, you know that, CEO Qiao. He decided he had to confront her and get to the bottom of this when he got back. I am Sui Sui's father after all. Don't you care at all? Just then a waiter pushed a cart in and began serving the dishes. The little incident didn't affect Xiao Jining. She was in high spirits, picking up her knife and fork and gracefully cutting into her steak. Zhong Yu looked at the plate before him, but had no. He picked up his utensils, cut a piece, shoved it into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. Seeing him eat quickly, Xiao Jining asked with a smile, so how is it? Good. This is their signature dish, limited every day. Zhong Yu nodded, not bad. Liar. Actually, when you're upset, everything tastes the same. It was like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. He couldn't even taste a thing. Seeing that he didn't seem very interested, Xiao Jining thought he was still bothered by the reason she had invited him out. She spoke up voluntarily. All right, I'll drop the act. The truth is I had my eye on you and wanted to pursue you. But now I'm giving up. Let's just be friends and business partners. But honestly, you're quite hard to handle. Last time I tried to give you a gift, I got shot down. Zhong Yu looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Xiao Jining's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did you ever receive a razor before? Zhong Yu froze. A razor? Actually, I was the one who sent it. But you returned it to the original address. When the courier told me, I was so embarrassed I could have dug a hole and hidden. Xiao Jining let out a self-deprecating laugh. Now Zhong Yu understood everything. And he remembered something else. Not long ago Qiao Qingwu had consulted him saying a friend of hers had a crush on a 21-year-old guy and asked what gift would be appropriate. He had made a list then, which included a razor. The next day a razor showed up at his small apartment. So the friend Qiao Qingwu mentioned was Xiao Jining. And the 21-year-old guy was him. Qiao Qingwu was helping Xiao Jining figure out what he liked to cater to his tastes. Now all the clues connected. If at first Zhong Yu harbored a sliver of doubt that Qiao Qingwu had helped book the venue knowing full well that Xiao Jining's date was him. Now there was another piece of evidence. She not only knew everything, she might even have been half the mastermind. Zhong Yu's grip on his knife and fork tightened. The cold touch of the metal sharpened his chaotic thoughts. Fine. Just find Qiao Qingwu. Do you get off on being a matchmaker? As Zhong Yu silently cursed Qiao Qingwu, the dessert was served. Delicate little cakes. He took a bite. The texture was smooth and the sweetness was just right. Not bad. Instantly a small figure popped into his mind. Sui Sui would definitely love this. He called the waiter over. Excuse me, do you have this cake in strawberry flavor? Xiao Jining heard him and asked with a smile, you like strawberry cake? Why didn't you say so when you ordered? Zhong Yu smiled and nodded lightly, offering no further explanation. He couldn't exactly say it was because his 5-year-old daughter at home loved it. When he returned to Lanting, Zhong Yu had just changed his shoes at the entrance when he heard the patter of small footsteps. Daddy, is that Daddy back? Sui Sui rushed out and threw herself at his legs. Looking down, Zhong Yu saw the little bunny looking up at him with her fair face holding a small golden spoon with what looked like white cream at the corner of her mouth. Zhong Yu bent down and scooped her up with one arm. What have you been eating? You haven't even wiped your mouth. Sui Sui rubbed her soft little face against his, pointing her other hand. Strawberry cake. Zhong Yu carried her to the dining table and immediately saw Qiao Qingwu sitting there. She seemed to have just bathed, wearing a silk robe that revealed her delicate collarbone and slender neck. Under the dining room lights her skin seemed to glow. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, a picture of serene domesticity. That is if you ignored her sour face, which looked like someone owed her a fortune. Sui Sui pointed at the table and said in her baby voice, look, Daddy. Mommy brought this for me. Zhong Yu's gaze fell on the open cake box on the table. The packaging and logo were identical to the one he was holding. Cloud9 Restaurant. So she had been there tonight too. The anger in Zhong Yu's chest began to rise again. With a blank expression, he placed his own 2 cake boxes on the table and said to Sui Sui, Daddy brought Sui Sui some cakes too. Wow. Then he'll finish Mommy's first, and then Daddy's. The little one said, already trying to wriggle out of Zhong Yu's arms to continue her feast. Zhong Yu was about to say okay when a cold voice cut in. No. Qiao Qingwu spoke, you can't eat so many sweets at night. It's bad for your teeth. Sujui's face immediately fell, and she looked at Zhong Yu with a pitiful expression seeking support. Zhong Yu was seething inside, but seeing his daughter's pitiful little face, he suppressed his emotions. He set Sui Sui back in her high chair, patted her little head, and softened his voice. Sui Sui, why don't you finish this one first, okay? Sui Sui nodded, obediently picked up her little spoon and continued eating her cake in small bites. Only then did Zhong Yu straighten up and look at Qiao Qing. Can we talk? Qiao Qingwu had the same intention. She crossed her arms, stood up, and followed him to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Zhong Yu had no interest in beating around the bush and cut straight to the chase. Were you at Cloud9 tonight? Qiao Qingwu was taken aback by his directness. She paused then nodded. Wow, what a coincidence, Zhong Yu said with a sarcastic twist of his lips. I was there tonight too. Qiao Qingwu looked up and glared at him. You were having a romantic date with my best friend, and now you call it a coincidence. They stood side by side very close. When emotions run high, one's senses seem to be amplified. Qiao Qingwu could only detect a faint, elusive scent of women's perfume wafting from Zhong Yu's shirt straight into her nostril. It was cloyingly sweet with a hint of aggression. She had never found it unpleasant when she smelled it on Xiao Jining before, but now it inexplicably made her feel uncomfortable and stopped. She instinctively took a step back, widening the distance between them. This small movement did not escape Zhong Yu's notice. He was almost amused by her reaction. He turned his head to look at her. What are you doing? Moving so far away. Do I have body odor? No. Qiao Qingwu's voice was icy. But you have a strange perfume on you. I don't like that scent. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. In Qiao Qingwu's eyes at that moment, this gesture instantly became a provocation and a boast. CEO Qiao. Zhong Yu's voice also turned cold. You know perfectly well who I had dinner with tonight. Don't you know whose perfume that is on my clothes? Qiao Qingwu felt as if those words had stabbed her deeply. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm. It's not like I'm blaming you for having dinner with another woman. Hey, Zhong Yu completely lost his temper. Don't turn the tables on me and play the victim, oi. Didn't you personally book the restaurant for us? Didn't you ask me about the gift on her behalf? Qiao Qingwu was stunned by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. What was going on? Why was he turning the tables and interrogating her instead? Zhong Yu looked at her fair, translucent face, which was etched with bewilderment. He stepped closer, towering over her. President Xiao, do you have some peculiar fetish? Like playing matchmaker? Qiao Qingwu's heart clenched. Matchmaker. What a cutting word, especially coming from his lips. Yet judging solely by what she had done today, she was indeed a thoroughgoing matchmaker. A matchmaker who had set up her future husband with her best friend. Her jade-like fingers unconsciously tightened, gripping the hem of her robe. I only helped book a restaurant, she said, her voice dry. Besides, didn't you still go to the appointment? The implication was clear: it takes two to tango, and it seemed you were enjoying it too. Huh. Zhong Yu let out a bitter laugh. When I went there, no one told me it was a private invitation. He stated the facts. I thought it was a business meeting. When I walked in, there were pink balloons and rose petals everywhere. They practically handed me a ring. Qiao Qingwu looked up puzzled. Her gaze fell on his taut jawline. The mole on the tip of his nose looked especially sharp under the light. His expression didn't seem like a joke. Qiao Qingwu's mind raced. Xiao Jining had said she wanted romance and ambience, and the Cloud Top restaurant had indeed been decorated that. But why did Zhong Yu's reaction seem like he had been tricked? Could it be? Qiao Qingwu asked tentatively. So how did your talk go? I'm afraid it'll disappoint the matchmaker, Qiao, Zhong Yu said, seeing the anticipation on her face. We've made it clear. There's no possibility of anything developing between us in the future. Qiao Qingwu froze, and the heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart all evening finally dropped. She didn't yet have the right to interfere with Zhong Yu's freedom, and Xiao Jining was her best friend. If they had actually gotten together, it would have been too melodramatic. Thankfully, it didn't happen. The words almost slipped out. Then why didn't you say so earlier? She had been overthinking and feeling stifled for so long. This complaint, tinged with grievance, left Zhong Yu stunned. In her clear eyes, there was no disappointment, only relief. Say what earlier? Zhong Yu retorted. You never asked. Also, even though we've agreed to nip the tragedy between us in the bud, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't arrange these blind dates for me anymore, pushing me off on others. I don't like it. I arranged a blind date for you. Qiao Qingwu was utterly confused. Wait, she said, sorting through her thoughts. I think there's a misunderstanding. People have mouths to clear up misunderstandings. I admit I booked the restaurant and helped her with gift ideas. But I had no idea the person she wanted to meet with. Now it was Zhong Yu's turn to be stunned. He looked into Qiao Qingwu's eyes filled with sincerity and chagrin. She didn't seem to be lying. So she didn't have a fetish for being a cuckold? You didn't know? He asked, the anger in his voice subsiding. How could I have known? Qiao Qingwu was getting irritated too. Xiao Jining only said she had a crush on a 21-year-old guy. How was I supposed to know that was you? And when I asked you about gifts, it was because you're also 21. I was going to ask Xiao Ming, but he's not very reliable, so I asked you instead. I wasn't specifically probing your preference. Besides, didn't you say you like money? Zhong Yu fell silent at that. Yes, he had indeed said he liked money. Money may be vulgar, but it's real. The air in the living room seemed to have been sucked dry, leaving only the sound of their breathing. Zhong Yu looked at her, and Xiao Qingwu looked back at him. They stared at each other, and the tense confrontational atmosphere just hung awkwardly in the air. In the end, it was Qiao Qingwu who backed down first. She took a deep breath as if she had made a certain resolution. I'm sorry. Zhong Yu was stunned. So sudden. I was being presumptuous, Xiao Qingwu said, averting her gaze. When I saw you and Xiao Jining eating together at the restaurant, I instinctively assumed you were interested in each other. I didn't know how to handle it. This sudden sincere confession completely dumbfounded Zhong Yu. She was so bluntly dissecting her own emotions. Even though it still sounded a bit like a robot's analysis report, the content was genuine. Zhong Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then I was wrong too. I misunderstood you and was too harsh. I thought you were eager to change the future and were trying to set me up. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's head shot up. I really wasn't, she said. I never meant that. Zhong Yu suddenly felt the whole situation had become somewhat absurd. Alright, so it was just a misunderstanding. Now that it's cleared up, it's over and done with. Information gaps sure are deadly. Thankfully, both he and Xiao Qingwu had mouths and didn't clam up at the critical moment. If this were a cheesy primetime soap opera, this one misunderstanding alone would drag on for over a dozen episodes. Misunderstanding today, drowning sorrows tomorrow, pregnancy, and flight the day after, and a terminal illness diagnosis the day after that. As he was musing to himself, he caught a key point. He leaned forward, slightly getting closer. Wait a minute, he said. Qiao Qingwu felt uncomfortable with his sudden proximity and instinctively turned her head away. You just said Xiao Ming isn't very reliable, so you came to ask me. A sly smile played on Zhong Yu's lips. So does that mean you think I'm reliable? Wasn't this the woman who had called him immature before? Who was it? What was this now? This face-smacking moment was so satisfying. Xiao Qingwu's CPU overheated. She was just stating a fact, but the way he phrased it changed everything. In her subconscious, she had already categorized Zhong Yu as someone reliable. She did feel that way in her heart, but feeling it was one thing, having him call her out on it to her face was another. It felt like getting caught sneaking a snack in class by the teacher. A wave of heat uncontrollably rushed from her neck upward, reddening her jade-like ears and tinting her cheeks with a light blush. Xiao Qingwu dared not look at him anymore. She turned around and quickly walked towards the dining room, leaving behind only a mumbled mutter. A little better than Xiao Ming. Zhong Yu watched her somewhat flustered retreating figure, and his mood inexplicably soared. He followed, walking unhurriedly behind her. That's nothing to be proud of, his voice came from behind, laced with clear amusement. Beating Xiao Ming isn't exactly a great achievement. Back at the dining table, Sui Sui had just finished the last bite of cake. Spotting her parents walking in together, her eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, why were Mom's cheeks so flushed, with a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of her lips? Sujui's big jet black eyes swiveled slyly. She secretly winked at Daddy behind Mommy, her tiny gaze repeatedly flickering toward the two remaining cake boxes on the table. The meaning was unmistakable. Zhong Yu understood. This little rascal, wise beyond her years, was recruiting him as her ally. The rosy tinge on Xiao Qingwu's cheeks had yet to fully fade. Earlier she had refused to let Sui Sui have a second cake, not only as she had claimed for the sake of her teeth, but also because she was subtly venting her irritation at Zhong Yu. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, she felt much lighter. To hide her embarrassment, she shifted her attention to her daughter. Still have room? Sui Sui nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with longing. Qiao Qingwu relented. Then today, I'll reward you with one more. Yay? Thanks, Mom. Sujui's little legs swung happily under the high chair as she eagerly reached for the cake box on the table. Qiao Qingwu opened one for her, and the sweet scent of cream instantly filled the air. But Sui Sui didn't dig in right away. She pushed the cake toward Qiao Qingwu with her tiny hands, and said in a soft, milky voice, "This one's for Mommy. Mommy likes." A warmth spread through Qiao Qingwu's heart. The corners of her lips curled up as she reached out to stroke her daughter's head. Watching Sui Sui push the cake toward Qiao Qingwu, Zhong Yu deliberately sighed in mock grievance. What about me? Daddy worked so hard to bring these cakes home, and there's none for me. Sui Sui fell into deep thought, at once looking like a little adult making a momentous decision. After a few seconds, she seemed to hit upon a brilliant idea. Picking up her own small spoon, she waved it grandly. Then I'll share half of mine with Daddy. Though teasing a child for food is always the most delicious, Zhong Yu wasn't heartless enough to actually do it. He reached out and ruffled Sujui's fluffy hair. Daddy was just joking, he said softly. You eat it yourself. Finish this one, and then be a good girl and go to bed, okay? Okay. Sui Sui nodded firmly, picked up her little spoon, and contentedly continued scooping up cake. The family of three enjoyed a rare moment of tranquil late-night snack time. After coaxing Sui Sui to brush her teeth and wash her face, and waiting until she fell asleep, Zhong Yu returned to his own room. He sat at his desk and opened his laptop. The screen lit up and he logged into the CodeForge programmer forum with practiced ease. He browsed the project for the hospital intelligent management system had been working on last time. The task requirements were complex, covering registration, triage, medical record management, drug inventory, and surgical scheduling. Nearly every facet of hospital. The workload was massive and the deadline was tight. Working alone, he definitely couldn't handle it. He needed to recruit help. Zhong Yu decided to go back to school and find a few reliable classmates to form a project team, subcontracting some of the basic modules. As he was mapping out the project framework, his room door was knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Zhong Yu, are you asleep? I need to talk to you about something. It was Qiao Qingwu's voice. Zhong Yu told her to come in. He swiveled his chair back to face the desk, his eyes still lingering on the computer screen. Qiao Qingwu walked in and sat on the sofa at the foot of the bed, but didn't speak right away. Her silk robe traced her graceful curves, and her seaweed-like black curls were casually draped over her shoulders. Zhong Yu sensed something off about her. Qiao Qingwu's gaze drifted unconsciously, settling on the bed in his room. The haze blue pure cotton bedding was simple in style. As she stared, her mind uncontrollably flashed back. She had woken up in this very bed this morning. Sujui's words began replaying in her ears, how she had nuzzled Zhong Yu like a puppy, said he smelled so good, and clung to his blanket while sleeping soundly. If Sui Sui knew, then Zhong Yu must know too. But from then until now he hadn't mentioned a single word. Did he think she was some kind of pervert? Zhong Yu saw that she had come in and hadn't said a word. He followed her gaze, then looked at the conflicted expression on her face. He felt he understood. You came to find me, he tested, to talk about last night when you were drunk. Qiao Qingwu jerked her head toward him like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her secret exposed, her ears flushed crimson. Sui Sui told me everything. Her voice was a bit dry. I didn't know my drunk behavior was that bad. Zhong Yu watched her flustered state and suddenly found it amusing. So this aloof female CEO, when suffering a social death, was no different from an ordinary person. He raised his hand and made a zipping gesture over his lips. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. Zhong Yu winked at her, his tone playfully teasing. I won't breathe a word about last night. I get it. The female CEO needs to save face. Qiao Qingwu felt even more embarrassed. Change the bed sheets, she insisted, her jade-like fingers tightening. They must smell of alcohol. Let me take them and wash them for you. I still feel really awkward about it. Seeing she was serious, Zhong Yu didn't argue further. Okay, I'll change them in a moment. Qiao Qingwu's gaze fell on the laptop in front of him. Are you busy with something now, she asked. Otherwise I could help you change them. Zhong Yu realized that Qiao Qingwu definitely didn't have procrastination issues. Whatever she decided to do, she did it immediately, couldn't wait a second. Unlike him, who often wanted to beg himself to stop procrastinating only to find that kneeling gave him a chance to rest a little longer on the floor. He stood up from the chair. They'll change them right now then. They'll help you. Qiao Qingwu immediately followed. And so a very bizarre scene unfolded in the room. The two stood on opposite sides of the bed and began stripping the sheets together. They quickly removed the fitted sheet duvet cover and pillowcases. Qiao Qingwu gathered the pile and turned to leave. Zhong Yu still stopped her. I can wash them myself. Having Qiao Qingwu wash his sheets felt far too strange. No, Qiao Qingwu said firmly. They're all going into the washing machine anyway. You focus on your work. Zhong Yu couldn't talk her out of it. He could only watch as she carried his heap of bedding toward the laundry room. In the laundry room, Qiao Qingwu stuffed the entire pile of haze blue bedding into the washing machine. After closing the lid, her finger was about to press the start button when she suddenly stopped. Her hand hovered in midair. A thought sprang up without warning, rapidly consuming her entire mind. As if possessed, she pulled the washing machine door open again. Her pale white fingers reached into the heap of fabric, rummaged for a moment, and precisely fished out a pillowcase. Staring at the pillowcase in her hand, her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Thump, 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 faster than she could bear. Was she crazy? But her body was already beyond control. She brought the pillowcase to her nose and gently sniffed it. There seemed to be no particular scent. Just the clean, familiar fragrance of the laundry detergent and fabric softener used at home. All the clothes in the house smelled the same. Yet somehow it felt different. The same scent emanating from something belonging to Zhong Yu took on an entirely new quality. It was like tiny barbed hooks, gently snagging her nerves, then seeping into her heart inch by inch. Qiao Qingwu. It was like tiny barbed hooks, gently snagging her nerves, then seeping into her heart inch by inch. Qiao Qingwu clutched the pillowcase, exhaling nervously. Then she quickly pressed the start button on the washing machine. Amid the hum of water filling the drum, she guiltily hid the pillowcase behind her back, hurried out of the laundry room, and fled back to her own bedroom. In her 24 years of life, it was the first time she had ever done something so outrageous. Zhong Yu had spent the entire evening studying the project at his desk. He listed out the necessary personnel and technical modules one by one, feeling utterly drained. He stood up, intending to go downstairs for a glass of water. As he passed the laundry room, he paused. Right, Qiao Qingwu had mentioned earlier that she had washed his bedding set. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The laundry room was filled with a faint, fresh scent of detergent. On the balcony, his haze blue bedsheet and duvet cover were already neatly hung out to dry. Zhong Yu moved closer. The sheet, the duvet cover, the pillowcase. There was only one pillowcase. Where was the other? He turned back to the washing machine, opened the drum door, and rummaged inside for a long time. It was empty. Zhong Yu straightened up, frowning. Strange. Could the washing machine have eaten it? He scratched his head, utterly puzzled. The next day, Zhong Yu returned to Hangqing University. His undergraduate major was Chinese literature, but driven by interest, he had become a key member of the university's computer team and was very close with the team's advisor, Lu Yuanzhou. He had already informed Lu Yuanzhou the night before about his plan to recruit. Lu Yuanzhou was highly efficient and had promptly posted the announcement in the team and computer science department groups. Participating in the project promised not only substantial financial rewards, but also credits for social practice hours, a tremendous lure for undergraduates yet to graduate. For a time, applicants flooded in. Lin, she was among them. She arrived at the designated computer lab early with a dozen other students awaiting the selection process. The lab was buzzing with chatter as everyone discussed the project. Did you hear? It's that sky-high bounty hospital intelligence system on CodeForge. A boy lowered his voice, his tone excited. I've seen the requirements document. Being able to participate in this would make my resume legendary upon graduation. Exactly. I heard 4 teams have already taken the job and are preparing to bid. 4? That competitive? Who are they? I only know one, another well-informed student said mysteriously. Godzi has taken it. Holy shit. Godzi, the forum legend. A collective gasp echoed through the lab. Lin's eyes heart tightened. Godzi, this ID was a deity in the programmer forum CodeForge. They had peaked right from the start, never failed, and specialized in taking on the toughest challenges. Lin, she was a computer science major, so she was well aware of how challenging this project was. But she was even more curious about who the person recruiting today actually was. CodeForge's rule was simple: once a project was posted, any confident team could take on the task and enter the bidding phase. In essence, it was a contest of skills, with the client choosing the best solution among many. To compete on the same stage as Godzi, what kind of formidable person must Lin? She clenched her fists, feeling both nervous and eager. Regardless of who the recruiter was, this was a golden opportunity. Soon the lab door swung open. Lu Yuanzhou's familiar face peered in. Almost everyone's here. Let's quiet down, he said with a smile, greeting them before stepping aside. The next moment, a figure walked in from behind him. The afternoon sun slanted through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft golden halo over the person. He wore a simple white shirt and jeans, his figure tall and straight. As Zhong Yu entered, the lively chatter in the lab instantly ceased. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The air was eerily silent. Many female students stared transfixed. Lin's eyes pupils dilated in shock. How could it be him? Zhong Yu walked to the center of the podium, calmly scanning the audience. He picked up a marker and turned to write his name on the whiteboard. Then he turned back, his voice clear and steady. Hello everyone, I'm Zhong Yu. I've gathered you here today to form a project team to develop a full-featured hospital intelligent management system. Teacher Lu should have already sent you the specific requirements. The name Zhong Yu landed with weight. In the tiered computer lab, students exchanged bewildered glances, their faces full of question marks. Zhong Yu was quite well known at Hongda, a member of the computer team and the campus heartthrob. But even as a team member, his skill level seemed far from that of the person leading such a legendary project on CodeForge. Lin, she stared fixedly at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure on the podium, her mind buzzing. That night, after returning from the bar, her brother Lin Yanqi had earnestly advised, Cici, listen to your brother. Stay away from people like Zhong Yu. Lin Yanqi's expression was stern as he spoke. At the time, Lin, she thought her brother was overreacting. Brother, you're overthinking it. I just exchanged a few words with him, but he barely responded. He's quite aloof. That's called playing hard to get, Lin Yanqi said, exasperated. I've seen his type before. Relying on a handsome face, too young to work hard, always looking for shortcuts. While cozying up to a wealthy woman like Qiao Qingwu, he's also casting his net elsewhere, fooling naive girls like you who haven't entered society yet. Trying to have it all, love and career. His calculations are precise. Lin Yinchi grew angrier as he spoke. But he's too naive. Does he really think a woman of Qiao Qingwu's caliber is a fool? Someone who built a company to that scale has seen it all. How could she be deceived by a young man's tricks? What she wants is an equal mature man, not a pretty face who's all show and no substance. Her brother's words echoed in her mind like a warning bell. Lin Yinchi had always doted on her, and she couldn't easily dismiss his words. In this era there were indeed many who relied on their looks to take shortcuts. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about her brother's words. Now watching Zhong Yu, confident, composed, and eloquent on the podium, she felt even more. Would a man solely focused on leeching off a wealthy woman have the ability and courage to take on a hellish-level project on Codeforge, and come to the university himself to recruit? This image was far removed from the one her brother had painted. Some things couldn't be judged by hearsay alone. She had to understand and feel for herself. She tightened her fists, her gaze growing resolute. She had to get into this project team. She was determined to find out what kind of person Zhong Yu truly was. Zhong Yu's selection method was straightforward and brutal. He extracted 2 modules from the project, one for the data entry interface and one for query logic optimization, and made all applicants write code on the spot. He didn't care how impressive your resume was or how grandly you boasted. He would have you demonstrate your code, and your true capability would be revealed at a glance. In the end, he kept 3 students whose coding style was the most concise and logic the clearest. She was among them. When she heard her name, her heart nearly leaped out of her throat. But before the excitement could fade, she met Zhong Yu's gaze. That gaze was calm and unruffled. He didn't remember her at all. The little flutter of joy in Lin's eyes. Heart was doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving a sour bitter. That evening at Lanting, when Zhong Yu returned home, the aroma of food was already drifting from the dining room. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. The glistening red-boiled beef was his favorite, the delicate steamed cod was to Qiao Qingwu's taste, and the sweet and sour pineapple pork was Sui Sui's beloved. Alongside were a plate of stir-fried snow peas and a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, with a large pot of steaming corn and pork rib soup at the center. 5 dishes and 1 soup. It felt very much like home. Aunt May had just taken off her apron. Seeing Zhong Yu return, she smiled and said, "Dinner is ready. I'll go upstairs and call Miss Qiao." On the living room carpet, Sui Sui was rolling around with a plush toy, thoroughly enjoying herself. Zhong Yu stopped Aunt May and gestured to the little ball of fluff on the floor. Sui Sui instantly understood and bounced up from the carpet. Together they shouted toward the second floor. The father-daughter duet echoed through the villa, imbuing it with a lively domestic warmth. Aunt May stood nearby, looking from one to the other, her face full of doubt. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of a door opening came from upstairs. Qiao Qingwu's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. As she descended, there was even a hint of a smile on her face. Aunt May watched the scene and broke into an indulgent grin. "Oh my, how adorable, simply too adorable." Qiao Qingwu walked to the dining table and said to Aunt May, "Aunt May, you've worked hard today. You can go home now." "It's no trouble at all." Aunt May quickly waved her hands. "Let me wait until you finish eating, then I'll clear the dishes and leave." "No need," Qiao Qingwu insisted. "It's not fully dark yet. You should head back and rest early. We have a dishwasher, so it's no bother." Hearing this, Aunt May didn't insist further and happily packed up to leave. At the table, only the family of 3 remained. Qiao Qingwu first picked a piece of Sui Sui's favorite sweet and sour pork and placed it in her small bowl. Sui Sui happily raised her little spoon, scooped up a big mouthful, and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks bulging as she chewed quickly, getting a smear of sauce at the corner of her. Zhong Yu pulled out a wet wipe and gently cleaned her mouth. "Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you." Though his words were casual, his movements were tender. Sui Sui mumbled a vague and continued her battle with the meat in her bowl. Qiao Qingwu sat across from them, quietly watching the scene. Under the warm yellow light, the man bowed his head slightly, his profile sharp and clean, his expression focused and patient. The little girl tilted her face up obediently, letting him wipe her mouth. She suddenly felt that her previous thinking had been terribly wrong. She had believed that giving Sui Sui the best material conditions, hiring the finest nanny along with her own company, but now she understood that some things were irreplaceable. Sui Sui needed a father who would play with her and gently wipe her mouth when she got it dirty while eating. In fact, it wasn't just Sui Sui. Since Zhong Yu had come to Lanting, Qiao Qingwu felt that this empty, cold villa had finally gained warmth. It was no longer just a place to sleep and work, but a home. Sui Sui held her small bowl and drank the last sip of corn and pork rib soup, letting out a satisfied little burp. Her big dark eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhong Yu. "Daddy," she said in a soft, milky voice. "Moi," Zhong Yu responded. "I haven't had Daddy's cooking in a long time," Sui Sui said, counting on her chubby fingers with a serious look of recollection. "I want to eat food made by Daddy." Zhong Yu was taken aback. What had to come always came. Looking into his daughter's eyes that seemed to say, "Daddy is the best in the world," he couldn't bring himself to refuse. A man can't say he can't do it. Zhong Yu waved his hand grandly and declared with boldness, "All right, Daddy will cook for you tomorrow." "Really? Really?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt a skeptical gaze shooting at him from across the table. Qiao Qingwu was dabbing her mouth with a tissue, her fox-like eyes slightly raised, her expression clearly saying, "Can you really do it?" Zhong Yu's heart sank, his confidence instantly wavered. He quickly added a disclaimer, but Daddy hasn't cooked in a long time, so I might be a bit rusty. If it's not good. Sui Sui immediately interrupted him, shaking her little head like a rattle drum. Daddy's food is the best. This flattery completely swept Zhong Yu off his feet. All right, for his daughter's adoration, even if he had to go through fire and water tomorrow, he had to make this meal happen. After dinner, Qiao Qingwu naturally gathered the dishes and prepared to put them in the dishwasher. She pressed the start button, but the machine remained unresponsive with only a small light on the control panel blinking persistently. It seemed to be broken. Zhong Yu leaned in for a look. He'll call someone to fix it, Qiao Qingwu said, dialing the repair service. The repairman said he could only come the next day. Then he'll wash these few dishes by hand for now, I'll be quick, Zhong Yu said, heading straight to the kitchen sink and taking an apron from the hook. Qiao Qingwu also stepped forward ready to join him. Zhong Yu tied his apron and turned around to see Qiao Qingwu still struggling with the ties of hers. Let me help you, Zhong Yu said, walking over. Qiao Qingwu handed him the apron and turned her back to him. Her long hair was pinned up, revealing a slender fair neck and delicate petite ears. Under the light, the fine down on her skin was faintly visible, tinged with a soft blush. Zhong Yu finally understood why those romance shows always had a segment where one person ties an apron for the other. This gesture was truly intimate. To tie the strings, he had to lean in his arms, encircling her body, holding her entirely within his embrace, catching the faint, subtle fragrance emanating from her. His gaze fell on her waist. So slender. The silk robe outlined a curve that seemed too delicate to span. An absurd thought crossed Zhong Yu's mind. He felt he could encircle her entire waist with just his 2 hands. He quickly shook off those distracting thoughts and tied a knot with deft fingers. All done. Qiao Qingwu let out a soft then walked briskly to the sink and turned on the tap as if trying to mask something with the sound of rushing water. They stood side by side, one handling the soap and the other rinsing, working in seamless coordination, almost like an old married couple. Qiao Qingwu suddenly spoke. Are you really going to cook? Who are you looking down on? Zhong Yu continued his work without pause. I'm a fast learner. If I mess up, I'll have Aunt May guide me as a technical advisor. Qiao Qingwu said nothing, but the corner of her mouth curved upward. From the living room came the sound of Sui Sui laughing like a goose while watching cartoons. Zhong Yu said softly, seriously, having her fussing around every day now? I've gotten quite used to it. I was thinking if one day she suddenly went back, Zhong Yu lowered his voice, or if because of something we did the future changed and she ceased to exist, I'd really miss her. The sound of running water seemed to fade. Zhong Yu sensed Qiao Qingwu beside him stop her movements. He turned and met her moist eyes. I've thought about that too, Qiao Qingwu said. Her usually cool and distant fox-like eyes were now fixed on him, filled with a complex emotion he couldn't decipher. So she paused as if organizing her words. What if I said I no longer want to deliberately avoid or resist that future, but instead allow everything to happen? She leaned slightly forward, making the cramped space by the sink feel even more confined. Zhong Yu could even see the faint tremble of her long eyelashes. Can you accept that? A flicker of surprise passed through Zhong Yu's eyes. Her words mirrored exactly what had just crossed his own mind. To allow everything to happen. This was not Qiao Qingwu, but as soon as Qiao Qingwu spoke, she felt she had been somewhat abrupt. She lowered her head, grabbed a bowl covered in foam, guiltily put it back, then picked it up again. She pretended to be terribly busy. I was just saying something offhand, she said in a dry voice. A sudden thought, that's all. If you don't agree, forget it. What was this flirting? And Zhong Yu found it amusing. He reached out and turned off the gushing faucet. The kitchen fell silent instantly. Who said I don't agree? I agree too. Zhong Yu's voice rang out clearly. Qiao Qingwu looked up in surprise, something indescribable quietly fermenting in her heart. She wasn't sure if it was purely because of Sui Sui or if there was a little bit because of her. Qiao Qingwu seemed to realize she had been staring at him for too long. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she quickly averted her gaze. Just then a phone ringtone sounded from the living room. The ringtone was a godsend. My phone is ringing, Qiao Qingwu said, relieved, and immediately turned to leave, tossing out, the rest is up to you. Zhong Yu watched her hurriedly retreating figure, then looked at the sink full of dishes and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was 100% sure now. Qiao Qingwu was all bar. After washing the dishes, Zhong Yu began to study a recipe on his phone screen, delving into it. He finally settled on scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cola chicken, wings, yuxiang roe sea stir-fried greens, and seaweed egg drop soup. These were said to be quick dishes that anyone could make. The next day at noon, Aunt May stood by to guide him. Ignoring his initial fluster with the seasonings, he learned remarkably fast. From clumsily chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic to confidently tossing the ingredients in the wok, he transformed from a kitchen novice to a passable cook in just one. Of course, Sui Sui played a crucial role. The little one had dragged a small stool over and sat at the kitchen entrance like the most dedicated audience member, clapping enthusiastically. Go Daddy. Daddy's so amazing. Daddy cooks like magic. Zhong Yu was practically being charmed into a puddle of bliss. As he got into the swing of things, he saw a blogger on the video executing a wok toss. He thought, I can do that too. Come on. Showtime. He steadied the wok handle with one hand, gave it a slight lift with the other, and actually attempted a wok toss, just like the chef in the video. The greens arced through the air and landed perfectly back in the wok. Wow. Sui Sui exclaimed. Daddy is a master chef. Daddy is a superhero. Zhong Yu felt he might truly be a master chef in disguise. The food was finally on the table. For dishes and a soup, and surprisingly, they looked. Sui Sui couldn't wait to pick up her little spoon and first scooped up a large spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The little one hummed, her eyes narrowing in bliss. So fragrant. Sui Sui is going to eat it all up. Next she bit into a chicken wing. The chicken wings are delicious too. Sweet. She praised with every bite, her little mouth chattering nonstop. Sui Sui loves Daddy the most. Long live Daddy. Zhong Yu was overjoyed by Sui Sui praise, but he knew it wasn't exactly an objective opinion. In his daughter's eyes, even if he cooked a charred lump of coal, it would be an absolute delicacy. He turned his expectant gaze to Qiao Qingwu, who was sitting across from him. She was watching the father-daughter duo's antics, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Qiao Qingwu looked at the dishes on the table, then at the man opposite, whose expression clearly screamed, "Praise me." She found it rather amusing. She tasted each dish carefully, then lifted her beautiful fox-like eyes. Not bad," she said, her voice serious, not perfunctory. "The sweet and sour balance of the yuxiang sauce is just right. It doesn't overpower the umami of the meat. And the meat shreds are cooked perfectly, very tender. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are smooth and not broken up. I like them savory. The greens are also seasoned well. It seems your claim of being a fast learner wasn't just both." This detailed critique of texture and flavor put Zhong Yu at ease. All that hard work learning from Aunt May this morning was worth it. Truly gifted, he thought. Perhaps because she was in a good mood, Qiao Qingwu ate an extra bowl of rice than usual. Finally, she added unexpectedly, "The rice is well cooked too." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. Aunt May cooked the rice. Oh. At dinner, Aunt May arrived with a basket of various mushrooms to cook with, saying her family had brought them back from. She remembered Qiao Qingwu loved them, so she brought some over. Looking at the plate of stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat on the table, Zhong Yu asked with some concern, "Eating these won't cause hallucinations, or poisoning, will it?" It would be quite a thrill to see the family cat and dog talking. Qiao Qingwu glanced at him, her voice cool. "I've been eating Aunt Mai's version of this dish for years, and there's never been an incident." In the end, Zhong Yu couldn't resist the temptation. He picked up a piece of mushroom and tasted it. It was fresh and savory, quite tasty, and went well with the rice. Somehow he found himself taking 2 more bites. Delicious. After dinner, Qiao Qingwu went to her study to work as usual. Zhong Yu went to the living room to play with Sui. Once Sui Sui was tired and went to sleep, Zhong Yu also returned to his room to freshen up. Midway through her work, Qiao Qingwu remembered a work document that needed Zhong Yu's confirmation. She knocked on the door. No answer. Just as she was about to knock again, a loud crash came from inside the room. Bang! Startled, Qiao Qingwu pushed the door open. As it swung open, she was stunned by the scene inside. Zhong Yu was lying flat on his back on the floor. His tall frame was sprawled out, limbs akimbo like a limp noodle. Zhong Yu was in a daze, his mind buzzing. He had just finished washing up and was about to climb into bed when a strange vision appeared before his eyes. He saw the door open and silhouetted against the light, a graceful figure entered, robes fluttering like a deity. Zhong Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Wasn't this the Qiao from Honor of Kings? In the white crane ridge spirit skin. Zhong Yu stood up, reaching out towards the Qiao, wanting to touch her to see if she was real. Then he heard the Qiao speak, "Hello 120. Someone here has mushroom poisoning." Not long after, he was being supported out of the room by a golden retriever and a frog stumbled. Harmony Hospital emergency room. After having his stomach pumped, Zhong Yu lay quietly on the hospital bed, receiving in 4 drip. His usually spirited face was now pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless, making him look somewhat pitiful. Qiao Qingwu stood by the bed, filled with guilt. She asked the doctor, "How is he?" "Why am I fine after eating them, but he got sick." The doctor adjusted his glasses. "Mild mushroom poisoning. Not a major issue. But regarding his situation, does he usually eat this type of wild mushroom?" Qiao Qingwu nodded. "That explains it," the doctor explained. "Everyone's constitution and metabolism are different. Just because you're fine doesn't mean he will be. Just be more careful in the future. Keep him for observation for another day. If nothing's wrong, he can be discharged tomorrow." Qiao Qingwu asked, "Will he have more hallucinations, like he did at home?" "It's hard to say," the doctor answered honestly. "The residual toxins might cause recurring effects. He could fluctuate between clarity and hallucination. You family members should keep a close watch. Oh, and after gastric lavage, he'll be very thirsty, but he can't drink water yet. You can use a cotton swab dipped in water to moisten his lips." Qiao Qingwu nodded silently and watched the doctor leave. She returned to the bedside, looking at Zhong Yu's harmless sleeping face, her guilt deepening. If she hadn't been so confident saying she'd eaten ant mice mushrooms for years without issue, Zhong Yu wouldn't have eaten them so trustingly. Although the doctor said it wasn't serious, mushroom poisoning can cause irreversible damage to the body. Qiao Qingwu pulled a nearby chair and sat down. She looked at Zhong Yu's sleeping face and realized she rarely had the chance to observe him so quiet. With his eyes closed, his usually playful puppy-like eyes hid all emotion. He seemed restless in his sleep, his brow slightly furrowed. Qiao Qingwu noticed his lips were indeed very dry. Remembering the doctor's advice, she dipped a cotton swab in water. She leaned down, drawing closer to him. The cotton swab gently touched his lips. His lips were thin, with a beautiful shape. Qiao Qingwu unconsciously reached out and touched them with her fingertip. The texture was very soft. What was she doing? Looking at his face, so close, a crazy thought uncontrollably surfaced. She unconsciously leaned down a little more, then a little more. The distance between them was shrinking rapidly. She could even feel his warm breath on her face. Just as her lips were about to touch his, her phone vibrated inopportunely in her pocket. Buzz buzz. Qiao Qingwu jerked back as if shocked, her heart pounding wildly. She fumbled for her phone. It was a message from Aunt May asking about Zhong Yu's condition. Qiao Qingwu took several deep breaths, her fingers trembling slightly. As she replied, "It's fine, mild case. He'll be discharged tomorrow." After sending the message, she collapsed weakly into the chair, feeling her cheeks burn. Crazy, she must be crazy. Qiao Qingwu, get a grip. He's a patient. And you're having such improper thoughts about him. Are you even human? Just then Zhong Yu on the bed let out a soft murmur and slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. The blush on Qiao Qingwu's face hadn't faded. She quickly leaned in. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Zhong Yu lay in bed, his gaze dazed, staring straight at her. He didn't speak. In his world, it was no longer a hospital room. It was an endless desert. The sun blazed down, and his throat was parched, as if it were on fire. Just as he was about to die of thirst, a delicate rose appeared before him. Its petals were a vibrant red, plump and lustrous, opening and closing, adorned with crystal clear. It seemed to tempt him silently. Come on, come taste me. Qiao Qingwu saw his vacant stare, completely unresponsive to her words, and grew more anxious. Zhong Yu. She leaned in even closer, waving her hand in front of his face. Are you okay? Can you hear me? The next second her wrist was seized with surprising force. Zhong Yu's hand was burning hot. Then she was pulled forward by the momentum. In a dizzying spin, something soft and warm pressed against her lips. Fireworks exploded in Qiao Qingwu's mind. She was being kissed. She could have easily avoided it by just leaning back slightly or pushing him away firmly. But she didn't. She uncontrollably drew closer to him, closer still. Meanwhile, Zhong Yu, trapped in his hallucination, felt as if the dying man had finally tasted the dew on the rose. The sweet floral-scented dew slid down his tongue and into his throat, moistening his parched internal organs. Every pore seemed to open up, and even his blood began. It was so comfortable. He instinctively wanted to drink more. The kiss lasted a long time. Zhong Yu lay on the bed. Qiao Qingwu stood, having to bend over. Lost in the moment, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto him, her soft form pressed against his chest. The air was thick with the sound of their intertwined breathing, their heartbeats indistinguishable from one another. After an unknown amount of time, when her lips grew numb, Qiao Qingwu regained a sliver of reason and pulled back slightly. They finally parted. Qiao Qingwu gasped for air, tear tracks on her face, the corners of her eyes reddened beneath wet lashes. She looked as if she had been thoroughly drenched by rain, delicate and enticing. Before she could even fully recover, Zhong Yu closed his eyes and fell asleep again. She stared blankly at his peaceful, sleeping face, his breathing steady, not even a flutter of his eyelashes. Kiss and disconnect. Not even unplugging the internet was this fast. She pulled out her phone and opened the front camera. The woman in the screen had lips that were swollen and red, her lipstick completely kissed off. Looking at that unfamiliar face tinged with a hint of allure, her emotions were a tangled mess. Qiao Qingwu touched her burning lips, as if savoring the memory. Was he conscious during that kiss or not? Would he remember when he woke up? That was her first kiss. Just then a knock came at the hospital room door. Knock, knock, knock. Miss Qiao, is that you? A man's voice came from outside, sounding somewhat familiar. Was it Lin Yanqi? She instinctively glanced at Zhong Yu on the bed, then at her own appearance. Qiao Qingwu fished a mask out of her bag and put it on before walking to the door. Outside the door, Lin Yanqi adjusted his white coat, a gentle and proper smile on his face. He was on the night shift at the hospital tonight. An hour ago, he had rushed out of his office to the restroom, catching a glimpse of a woman at the emergency entrance out of the corner of his eye. She was too far away for him to see her face clearly, but her silhouette strongly resembled Qiao Qingwu's. But nature called, and he had no time to dwell on it, quickly attending to his own needs. However, when he returned to his office from the restroom, that figure lingered in his mind, refusing her figure, her cool, aloof aura. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was that it was her. Just as he was about to head to the emergency department to check, his office door swung open. Dr. Lin, about my father's test results. A patient's family member holding a lab report began consulting him with a worried expression. Lin Yanqi patiently answered all their questions and sent them off, only to find that half an hour had passed. He first opened the hospital's internal electronic medical records system and typed Qiao Qingwu into the search bar. The result, none. Lin Yanqi wasn't surprised at all. As a top-tier private hospital, Harmony Hospital prioritized patient privacy above all else. Especially for VVIP clients like Qiao Qingwu, their information files were protected by special encryption protocols accessible only to their attending physician. But Lin Yanqi didn't give up. Since conventional methods wouldn't work, he'd have to take a shortcut. He took a beautifully packaged box of imported chocolates from his cabinet and strolled over to the nurse's station. He placed the chocolates on the counter and said warmly, Xiao Wang, you've worked hard. Have some sweets to boost your energy. The young nurse was flattered and blushed. Lin Yanqi pretended to make casual conversation. Busy night, huh? I thought I saw an ambulance bring in an emergency patient earlier, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Did you see her? A handsome man and a beautiful woman. Even an ant passing by would take a second look. Of course, the young nurse remembered. I saw her. She's prettier than a movie star. She was accompanying a young man. Lin Yanqi's eyes darkened. He still wore a smile. Oh, really? Which room? VIP 03. The nurse pointed upstairs. Lin Yanqi now had his bearings. He bid the nurse a polite farewell, turned, and walked toward the elevator, his smile vanishing instantly. Why would Qiao Qingwu accompany a young man to the hospital? So he knocked on the door of VIP-03. Receiving no response for a long time, he asked again, "Miss Qiao, is that you?" To ensure doctors could enter quickly in an emergency hospital room, doors were typically not locked from the inside. But Lin Yinchi dared not push the door open directly. He prided himself on being a gentleman, and such an uninvited entry would tarnish his refined and gentle image. He chose to wait. Patience was a virtue he possessed. The door cracked open, and Qiao Qingwu finally emerged. Lin Yanqi's face instantly lit up with feigned surprise. "Miss Qiao, it really is you." Qiao Qingwu wore a mask revealing only her eyes that should have been captivating enough to drown in. Yet those eyes were now frozen over, cold enough to turn anyone into an ice sculpture. "What are you doing here?" she asked, her voice unexpectedly hoarse and dry. Even she was startled by it, instinctively pressing her lips together. That kiss earlier had been too long, so long it felt like all the moisture had been drained from her body. Lin Yinchi also noticed her unusual voice, and his expression of concern deepened immediately. He didn't think twice about it, only seeing it as a perfect opportunity to show his attentiveness. "Miss Qiao, is your throat bothering you? Have you caught a cold?" He thought himself incredibly perceptive for picking up on such a minute detail. What woman could resist such thoughtfulness? Qiao Qingwu's brow furrowed slightly, a clear sign of displeasure. She even instinctively took half a step back, a subtle movement that silently created distance. "That's none of your business." Lin Yanqi's smile faltered. His gaze tried to look past her shoulder into the room, but he could see nothing. He could only probe indirectly. "Is the patient a friend of yours?" He shifted to a concerned, professional tone. "Is it serious? I'm on duty tonight too. Do you need me to go in and take a look? Maybe I can help." "No, I don't." Qiao Qingwu's reply was crisp and final, without an extra word. It was only then that Lin Yinchi belatedly remembered he was still wearing his mask. Perhaps she hadn't recognized him. He quickly removed it, revealing a handsome and sincere face. "Miss Qiao, it's me, Lin Yinchi." Qiao Qingwu looked at him, her expression unchanged. "Even if it's you, I don't need it. You should leave." Lin Yinchi felt that the way Qiao Qingwu looked at him was like looking at an annoying piece of trash on the roadside, filled with indifference and disgust. This look felt like a tremendous insult, but he quickly composed himself. To conquer a snow-capped mountain, one must first endure its bitter cold. He understood this principle. The more aloof a woman was, the more one needed to win her over slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water. He was about to say something more, but Qiao Qingwu had already lost all. Too tired to waste more words, she simply took out her phone, found a name in her contacts, and then held the screen up for Lin Yinchi to see. "Harmony Hospital, Dean." Lin Yinchi was dumbfounded. As he stared in shock, Qiao Qingwu unhesitatingly pressed the call button. The call was quickly answered. "Dean Feng, good evening. This is Qiao Qingwu." A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yanqi's face. "Dean Feng, you should remember that when Lingwei Technology chose Harmony as a long-term strategic partner, the most important clause in the contract concerned client privacy, and..." She paused, her gaze piercing through Lin Yinchi, as if looking at a lifeless object. "It seems your execution has been lacking. I am currently facing a very serious issue. It appears my medical information has been leaked. A doctor from your hospital, Dr. Lin Yinchi, is now blocking my hospital room door, severely disturbing the patient's rest." Lin Yanqi's expression could no longer be described as merely unsightly. It was as if a palette of colors had been violently overturned. His mind went completely blank, utterly unable to comprehend how matters had spiraled to such a point. His meticulous care and gentlemanly charm had always been an unstoppable weapon in winning over Qiao Qianqian. Yet when it came to Qiao Qingwu, they had turned into worthless scrap. She simply refused to fall for it. This defied all logic. "Miss Qiao Yu." Lin Yinchi forced out the words, making a desperate final attempt to salvage the situation. But Qiao Qingwu didn't even deign to cast him a glance. She continued, speaking into the phone. "Director Feng, I hope this matter can be properly resolved. I don't want a repeat occurrence." With that, she hung up the phone directly. Then, under Lin Yanqi's gaze, she turned and closed the hospital room door behind her. A soft thud echoed, not loud yet profoundly insulting. To Qiao Qingwu, Lin Yinchi was utterly inconsequential. Initially, he was merely her grandmother's attending physician, nothing more. And ever since she learned of his ambiguous relationship with Qiao Qianqian, Qiao Qingwu had decisively replaced him. Qiao Qingwu had no idea what Lin Yinchi was thinking, why he sought to assert his presence before her, nor did she care. Her sole concern now was whether Zhong Yu, upon waking, would remember what he had done. Outside the door, Lin Yinchi stood under the corridor's lights for a long time, the smile on his face shattering inch by inch, leaving only the sting of humiliation and disgrace. His hands hanging by his sides clenched into fists. If the gentle and warm persona wouldn't work, he would adopt another. A cold and aloof domineering CEO, a dark and twisted obsessive, a loyal guardian dog. Regardless of the archetype, he could learn to embody it. The more he thought, the fiercer the flame of obsession burned within him, reducing his rationality to ashes. A darker, more sinister idea crawled forth from the filthiest corner of his heart, ensnaring him. If he couldn't win her heart, he would find a way to possess her body. If conventional methods failed, he would resort to unconventional ones. He was a doctor. Procuring such drugs would be as easy as snapping his fingers. But that was a matter for later. The most pressing need now was to identify the man in Qiao Qingwu's hospital room. Just then his phone vibrated in his pocket. Lin Yinshi took a deep breath before answering Director Feng's call, listening to the director's interrogation on the other end. As he turned, silence reclaimed the hospital room. Qiao Qingwu walked to the bedside and gazed at the still unconscious Zhong Yu. Her heart began to pound violently, once more, each beat a reminder of the kiss they had shared. Though he lay there like a corpse clearly lost in a hallucination, she had been the sober one. Reckless, she sighed to herself. Yet in that moment she had been willing to act recklessly for no reason at all. She couldn't refuse, couldn't escape. Her limbs could have, but her heart refused to retreat. Her gaze fell upon Zhong Yu's lips, which still bore a trace of vibrant red. Her lipstick. Qiao Qingwu quickly found a cotton swab, moistened it, and leaned down. She carefully wiped away the stain on his lips, her movements gentle. As she cleaned, her mind began to wander again. The next day Zhong Yu slowly regained consciousness. He felt as if Mount Tai were pressing down on his right arm, numb, heavy, and immobile. Turning his head with effort, he saw Qiao Qingwu asleep beside the bed, holding his hand, her head resting on his arm. Her hair like seaweed spread out around her, with a few playful strands falling across his arm, tickling him. Zhong Yu looked up at the white ceiling, the scent of disinfectant filling his. This was unmistakably a hospital. He began to piece together the memories of the previous night. He recalled seeing an ethereal figure, De Qiao, who had made a phone call saying someone had been poisoned by wild mushrooms. Clearly that someone was him. Zhong Yu moved his hand slightly, and Qiao Qingwu seemed to sense the motion. Her long lashes fluttered as she woke. Meeting his gaze, she felt an uncontrollable heat rise to her cheeks. You're awake. Zhong Yu found her demeanor peculiar. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Qiao Qingwu cleared her throat, forcing composure. It's nothing. You had food poisoning last night. How do you feel now? Is your mind clear? Zhong Yu shook his head. Still a bit dizzy, but I think I'm lucid. His gaze drifted downward, landing on their still clasped hands. Qiao Qingwu yanked her hand back as if shocked by electricity, scrambling for an explanation. I slept deeply and was worried you might wake up suddenly in the night with complications, so I held your hand. That way I'd wake up the moment you stirred. Zhong Yu let out a skeptical, "Oh," and they stared at each other for a few seconds, the atmosphere growing subtly tense. Ultimately Qiao Qingwu broke the silence, asking casually, "Since you're lucid now, do you remember anything from last night?" Zhong Yu frowned, sifting through the fragments of his chaotic memories. "I remember seeing De Qiao, and she called an ambulance. Then I was carried off by a golden retriever and a frog. Thinking back, De Qiao must have been you, and the golden retriever and frog were the doctors. And..." Qiao Qingwu's heart leaped into her throat as she waited anxiously for his next words. "And what?" Zhong Yu closed his eyes, pondering for a long moment. "Oh, I also saw a rose." Qiao Qingwu held her breath, feeling as if her heart had stopped. "And then, that's it." Zhong Yu looked at her with certainty. "That's it." Qiao Qingwu's suspended heart thudded back into place. Her first reaction was an overwhelming sense of relief. She admitted to herself that she was nothing but a paper tiger. She both hoped he would remember and feared he would. Last night's kiss had been driven by Zhong Yu's hallucination, his actions beyond his control. But she wasn't. She had been sober, she had been unable to resist. If he remembered, she wouldn't know how to explain why she hadn't pushed him away, why she had even responded. "Last night you kissed me, and I didn't resist. I even enjoyed it." She feared the hard-won harmony and understanding between them would instantly turn into awkwardness. Most of all, she dreaded that if Zhong Yu learned of the kiss, what awaited her would be his apology. She didn't want to hear him say sorry. She would rather he remember nothing at all than hear an apology. At this thought, an indescribable sense of grievance welled up within Qiao Qingwu. That was her first kiss, lost in such a muddled fashion, and the other party had no recollection of it. What was this? A freebie? She unconsciously raised a hand, her fingertips lightly brushing her own lips. Yet on second thought, she wondered why she was feeling aggrieved. There was no one to blame. In the end, she had simply lost her composure. Qiao Qingwu's mind had become a complete mess. Suddenly, gurgle. The sound was long and loud, its source being none other than Zhong Yu lying in bed. Qiao Qingwu. Zhong Yu felt a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his stomach and looked at her. I think I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" The sound yanked Qiao Qingwu out of her tangled thoughts. Seeing him looking like a starving ghost, she suddenly felt the urge to laugh. He was so carefree, his mind solely focused on food. "The doctor mentioned last night that you can't eat or drink anything for a while after having your stomach pumped. I'm not sure if it's allowed." Qiao Qingwu cleared her throat. "I'll call the doctor now to check." With that, she stood up to press the call button by the bed. "Can't drink water." Zhong Yu's puzzled voice came from behind her. Qiao Qingwu paused mid-step. "But I feel like I drank water last night," Zhong Yu recalled, frowning. "I felt like I was dying of thirst in a desert, and then suddenly I drank the dew from a rose, and it was sweet." Zhong Yu watched Qiao Qingwu's halted movements, completely unaware of the problem. Could that have been an illusion too? But it felt so real. He smacked his lips as if savoring the memory. The rose petal was exceptionally soft, a bit warm, too, nothing like a plant. More like. He struggled to find the right adjective. Like what? Like jelly, soft and bouncy. In Zhong Yu's own perspective, he was merely describing the hallucinations caused by the poison in a mundane way. But to Qiao Qingwu's ears it sounded like he was sharing a post-experience review with her, the very person involved, complete with detailed analysis and a critique of the texture. Truly a Chinese person writing a review for life itself. If Zhong Yu wasn't embarrassed, then the embarrassment fell squarely on Qiao Qingwu. She grew so uncomfortable that the exposed skin on her body began to flush pink. If he kept talking, she might just perish right there. Qiao Qingwu pressed the call button, straightened up, and cut him off in a rapid-fire tone. By the way, your grandfather's medical report should be ready today. Let's pick it up while we're at it. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Oh. The doctor arrived, quickly performed a brief check, and said it wasn't serious. Your stomach is delicate after the lavage. Stick to liquid or semi-liquid foods today like congee or soft noodles. Keep it light. If the hallucinations don't recur by afternoon and your mental state is stable, you can be discharged tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu felt as if he had been resurrected on the spot. If not for me, the abyssal maw, the esophagus would languish in eternal darkness. Bring on the food. The meal arrived swiftly. He cradled the insulated container, spooning millet congee into his mouth one mouthful at a time. In a few quick motions, he drained the entire container of congee, feeling as though his parched internal organs had finally been moistened. After eating his fill, his physiological need, Zhong Yu threw off the covers and got out of bed, heading for the bathroom. Only then did he take a moment to observe the ward. The world of the wealthy was truly beyond his imagination. This was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room ward, and his room alone was at least 50 square meters. Furnishings and decorations were complete. If not for the faint scent of disinfectant in the air and the pile of medical equipment by the bed, he would have thought he was staying in a suite at some 5-star hotel. He reached the bathroom door and was about to push it open when he noticed Qiao Qingwu following him. Zhong Yu looked bewildered. I'm going to the restroom. Qiao Qingwu remained impassive, standing behind him. Her cool fox-like eyes fixed on him, and her tone was utterly matter-of-fact. I know. Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu, then why are you following me? Qiao Qingwu crossed her arms and leaned against the wall by the bathroom door, her posture elegant. I'm afraid you'll have another hallucination while you're in there. They'll be right outside, so if something happens I can hear you. The reasoning was sound and convincing. Zhong Yu was speechless. The room was indeed too large with excellent soundproofing. If he had a relapse midway through using the toilet and thought he was a pea shooter frantically firing at the bowl, no one outside would hear a thing. Fine. Zhong Yu entered the bathroom. Qiao Qingwu actually stayed leaning against the wall outside. After a short wait, a phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Qiao Qingwu walked over and saw the caller ID was Mom. She swiped to answer. Hello, Mom. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then a middle-aged woman's voice, full of confusion and a hint of excitement, came through. It's a girl. Qiao Qingwu realized it wasn't her mother Su Min's voice. She looked down at the phone more carefully. Damn, she had picked up the wrong one. She and Zhong Yu had the same phone model, and neither used a case. She had forgotten that her own phone was casually placed on the chair nearby, the one on the bedside table was Zhong. Qiao Qingwu's mind raced as she calmly explained, hello, Auntie. Zhong Yu is in the restroom. When he gets back. Before she could finish, Zhong Yu walked out of the bathroom, looking relaxed. Qiao Qingwu immediately stepped forward and handed him the phone, her movement as swift as if she were tossing away a hot potato. Baffled, Zhong Yu took the call. On the other end, Song Lingxiu could no longer contain her blazing curiosity. Little fish, you're with a girl. Song Lingxiu's voice rose an octave. Not bad, kid. Keeping quiet and getting things done. Are you in a relationship? Zhong Yu glanced at Qiao Qingwu beside him and chose his words carefully. Not yet. That not yet was used with remarkable precision. After all, he and Qiao Qingwu were destined to be husband and wife in the future, though he didn't know when or how they would get together, or if there would be any passing figures before that. So the current status was not yet. Song Lingxiu was clearly dissatisfied with this answer. How many times have I told you? I said long ago, one hand on the civil service exam, one hand on the establishment exam, one hand on the teaching certificate, one hand on the graduate exam, one hand on the internship, and one hand on your love life. I figured you probably couldn't manage the first few, but at least you could handle the simplest one, finding a partner. And you haven't even done that. Look at you with such a handsome face. What's the use? A complete waste of resources. That's how Chinese parents are, strictly guarding against early romance during school years. The moment you graduate, they can't wait for you to pick up a partner from the street the next day, get married on the third, and have a child on the fourth. Listening to his mother's familiar rapid-fire speech, Zhong, you had already mastered letting it go in one ear and out the other. If I actually brought a kid home one day calling you grandma, you wouldn't be happy. Song Lingxiu knew her son was joking and scolded him with a laugh. Still being cheeky. Zhong Yu tested the waters. Mom, I'm serious. What if one day I really bring home a ready-made kid? Don't you love playing with little ones? On the other end, Song Lingxiu burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. All right, just keep amusing your mom. Song Lingxiu knew the truth. She was a high school teacher, and Zhong Yu had been under her watchful eye for 6 full years, from junior high to senior high, both at school and at home. He wasn't the type to rebel even during adolescence. So Song Lingxiu trusted him completely. There was no way Zhong Yu would ever do something as reckless as having a child out of wedlock. That would be as likely as the sun rising in the west. But speaking of which, Song Lingxiu's tone turned serious. If you really are in a relationship, don't hide it from us. Your father and I are very open-minded. As long as you're both adults and serious about building a life together, it doesn't matter if she's older or younger than you. Zhong Yu listened to his mother's advice. Got it, Mom. At the same time, while someone was being pressured by their mother to find a partner, someone else was suspended from work, reflecting on life at home. Lin Yanqi had been unable to sleep all night. Lin Yanqi's mind was a chaotic mess. First, there was Dean Feng's merciless phone call ordering him to take a leave of absence and reflect at home on what he should and shouldn't do. Second, it was the look in Qiao Qingwu's eyes when she gazed at him. That look kept him tossing and turning all night. Every time he closed his eyes, the disgust emanating from those eyes was vividly before him. This drove him to the depths of frustration. What infuriated him most was the third point: who was that young man the nurse mentioned had accompanied Qiao Qingwu to the hospital? The first person that came to his mind was Qiao Qingwu's younger brother Qiao Ming. Lin Yanqi sat up in bed, grabbed his phone, and opened Qiao Ming's WeChat moments. The latest post was from around 11 last night. At a bar, dim lighting, deafening music, Qiao Ming raising a glass and having fun with a group of people. That didn't match the timing at the hospital last night. He had an alibi, so it wasn't Qiao Ming. Then who could it be? Lin Yanqi hadn't known Qiao Qingwu for a short time. Whenever he had meals with Qiao Qianqian, he would deliberately or inadvertently inquire about Qiao Qingwu. Qiao Qianqian always said disdainfully that Qiao Qingwu was like a wooden block. She looked at everyone with indifference, as if she were staring at a pile of trash, utterly rude. Yet at that time Lin Yanqi secretly relished it. He thought to himself, who said this was rudeness? This was sheer perfection. What could be more satisfying than conquering a woman so profoundly aloof? Watching her remain an unthawable iceberg before everyone else, yet before you alone melt into a spring of water ready for your plucking. Until last night, when Qiao Qingwu looked at him with that same garbage-like gaze, his composure shattered instantly. He couldn't fathom what kind of man could make that iceberg melt for him, even accompany him to the hospital, and cause him to be suspended from work. A name suddenly sprang into his mind: Zhong Yu, Qiao Qingwu's male assistant. Lin Yanqi's eyes turned cold. He remembered that last time Qiao Qingwu got drunk at a bar, she specifically asked this Zhong Yu to take her home. Impossible. Lin Yanqi immediately dismissed the idea as utterly absurd. That kid looked like just a greenhorn. Apart from being tall and handsome, what else did he have? He seemed like the type of cringy teenager who would suddenly air dunk while walking down the street. Would Qiao Qingwu fall for that? Yet once the thought surfaced, it refused to be suppressed. What if Qiao Qingwu actually liked that type? Lin Yanqi's face grew darker. In any case, whether that man was Zhong Yu or not, he decided to include his type into his own imitation repertoire. In the afternoon, Zhong Yu went to pick up his grandfather's medical examination report. The doctor, a middle-aged man who seemed reliable, adjusted his glasses and explained each item. Based on the ECG blood routine, liver and kidney function, and several key tumor markers, old Master Zhong's bodily functions are maintained quite well. All biochemical indicators are within normal reference ranges, and the cardiovascular system is stable. To be honest, he's healthier than many of his peers. The doctor concluded, "Your family has taken very good care of him." Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief on the surface and politely thanked him. But inside, a storm was raging. If all indicators were excellent, then what did Sui Sui mean by great-grandpa turning into a star? Could it be that grandpa would encounter some other accident later? At that thought, the worry Zhong Yu had just set aside climbed back into his throat. Walking out of the consultation room, Qiao Qingwu saw his grave expression, clearly not relieved. "Don't overthink it." Qiao Qingwu's voice, though still cool, was surprisingly soothing. "No news is the best news." Zhong Yu snapped back to attention and looked at her. Qiao Qingwu continued, "From now on, we'll bring grandpa for a full checkup every 6 months. Visit him more often in daily life, and keep an eye on other aspects. We can always prevent trouble before it happens." Once again, the female CEO offered a clear, logical solution. Zhong Yu gazed at her fair profile, focused ahead, and the tangled thoughts in his mind seemed to straighten out. No matter what, the current situation was far better than complete uncertainty. After collecting the report and returning to the ward, the doctor informed Zhong Yu that grandpa could be discharged. The two returned to Lanting in the evening. In the master bedroom, the warm yellow wall lamp bathed the room in a cozy glow. As Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu entered, Aunt Mei was just rising from Sui Sui bedside. "Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Mei." Qiao Qingwu's cool voice rang out as she walked over to tuck the blanket around Sui Sui. On the cream-colored bed, Sui Sui's fair little face was flushed with sleep, her small lips slightly pouted. "Miss Qiao, you're too kind. Sui Sui is the best-behaved child." Aunt Mei laughed and waved her hand, then turned to Zhong Yu. "Mr. Zhong, are you feeling better? You really scared us." Before bed, Sui Sui kept asking when Mommy and Daddy would come back. Zhong Yu nodded. "Much better, Aunt Mei. Thank you for your concern." He walked to the bedside, looked at Sui Sui's chubby little face, and couldn't resist gently poking it. Soft and squishy, so satisfying to touch. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the other side of the pillow, where a small misty blue corner peeked out, a slightly jarring shade of blue against the large expanse of cream. Zhong Yu's mind raced. Why did that color look familiar? Just then Qiao Qingwu noticed his stare, and her expression visibly tightened. Before Zhong Yu could figure it out, she stepped forward swiftly and blocked the view sideways. "It's late. You just got discharged and need to rest." Zhong Yu was a bit bewildered by her sudden move. He nodded. "All right, you get some rest too." He turned and, full of doubts, returned to his own room. Nighttime. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a cold, hazy glow over the room, quiet and soft. But Zhong Yu's dream was far from gentle. He saw Qiao Qingwu's eyes, misty with moisture, even more hazy than the moonlight outside. His reflection shimmered vaguely in those eyes. She leaned over her body, pressing down, coming closer and closer. One hand braced against his chest, fingertips pressing gently. That faint, intangible pressure made his chest burn and his heart race out of control. He lowered his gaze, taking in her collar, vast expanses of snowy white, his eyes traveling down past her slender waist. Her breath grazed his face warm and carrying an elusive fragrance. He swallowed, wanting to speak, but unable to utter a word. Those full soft lips reminded him of the rose petal he had imagined last night. Glistening with dewdrops, moist and plump, utterly tempting. With a sharp gasp, Zhong Yu's eyes flew open, jolting awake from the dream. The scene was utterly inappropriate. Though it was a dream, it felt as if it had truly happened. He stared at the bright moon hanging high outside the window. Its curved arc, no matter how he looked at it, resembled the smile at the corner of Qiao Qingwu's mouth. Zhong Yu let out a long breath, got up, and went to take his second shower of the night. Zhong Yu felt it was perfectly reasonable for a young man in his prime to experience certain normal physiological reactions. After all, who hasn't had a colorful dream or two? Every time a somewhat messy image surfaced in his mind, he considered himself utterly vulgar, couldn't help but bow his head in shame, and found himself face-to-face with the proudly raised little Zhong Yu. So what? What could he do? He was desperate too. However, he never imagined he would dream about Qiao Qingwu. At 7 in the morning, the alarm rang on time. Qiao Qingwu opened her eyes, stared at the ceiling for a moment, blinked, and took a while to pull her thoughts back. She looked down at the pillow tightly hugged in her arms, covered in a haze blue pillowcase, her whole body still carrying and lingering heat. Calm down, stop thinking about it. It's just a kiss, what's the big deal? Just a friendly battle of tongues. Think about how Sui Sui came to be, and you'll snap out of it. Just consider it an early exercise of her future rights. She patted her burning chest, got up, and went to the bathroom to freshen up, ready for work. At the Lingua Technology office, the atmosphere was always tense, but today that tension was mixed with a hint of strange excitement. Zhang Wei had just come out of the CEO's office feeling as if he were walking on clouds, light and floaty. He walked to his workstation and opened the company's paid gossip group. Can anyone understand? I found out today that President Qiao is totally different. As soon as he sent this, the group exploded like a frying pan. For some reason, gossip that normally held no interest became especially compelling during work hours. Zhong Yu leisurely clicked, and also a bit curious. He had eaten breakfast with Qiao Qingwu at home this morning. How come he hadn't noticed anything different about her? On the screen, Zhang Wei's next sentence popped up. President Qiao didn't scold me today. When she returned the signed documents to me, she even said, "Good work." Do you know what that feels like? I almost thought I was having tinnitus. Immediately, a flood of messages appeared in the group. 1. I saw President Qiao come to the company this morning, glowing with radiance. My goodness, where's my great iceberg of a CEO? When I go in to report, I clench my butt, straighten my back, and speak cautiously. What does that count as? Counts as healthy spine. Zhong Yu watched the discussions with amusement, the corners of his mouth lifting, then suddenly withdrew a smile. Remember the rumor that at the group conference, President Xiao's computer desktop had a handsome young guy? At that time, only management attended. We weren't there, but I've kept this gossip until now. He laughed halfway, then realized he himself was part of it. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Qiao Qingwu's secretary Yang Huan also saw the discussion in the paid gossip group. The corners of her mouth couldn't help rising. She secretly glanced at Qiao Qingwu sitting behind the desk. Yang Huan felt that not just today, but for some time now, President Qiao had indeed been different from before. The old Qiao Qingwu was a walking workaholic. In other companies, employees dared not leave if the boss hadn't gone. At Lingua Technology, even after all employees had left, you could still see Qiao Qingwu working overtime. She was simply daunting. But recently, Qiao Qingwu almost always left work on time. This morning, she was even stranger. Yang Huan saw her unconsciously touch her own lips more than once, then zone out, her eyes carrying a softness she couldn't quite understand. It was as if she was thinking about something happy. Hey, any good news lately? Tell me. At noon, Xiao Jining invited Qiao Qingwu to eat near Lingua. In the private room, she rested her chin on one hand, her eyes scanning Qiao Qingwu's face like an egg. Qiao Qingwu had just taken a sip of water and almost choked. She coughed twice, pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and looked baffled. What good news? Really none. Xiao Jining clicked her tongue twice, putting on an air of a sharp-eyed detective. Then have you recently gotten a lip lift? Qiao Qingwu understood her implication and instinctively touched the corner of her mouth. Was it turned up? It seemed so. I can't see any difference, she insisted stubbornly. Xiao Jining leaned closer, remarking, complexion rosy, lips curved with spring, eyes shimmering, and your skin, pink and tender juicy. Makes me want to take a bite. With every word Xiao Jining said, Qiao Qingwu's heart trembled. Damn, her skills were nothing in front of Xiao Jining. Like a newbie, just out of the tutorial, completely seen through. Seeing Qiao Qingwu's expression of being caught, yet forcing calmness, Xiao Jining laughed even more. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Seeing you like this, I feel relieved. At least it proves you're a living person, not some robot. She changed the subject with a sigh. Unlike me, I've hit a stone wall recently. What's wrong? Qiao Qingwu shifted the topic, naturally breathing a sigh of relief. That handsome young guy from Yunsang restaurant last time, Xiao Jining pouted. I failed before I even started. I've decided to give up. That little brother's defenses are thicker than the Great Wall. I'm afraid I can't break through. Xiao Jining looked utterly despondent. She complained, what's wrong with college students these days? Don't they like dating older women? A woman 3 years older brings gold bricks. Don't they understand that? A loss, a huge loss. Qiao Qingwu listened quietly, not responding. The age gap between her and Zhong Yu was also 3 years. Xiao Jining took a gulp of water and continued ranting. Oh, and coincidentally, this little brother works at your company. His name is Zhong Yu. Do you know him? Qiao Qingwu's chopsticks paused mid-motion. She nodded, trying to keep her tone steady. Yes, he's my assistant. Speaking of which, it was indeed a coincidence. Coincidence's mother met coincidence's door, a perfect fit. He told me he thinks work is more important right now. Xiao Jining imitated Zhong Yu's tone. Is Lingua Technology squeezing its interns too hard, working them until they've seen through it all at such a young age? Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu felt a bit uneasy. Zhong Yu thinks work is more important, so he's not ready for a relationship now. But then again, maybe not. Xiao Jining added on her own. He might just want to let me down gently. He simply doesn't like my type, and work is just a universal rejection excuse. What do you think? Qiao Qingwu's mind was a mess. Maybe. Zhong Yu's Hospital Intelligent Management System project was progressing steadily. The other members of this project were all students from Hangzhou University, and they communicated online during weekdays. When he had free time on weekends, he would personally make a trip to Hangzhou University for face-to-face technical breakthroughs. That afternoon, with the sunlight shining just right, Zhong Yu's figure appeared punctually in the university's dedicated computer lab. Lin Shi looked up and saw him enter. Her eyes instantly lit up. Without disturbing them, Zhong Yu walked straight to a seat by the window and sat down. He first solved a few technical problems that had stumped his classmates for ages, then casually pulled out his phone to check the time. Upon unlocking it, the screen displayed a message from Qiao Qingwu sent half an hour ago. He tapped to open it. The content was simple. Today is my dad's 50th birthday banquet. I won't be back for dinner. Zhong Yu swiftly typed to got it and sent it. He thought the exchange was over, but as soon as it was sent, she replied instantly. Qiao Qingwu asked, "Are you still working?" Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He replied, "Yeah, discussing the project with the team at school. He'll be back to have dinner with Sui Sui before evening." Within seconds of sending the message, another popped up on the other end. This time it wasn't text, but a gif of a kitten nodding with the words "got it." Zhong Yu stared at the emoji, a bit dazed. If he remembered correctly, this was the first time an emoji had appeared in his chat with Qiao Qingwu. As if suddenly reminded of something, Zhong Yu asked further, "Your dad's birthday banquet, will you be drinking?" Qiao Qingwu, "No drinking." A few seconds later, she added another message, "Promise, I won't drink a single drop." The resolute tone made Zhong Yu feel her determination even through the screen. He couldn't help but curl his lips. It seemed the last drunken episode had indeed left a psychological scar on her. This was PTSD. He asked another question, "Will you come back to Lanting after the banquet?" Qiao Qingwu, "Yes." For some reason, seeing this word made Zhong Yu feel inexplicably at ease. Not far away, Lin's eyes gaze had barely left him since he entered. She saw him chatting with someone, his entire aura transformed. Usually in the project, though gentle, he carried an aura of professional authority that made people hesitate to approach, like an exalted tech god. But now, looking down at his phone screen, occasionally raising the corners of his mouth, he exuded an air of the cloying scent of romance. Lin's heartbeat was a little out of control. In the past, if she had to stay at school on weekends for a project, she would have been utterly unwilling, only gritting her teeth for the sake of a shot. But now it was different, as she felt that seeing Zhong Yu every weekend had become a rather happy thing. Through this period of interaction, she believed that what her brother said about him being a gigolo leeching off a rich woman was an outright insult to Zhong Yu. His expertise in the field couldn't just be described as strong, it was terrifyingly formidable, so strong it made one wonder if he had a protagonist halo. Lin Shi, being a computer science student herself, knew exactly what Zhong Yu's demonstrated abilities meant. If he started his own business, he could earn money that ordinary people couldn't make. Take this current project for instance. He simply took on a bounty task on a professional forum, casually assembled a ragtag team, and their target was in the tens of millions. Initially, when they learned their student team's competitor was the renowned Z-God in the circle, none of them had any confidence, privately thinking it was purely a futile attempt. But Zhong Yu single-handedly pulled everyone's confidence back. He was like a super scion, there was no technical barrier he couldn't break. Now the team members looked at him with admiration in their eyes. How could such a person be the gigolo her brother talked about? "Sis, who are you chatting with?" smiling so happily. In the driver's seat of the black Maybach, Qiao Ming glanced sideways at the passenger seat. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's faint smile vanished instantly, as quickly as an illusion. She turned off her phone screen, raised her cold fox-like eyes, and cast a detached glance at Qiao Ming. A driver should have a driver's awareness. Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you keep nagging, he'll give you a bad review. Qiao Ming's mouth twitched, he felt subtly insulted. He pursed his lips, hands on the wheel. "TCH, if my car weren't in for maintenance, do you think I'd be happy to be your free chauffeur? Besides, I'm just concerned. A perpetual iceberg smiling like that. I have to see which deity is so impressive." Qiao Qingwu didn't take his bait. Qiao Ming, feeling snubbed, still couldn't help but ramble on. "Seriously sis, you're too much. I was right at your doorstep just now, and you didn't even let me in, sending me straight to the underground garage." He grew more animated, his tone full of grievance. "I just wanted to come in for a drink of water. Is that too much? Do you have a man hidden in the house so not even your own brother can see?" Qiao Qingwu finally reacted, slightly turning her face. Her fair, moist skin in the light streaming through the window looked like fine porcelain. "The old mansion is too far, we're pressed for time. If we're late, Dad will nag again." Qiao Ming was choked by this answer. Pressed for time? How many seconds would it take for me to drink water? I'm dying of thirst. Qiao Qingwu pointed to the car's refrigerator. "There's water in the car." Qiao Ming's breath caught in his chest, unable to rise or fall. The conversation was completely dead. He felt like he wasn't her brother, but a chauffeur with blood ties. Fine, you win. Qiao Ming conceded. You're my sister, or what you say goes. The car glided smoothly toward the Qiao family's old mansion. Qiao Ming gripped the wheel. The more he thought, the more something felt off. Before, his sister's villa in Lanting had a room specifically reserved for him. Though he rarely stayed there, it at least symbolized his freedom to come and go. But just now, standing at the door, he habitually tried to enter the code, only to find it was wrong. Fine had used his fingerprint, but the fingerprint scanner also showed no response. Not only had she changed the door code, but she had also deleted his fingerprint entirely. Was this to keep out thieves, or her own brother? Qiao Ming glanced at his sister again through the rearview mirror. Qiao Qingwu had picked up her phone again, looking at something, her lips slightly curved and her fingertips lightly tapping. That expression, that movement. She was the spitting image of a love-struck girl. Qiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Could Qiao Qingwu really have him? His sister, the perpetual iceberg, the work robot, was actually grinning at her phone. It was practically the ninth wonder of the world. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Who is he? How old? What does he do? Is he handsome? No, he had to get to the bottom of this. As her brother, he had to vet the guy for her. Heh. Qiao Ming sneered inwardly. A brilliant plan was brewing. After the old man's birthday banquet, he was determined to pull a stunt. Head volunteer spare no effort to send his sister home. Then head see what excuse she had left to keep him out. He wanted to see with his own eyes just what kind of deity had managed to steal his sister away. Night fell, and the Qiao family's old mansion buzzed with lively chatter and brilliant lights. Rows of luxury cars lined the entrance, showcasing the host's prestige. Inside, the crystal chandelier shone as bright as day, illuminating the hall with a golden splendor. Lin Yinchi stood at the doorway holding a glass of champagne, his gaze drifting subtly toward the entrance. He stood like a devoted sentinel, motionless, waiting for the one he longed for. Qiao Qianqian walked gracefully in a white strapless gown. Yinchi, what are you looking at? Waiting for me. Lin Yanqi's face softened into a gentle smile at the sound of her voice. He glanced at Qiao Qianqian, his eyes quickly sweeping over her before he offered a polite smile. The birthday banquet is about to start. Why aren't all the guests here yet? Qiao Qianqian pursed her lips in a smile, shook her head, and looked around. I don't know. Qiao Ming and Qiao Qingwu haven't arrived yet. They're so unenthusiastic about their father's birthday, she complained with a hint of indifference. At the mention of Qiao Qingwu's name, Lin Yanqi's eyes lit up instantly. He asked casually, are both of them coming this year? His heart raced with joy. In the past 2 years at Xiao Jinhua's birthday banquets, he had come at Qiao Qianqian's invitation ostensibly to celebrate, but in truth he yearned to see, yet he waited from the start to the end without catching even a glimpse of her. Would he finally see her this year? As he pondered, a slight stir arose at the hall's entrance. Qiao Qingwu and Qiao Ming entered one after another. She wore a sapphire blue satin mermaid dress, its hem swaying with her light steps. The dress cut accentuated her perfect waist and hips like a seamlessly crafted porcelain vase, cool and noble. Lin Yinchi felt a tickle in his throat as he watched. As Qiao Qingwu appeared, all eyes turned to her. Now that's a true lady. Her aura is nothing like that imposter's. Indeed, she's not only beautiful, but also capable. A true prodigy. The whispers reached Qiao Qianqian's ears, and she nearly crushed the champagne glass in her hand. Qiao Qingwu, usually dressed like a work robot. Why the sudden change today? She muttered under her breath. It's not her birthday. Why steal the spotlight? Though soft, her words reached a few nearby, including Qiao Qingwu. Qiao Qingwu's cool fox-like eyes glanced at Qiao Qianqian. You've lived here just a few days and already think you're the owner. Pigs are raised for pork, chickens for meat, not for their happiness. So guess why my father kept a mistress? Her words were cryptic, but Qiao Qianqian understood. Don't go too far. My mother is your elder after all. Qiao Qianqian retorted, but her feet stepped back guiltily. Qiao Qingwu's presence was overwhelming, shattering all her confidence. Did I mention your mother? Why rush to claim it? Qiao Qingwu scoffed. It seems you know your place well. If you can't stand it, swallow it. With that, Qiao Qingwu linked arms with Qiao Ming and headed toward the inner hall. The siblings strode through the hall, drawing a flurry of gazes. Lin Yinchi stood rooted, his eyes glued to her. Qiao Qingwu was already fair, and the sapphire dress made her skin seem even more luminous, stirring a longing in his chest. Even when she scolded, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Sis, what's gotten into you today? Possessed? You used to say talking to Qiao Qianqian was a waste of breath. Qiao Ming's voice betrayed his shock. Qiao Qingwu shot him a glance. Do I need a reason to scold? In the past, she avoided wasting words with Qiao Qianqian to keep family scandals private and maintain dignity. But after spending time with Zhong Yu, she had absorbed his wisdom. Caring too much about others' opinions makes you their underwear. You have to bear every fart they release. Crude but true. As for the sapphire dress, it was indeed flashy. She had initially wanted black or white. But Sui Sui insisted she wear it, those bright little eyes, impossible to refuse. Flashy it is. She didn't want to be anyone's underwear. Alright, you're something else. Qiao Ming rubbed his nose, thinking today's Qiao Qingwu seemed like a different person. Sapphire is Dad's favorite color, right? Sui Sui was fiddling with a Barbie doll in a blue dress, suddenly looking up at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu, scrolling on his phone on the couch, raised an eyebrow. Yes, why the sudden question? Sui Sui pouted, kicking her little legs in frustration. Then why didn't Dad go to Grandpa's birthday with Mom? She had picked Dad's favorite dress for Mom, but Dad didn't even see it. Humph, what a waste. Zhong Yu's gaze fell on Sui Sui's chubby cheeks, and he couldn't resist pinching them. He thought for a moment and asked, "Did Dad always go?" Sui Sui nodded. "Yes, because Mom is always unhappy when she sees Grandpa. With Dad she doesn't get sad." Zhong Yu's heart stirred slightly. He knew little about Qiao Qingwu's family and had never cared for aristocratic secrets. But tonight from Sui Sui he first heard of a rift between Qiao Qingwu and her father. He could confirm her relationship with her father's side was strained. Sui Sui shoved the Barbie doll into Zhong Yu's hands and patted his hand firmly. "Mom looks even prettier than this doll today. Dad, go pick her up from Grandpa's house." Qiao Qingwu sat alone on the terrace. The summer night breeze sticky and warm tousled her black curls and gently swayed her dress. She rested her chin on her hand, eyes half closed, gazing into the distance. The old man was losing it. He kept introducing her to young elites in the hall, driving her crazy. She almost wanted to ask Qiao Jinhua when he had switched to running a matchmaking agency. Click. A sudden shutter sound shattered her already sour mood. Qiao Qingwu turned toward the sound. Lin Yinqi stood at the terrace entrance, phone in hand, looking awkward. "Were you taking a photo of me?" Her face turned cold. Lin Yinqi put down his phone, sheepishly forcing a smile. "Taking a photo? That sounds awful. When you see beauty you want to capture it. It's deleted." Qiao Qingwu was terse. Lin Yinqi stepped closer, standing before her, trying to resist. "I won't share it with anyone." Qiao Qingwu curled her lip, her elegant features tinged with sarcasm. "Aren't you anyone?" Lin Yanqi's face showed hurt. "We've known each other for years. We have each other's contacts and are friends. Why be so distant?" "They'll say it once more, delete it." Lin Yinqi sighed, cursing himself for being careless. Why hadn't he turned off the shutter sound? He opened his gallery in front of her and pressed delete. A prompt appeared on screen. He paused for a second, thinking he could recover it from the recently deleted folder. And clear the recently deleted folder too. Qiao Qingwu spoke again, as if reading his mind. Lin Yinqi looked up, shock in his eyes, but meeting her cold gaze he gritted his teeth and obeyed. "I hope you stop appearing before me. You make me uncomfortable. As for contacts and friends you reminded me I forgot." Qiao Qingwu took out her phone, blocked, and deleted Lin Yinqi. After blocking and deleting Lin Yinqi, a message from Zhong Yu immediately popped up on Qiao Qingwu's phone screen. While Lin Yinqi stood frozen in place, his mind blank, Qiao Qingwu had already bypassed him and left the terrace without looking back. Qiao Qingwu returned to the hall and saw that Zhong Yu had sent, "Are you done over there?" Her fingers flew across the screen as she typed. "Not yet." Another message from Zhong Yu arrived. "Who's taking you back? I asked Master Chen earlier, and he said it wasn't him who drove you this afternoon." Qiao Qingwu scanned the hall and spotted Xiao Ming at the billiard table in the entertainment area. He was holding a cue and sinking a shot, drawing cheers from those around him. He raised his arms in excitement, celebrating as if he had won the world championship. Someone handed him a drink, but he waved it off and instead grabbed a bottle of want milk, gulping it down noisily. Strangely enough, Xiao Ming was usually a heavy drinker who enjoyed his liquor, yet tonight he hadn't touched a drop. It was truly a miracle. She averted her gaze, lowered her head, and let out a breath as if steeling herself. Her fingers tapped a line on the screen. "No one's sending me. Xiao Ming drove me this afternoon, but he's been drinking tonight, so I don't have a driver." The moment she sent it, Qiao Qingwu nervously bit her lip. Qiao Qingwu's heartbeat was a little uncontrollable, even though she was usually a female CEO who could remain utterly calm when making project decisions. But now she was just a young woman, anxiously waiting for a reply. She waited a few more seconds, but there was still no response. She added, "It's hard to get a cab around here, and I don't feel right troubling Master Chen to pick me up late at night." As she hit send, the tips of Qiao Qingwu's ears flushed a faint pink. She had never done something like this before, embarrassed yet expectant. Was she resorting to any means necessary? Almost as soon as her message went out, Zhong Yu's reply popped up. "Shall I come pick you up?" Qiao Qingwu's eyes lit up instantly. Afraid Zhong Yu might change his mind, she didn't hesitate, her fingers swiftly typing a single character and sending it off. "Okay." Qiao Qingwu stared at the message on the screen, the corners of her lips curling upward. She walked over to the billiard area and tapped Xiao Ming on the shoulder. He turned around, and upon seeing his sister, his expression instantly turned obedient. "Just want to play a couple of rounds." Xiao Qingwu ignored his invitation and said directly, Need you to drive me back later." Xiao Ming nearly dropped the bottle of want milk in his hand. "Huh, why? I haven't touched a drop of alcohol tonight." He pointed to the 3 empty want milk cans beside him as proof. "I'm perfectly sober." Qiao Qingwu's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, her voice cool and crisp. "It's getting late. If you take me back to Lanting and then go to your place, it's a long round trip. I'm being considerate of you. Don't be ungrateful." She always spoke so directly, without a hint of beating around the bush. Xiao Ming's lips twitched as if to argue, but she cut him off. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at his sister's expressionless face, a hint of resentment bubbling inside. "Considerate? Why does it feel like I'm being rejected?" Seeing his deflated look, Qiao Qingwu's tone suddenly shifted. "That Maybach, it's yours now." "What?" Xiao Ming's pupils dilated in shock. He wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Was his sister drunk? But there was no smell of alcohol on her. Qiao Qingwu raised an eyebrow at his stunned reaction. "Don't want it. Then forget it." She made as if to leave. "I want it. I want it. How could I not want it?" Xiao Ming nodded eagerly, his eyes lighting up. "Sis, who would say no to that?" "Thank you, sis. Long live, sis. Long live." Qiao Qingwu paid him no more attention, walking away in her high heels, her steps carrying a hint of buoyancy. Xiao Ming watched her retreating figure. The thrill of the Maybach was swiftly replaced by a sense of unease. If he wasn't taking her, then someone else must be coming to pick her up. Xiao Ming's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He quietly followed her. Calculating the time from landing to here, Zhong, you should be arriving soon. Qiao Qingwu stepped outside the Qiao family's old mansion. The villa district was brightly lit at night, the air thick with summer's sticky humidity. She scrolled through her phone, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. Before long, a black car pulled up by the roadside, its window slowly rolling down. Beautiful lady, 500 to start, hop in, and we're off. Qiao Qingwu instantly caught the familiar voice, looked up, and her eyes shimmered with radiance. Without a second thought, she lifted her skirt, her fair and slender calves moving as she trotted toward the car. The mermaid dress clung tightly to her curves, the hem swaying gently as she hurried like waves undulating in the deep sea, each step brimming with allure. Zhong Yu sat in the car, his gaze piercing through the night to lock onto the approaching figure. Sui Sui was right. She was more beautiful than a Barbie doll. Qiao Qingwu pulled open the car door and slid into the cramped cabin. A faint fragrance mingled with the summer night's heat rushed in instantly. Once she was settled, her cool voice rang out, 500 to start. Are you running an unlicensed cab? Zhong Yu glanced at her nonchalant. What can I say? At this hour, who else would dare to pick you up but me? Qiao Qingwu let out a soft snort, saying nothing. After all, she had tricked him into coming. The car started and glided smoothly into the night. Meanwhile, a black Maybach and a gray BMW, like two stalking night cats, silently followed behind Zhong Yu's car, unbeknownst to the two inside. The drive from the Qiao family's old mansion to Lanting took about 40 minutes. In the sealed cabin, without Sui Sui's chattering, only the two of them remained, and an indescribable atmosphere began to quietly permeate the air. Zhong Yu recalled Sui Sui's words, "Mommy is never happy when she sees Grandpa," and pondered. He casually asked, "Did you have a good time tonight?" Qiao Qingwu looked up at him, hesitated for a moment, then finally squeezed out two words, "Not bad." It's not good to say one thing and mean another. Zhong Yu remembered the video had taken of Qiao Qingwu drunk last time, and a mischievous idea quickly popped into his head. He said mysteriously, "Tell you what, when we get home, I'll show you a fun little video." Qiao Qingwu rarely showed a hint of curiosity. She never liked being led by the nose, but Zhong Yu's tone was oddly irresistible. "What video? Can I see it now?" Zhong Yu shook his head. "No. Watching it now would ruin the ritual." He kept them in suspense. At home, the mood will be just right. In truth, it had little to do with any sense of ritual or ambience. This was purely one of Zhong Yu's daily petty tricks to stir things up. Drinking too much is not the scariest part. The horror lies in having someone recount your actions. And even that pales in comparison to someone filming you in crisp 4K. If he had shown her the video right now in the car, what if Qiao Qingwu snapped later? He was still driving with nowhere to escape. A sitting duck at her mercy. That would be downright fool. No, he wasn't ready to meet his maker just yet. Qiao Qingwu's curiosity was indeed piqued, but she didn't press further. After a moment, as if recalling something, she asked in a cool, clear voice, "Has Sui Sui gone to sleep?" "Yes," Zhong Yu replied with a slight curl of his lips. "She was thrilled when she heard I was picking you up. She rolled around on the bed a few times and put herself to sleep." Qiao Qingwu listened, her fingertips tapping absently on her knee. "Do you think so too? She seemed especially excited this afternoon when she was picking out a dress for me." Zhong Yu glanced at Qiao Qingwu through the rearview mirror. He remembered Sui Sui suddenly asking him earlier that evening if sapphire blue was his favorite color. At the time, he found it puzzling, but now connecting the dots, he instantly understood. Hiding her merit and fame. What a good daughter he had. Zhong Yu cleared his throat, his tone laced with amusement. "It seems Sui Sui has excellent taste." "Moi." Qiao Qingwu didn't catch on. Zhong Yu looked straight ahead and said in a calm, yet sincere voice, "You look beautiful in that dress. Sapphire blue suits you well and makes your skin look even fairer." That porcelain-like skin seemed to glow in the night. Qiao Qingwu was taken aback. At today's banquet, she had gracefully received countless compliments, some empty flattery, others genuine, from every corner. Yet Zhong Yu's simple word, beautiful, made her heart race again and her cheeks flush. She forced herself to remain composed, let her gaze sweep over Zhong Yu, and then spoke. "You look very handsome in that t-shirt too." Zhong Yu almost thought he misheard. He glanced down at himself. A plain white short sleeve he had grabbed from the closet after his shower. He raised an eyebrow. "Are you serious?" Qiao Qingwu nodded firmly, her tone unwavering. "Absolutely." Then, as if afraid he would ask further, she quickly turned her head to look out the window. The night receded swiftly, the city's neon lights stretching into colorful ribbons. On the car window, her reflection was clearly visible along with that of Zhong Yu in the driver's seat. Their silhouettes overlapped on the glass, blurred, yet oddly harmonious. She could see the side of his face as he focused on driving. He truly looked handsome. Not the kind that came from elaborate styling, but a clean, refreshing handsomeness reminiscent of a glass of ice-cold lemon mint water on a summer day. A green light ahead had 15 seconds left. Zhong Yu accelerated slightly, and the car glided through just before the yellow light turned on. Meanwhile, the black Maybach and gray BMW not far behind were firmly halted by a red light lasting a full 120 seconds. Inside the gray BMW, Lin Yinshi watched the black Passat disappear into the traffic. He slammed his fist on the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. Damn, he had lost them. Earlier on the terrace, Qiao Qingwu had rendered him speechless, leaving a fire burning within him. Later, when he saw her leaving the Qiao family estate alone, he found it peculiar. Hadn't she come with Qiao Ming? Why was she leaving separately? On a whim he followed. Then he witnessed a scene that nearly gave him a heart attack. Qiao Qingwu, the aloof, icy Qiao Qingwu, actually lifted her skirt and trotted over to an ordinary Passat. Trotting. Lin Yinchi clenched his fists. Who was in that car? Her driver. But what boss runs enthusiastically toward a driver's car, her steps brimming with excitement and urgency? Could it be the same man from the hospital room last time? The thought made ants crawl and his organs itching and aching with unbearable torment. He began frantically rationalizing again. Qiao Qingwu would never behave that way toward any man. Changing his line of thought, the person in the car was more likely a woman. Beep! A sharp horn from behind interrupted his wild thoughts. Lin Yinchi looked up irritably to find the green light already on. He floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward, but the intersection ahead was a maze of crisscrossing roads, and he had no idea which way to go. In the black Maybach, Qiao Ming was far more composed. Watching the red light countdown, he hummed a tune leisurely. Lost. Impossible. The road to Lanting was so familiar, he could drive it blindfolded. The Passat glided smoothly into the underground garage of Lanting. Zhong Yu found an empty spot parked and turned off the engine. He unbuckled his seatbelt, ready to get out. Turning around, he saw his passenger still sitting firmly, showing no sign of. What's wrong? Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Is my car so fragrant that you can't bear to leave? Qiao Qingwu ignored his banter, turned to him, her eyes unusually bright in the dim light. Didn't you say you'd show me a funny little video? Zhong Yu paused, his hand on the door handle. You want to watch it now? He hesitated. Here. Qiao Qingwu looked at him and gave a firm nod. Yes, I want to see it now. She didn't want to go home to watch it. At home, the atmosphere would be different. In the cramped car, every breath they took seemed intertwined. She simply wanted to stay a little longer with him. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. All right. As long as it didn't lead to a fiery brawl on the street, anything was manageable. He resigned himself, sat back slowly, and pulled out his phone, muttering, "Don't rush, good things are worth the wait." He swiped his fingers across the screen a few times, found a video, and handed it to Qiao Qingwu. As he handed the phone over, he instinctively leaned toward the door, his hand already on the handle, as if ready to bail out at a moment's notice. Why are you moving so far away? Qiao Qingwu took the phone, her fingertips brushing his palm. She looked at him curiously, not yet glancing at the screen. Aren't you going to watch it with me? I've already seen it, Zhong Yu replied dryly. He had seen it so many times he could recite it. Instead of lowering her head to watch, Qiao Qingwu pushed the phone back toward him. Then I want to invite you to watch it again with me. She paused, then added with exaggerated seriousness, isn't happiness meant to be shared? Some things are more enjoyable when two people do them together than one alone. Zhong Yu, ever perceptive of subtext, couldn't shake the feeling her words carried a double meaning regardless of her intent. His scalp tingled. Was he being outmaneuvered? Zhong Yu was overthinking it. Qiao Qingwu, an AI-like female CEO, what mischief could she possibly be up to? She simply wanted to stay in the car with him, breathing the same air, but sometimes she spoke without thinking. Seeing Qiao Qingwu's firm stance, Zhong Yu had no choice but to close the car door he had just pushed open and shift back to his seat. Qiao Qingwu watched him sit up straight, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips. She even moved closer to him, their shoulders nearly touching, their breaths mingling. In the cramped space, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. She finally lowered her head and pressed play. The moment the image appeared, Qiao Qingwu froze. The camera was focused on a pair of intertwined hands. One male, one female. A large hand with distinct knuckles and bulging veins firmly gripped a slender, fair wrist. The woman's skin was almost blindingly white under the lens, creating a stark visual contrast with the veins on the man's hand. The composition, the lighting, the tension in the movement. Qiao Qingwu's mind went blank. She jerked her head up to look at Zhong Yu. This video of yours, is it proper? It looked exactly like the opening of one of those pay-per-view adult videos. Zhong Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. Proper. Of course what he filmed was proper. Looks like your mind isn't so proper. Then the camera in the video tilted up and a delicate, dazed face appeared in the center of the screen. Her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, her beautiful fox-like eyes shimmered with moisture, and her full crimson lips were slightly parted, looking utterly confused. Qiao Qingwu was dumbfounded, speechless. Was that her in the video? Soon Zhong Yu's voice came through, laced with laughter, like a seductive devil. Come on, CEO, Qiao, make a peace sign at the camera. The Qiao Qingwu on the screen actually obediently raised her hand, made a sign at the camera, and even gave a silly smile. Sing a song. I can't. Her voice was so soft it could drip with water. Sing Two Tigers. And then Qiao Qingwu heard herself humming the entire nursery rhyme. Social death. This was a legendary scene of ultimate social death. Zhong Yu could clearly feel the person beside him stiffen instantly, her breath catching. He struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking, telling himself he must not laugh. But it was just so funny. Qiao Qingwu lowered her head, her face reddening to the point. Right now she didn't want to be in the car, she should be under it. No 300 meters underground, saying goodbye to this beautiful world. Why did she invite Zhong Yu to watch this with her? But since she dug the hole herself, she had to jump into it, even if she was crying. She steeled herself, pretending to be calm, and continued watching, even mumbling a complaint. I look pretty obedient here, don't I? Did whatever you asked. So why were you holding my wrist so tightly? Zhong Yu glanced at her, and said succinctly, "Keep watching." The next second in the video, Zhong Yu seemed to let go. Then she saw herself start tugging at the collar of her shirt. As she pulled, she shouted, "Hot. So uncomfortable. Take off my clothes." Qiao Qingwu's pupils dilated. She reached out like lightning and pressed pause. "I'm not watching anymore." She said this as she moved to delete the video. "Don't." Zhong Yu was quick. He snatched the phone back in a flash. "Zhong Yu." Qiao Qingwu ground her teeth as she glared at him. "Delete it now?" "No way." Zhong Yu held the phone high, using his long arm to tease her like a cat. "It'd be a shame." "What a shame." "Delete it now?" Qiao Qingwu, both embarrassed and angry, stretched her arm to reach it, but was always just a bit short. She was getting frantic. Making up her mind, she braced one hand on the back of the driver's seat and leaned her whole body over to grab it. Zhong Yu didn't expect her to do that, and Qiao Qingwu's entire upper body was now over the center console. As her fingers fumbled blindly, she pressed something unknown. A whirring sound filled the air. Without warning, the driver's seat reclined backward. Before Zhong Yu could react, he was forced to lie flat. Qiao Qingwu, losing her balance, cried out and followed the seat's trajectory, falling straight onto him. A dull thud followed. Her soft body pressed firmly against his. The tender sensation on his chest was impossible to ignore. Her scent filled his nostrils, sweet and alluring. They stared at each other, both stunned. Zhong Yu looked at the face so close to his. A few stray strands of hair fell lightly, brushing his neck and sending a shiver through him. Her cheeks were as red as a ripe tomato. Even her earlobes had turned pink. "Wait, he'll get up right away." But in this position, she couldn't muster any strength. Qiao Qingwu finally understood why this dress was called a mermaid skirt. She was like a mermaid thrown onto the shore, her legs tightly bound, able only to flop around useless. She tried to move, but her body only rubbed against Zhong Yu's in vain. Zhong Yu felt half his body go numb. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, his voice hoarse. "Don't move for now." Qiao Qingwu gave up, struggling, a hint of chagrin in her cool voice. "My skirt is too tight and my legs can't move. I can't get up. Help me quick." As she spoke, her warm breath brushed past his ear as if she were whispering in it. Zhong Yu's mind was now filled with improper thoughts. Ba, what a sin. He steadied himself, wrapped his right arm around her slender waist, and used his left hand to push her shoulder, leveraging her weight. With a deft move, he flipped her over like a pancake. Back in her seat, Qiao Qingwu frantically straightened her rumpled skirt and hair. Once she was settled, Zhong Yu propped himself up, sat back, and returned the seat to its original position. Even though the car's AC was on full blast, he felt a wave of heat rising. He cleared his throat and handed the phone to Qiao Qingwu, his gaze a little unfocused. "That video, if you really dislike it that much, just delete it." Qiao Qingwu took the phone and snorted. "You should have given it to me earlier," she grumbled as her finger hovered over the delete button. Zhong Yu couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "I just thought it was kind of cute." Qiao Qingwu's finger, ready to press down, paused. She whipped her head around, doubtful. "Really? What's cute about it? I look like I have a very low IQ." "It's an endearing kind of silly," Zhong Yu said, unabashed. Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips together and said nothing. She looked down at her silly smile on the phone screen, then back up at his sincere face, and was silent for a few seconds. "All right, then I won't delete it." She locked the phone and handed it back to Zhong Yu. "But you're not allowed to show it to anyone. If a third person sees this, you're dead." The threatening tone, that was the her he knew. Zhong Yu took the phone, completely baffled by her. "Seriously, your mood swings are too fast. You were ready to kill me a moment ago." Qiao Qingwu was about to say something more when a sudden, urgent pounding came from the driver's side window. Thump, thump, thump. Both of them jumped, startled, and turned to look simultaneously. The car windows had privacy film. They could see out, but no one could see in. A familiar, handsome face was pressed against the glass, eyes wide as saucers, desperately trying to see inside the car. It was Qiao Ming. What was he doing here? "Don't hide in there without a sound. Oh, I know you're in the car." Qiao Ming's voice boomed like a loudspeaker, rattling the car window. "I just saw it. The car was shaking. You scoundrel, what have you done to my sister?" The two inside were frozen solid. Shaking. Was that considered shaking just now? Wasn't it an accident? He kept yelling while pounding on the window like a man catching his wife in betrayal. Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu exchanged a glance involuntarily, then quickly averted their eyes, each checking their own clothes. Good, the dress was still in place, the t-shirt was on properly, but an inexplicable guilt lingered, as if they had been caught in a scandal that shouldn't be. Brought down by Qiao Ming's shout, the faint heat that had been stirred in Zhong Yu vanished completely. This brat better not scare him into some physiological dysfunction. After confirming both were decently dressed, Zhong Yu had a flash of wit. He stretched his long arm and grabbed a laptop from the back seat. Qiao Qingwu glanced at the computer in his hand, her mind spinning rapidly as comprehension dawned. She nodded approvingly. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow at her, already scripting. An assistant and her boss alone in a car. Aside from reading a late-night script, they could certainly be discussing work. Perfectly reasonable, wasn't it? Then Zhong Yu pushed open the door and got out, his expression calm. When Xiao Ming saw it was Zhong Yu stepping out of the driver's seat, he froze entirely. You. Before he could finish, he saw Qiao Qingwu slowly emerge from the passenger side. Xiao Ming's pupils dilated again in shock. He shoved past Zhong Yu and plunged headfirst into the car, rummaging left and right, nearly dismantling the seats, convinced there was no third person hidden inside. Zhong Yu stared at his raised backside in bewilderment and gave it a light kick. "What are you looking for?" Qiao Qingwu walked over to Zhong Yu, steadying herself against the car. After the commotion in the car, her legs felt weak. Unconsciously, she pressed her fair legs together beneath the hem of her dress. Xiao Ming backed out of the car, looked at the pair before him, then let out a long sigh of relief before clapping Zhong Yu heavily on the shoulder. Scared me to death. So you're the one picking up my sister tonight. Zhong Yu raised the laptop, ready to use his prepared excuse. Yes, it's me, we were just. Thank goodness it's you. Xiao Ming cut him off, his expression as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Zhong Yu. Qiao Qingwu. They exchanged a look, both seeing the same confusion and bewilderment. I thought some bastard had run off with my sister. Xiao Ming shuddered with relief. Good thing it's you. Now I can rest easy. All a misunderstanding, like the Dragon King flooding his own temple. Family, not recognizing family. His eyes fell on the laptop in Zhong Yu's hand, and he immediately nodded with understanding. Oh, I get it. You two were discussing work in the car, right? Without Zhong Yu even speaking, Xiao Ming had already scripted the whole scene himself. Dude, you're way too eager to advance. On a weekend, you not only pick up the boss from the suburbs, but also work overtime in the car afterward. Who are you trying to outpace? Zhong Yu's mouth twitched. His prepared speech had been completely spoken by the other party. He went with the flow, raised an eyebrow, and asked, you trust me that much? Of course. Xiao Ming said matter-of-factly. I wouldn't trust any man in the world, but I'll always trust you. What else could you and my sister be doing in a car except discussing work? Falling in love. Ha 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 ha. Qiao Qingwu leaned against the car door, pressing her fair fingers to her temple, feeling she had overestimated her brother's intelligence. Zhong Yu looked at Xiao Ming's face and nodded solemnly. Good brother, I am deeply grateful for your trust. Seeing that his sister showed no reaction, Xiao Ming lowered his voice, leaned close to Zhong Yu's ear, and said in a tone only the two of them could hear. But I have to warn you, work is never-ending. Don't learn from my sister. She's completely immune to love. Hanging around her all day will leave you single. Zhong Yu took Xiao Ming's hand. I'm so moved. When I have kids, I'll make sure they call you their own uncle. Hey, that's not right. Shouldn't your kids call me grandpa? Get lost. Anyway, don't worry about it. You'll understand when you grow up. Really? I don't believe it. Zhong Yu suddenly recalled something. Didn't you say you were drinking tonight? How is there no smell of alcohol on you? He remembered clearly. Qiao Qingwu had told him in WeChat that Xiao Ming had been drinking and couldn't drive, so she had no chauffeur. Xiao Ming started, I didn't. How long are you two going to chat? Is this a village gossip session? A cold female voice cut in sharply, interrupting Xiao Ming. Qiao Qingwu's sharp, icy gaze shot toward him, and Xiao Ming shrank back, swallowing the rest of his words. He tucked in his neck and turned to Zhong Yu, coming together. We haven't finished discussing work yet, Qiao Qingwu interjected again. Xiao Ming sighed, giving Zhong Yu a look of pity. Brother, take care. After seeing Xiao Ming off, Zhong Yu looked at Qiao Qingwu beside him. Let's go. Where? Zhong Yu found it amusing. Home, of course. Or do you really want to go back to the car for Qiao Qingwu uttered an oh, and fell silent. She picked up her clutch purse and phone, and the two walked toward the elevator. After a few steps, a new message came through on Qiao Qingwu's phone. It was important, so she prepared to reply. But today she was carrying a delicate clutch without a strap, which she had to now to type. She couldn't free her hands, so she awkwardly clamped the purse under her armpit. The next second, the purse suddenly lightened as someone pulled it away. Qiao Qingwu looked up in confusion, meeting Zhong Yu's slightly smiling eyes. He held her purse and said, carrying a bag under your armpit makes you look like a coal tycoon from the 70s heading to a city meeting. I'll humble myself, and Qiao Qingwu shot him a glare that held no real threat. Lowering her head, her fingers tapped swiftly on the screen. The message was from her high school homeroom teacher Song, confirming details of the speech she was to give at school the next day. A week earlier, teacher Song had contacted her, inviting her to return to her alma mater Hangzhou No. High School as an outstanding alumna to give a speech to junior students. Qiao Qingwu usually detested such events. But during her 3 years of high school, teacher Song had been very kind to her. Teacher Song taught math, and Qiao Qingwu had served as the math class representative for those 3 years. She felt she owed that much respect, so she agreed. While replying to messages, they arrived home. As Qiao Qingwu changed her shoes at the entrance, an untimely sound broke the quiet. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet space, it was like surround sound. Zhong Yu couldn't help laughing. You went to your dad's birthday banquet, and they didn't feed you. You're this hungry. Qiao Qingwu showed little emotion on her face, but the tips of her ears were red. Wasn't in the mood, not much appetite. Huh. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, leaning against the shoe cabinet with arms crossed, looking like he saw through everything. Caught you lying. How am I lying? Just now in the car when I asked if you had a good time tonight, you said it was okay. If you weren't happy, why would you say okay? Qiao Qingwu fell silent. She tilted her head, looking deeply into Zhong Yu's laughing eyes. They were standing very close. The warm amber light enveloped him, his eyes like a pool of warm spring water. In the past, whether happy or sad, Qiao Qingwu was used to being alone. It was nothing until this seemingly careless, unorthodox Zhong Yu barged into her life like a bandit. He could see through her feigned calm, cheer her up with his irreverent ways, leave a light on for her when she came home late. These small moments gave her feelings she had never known. She felt like a plant that didn't need sunlight. After once being touched by the sun, from then on she would bloom toward the light. Then ask me again now, Qiao Qingwu said suddenly. Zhong Yu paused, a little lost by her sudden change of thought. Huh. He asked again, did you have a good time tonight? Qiao Qingwu's gaze was focused and earnest, her tone carrying I had a very good time tonight. Zhong Yu felt his mental processor was a bit overloaded. The warm yellow light in the hallway inexplicably became scorching hot, baking the back of his ears until they tingled. Qiao Qingwu just watched him quietly. Those beautiful fox-like eyes, usually always cool and distant like a lake covered in a thin layer of ice. But now the ice had melted, revealing the gentle warm waters beneath, each ripple carrying a tiny hook. Caught off guard by her sudden solemnity, he could only blink and her words. Even if he were a block of wood, he could sense the unusual weight behind Qiao Qingwu's statement. Seeing him stunned, she added, "And besides, I wasn't lying. A person's mood naturally changes with their environment and the people around them." She tilted her head back, her gaze clear and bright. "Tonight at the banquet I saw people I detest, so I was very unhappy. But later when you asked me in the car, those detestable people were gone, so my mood was just okay. And now," she paused, her gaze seemingly glued to his face. "If you ask me again, my answer is I am very happy tonight. I am incredibly happy right now." This explanation was even more direct than the last, like a fastball that slammed squarely into Zhong Yu's heart. His heartbeat quickened a few times, betraying his calm exterior. Zhong Yu cleared his throat and returned her gaze with equal seriousness. "Then don't let the people you detest affect your mood. They're not worth it. Anyway, I have plenty more tricks to cheer people up. If you're ever feeling down, you can come to me anytime." Zhong Yu couldn't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. That mischievous streak resurfaced as he raised an eyebrow at her, looking pleased with himself. "Seems like that funny little video I showed you had an immediate effect." Qiao Qingwu felt that he had a knack for making her laugh. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. So thank you." Zhong Yu was thrown off by her sudden, unexpected thanks. Just as he was about to say something, that untimely grrrr sound rang out again, shattering the rare moment of tenderness. He immediately seized the topic. "So when you're in a bad mood, you lose your appetite?" Qiao Qingwu nodded. "Yeah." Zhong Yu's twisted logic kicked in. "So since you said you're happy now, does that mean your appetite is back?" Qiao Qingwu was stunned by his abrupt shift in thought. Zhong Yu shoved his hands in his pockets and turned towards the kitchen, his voice drifting back. "I may have just learned to cook, but the noodles I make taste really good. It's a secret family recipe." Qiao Qingwu's eyes lit up. "You're going to make me noodles?" "They're not for you. I'm hungry myself, and I'll make a bowl for you while I'm at it," Zhong Yu said stubbornly. "Go change into something comfortable and freshen up. By the time you're done and come down, the noodles will be almost ready." Qiao Qingwu didn't say another word. She turned and walked upstairs. When she reached the top of the stairs, she suddenly stopped and looked back. "Then I want 2 fried eggs." The kitchen was brightly lit. Water was boiling in a pot on the counter, while a pan beside it sizzled as it fried eggs. Zhong Yu's movements seemed unhurried, yet incredibly efficient. The water boiled, and the noodles went in. Qiao Qingwu had changed into a silk nightgown, and was leaning against the kitchen doorframe, arms crossed. Zhong Yu had his back to her. The line of his broad shoulders and narrow waist formed a smooth silhouette, and the muscles in his arms were faintly visible as he worked. She unabashedly took in the sight, feeling that the scene was surreal. A man was cooking her a midnight snack in her own home. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Zhong Yu sensed her gaze. He turned around, his eyes meeting hers. Caught in the act, Qiao Qingwu felt she had to say something. She walked over. "Do you often cook noodles for others?" Zhong Yu tossed some greens into the pot to blanch them without looking up. "I don't think I've ever cooked noodles for anyone else before." Qiao Qingwu felt an inexplicable surge of pleasure. "You said it's a secret family recipe. Did your family teach you?" "My mom taught me." Zhong Yu fished the noodles out with practiced ease. "Is your mother a chef?" Zhong Yu was amused by her straightforward logic. "My mom is a high school teacher. She teaches math." Hearing those words, something clicked for Qiao Qingwu. She took out her phone. The screen lit up, showing a message Teacher Song had sent her 10 minutes ago. It asked if she was free after tomorrow's speech, saying she had invited the students involved in the speech to her home for dinner. Feeling it was hard to refuse such kindness, Qiao Qingwu replied with a sure. Soon 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table. Each bowl had 2 golden fried eggs accompanied by a few greens, and gave off a tantalizing aroma. Qiao Qingwu hesitated, looking at the huge portion in front of her. "This is so much. I might not be able to finish it." Zhong Yu sat down across from her. "No, you will definitely finish." Qiao Qingwu silently picked up her chopsticks. 10 minutes later, she stared at her empty bowl, the soup drained completely. She looked up at Zhong Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. She could only clear her throat and offer a sincere evaluation. "The noodles you made are really, really delicious." A smirk tugged at the corner of Zhong Yu's mouth, his expression one of sheer arrogance. "I made the noodles, so you do the dishes." Qiao Qingwu obediently got up and began to clear the table. "Oh, by the way," she remembered something. "I won't be home for dinner tomorrow." Zhong Yu wiped his mouth. "What a coincidence. I won't be home tomorrow either. I'm going back to my parents' place for dinner with them." After they finished cleaning up in the kitchen, they each returned to their bedrooms. Zhong Yu pulled out his phone and called his mother, Song Lingxiu. The phone rang twice before it was answered. Song Lingxiu's booming voice came through. "Hello." Zhong Yu was brief. "Just letting you know I'm coming home for dinner tomorrow." "Perfect. What a coincidence." Song Lingxiu's voice shot up an octave. "The school is having an alumni day tomorrow, and I've invited a few of my former students over for dinner." Zhong Yu braced himself for his mother to start gushing about how brilliant other people's children were. "Among them," Song Lingxiu said mysteriously, "is one of my favorite math class representatives, a girl very pretty. And there's also the former class monitor, a boy also quite handsome. Most importantly, they're both single now." Zhong Yu yawned, utterly uninterested. Let me tell you, back in school the boy even secretly slipped a love letter to the girl. Song Linxiu grew more and more excited, fully immersed in gossip mode. Isn't fate wonderful? So many years have passed, and in putting them together for a meal to see if a little spark of love can be rekindled. What do you think? Zhong Yu switched the phone to his other ear. Teacher Song, are you that bored that you've become a matchmaker? I am helping people find their happiness. Fine. Set up whoever you want. He'll go tomorrow and be their wingman, alright. Zhong Yu hung up the phone. This boring gossip had nothing to do with him. The next day, when Zhong Yu rose, Qiao Qingwu had already left. Yawning, he went to the master bedroom to wake Sui Sui, accompanied her through breakfast, and then spent the entire morning playing Ultraman vs. Monsters with her. The little pink dumpling was exceptionally clingy today, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. During lunch, Sui Sui held her tiny spoon, blinked her big eyes, and asked, "Can mommy and daddy sleep with me tonight?" Zhong Yu pondered for a moment. The last time the three of them had slept together in one bed felt like an eternity ago. Of course. But the condition is that you can't be picky. Finish all these carrots. Zhong Yu watched as Sui Sui devoured the small bowl of carrots and nodded with satisfaction. After wrapping up lunch, Zhong Yu entrusted Sui Sui to Aunt May, changed his clothes, and headed out. His parents' home was near Hangzhou No. 2 Middle School, where Song Linxiu taught, not too far away. When Zhong Yu arrived home around 3 in the afternoon, he stepped into the kitchen to find his father Zhong Yiqing wearing an apron and tackling a mountain of ingredients that rivaled a grand feast on the counter. Zhong Yu's pupils dilated in shock. "Dad, what are you doing?" "Cooking." His father was a disaster in the kitchen, earnest in his efforts, but hopelessly inept by nature. No matter what dish he touched, the final result was always the same shade, pitch black. Zhong Yiqing glanced back at him, his knife work uninterrupted. "Nonsense, what else would I be doing here? Performing a ritual?" "No," Zhong Yu said, walking over with a somber expression. "Aren't you aware of your own culinary skills? Maybe I should call an ambulance to wait downstairs, so we can skip the hospital." Zhong Yiqing shot him a glare and raised his foot to kick him. "This sharp tongue of yours. I really wonder who you take after." Zhong Yu dodged nimbly, adding cheekily, "Well, it's either you or Mom, unless it's Uncle Wong next door." "Scram. You want a taste of the belt?" Zhong Yu, knowing when to yield, surrendered. "Fine, I'll help, okay." He walked to the sink and started washing vegetables. "Your mom went to a school event and hasn't come back yet," Zhong Yiqing explained. "She told me to prep the ingredients and wait." "Don't worry, I'm certainly not going to suffer through the cooking process." Zhong Yu sighed in relief. Good, his life was spared. Father and son worked in harmony, one washing and one chopping. As Zhong Yu scrubbed the broccoli, he asked, "Mom said on the phone yesterday that she's planning to set up her prized students, the class monitor and the representative. What's that about?" "She's not satisfied with just nagging me. Now she has to meddle with others." Zhong Yiqing paused his movements and lowered his voice, "Because back then that guy wrote a love letter to that girl and your mom caught him. The letter never reached the girl. It was confiscated and is still sitting in her office drawer." Zhong Yu perked up with interest. Teacher Song was indeed that kind of tyrannical homeroom teacher. "Later I heard that guy never got over the girl, but he's too shy to—" "Your mom probably feels a bit guilty for crushing that romance back then, so she wants to help out now. I heard that guy is really handsome. Your mom says he's even better looking than you." Zhong Yu stopped scrubbing the broccoli. "Impossible. It's hard to find anyone in all of Hangzhou who's better looking than me." Zhong Yiqing. Zhong Yu laughed heartily, then quipped, "But seriously, as the saying goes, at home rely on your parents, outside rely on friends. This guy's almost 30 and still needs his high school teacher to chase a woman." The more he thought about it, the more off it seemed. If that's the case, I think Mom's being a bit unfair. Did she even ask the girl how she feels before playing matchmaker? What if she's not interested anymore, or never was? That would just be annoying. Zhong Yiqing nodded. "You've got a point." Zhong Yu's expression turned serious. "Dad, you need to step in. When Mom gets back, talk to her. Don't let her meddle." "Alright, I'll talk to her," Zhong Yiqing agreed readily. Zhong Yu added, "Make it a priority." After chopping and washing, it was past 4 o'clock. The ingredients on the counter were mostly prepped. Zhong Yiqing looked at their work and nodded with satisfaction. He wiped his hands and said to Zhong Yu, "Go downstairs and buy a bottle of vinegar." Zhong Yu was lounging on the sofa playing with his phone and didn't look up. "Don't we have some at home?" "It's different. Your mom specifically asked for that rose vinegar in the red bottle. She says it's the only authentic kind for cold dishes." Zhong Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance, but reluctantly dragged himself off the sofa. There was no choice. His mom was at the top of the family food chain. Not long after Zhong Yu left, Song Linxiu returned home with 2 women and a man. Hearing the noise, Zhong Yiqing emerged from the kitchen, and his eyes lit up at the sight of them. "Oh my, what a bunch of handsome folks. Come and sit down." Song Linxiu beamed with pride and began introducing them. "This is Gui, the class monitor I used to lead." She gestured to the side. "And this is my math representative, Qiao Qingwu." Finally, she indicated the lively girl with a bun hairstyle. "And this is Yao Zhuzhu. She used to come for tutoring on weekends. You should remember her." The guests politely greeted Zhong Yiqing. Song Linxiu looked around, but didn't see her son. "Where's that rascal? Has he come back?" Zhong Yiqing, still in his apron, said cheerfully, "He's back. He was just helping me prep ingredients. I sent him out to buy vinegar." Song Linxiu nodded and guided the guests to the sofa. "You all sit and watch TV for a bit. He'll go cook dinner. Don't anyone come into the kitchen to help, or he'll get mad." With that, she bustled into the kitchen. In the living room, the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Qiao Qingwu chose a single sofa and sat quietly watching the boring ads on TV. She was never good at social settings, exuding an air of keep away. But Gu Yi clearly didn't pick up on that signal. He picked up a glass of water and naturally sat on the sofa next to Qiao Qingwu. Long time no see. I didn't think Teacher Song could actually get you to come. Qiao Qingwu nodded slightly. Teacher Song was very kind to me during school. Gu Yi smiled, trying to find a topic. I heard you're managing your own company now. Impressive. It's okay. The conversation killer Qiao Qingwu had once again successfully ended the chat. Awkwardness hung in the air. Unable to bear it any longer, she abruptly Yao Zhuzhu, seeing her rise, enthusiastically asked, "Are you going to the restroom? He'll take you." It was a godsend. Qiao Qingwu took the opportunity. "Yes, thank you." After coming out of the restroom, she looked at Yao Zhuzhu, who was leading the way. "You're very familiar with Teacher Song's home." "Of course," Yao Zhuzhu said matter-of-factly. "I'm also Teacher Song's student, but am 3 years younger. I entered school after you graduated, so you wouldn't have seen me. Back in high school, my math was terrible, so I came to Teacher Song's place for tutoring every weekend. Oh, by the way, I was in the same year as Teacher Song's son." Mentioning Teacher Song's son made her eyes sparkle. "Let me tell you, her son is incredibly handsome. He was the school heartthrob in high school. Almost every girl in our year liked him. People sent him love letters every day. His drawer couldn't hold them all, plus snacks and drinks like offerings to a god." Qiao Qingwu finally understood. She had asked just one question, and Yao Zhuzhu had managed to steer the conversation miles away, landing squarely on Teacher Song's son. She might as well have set him head over heels. Clearly this girl had ulterior motives. Qiao Qingwu asked calmly, "So you came here for him today?" Yao Zhuzhu, caught red-handed, blushed slightly, but admitted it freely. "Oh dear, you figured me out." She leaned close to Qiao Qingwu and whispered, "I just wanted to see what he looks like now. If he's still as handsome. If he is he, I'm going to make my move." Qiao Qingwu offered a polite smile, but said nothing. Inwardly she wondered just how handsome he must be to make such a pretty girl pine for him all these years. Seeing her lack of reaction, Yao Zhuzhu added mysteriously, "I remember there's a family photo on the TV cabinet in the living room. Want me to show you?" Qiao Qingwu had no desire to return to the sofa and engage in pointless small talk with Gu Yi, so she nodded. They walked to the TV cabinet where a photo frame sat. The picture showed 5 people with a boy in the middle who must have been Teacher Song's son. But in the photo he was only about 10 years old, his features not fully developed yet. Hard to judge, but clearly a handsome kid in the making. Qiao Qingwu stared at the small face, finding it increasingly familiar. Yao Zhuzhu kept chattering beside her, but she tuned it all out. Because the little boy seemed to share a striking resemblance with Zhong Yu. A strange curiosity stirred in Qiao Qingwu's heart. On impulse, she took out her phone and snapped a picture of the Then she opened Zhong Yu's WeChat chat and selected the photo she had just taken. She wanted to send it to him and share this discovery. It was as if a solitary wanderer had suddenly developed a collector's itch. The first thought upon finding something interesting was, quick, show it to that guy. And she eagerly anticipated his reaction. Just as she was about to hit send, a familiar voice rang out from the doorway and back. The sound hit her ears like a summer evening breeze, sweeping through the hallway straight to her heart. Qiao Qingwu's fingers still hovered over the screen, the little boy in the selected photo grinning widely. And at the door stood a living, breathing Zhong Yu, holding a bottle of vinegar. In that instant the two faces merged in an uncanny overlap. Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu locked eyes, both frozen in surprise. Song Linxiu, hearing the commotion, rushed out of the kitchen like a whirlwind. She snatched the vinegar from Zhong Yu's hand, without even glancing at the tense standoff in the living room. Pointing at Zhong Yu, and then at the 3 on the sofa, she rattled off, "It wraps. This is my son Zhong Yu. And these are my students. Young folks just chat and get to know each other. Oh no, my pot is burning." With that she whisked back into the kitchen, leaving everyone in the living room staring at each other in bewilderment. "Oh my god, Zhong Yu." The first to erupt was Yao Zhuzhu. She jumped up. "You've gotten even more handsome. Do you remember me?" "I'm Yao Zhuzhu. Back in high school I used to come to your place for tutoring, and we even did homework together." Zhong Yu walked into the living room nodding. Vaguely. Gu Yi also stood up and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Gu Yi." He turned slightly and gestured toward Qiao Qingwu, still standing by the TV cabinet. "And that's Qiao Qingwu. We're all Teacher Song's students." Zhong Yu's gaze swept past Gu Yi and finally settled on Qiao Qingwu's face. Suddenly it all clicked. His mind buzzed, but he maintained a polite smile. Turning to Gu Yi, he said, "So you're the legendary class monitor." Gu Yi looked surprised. "You know me?" The pieces fell into place. But was this the class monitor that Song Linxiu claimed was better looking than him? What kind of eyesight was that? He was at least 5 or 6 centimeters shorter than Zhong Yu, as skinny as a pole. If he stood sideways, head looked like a bookmark come to life, capable of walking upright. Zhong Yu said with a half smile, "I've heard Mom mention you. Wash up and get ready to eat." Song Linxiu's hearty shout came from the kitchen. Dishes soon flowed onto the table like a stream. A large round table seating 10 had the seats of honor reserved for Zhong Yu's parents. Song Linxiu enthusiastically seated Gu Yi next to Qiao Qingwu. Yao Zhuzhu took the seat on Qiao Qingwu's other side, then looked expectantly at the empty spot beside her, the implication clear. After washing his hands, Zhong Yu entered the dining room and saw the seating arrangement. Yao Zhuzhu immediately waved at him, about to invite him to sit beside her. But Zhong Yu acted as if he hadn't seen her. Amidst everyone's confused gazes, he grabbed a spare chair and forcefully wedged it between Qiao Qingwu and Gu Yi. The legs of the chair hit the floor with a soft thud, yet it felt like a depth charge. The table was large enough that his insertion didn't cause crowding. But the move itself was highly suggestive. The entire dining room fell silent. Gu Yi's smile froze on his face, twitching slightly. Yao Zuzu's eager expression also solidified. Song Linxiu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Hadn't this brat promised on the phone yesterday to be? Who was he even helping? Zhong Yu, however, acted as if nothing had happened. After sitting down, he casually pointed at a dish in front of him. I want to try this. He examined it closely and said, this white-cut chicken. Song Linxiu nearly spat blood. She glared fiercely at her rebellious son. Zhong Yu had never liked white-cut chicken since childhood, always saying it tasted like chewing on flavorless chicken-flavored rubber. Today she had specially learned that Qiao Qingwu preferred light flavors and loved this dish, so she had someone bring authentic Qingyuan chicken to make it. Zhong Yu completely ignored his mother's glare. He turned to Qiao Qingwu on his right, and suddenly put on an innocent act. Sister, you don't mind me sitting here, do you? The moment their eyes met, Qiao Qingwu felt a tide surge through her heart, both calm and turbulent. Sometimes in life, one cannot truly understand oneself. Yet Qiao Qingwu hadn't expected that hearing Zhong Yu's sister would make her so acutely aware of her own rapid. If there were a deer in her heart in that instant, it must have crashed and died from its frantic pounding. Fortunately, she eventually steadied her emotions and expression, maintaining her usual cool tone. I don't mind. This arrangement is fine. Zhong Yu shot a triumphant glance at Song Linxiu. Qiao Qingwu began to doubt, was he really just a younger brother? But why did she feel from him an unfamiliar, unsettling, yet inexplicably reassuring masculine presence? Zhong Yu turned his gaze to his father Zhong Zhiqing. The curve of his father's lips morphed directly into the Nike logo. His expression clearly proclaimed, son, you are quite the smooth. As flashy as his move was, Zhong Yu still saw abundant approval in his father's eyes. A powerful physical barrier, a one-time fix for good. On the other side, Yao Zhuzhu was utterly stunned. As everyone knows, sis and sister carry two entirely different meanings. Calling someone sis is a social courtesy laced with distance. State your business and don't bother otherwise. But that's sister from Zhong Yu. She didn't know how others heard it, but to her ears, it was pure flirtation. This was a disaster. Yao Zuzu's heart shattered into a QR code. Had her long-distance romance before it even officially started stumbled at the starting line. She silently picked up a glistening piece of braised pork belly, stuffed it into her mouth, and chewed furiously. The world be damned, eating comes first. Only with a full stomach could she think about how to win a man. Qiao Qingwu had been somewhat reserved initially, treating this meal as a mandatory social engagement to get through quickly. But Zhong Yu's sudden appearance and his audacious decision to sit right beside her dissolved all her discomfort in an instant. It was as if they were back at the dining table in Lanting, and she completely relaxed. With her spirits lifted, Qiao Qingwu's appetite surged. Teacher Song's white-cut chicken was truly authentic. The skin smooth, the meat tender. Dipped in ginger scallion soy sauce, the flavor exploded on her tongue. She helped herself again and again. Zhong Yu noticed, but said nothing, silently pushing the plate of white-cut chicken closer to Qiao Qingwu. She saw it and accepted it with utter naturalness. She even forgot to offer a polite thank you, as if this was simply a matter of course. As though today wasn't their first meeting, but that they had already lived together for a long time. This scene was captured precisely by Gu Yi's eyes. His gaze darkened. Bro, weren't you just saying with all sincerity that you wanted to eat this dish? How come you haven't touched a single bite? Song Linxiu, of course, didn't miss this detail either. She was the ace homeroom teacher who could hit a note-passing student in the last row with a piece of. Her son's instinctive, considerate gesture could never escape her hawk-like eyes. A bold guess flashed through her mind. She looked at her son, then at Qiao Qingwu's cool, beautiful face. Good heavens. She took a deep breath, taking a moment to compose herself. Her son had fallen for this beautiful woman at first sight, smitten by her looks. How impressive. Song Linxiu made a swift decision, instantly switching her allegiance. Gu Yi, teacher is sorry, but let my son have this sweet romance first. After the meal, Song Linxiu asked Zhong Zhiqing and Zhong Yu to wash the dishes. On the living room sofa, Song Linxiu's Andy smile never faded as she warmly took Qiao Qingwu's hand. Xiao, tell teacher, what type of boy do you like? The question left Qiao Qingwu startled. Beside them, Gu Yi and Yao Zhuzhu, pretending to watch TV, had their ears perked up. Having grown up watching her parents' failed marriage, she had always felt love was illusory and unnecessary. Coupled with her irresponsible younger brother Qiao Ming, she kept her distance from younger boys. But when it comes to liking someone, what standards are there? When principles meet a racing heart, exceptions are made endlessly. There is that one person, even if he doesn't meet any of your criteria, even if he says nothing and does nothing. Qiao Qingwu's gaze unconsciously drifted towards the busy figure in the kitchen. Even if he is just washing dishes, he could easily stir her heart. She pressed her lips together and said to Song Linxiu, I don't have a specific type. I mainly go. Song Linxiu's heart skipped a beat. Going by feeling. What an abstract phrase. It was like asking someone what they wanted for dinner and getting a whatever in return. Having no standards is precisely the highest standard. Song Linxiu's mind raced, and she quickly devised a new strategy. She pulled several thick photo albums from under the TV cabinet and enthusiastically called out, come Xiao, take a look at our family photos. Qiao Qingwu and Yao Zhuzhu were drawn and sitting on either side of Song Linxiu. Pointing at the photos, Song Linxiu opened up completely. Look, this is Zhong Yu in middle school. Even back then girls were writing him love letters, but I nipped any budding romance in the bud. Song Linxiu chattered on as she flipped through the album. In the album, Zhong Yu grew from a little dumpling into a youth with delicate features. He was the school heartthrob, sweating it out on the basketball court, and also the kind-hearted boy who saved his pocket money to buy cat food for the strays downstairs. He was into photography, won a city-level award, and his photos still hung on the school's honor wall. He even got into a fight with some thugs outside school because he couldn't stand seeing a classmate bully beating them so badly they ended up in the hospital, which led to his parents being. Song Linxiu spoke with animated delight, and Qiao Qingwu listened captivated. These fragmented pasts, like pieces of a puzzle, slowly assembled a more complete, three-dimensional Zhong Yu in her heart. She realized he had grown up in a home full of love and warmth, that he had always been such a radiant person. They finished flipping through the entire album. Even Song Linxiu, a veteran teacher who could teach 3 consecutive math classes, was parched from talking. She got up to get some water to revive herself, casually leaving the album on the coffee table. Yao Zhuzhu also excused herself to the restroom. Qiao Qingwu picked up the album again, carefully browsing each photo. Just then Gu Yi seized the opportunity to sit in the empty seat next to Qiao Qingwu. Having learned his lesson, he planned to start from her area of expertise. He first mentioned his current role as RD director at Yuanfeng Technology, then talked about the project's Lingua technology was advancing, his words brimming with unique insights into the industry's future. Qiao Qingwu's gaze never left the album. She responded absent-mindedly with indeed, and you're right. Gu Yi's professional analysis got stuck in his throat, a bit awkward. He followed Qiao Qingwu's eyes and found her staring at a particular photo. The photo showed Zhong Yu probably in high school, wearing his uniform and holding a DSLR camera. Gu Yi quickly found a new angle. Are you interested in photography? I dabbled in it during college and know a bit about equipment. Qiao Qingwu said, not really interested. At the same moment, a clear voice came from the kitchen. Are you interested in photography? Zhong Yu walked over, drying his hands with a towel. Hearing his voice, Qiao Qingwu immediately looked up, her eyes brightening. Zhong Yu stopped in front of her, glanced down at the photo, and said, I have a few cameras in my room. Want to come take a look? Qiao Qingwu answered almost instantly, sure. She decisively closed the album and stood up, her movements so swift that Gu Yi beside her didn't even react. Zhong Yu turned and called out to his father Zhong Zhiqing, asking him to come keep the guests company in the living room. Then he naturally led the way. Qiao Qingwu took a couple of quick steps to fall and step beside him. Gu Yi watched their receding figures as they walked side by side, finally disappearing at the end of the hallway. He clenched his fist, the smile on his lips completely crumbling. Qiao Qingwu followed Zhong Yu into his bedroom. The door softly closed behind her instantly, enclosing a private space that belonged only to the two of them. Zhong Yu leaned lazily against the door, hands in his pockets. He raised an eyebrow at her, a lazy smile tugging at the corner of his lips. So shouldn't you properly thank your savior? I saw you on the sofa earlier. Your toes were practically digging out a Barbie dream mansion. Qiao Qingwu was indeed uncomfortable, but being called out so bluntly made her lose face. A faint blush crept up her ears. Then thank you. Zhong Yu clicked his tongue. That's it. No sincerity at all. He then waved his hand, his expression turning slightly more serious. But this is all my mom's fault. She just worries too much. I apologize on her behalf. No need for an apology. Qiao Qingwu shook her head. I could tell what Teacher Song was trying to do. I was just planning to go along with it casually. Besides, didn't you already help me deflect it? Qiao Qingwu's gaze softened as she recalled how Teacher Song had cared for her in high school. Teacher Song was very good to me back then. She's a very responsible teacher. She glanced around Zhong Yu's room. It was clean and tidy. But I really never expected you to be Teacher Song's son. What a coincidence. It is quite a coincidence. Zhong Yu straightened up from the door and took a step closer to her. But come to think of it, aren't there too many coincidences between us? She was his boss. He was her younger brother Qiao Ming's close friend. His mother was her high school teacher. Even her best friend had had dinner with him and became his business partner. These networks of relationships were densely intertwined. It was as if an invisible thread existed, one and tied to him, the other to her. One headed east, the other west, yet they always ended up meeting in the same place. The thread tightened, their intersections growing more numerous. It was almost impossible to tell whether the thread was pulling them or if they themselves were following this pre-existing line step by step toward each other. Come on, let me show you the camera, Zhong Yu said. Qiao Qingwu wasn't particularly interested in photography, but if Zhong Yu was introducing it, she was willing to learn about his hobby. Zhong Yu opened the dehumidifier cabinet, which neatly stored several cameras and lenses of various lengths. It looked very professional. He casually took one out, his slender fingers deftly adjusting the settings. Watching his movements, Qiao Qingwu suddenly remembered. So that's why you brought a camera when we went camping to see the stars last time. Zhong Yu looked up and smiled at her. Right. They went together to the bedroom balcony. The night breeze was exceptionally gentle, carrying a hint of summer humidity. Zhong Yu unhurriedly set up the camera on a tripod, preparing to photograph the night sky. Qiao Qingwu didn't disturb him. She leaned against the cool balcony railing, tilting her head, quietly watching him. He lowered his head to adjust the equipment, his profile sharply defined in the night. The mole on his high nose bridge added an indescribable charm. Qiao Qingwu couldn't help but murmur softly. Tisk, no wonder you could fill a drawer with love letters back in school. Her tone carried a hint of jealousy. Though her voice was low, it was loud enough for the person beside her to hear clearly on the quiet balcony. Zhong Yu paused his movements on the camera. He turned his head to look at Qiao Qingwu, a playful glint in his eyes. Under his gaze she realized she had spoken her thoughts aloud, and a flicker of panic passed through her moist eye. But Zhong Yu wasn't about to let her off. He leaned in closer, lowering his head, instantly narrowing the distance between them. You think you received fewer? He spoke half-jokingly, half-seriously. Even my mom had to personally play matchmaker for you. Qiao Qingwu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She could feel his warm breath lightly brushing her cheek as he spoke. She forced herself to stay calm, but couldn't hide the faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Zhong Yu's bedroom balcony was connected to the living room balcony. Gu Yi stepped out from the living room to get some fresh air. The moment he reached the balcony, he saw the scene next door. Under the night sky, the two stood very close. Zhong Yu was leaning down saying something to Qiao Qingwu. Her cheeks were flushed with a lovely red and a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips. It seemed as if they existed in a world of their own where no one else could intrude. That naturalness, that chemistry. After just one evening were they already this familiar? What about his 3 years of high school with Qiao Qingwu? What did that count for? After photographing the night sky for a while, Qiao Qingwu checked the time and felt it was about time to leave. It's getting late. I should go. She paused then asked in a seemingly casual tone, are you not going home to sleep tonight? Zhong Yu countered, which home? Qiao Qingwu was momentarily taken aback. Zhong Yu added slowly, this is my home too. Qiao Qingwu blushed again. What was wrong with Zhong Yu today? His mouth was like a Gatling gun firing off words that left her utterly defenseless. Seeing her silent, Zhong Yu gave a proper answer. They'll stay with my parents a little longer and head back later. I promised Sui Sui this morning that mommy and daddy would sleep with her tonight. Qiao Qingwu, oh. Her face remained impassive, but inside a sky full of brilliant fireworks exploded. Zhong Yu's haze blue pillowcase after her nightly abuse had lost more and more of his scent. It wasn't as fragrant to sleep with anymore. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard from luxury to frugality. This had started affecting her sleep quality. So yesterday she had subtly hinted to Sui Sui, and her clever daughter understood immediately. Truly her child. Today she had perfectly executed her plan, successfully conveying to Zhong Yu the core idea that a family of 3 should sleep together. So, she had to rush home before Zhong Yu and hide the pillowcase. If he found out she slept with his pillowcase every night, he would definitely think she was a pervert. Qiao Qingwu collected herself and said to Zhong Yu, I'll head out now. All right. Zhong Yu turned and walked toward the bedroom. Did you drive yourself? Qiao Qingwu followed him, looking down at her phone. Chen drove me. I've already asked him to pick me up. Seeing that Chen should be arriving soon, Qiao Qingwu returned to the living room. Gu Yi's eyes lit up when he saw her, and he immediately stood up. Qiao Qingwu didn't look at him. She walked straight to Song Linxiu, her voice clear and polite. Teacher Song, thank you very much for your hospitality today. It's getting late, so we'll take my leave now. Yao Zizu's eyes sparkled. Hee with Qiao Qingwu gone, her chance to be alone with Zhong Yu had finally come. I live nearby, no rush to leave. They'll stay and chat with teacher a bit longer. Gu Yi, seeing his goddess about to slip away, immediately said, I should be going too. I remember Qingwu didn't drive today. Let me give you a ride. No need, I've already called a driver to pick me up, Qiao Qingwu said. A crack appeared in Gu Yi's smile, but he still forced himself to say, alright, I'll go downstairs with you. Upon hearing that Qiao Qingwu was leaving, Song Linxiu hurried forward to persuade her. Oh, stay a little longer. It's a hassle for the driver to make a trip this late. Why not skip troubling the driver? Let Zhong Yu take you home later. Alarm bells rang in Qiao Qingwu's mind. She had to get back before Zhong Yu tonight to deal with the crime scene. No thank you, teacher Song. I'd better head back. There's an early meeting at the company tomorrow, Qiao Qingwu said, using a universal excuse. Seeing her firm resolve, Song Linxiu relented, her tone softening. Alright, take care on the way. After saying this, she raised her booming voice and shouted toward the bedroom. Little fish. Don't hide in your room anymore. Our guest is leaving. Come downstairs to see her off. This vigorous call pierced through the walls and precisely hit Zhong Yu's eardrums in the bathroom. At that moment, Zhong Yu was sitting on the toilet, engaged in the most sacred and relaxing ritual of the day. One must understand that a person is most vulnerable while defecating. The mind and body let down, all defenses, thoughts drift freely, and any sudden noise could start. He was startled, his body jolting. He quickly sent his mother a WeChat message, I'm taking a dump. Song Linxiu replied, instantly, hurry up. Zhong Yu stared at the screen, lost in thought. He replied, how can I speed this up? Cut it off. Song Linxiu could almost smell the stench through the screen. She smiled awkwardly at Qiao Qingwu, and Gu Yi, her expression complex. Sorry, that brat is still in the bathroom. Then she said warmly, never mind him. He'll see you out. The summer night's air was stifling like a damp towel pressed against the face. Song Linxiu escorted them all the way into the elevator and then down to the building's entrance. Seeing that she seemed ready to continue waiting for the driver, Qiao Qingwu quickly said, Teacher Song, see us off here. It's hot outside, please go back. Song Linxiu took Qiao Qingwu's hand, still reluctant. You finally came. Sure you want to stay a bit longer? Qiao Qingwu smiled and shook her head. Next time. Next time for sure. For others, next time for sure might be a social lie. But not for her. She would definitely come often in the future. Just not as the math class representative. After watching Song Linxiu turn and leave, only Qiao Qingwu and Gu Yi remained downstairs. The wind carried a sticky heat that was unpleasant against the skin. Gu Yi was silent for a moment before gathering the courage to speak. He stepped closer, trying to make the atmosphere less formal. Qingwu, can we exchange contact info? Qiao Qingwu took out her phone, checking the location Chen the driver had sent. Without looking up, her voice was cool and distant. There's no need. For words like 4 blocks of ice crushed the small flame that had just kindled in Gui. His courage deflated instantly. His face flushed with embarrassment, his voice tinged with grievance and reluctance. This isn't fair to me. Qiao Qingwu finally looked up, her beautiful fox-like eyes calmly meeting his with a hint of confusion. Seeing her cold expression, Gui's heart grew even more stifled. He took a deep breath and poured out words he had suppressed for years. You won't even give me a chance. It's been like this since high school. I thought you just wanted to focus on your studies back then, ignoring everything else. But now, years after graduation, you're still the same. Qiao Qingwu listened quietly. Her expression remained unchanged, but her gaze grew even colder. I never asked you to do anything for me, never accepted any gift from you, and never gave you any signal that might lead to misunderstanding. She paused, then delivered the most cutting blow. To be honest, if Teacher Song hadn't mentioned it today, I wouldn't even remember you. So, I don't owe you any fairness. This logical barrage left Gui completely stunned. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. He felt that all his deep affection was in her eyes, nothing more than junk data to be cleared away. He asked stubbornly, but why are you different with Teacher Song's son? Before he could finish, a black Bentley slowly pulled up in front of them. The headlights were blindingly bright. Chen the driver got out and respectfully opened the rear door. Qiao Qingwu stepped into the car, but paused before getting in. She turned her head, looking at Gui, still frozen in place, and after a moment's thought, answered his unfinished question. Because I don't like you. With that, she sat into the car, and the door slammed shut, sealing off 2 worlds. Song Linxiu hummed a tune as she returned home, beaming with joy. This dinner was totally worth arranging. Zhong Yu, sprawled on the sofa, saw her smug look and couldn't resist pouring cold water on it. Didn't you notice? Your math representative clearly has zero interest in that class monitor. There's no spark between them. Stop meddling. I know, Song Linxiu said. Zhong Yu was baffled. Then why are you so happy? Song Linxiu smiled meaningfully and said nothing. Just then Zhong Yu walked out of the bedroom, drying his hands. They're gone. Yes, they're gone. Song Linxiu beckoned him over. Only Zizhu is still in the bathroom. Xiao Qiao and Gui have left. She sized up her son, her eyes sparkling with gossip. Tell me the truth. Did you fall for Xiao Qiao at first sight? No, Zhong Yu answered bluntly. It wasn't a lie. After all, they had started off on the wrong foot, like gods clashing, neither seeing the other in a good light. He walked over to the sofa, sat down, and added slowly, it's love that grew over time. Puffed. Song Linxiu nearly spat out blood and smacked his back. You've only met her a few times. What over time? Stop joking around. With your constant nonsense, I tell you, a cool girl like Xiao Qiao probably want like your type. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. Oh, did she tell you that herself? Song Linxiu was momentarily speechless. No, but I analyzed it from knowing her. Zhong Yu chuckled. Oh, you know her so well, yet you still tried to set her up blindly. Is that class monitor her type? You little brat. Song Linxiu, left with no comeback, wanted to hit him again. Your dad already scolded me. I know I was wrong. She sighed. I'll never play matchmaker like that again. I should have apologized to Xiao Qiao earlier for causing her trouble. Zhong Yu crossed his legs and said casually, next time. There'll be a chance. Song Linxiu looked at him suspiciously. Huh, why did you say the same thing as Xiao Qiao? Zhong Yu's heart stirred, but he kept a straight face. Really? She said that too. Just then his phone vibrated, and the screen lit up. Qiao Qingwu sent a message him on the bus. Zhong Yu replied, he'll be back in about an hour. After sending it, he unconsciously scrolled up to look at their chat history. He hadn't expected to find so much. When had their dialogue box become so filled with content? All of it trivial, mundane daily affairs. They were densely piled together, resembling the routine check-ins of an old married couple. Zhong Yu stared at these records, feeling a sense of disorientation. Unconsciously updating each other on their whereabouts and sharing daily life had become a habitual instinct between them. Qiao Qingwu returned to the Lanting villa. As soon as she entered, she saw a little bun dashing towards her. Mommy, you're back. Sui Sui spread her small fair arms and hugged her leg tightly. Qiao Qingwu bent down and scooped her soft daughter into her arms, planting a kiss on her snowy cheek, then exchanged a few words with Aunt May, who came over for the handover. After putting her daughter to bed, she moved with clear purpose and a direct route. She swiftly pulled the hazy blue pillowcase off the bed and hid it in the drawer where she kept her under. Perfect. This spot was an ideal hiding place. Because Zhong Yu would absolutely never rummage through her underwear, so he wouldn't discover it. But what if he actually did go through her underwear? Please. If their relationship had progressed to the point where he would search her underwear drawer, then she wouldn't need a pillowcase for comfort anymore. That pillowcase would have fulfilled its purpose and could retire with honor. While bathing, Qiao Qingwu soaked in the tub. The warm water enveloped her body, and light blue bath bubbles gently covered her fair skin. Her cheeks were flushed from the steam, as if dusted with a thin layer of rouge. On a whim today, she had opened a new bath bomb. It was mint-scented, the same brand and the same fragrance as the shower gel Zhong Yu used. A refreshing yet slightly assertive scent quickly filled the entire bathroom, air lingering as if he were right there inside the room. She closed her eyes, feeling as if she were completely enveloped by his scent. Zhong Yu soon returned to Lanting, as well treading lightly up to the second floor. The master bedroom door was slightly ajar, letting out a warm amber light. He pushed it open and saw a small figure sitting on the large bed. Sui Sui, wearing a pink set of pajamas, was sitting cross-legged on the bed hugging a plush bear almost as big as herself. "Where's Mommy?" Zhong Yu walked in and asked in a lowered voice. "Daddy." Sui Sui dropped the bear, spread her soft little arms, and said, "Hug." Zhong Yu bent down to catch her, lifting the soft little bun into his arms. Sui Sui pointed a chubby finger at the closed bathroom door and said in a milky voice, "Mommy is getting all nice and clean." Then she patted Zhong Yu's shoulder and urged him in a grown-up tone, "Daddy, go get nice and clean too. Then we all go to sleep together." Zhong Yu was amused by his daughter's well-rehearsed routine. He returned to his own room for a quick shower. When he came back to the master bedroom, drying his hair, Qiao Qingwu still hadn't emerged from the bathroom. Zhong Yu glanced at the time on his phone. It had been nearly an hour. What was Qiao Qingwu doing in there? Did women always take this long to shower? Or had something happened to her? Like she had slipped or fallen asleep in the tub? He walked to the bathroom door, listened carefully, but heard nothing. He raised his hand and knocked on the frosted glass door. "CEO Qiao, are you alright?" After a few seconds, a slightly muffled female voice came from inside. "I am almost done." Her voice sounded normal enough, and Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Soon Qiao Qingwu, wrapped in a nightgown, opened the bathroom door. Zhong Yu was standing right there, and a wave of fragrant warm steam hit his face. Qiao Qingwu hadn't expected him to still be at the door. A flash of surprise crossed her beautiful fox-like eyes. She stumbled forward, her body tilting, and fell straight into Zhong Yu's arms. Zhong Yu instinctively reached out, precisely catching her slender waist to steady her. His hand met warm, smooth skin. Her dripping jet-black hair hung over her shoulders. The light pink nightgown revealed her neck and collarbone, fair and translucent. Her cheeks were flushed, making her look like a damp peach blossom. Zhong Yu felt his throat go dry. "I didn't mean to startle you, but you were in there so long, I was worried something had happened." As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously swept over the woman's nightgown. It was a long-sleeve style, but the neckline was a bit low. From his elevated perspective, he could easily see a patch of soft, fair skin gently rising and falling with her breath. Zhong Yu's Adam's apple bobbed as he quickly averted his eyes. Qiao Qingwu finally came to her senses, awkwardly pulling the slightly gaping neckline together with her hand. "I took a bath," she explained. Zhong Yu walked to the bed and leaned against the headboard. After Qiao Qingwu dried her hair, she also came over. Sui Sui lay between them, looking at her own pink pajamas, then at her mother's pink nightgown, and finally fixed her gaze on Zhong Yu. Her big eyes were filled with immense confusion. "Mommy is pink and Sui Sui is pink." She reached out her chubby finger and poked the gray t-shirt Zhong Yu was wearing. "Daddy, why aren't you pink?" "Zhong Yu, because Daddy doesn't have any pink clothes." Sui Sui immediately puffed out her little face and retorted in a milky voice, "Wrong." She tried hard to remember. "Daddy used to have some. We all wore the same pajamas before with little bears on them. Mommy, Daddy, and Sui Sui all the same. Matching family outfits." That was interesting. Probably tired from playing during the day after Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu each told a story from their sides, the little bun fell into a... Zhong Yu closed his eyes, and Qiao Qingwu turned off the bedside lamp. In the middle of the night, hiss! Zhong Yu was suddenly jolted awake from a dream. A sharp, piercing pain shot up from an unmentionable place straight to his crown. He felt he was about to ascend to heaven from the sheer agony. In his arms was a soft, fragrant body. A few strands of hair brushed against his cheek, and warm, even breath sprayed onto his neck. Without a doubt, this was Qiao Qingwu. Only the position this time seemed a bit off. He looked down with difficulty. Why was her knee precisely pressing into his? Zhong Yu sucked in a sharp breath. Good grief, this was attempted murder. He could tolerate Qiao Qingwu clinging to him like an octopus, using him as a human body pillow. But if this behavior seriously threatened the health of little Zhong Yu and his own future happiness, he absolutely could not tolerate it. This was an inhumane physical assault. Bearing the pain and the heat rising within him, Zhong Yu reached out and moved her leg off his body. Then he gently pushed her shoulder. "Wake up." He had decided he had to shake Qiao Qingwu awake. At 3 in the morning, Zhong Yu abruptly sat up cross-legged, conducting an immediate battle damage assessment. He lowered his head to check the state of little Zhong Yu, confirming it could still assert its dominance, only then letting out a long sigh of relief. He cast his gaze at the culprit beside him. Qiao Qingwu slept soundly, her breathing even and prolonged, completely unaware that she had nearly committed a grave sin moments ago. The loose collar of her nightgown had slipped below her shoulder, revealing a smooth and exquisite shoulder. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, precisely illuminating that expanse of fair skin. Her sleeping posture was hardly graceful. The nightgown had already ridden up to her waist, her long legs intertwined without any guard. Zhong Yu extended his fingers, using an elegantly refined orchid gesture, pinched the hem of her skirt, and gently pulled it down to cover her thighs. "Wake up." He pushed her shoulder. No response. Zhong Yu increased his force. "Qiao Qingwu, wake up." The other merely let out a dissatisfied grunt, turned over, and continued sleeping. He truly envied Qiao Qingwu's sleep quality. It had been the same the previous times. As soon as she closed her eyes, she could fast forward straight to dawn. Fortunately, Hangzhou wasn't on a seismic belt, otherwise with her sleep quality, not to mention an earthquake, even if the sky fell, she'd probably use it as a blanket. He was out of ideas. He couldn't just slap her awake. Just then a rustling sound came from the foot of the bed. That was Sujui's designated spot. A small figure rubbed her eyes as she climbed up, asking in a milky voice, "Daddy, why aren't you sleeping?" Zhong Yu turned back to see his daughter with a head of messy hair looking at him with sleepy eyes. He lowered his voice, "Sorry, Sui, Daddy woke you up." Sui Sui shook her head. "It's okay, Daddy, I forgive you." She too mimicked Zhong Yu's tone, lowering her voice as if sharing a little secret. "Daddy, are you going to wake Mommy up again?" Zhong Yu froze. Again. Curious, he whispered, "Mommy always sleeps this soundly." "Yes," Sui Sui let out a small yawn, her little face resting on Zhong Yu's thigh. "And every time after you two finish grown-up stuff, Mommy sleeps until noon the next day, impossible to wake up, like she's fainted. Daddy says it's because Mommy was too tired the night before." Fainted. Zhong Yu felt his throat go dry. He swallowed hard. His future self's nightlife was this vibrant. What level of combat prowess was that? He glanced inexpressibly at Qiao Qingwu, who lay unconscious beside him. It seemed that while her sleep quality was excellent, her stamina was lacking. A head have to urge her to exercise. "All right, go back to sleep now." Zhong Yu picked up the still yawning Sui Sui and placed her back between them. The little one soon drifted back into dreamland. Zhong Yu stared at the ceiling, completely losing his desire to sleep. Forget it. Considering how hard she'd work in the future, had refrained from waking her this time. The next morning, the 7 o'clock alarm rang on time. Qiao Qingwu lifted her eyelids a crack and stretched lazily, still half asleep. Holding a soft, fluffy object in her arms, she instinctively hugged it tighter, nuzzled it, and took a sniff. Still that unique and pleasant fresh scent. She abruptly opened her eyes and stared at the pillow in her arms for 3 seconds. It was the one Zhong Yu had used last night. Qiao Qingwu sat up. The spacious bed was empty beside her, with both Zhong Yu and Sui Sui already gone. She got up and went to the bathroom. As she pushed open the door, she saw a small figure brushing her teeth in front of the mirror. "Sui Sui, why are you up so early today?" Qiao Qingwu pinched her daughter's soft, fair cheek. Sui Sui took the toothbrush out, foam in her mouth, and reported in a muffled voice, "Mommy, I'm a good girl for waking up." Her eyes sparkled. "Daddy got up even earlier than me. Daddy woke up once before dawn." A flicker of doubt crossed Qiao Qingwu's mind, but she didn't dwell on it. After washing up, she took Sui Sui's hand and went downstairs. In the dining room, Aunt May had already laid out a hearty breakfast: fried eggs, toast, milk, corn, millet porridge, and pan-fried buns. Everything one could want. Aunt May smiled as she saw them come down. "Good morning, Miss Qiao." "Sui Sui, come and eat breakfast." Meanwhile, Zhong Yu sat alone at the table, gnawing on a cob of corn, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the living room's French window, looking every bit like a philosopher. Only when Qiao Qingwu drew closer did she notice the faint dark circles under his eyes. "Good morning," her cool, clear voice sounded. Zhong Yu's soul seemed to drift back from outer space. His gaze landed on Qiao Qingwu's face, and then with utter seriousness he said, "Good morning." "Not, huh? What kind of otaku greeting was that?" She walked to the seat opposite him, poured a glass of milk for Sui Sui, and placed a small steamed bun in front of her daughter. "Didn't you sleep well?" Qiao Qingwu blinked her fox-like eyes, looking at his soul-departed appearance, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curving up. Instead of answering directly, Zhong Yu countered, "You get up at 7 like clockwork every morning. Do you always wake up naturally?" Qiao Qingwu was puzzled by his train of thought, but answered earnestly, "No, I have an alarm." Zhong Yu let out an enlightened, "Oh," drawing out the final syllable. Meaningfully he added, "I see. So only an alarm can wake up President Qiao." Qiao Qingwu looked at him, sensing there was more to his words. A bit confused, she still explained seriously, "Not necessarily, but I'm used to it. No matter how late I worked the previous day or how tired I was, even without an alarm at the very latest, I'd naturally wake up by 8 o'clock. After all, there's so much to handle at the company. I can't just sleep until noon and waste time." Zhong Yu couldn't help but smile as if in disbelief. "Oh, of course. But why are you asking about this today?" "Nothing." Zhong Yu picked up a steaming pan-fried bun and placed it in Qiao Qingwu's bowl, saying slowly, "I just wanted to remind President Qiao not to focus solely on work. Make sure to exercise more in your free time. After all, the body is the capital of revolution." Upon hearing his words, Qiao Qingwu nodded earnestly. She simply took it as him caring about her. "You're right, I don't usually exercise much." As she spoke, she took out her phone. Her slender, fair fingers flew across the screen with swift precision. Zhong Yu, still munching on his corn, watched helplessly as she sent out several. Within 2 minutes, his own phone vibrated. It was the group chat for the CEO's office. An administrative assistant had posted an announcement for all members. "Attention all colleagues in the CEO's office. Hello, everyone. To enhance team cohesion and promote physical and mental health, the CEO's office hereby announces this year's team building event is scheduled from Wednesday to Friday, a 3-day 2-night trip to the Zhoushe Islands resort. The event will feature a variety of fun and exciting games designed to help everyone strengthen their bodies in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. This team building is a paid leave activity and participation is voluntary. We hope all colleagues will actively join." As soon as the message was sent, the group chat erupted. As everyone knows, weekend team building is just over time. But weekday team building is the real deal. All praise be to you, the great, selfless, and generous boss. Zhong Yu held his phone, staring at the notification on the screen, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He lifted his head to look at the woman across from him, who was leisurely. "Are you the Flash or something?" Qiao Qingwu's clear, cold eyes met his. "I just thought what you said made sense. Our colleagues are usually busy with work and probably don't have much time to And it's almost time for the department's team building anyway, so I might as well arrange a trip for everyone. Zhong Yu thought for a moment, then suddenly found it amusing. I feel like I'm that infamous seductive consort who brings ruin to the kingdom. What seductive consort? Qiao Qingwu frowned in confusion. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. You know, the kind who whispers sweet nothings to the emperor, and the emperor immediately issues a decree. Hearing this analogy, Qiao Qingwu's fair cheeks visibly reddened a little. If he was the seductive consort, then was she the emperor? It does seem a bit like that. Of course, Zhong Yu had more to say. After last night's events and this morning's happenings, there was a second half he held back. This seductive consort would in the future make the emperor, who always attended court on time, neglect his morning duties and sleep until noon. A long and arduous road ahead. He thought to himself, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Wow. A childish voice broke the brief silence. Sui Sui, her mouth still full of a small bun, mumbled indistinctly, "Go out to play. Are mom and dad taking Sui Sui out to play?" Looking at her daughter's sparkling eyes, Qiao Qingwu's expression softened. She asked, "Does Sui Sui want to go to the seaside to play?" "Yes." Sui Sui nodded vigorously, her little milky voice sweet and loud. Qiao Qingwu said, "Then we'll take Sui Sui along." After she finished speaking, she turned to look at Aunt May, who was cleaning the kitchen. "Aunt May, you'll come with us too. You can be our cover." Aunt May agreed with a smile. "Yage." Sui Sui was so happy her little legs swung back and forth under the chair. She suddenly thought of something and said, "To go to the seaside we need to wear swimming clothes." She turned her head to look at Qiao Qingwu. "Mommy, Sui Sui doesn't have any. Do you?" Qiao Qingwu paused mid-motion upon hearing this, just then realizing she couldn't swim, so she didn't have a swimsuit either. She looked at Zhong Yu and suddenly said, "Let's go to the mall together after work today." Zhong Yu nearly choked on his corn. He put the corn down and raised an eyebrow. "You want me to go buy a swimsuit with you? Are you asking me to pick it out?" Qiao Qingwu's gaze was frank. "Is that not allowed?" She paused, then added, "Besides, what's wrong with the seductive consort accompanying the emperor to the mall? If this were ancient times, asking so many questions would get you sent to the cold palace." She turned her head, her eyes falling on her daughter, and thought of another reason. "Besides, didn't Sui Sui say yesterday that we all wear the same pajamas? We might as well buy a few more sets." Zhong Yu was amused, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, the emperor speaks wisely." The seductive consort was out of line. In the evening, the mall was brightly lit. Sui Sui held Qiao Qingwu's hand, her little legs hopping cheerfully, her big eyes sparkling. "Mommy, I want to wear a swimsuit with the little mermaid." They first went to the children's section and picked out a swimsuit printed with a cartoon mermaid for Sui Sui. The little one admired herself in the mirror from all angles. Zhong Yu watched from the side, occasionally offering opinions in a gentle tone. Qiao Qingwu stood there observing the interaction between father and daughter, the corners of her mouth involuntarily softening. With Sui Sui's outfit settled, the three left the children's area and moved to the women's section. The women's section was filled with a dazzling array of swimsuits hanging on the racks. Sui Sui looked left and right, her eyes sparkling. Suddenly the little one pointed at one and exclaimed loudly, "Mommy, this one is so pretty." Qiao Qingwu followed her daughter's gaze. It was a black lace style, both pure and alluring, with thin straps, a half-cup top, and only a few thin straps crossing at the back. The corner of Qiao Qingwu's mouth twitched. It was beautiful, but hardly suitable for wearing during outdoor games. The sales assistant's eyes lit up, and she immediately greeted, "What a great eye this little one has." She beamed brightly. "This is a hot item in our store. Many female celebrities have worn it. With your figure and fair skin, ma'am, you'll look stunning in it." Then she turned her gaze to Zhong Yu, her tone even more enthusiastic. "What do you think, sir?" Zhong Yu frowned, staring at the scant pieces of fabric. Calling it a swimsuit was almost an overstatement. It was clearly just a combination of a few straps and some lace, with the back almost completely exposed. Qiao Qingwu usually wore business attire, and even her pajamas were long-sleeved nightgowns. He imagined what she would look like wearing it. A tickle rose in his throat, so he cleared it softly. He really didn't want any third party to see that sight. He couldn't just say no outright, it would seem too domineering. Zhong Yu walked to a nearby rack and precisely picked out one. He handed it to Qiao Qingwu. "Since you asked me to choose, I think this one is better." The sales assistant saw what he was holding and couldn't help but purse her lips and smile, her eyes full of understanding. It was the most conservative style in the store, the one that had been sitting on the shelves the longest. Qiao Qingwu took the swimsuit and looked at it. What had he picked? Dark green, high-necked, long-sleeved one-piece. Chest, navel, back, arms, thighs. Everything was complete. With a diving mask, she could go straight to explore the Mariana Trench. Qiao Qingwu's fox-like eyes fixed on Zhong Yu, her gaze complex. In her heart, she silently gave Zhong Yu's taste of failing grade. But in the end, she took both swimsuits. The conservative one could be worn for the team-building games. The resort hotel booked for this company trip had a private pool in every room. That sexy one could be worn inside the room. After selecting the swimsuits, Zhong Yu dutifully walked toward the cashier with the 3 items they had picked out. Qiao Qingwu, on the other hand, was led by Sui Sui's tiny hand for another round through the store. The boutique was spacious, with men's, women's, and children's swimwear, along with a full array of swimming accessories. Sui Sui was utterly captivated by a little yellow duck float, clutching it in her arms and refusing to let go. Qiao Qingwu had no choice but to purchase it as well. When she returned to the cashier with Sui Sui, she found that Zhong Yu had already paid and was holding 2 shopping bags. Qiao Qingwu blinked, her beautiful fox-like eyes. She asked, so you just came to pick out swimsuits for me and Sui Sui. What about your own? Zhong Yu responded with an air of utter nonchalance. I swim often. I have several sets at home. He'll just grab one of those. No need to buy new ones. Qiao Qingwu looked at him with a hint of regret in her expression. Her lips curled slightly downward as she let out a soft, "Oh," and said, "All right then." Damn it. That wasn't what she truly felt. She had actually wanted to pick one out for him too. But his simple, no need, had shut down the idea completely. The trio then proceeded to buy the pink bear family pajamas that Sui Sui had been longing for, matching sets for the whole family, 2 pairs each. With their shopping mission accomplished, the family of 3 headed to the underground garage to drive home. The mall was brightly lit and bustling with people. Zhong Yu carried several shopping bags in one hand, while steadily holding Sui Sui with the other. The 5-year-old bundle of energy, even after hours of shopping, showed no signs of fatigue. Hopping and skipping while holding her father's hand, her little ponytails bounced behind. Zhong Yu let her have her fun, slowing his pace to accommodate her. The shopping bags in his hand swayed gently with each step. Qiao Qingwu followed a few steps behind. Watching this scene, her heart felt as if something had gently nudged it. An indescribable sensation, both ticklish and swelling. His silhouette was pleasing to the eye, and the way he held the child's hand was equally endearing. The stark contrast between his tall, sturdy frame and the soft, tiny figure beside him was utterly charming. Even the ordinary shopping bags swinging in his hand seemed inexplicably agreeable. A strange yet warm emotion like lukewarm water slowly seeped through every fiber of Qiao Qingwu's being. Was this happiness? It felt like it, yet perhaps more than that. So it wasn't always earth-shattering events that brought her peace and contentment. Earlier, while Sui Sui had dragged her around the store, she had spotted a men's youth protective swimsuit. It was navy blue, simple in design, yet it inexplicably drew her gaze. Unconsciously, she had wondered what Zhong Yu would look like in it. He had an excellent physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and firm chest and abdominal muscles. Though she had never deliberately looked, she had woken up in his arms before, her hands resting squarely on his chest. She knew that texture all too well. She had assumed he would pick one out for himself too, but he had said he didn't need one. She had convinced herself if he said no, then fine. It was no big deal. But now, watching his retreating figure, a sense of reluctance surged within her. His having many swimsuits was his business. What did that have to do with her? She simply wanted to see him wear the one she had chosen. I think I left my phone in the store. Qiao Qingwu's cool voice broke the silence. Zhong Yu stopped and turned to look at her. She addressed the father and daughter ahead. You two drive to the mall entrance and wait for me. They'll go back and get it. Frowning slightly, Zhong Yu immediately led Sui Sui toward her. There's no rush to get home. Leaving you behind isn't right. We can go back and look together. A flutter of panic rose in her chest, and she said evasively, No, I can manage on my own. You go ahead. They'll be quick. With that, as if afraid he might ask further questions, she turned and hurried back her steps, almost fleeing. Zhong Yu watched her graceful, swift retreat, her high heels clicking with an almost frantic urgency. Daddy, Mommy is running so fast. Sui Sui tilted her little face up, her big eyes brimming with curiosity. Zhong Yu held her hand and let out a resigned sigh. Come on, Sui Sui. Let's listen to Mommy. He picked up his daughter, muttering under his breath. Let's go get the car first. He drove the car to the mall entrance, turned off the engine, and waited. Sui Sui sat in her child's seat, her little legs swinging, and peered out the window with curiosity. Before long, a striking figure emerged from the mall entrance. Qiao Qingwu was trotting the wind, lifting her black curls slightly, her steps carrying an indescribable. Her right hand was hidden behind her back, as if concealing something anxious not to be discovered. She quickly reached the car, pulled open the door, and slipped inside. A fresh fragrance filled the cabin as she settled in. Zhong Yu didn't have time to ponder what she was hiding, because his gaze was drawn to her face. Her fair cheeks were flushed from running, her red lips slightly parted as she caught her breath. A hint of moisture gleamed in her fox-like eyes, replacing her usual coolness with a touch of mischief and girlish charm. Zhong Yu's eyes narrowed, feeling the confined space of the car made breathing difficult. Qiao Qingwu fastened her seatbelt, and catching him staring, felt her cheeks warm. Her heart pounded wildly, a sensation she had never experienced before. It was like a little gift she had prepared was about to be unveiled. She yearned for his delighted reaction, yet feared he might not like it. This secret joyful thrill made her whole being seem more vibrant. She cleared her throat and turned to him with slight awkwardness. Why are you staring at me like that? Zhong Yu finally averted his gaze and started the car, his tone carrying his usual teasing. What's the rush? Did you borrow those legs and have to return them? Qiao Qingwu let out a soft hum, her lips curling into a slight smile. I just didn't want to keep you waiting too long. She tightened her grip on the item beside her, the little anticipation within her quietly fermenting. As soon as the car entered Lanting Villa, Sui Sui could no longer contain herself. The little one, like a bird just freed from its cage, chirped, Mommy, Daddy, my mermaid swimsuit. I want to give it a nice bath. With her little legs bouncing, she dashed straight into the house, as if eager to put on the swimsuit and swim around the living room. Zhong Yu's lips softened slightly at the sight of his daughter's lively antics. Zhong Yu, Qiao Qingwu's cool voice sounded from behind him. He turned around, and she handed him a shopping bag. Here, this is for you. A surprise. He took the bag, which contained a navy blue youth protective swimsuit. He touched the fabric. It felt quite comfortable. Zhong Yu's gaze flickered between the swimsuit and Qiao Qingwu, and realization dawned. he said with a grin. So you went back to secretly buy this? Qiao Qingwu nodded, her expression open. Exactly, she said. Sui Sui and I both have new ones. If I let you wear an old one, wouldn't that be isolating you? What if you get jealous? Hearing the commotion, Sui Sui came running over. She grabbed one of Zhong Yu's fingers, shaking it, and said in a milky voice, Sui Sui and Mama have gifts to receive, so of course Papa can't be left out. Zhong Yu's heart softened as he looked at his daughter's fair little face. He stroked Sui Sui's head and said gently, how can such a little one be so eloquent? Who taught you? Sui Sui puffed out her cheeks and answered seriously, because that's how Mama and Papa used to be. She began counting on her small fingers one by one. When giving gifts, one for Papa, one for me, one for Mama, one for me. The more she spoke, the more animated she became, puffing out her little chest. When I grow up, Sui Sui will buy gifts for Mama and Papa too. Zhong Yu's heart was struck by these tender words, and he immediately scooped Sui Sui up into his arms. All right, for that you deserve a kiss from Papa. Sui Sui giggled, wrapping her small arms around Zhong Yu's neck and planting a kiss on his cheek with a smack. Qiao Qingwu watched the interaction between father and daughter, her eyes brimming with smiles. She looked at Zhong Yu, her gaze carrying obvious anticipation. Zhong Yu received her signal and laughed sincerely. Thank you, I really like it. I'm so happy, he said with exaggerated enthusiasm. So happy, I feel like running a couple of laps. Tonight I'm sleeping in this swimsuit and no one's stopping me. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu knew there was exaggeration involved, but seeing him like this, she couldn't help the upward curl of her fox-like eyes curved, her entire demeanor radiating an undeniable sweetness. I'm glad you like it, she said softly. Zhong Yu looked at her, faint smile, and a sudden thought struck him. A mischievous plan surfaced, and he deliberately furrowed his brows. But he looked at the swimsuit in his hand. Why is it navy blue? Qiao Qingwu's smile froze for a moment, a hint of tension crept in. You don't like this color? Zhong Yu's gaze shifted between her and the navy blue swimsuit in his hand. It's not that. He paused, his eyes moving to another shopping bag Qiao Qingwu was holding. In that bag was the dark green one-piece swimsuit he had picked out for her. Zhong Yu looked at Qiao Qingwu. It's just, I'm thinking if I'd known, I would have chosen navy blue for you too. His lingering tone hung in the air. He watched as a faint blush crept across Qiao Qingwu's cheeks. She seemed caught off guard, her lips pressing together slightly, but she offered no rebuttal. She only let out a very soft "oh." Ever since Zhong Yu discovered she was a paper tiger, he loved to tease her. It was like finding a secret switch that only he knew about. With one press, the usually aloof and cool female would instantly short-circuit, turning into an ordinary bashful young woman. This feeling was quite addictive. A beautiful Wednesday began with a paid team-building trip. From Hangzhou to the Zhoushan archipelago, the bus swayed along a journey of about 2. Zhong Yu leaned by the window wearing earphones and pretending to nap, while actually eavesdropping on his colleagues' idle chatter. The entire CEO's office had set out on the bus except for the CEO herself, Qiao Qingwu, who claimed to have personal matters to attend to and drove herself. In reality, she drove her own car to conveniently bring Sui Sui and Aunt May, who was there to provide cover. Sui Sui pressed her face against the window, her tiny finger pointing at the rapidly receding scenery outside. Aunt May watched her with a beaming smile. Qiao Qingwu gripped the steering wheel, her expression focused. Just then her phone rang. Sis. On the other end, Xiao Ming's voice sounded a bit urgent with a chaotic background noise. I scraped your car on the elevated highway. Qiao Qingwu frowned, asking anxiously, are you okay? I'm fine, alive and kicking, Xiao Ming wailed on the other end, but your precious Maybach's front bumper is scratched. The traffic police are here now. To file an insurance claim, I need you as the owner to cooperate. Send me a photo of your ID and vehicle registration. Qiao Qingwu hummed in acknowledgement and acted swiftly. Got it, sending it now. Hanging up, she pulled over, found the documents, took photos, and sent them to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming received them almost instantly. Standing by the accident scene, he forwarded the photos of the documents Qiao Qingwu had sent to the traffic officer. After processing the information, the officer pointed to the front of the car. We also need to retrieve the dashcam footage. All right, Xiao Ming replied, pulling open the driver's door and sitting down. He looked up, studying the dashcam embedded near the rearview mirror. This dashcam recorded both front and rear views, one lens capturing the road ahead, the other point. Xiao Ming poked at the central control screen for a while, intending to open the video file recording the road. But somehow he pressed the wrong button, and the screen displayed a list of the cabin camera's playback files. Just as he was about to exit, a flash of inspiration struck. He had suspected Qiao Qingwu was hiding a man at home earlier. Could the dashcam have captured any clues? He swiped his finger across the screen. Thumbnails flashed by rapidly, most showing his sister's cool, beautiful face as she sat in the back seat. Xiao Ming continued scrolling. Suddenly his finger stopped. In one of the thumbnails beside Qiao Qingwu in the back seat, there seemed to be another person. His heart skipped a beat. Haha, finally got some dirt on her, he thought, excitedly tapping on the file to enlarge it. The video began to play. The footage was high definition with excellent lighting. The next second, Xiao Ming's smug grin froze on his face. The person beside Qiao Qingwu wasn't a man at all. And this little girl with her fair face looked exactly like his sister Qiao Qingwu. In fact, she was practically a scaled-down replica. Xiao Ming's mind reeled. Holy crap. What's going on? Who is this little girl? He analyzed calmly. First, even if Qiao Qingwu was hiding a man at home, she couldn't have produced a child this quickly. Qiao Qingwu was only 24, but this child looked 4 or 5 years old. Clearly this little girl couldn't be his sister's. That left only one possibility. This was an illegitimate daughter of his philandering father Qiao Qingwu. 1,000 cliché drama scripts flashed through his mind, and Qiao Ming's blood boiled. Unbelievable. He's already keeping his first love and her daughter at home after the divorce, and now there's suddenly a grown illegitimate daughter. But if she was his father's illegitimate daughter, why was she in the same car as Qiao Qingwu? Given his sister's relationship with Qiao Qingwu, she would never babysit for him. The video was playing on mute by default. Qiao Ming watched as the little girl in the footage looked up at Qiao Qingwu, smiling sweetly and seemingly saying something. Qiao Qingwu turned and smiled back. His heart pounded wildly, an absurd and terrifying suspicion rising within him. He swallowed hard, and with trembling fingers tapped the volume icon. The next second, a clear, milky child's voice rang out distinctly from the car's speakers. Mama. Qiao Ming stood frozen, forgetting to breathe for a long moment, nearly becoming the first person in human history to suffocate from holding his breath. The video looped endlessly. The little girl's cries of mommy pierced through the carriage, as catchy as an earworm. Qiao Ming appeared to be contemplating life, but in reality, he was having an attack of dementia. He had completely forgotten what he was supposed to do, staring at the car's surveillance footage for several minutes. Qiao Ming scratched his head on the verge of a breakdown. Is this really not AI generated? What kind of prompt would you have to give Doubao to produce such a terrifying and absurd video? A knock at the window interrupted his thoughts. The traffic police officer's face appeared outside the window, looking slightly impatient. Young man, have you retrieved the dashcam footage? Qiao Ming snapped back to reality with a jolt. Sorry, the dashcam seems to have gone crazy. I've been fiddling with it for a while. The officer didn't say much more, just briefed him on insurance claims. Qiao Ming answered absent-mindedly. Finally, everything was handled. He stepped on the accelerator, driving the Maybach with its damaged front bumper straight to Lanting Villa. His head throbbed. Someone must be stealing his... So last time Qiao Qingwu didn't let him in, it wasn't because she was hiding a man, but because she was hiding a child. Qiao Ming felt a wave of dizziness. This was even more terrible. He started calculating rapidly. That little girl looked 4 or 5 years old. Counting back, she must have been conceived 5 or 6 years ago. 5 or 6 years ago, his sister Qiao Qingwu was just starting college. At 18 or 19, beautiful and vibrant, what kind of heartless bastard could do something so irresponsible? Making a young girl a single mother. The more Qiao Ming thought, the angrier he became, his organs aching with fury. Bang! His fist slammed hard against the steering wheel. Road rage. If you're sick, don't drive. From the adjacent lane, an irritable driver leaned out and let loose at him. Qiao Ming immediately fell silent, feeling both aggrieved and speechless. Boo-hoo, what a miserable fate. Bitter melon mixed with cactus. Already shattered by anger and now yelled at. Life was too hard. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed Qiao Qingwu. Qiao Ming took a deep breath, answered, and tried to make his voice sound normal. Hey sis. Qiao Qingwu's cool voice came through. How's the accident handling going? All taken care of. Qiao Ming replied nervously. Gripping the steering wheel, his ears perked up like a rabbit's, keenly catching the noisy voices from the other end of the phone. His heart sinking, he probed indirectly, Sis, why is it so noisy over there? Where are you? At home or in the office? Neither. The company is having a team-building event. We just arrived in Zhoushe and are at the resort. Zhoushe. Team building. Hee heavens help. His sister wasn't home. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity handed to him by fate? Oh, that's good. Have fun. Qiao Ming forced down his excitement. I still have some things to take care of. He'll hang up now. His plan was to be polite first, then forceful. Charm Aunt May with a handsome smile, get her to open the door, then dart in and find that little girl. Soon the car arrived at Lanting Villa. Qiao Ming took a deep breath, plastered a smile on his face, and rang the doorbell. No answer. Frowning, he rang again. Still no answer. Undeterred, he started pounding on the door. Aunt May, open up. It's me, your sister. Only deathly silence answered him. Well, was his sister brazenly bringing the child to the team-building event? How bold. Qiao Ming gritted his teeth. Zhoushe, huh? Fine. He decisively turned around, got back in the car, and set the navigation destination, Zhoushe Archipelago Resort. Zhoushe Archipelago Resort. Blue sea and sky, sunny beach. 3 days and 2 nights midweek travel, hotel rooms for one with private pools. Only a divine boss could arrange such a thing. The executive assistant picked up a megaphone and announced the schedule. Dear colleagues, our first day's activity is a fun team game. To bond with each other. The remaining 2 days are entirely free. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. 2 days of free time. Essentially paid slacking off during workdays. Joyful. Great CEO Qiao, you are my one and only boss. Zhong Yu was also satisfied with this arrangement. After all, this trip, rather than being a department team building, was more like a subsidized way to bring his child along. The first day's group games were held on the beach. Sui Sui was left in Aunt Mai's care. The little one wore a little yellow duck. Sun had her tender arms and legs exposed, looking like a sticky rice ball. She took her little bucket and shovel, obediently digging in the sand and building a castle, waiting for her parents to finish work and take her to dinner. Meanwhile, the team-building group activities began. The first was a charades game. One asks, the other guesses. A warm-up to enhance mutual understanding. The result of this game, the most compatible pair would automatically become teammates for the next 3-legged race. A crowd of people sat noisily on the beach. Soon it was Zhong Yu's turn to act. He stood up, brushing the sand off his pants. The navy blue sun protection swimsuit wrapped around his lean, muscular body, the fabric clinging to his skin. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long arms and legs. He looked like a poised cheetah. He casually flexed his wrists, the lines of his muscles subtly appearing with each movement. Qiao Qingwu sat on the ground, propping her chin with one hand, her fox-like eyes. She hummed to herself, satisfied with her taste. The size was just right, perfectly highlighting his physique. Although she knew that with his face and body, even a burlap sack would look good on him. But this outfit, she had given it to him. It felt different. This was what she called exclusive sponsorship of good looks. She was enjoying the sight when a suppressed commotion erupted around her. Wow, Zhong Yu's body is usually so well hidden. Oh my god, I'm in love. Who can resist this? Fight on, sisters. Win this round, and we can legitimately get close to him in the three-legged race. Would it be too much to cop a feel of his abs? The girls were all gearing up, eyes gleaming, cheeks flushed, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. Though Zhong Yu was kind at work, he kept a polite distance from female colleagues, spending more time with the men. Winning this game meant legitimate physical contact with him. The temptation was too great. Qiao Qingwu listened to these salacious comments, and slightly, what was going on? Her secretary Yang Huan leaned in and whispered gossip. CEO Qiao, you don't know. He's the company's walking pheromone. Yang Huan winked. When Zhong Yu first joined, the company gossip group went crazy. Everyone voted him the new eye candy of lingua technology. There was even a bet on who could snag him within 6 months. Qiao Qingwu slowly exhaled. A strange tightness gripped her chest. She picked up the lemon water beside her and took a sip. The sourness was stronger than usual, seeping all the way to her heart. She looked at the man exuding youthful energy on the field and responded flatly, "Oh." Yang Huan blinked and continued eagerly, "Hey CEO, Qiao, aren't you curious if anyone succeeded?" Qiao Qingwu's gaze swept over the excited girls, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Definitely not." Yang Huan paused, then nodded in admiration. As expected of CEO Qiao, sharp on projects and people, she lowered her voice and added, "Indeed, no one succeeded. I heard he turned them all down, saying he already has someone he likes." At the same time, Zhang Wei began complaining sourly. "Seriously, when I was acting just now, you were all half asleep. Why are you suddenly sitting up straight?" A girl's voice drifted over. "Wei Gu, I suggest you don't humiliate yourself." The crowd burst into laughter. The rules of the word-guessing game were simple. The person at the front acted out the word, while those below scrambled to answer. Each correct guess earned 1 point, and the first to reach 5 points won. The first few rounds featured easy words. Terms like promotion and salary raise, expense reimbursement, KPI, all related to daily office life. Zhong Yu acted them out vividly, and the crowd below guessed with lightning speed. The atmosphere was electric, especially among a few young female colleagues who were shouting until their voices grew hoarse. The scores soon reached a fever pitch. 2 young women, Xiao Lin and Xiao Xia, surged ahead, both securing 4 points and entering match point. The rest had scattered scores of 1 or 2 points, essentially just making up the numbers. Everyone felt the final winner would surely emerge from between these two. Qiao Qingwu sat on the beach mat, her eyes never leaving the man in the center. She watched the 2 young women, their faces flushed with excitement as they vied to answer, and an inexplicable sourness welled up in her heart. The game continued as the host revealed a new term. Zhong Yu glanced at the card in his hand, his expression turning subtle. "Perfect. Who came up with this one?" Zhong Yu cleared his throat and began his performance. He first made an exaggerated gesture, as if commanding the realm with an imperial air. Then he pointed at himself, twisted his waist, cast a flirtatious glance, and blew a puff of air in Qiao Qingwu's direction. The colleagues were utterly baffled. "What is that? An emperor? A eunuch? Haha, Zhong Yu, you've got to admit, that's pretty seductive. A hairdryer? A blower?" Xiao Lin and Xiao Xia racked their brains, guessing several times, but getting nowhere. Just as everyone was about to give up, a cool, clear voice. "A seductive consort. A nation-ruining enchantress." All eyes snapped to Qiao Qingwu, who had spoken. Zhong Yu immediately snapped his fingers at her. The host paused for a moment before realizing correct. The whole place fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in roaring laughter. "Damn, Zhong Yu, what kind of twisted mind do you have? An emperor whispering pillow talk. Now I get it." Zhong Yu smiled without a word and moved on to the next question. The score became 4-4-1. The smiles on Xiao Lin and Xiao Xia's faces froze. Another round began. The word Zhong Yu drew was mint. He made no superfluous moves, simply mimed taking a shower, then took a deep breath, shook his head, and wore an expression of being utterly refreshed. Xiao Xia immediately jumped in. Body wash, shampoo, air freshener. Everyone guessed wildly, but none hit the mark. Then Qiao Qingwu spoke again. "Is it mint?" Zhong Yu smiled once more and nodded. "Correct again." Murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. No way did President Qiao cheat. How did she figure that out? What's the connection between showering and mint? This isn't the same game we're playing, is it? Next, Qiao Qingwu guessed white-cut chicken, tent, and mushroom in succession. 5 consecutive kills. The colleagues were left numb. Were these two using some encrypted channel that no one else could understand? Xiao Lin and Xiao Xia sat frozen in place, still proudly holding up 4 fingers, yet watching helplessly as they were swept from match point, losing. They racked their brains, but couldn't fathom how President Qiao had guessed those bizarre words. It was utterly outrageous. Yang Huan sidled up to Qiao Qingwu, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "President Qiao, you're incredible." Qiao Qingwu said nothing, merely picked up her lemon water and took a sip to moisten her throat. Biting on the straw, she couldn't suppress the faint curve of her lips. Whoever had added sugar to her lemon water made it far less sour than before. The word-guessing game ended and Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu were naturally grouped together. The next round was a three-legged race. Now the two who had been sitting apart, one among the men, the other among the women, were legitimately arranged to sit together. Zhong Yu stood up, strode over with his long legs, and without ceremony sat directly beside Qiao Qingwu. The beach mat was small, their shoulders brushing as they sat close. He leaned and lowering his voice near her ear. Your Majesty, is the enchantress performance to your liking? His warm breath grazed her ear, tingling and ticklish. Qiao Qingwu felt the half of her body nearest him go weak. This was truly pillow talk now. She struggled to maintain her cool facade, but her fair earlobes were crimson, nearly bleeding. She mimicked him, tilting her head slightly, and replying in a voice only the two of them could hear. It depends on your next moves. Meanwhile, Qiao Ming finally stormed into the Zhoushan Archipelago Resort. He parked his car haphazardly and charged in with murderous intent. But the place was vast. Where was he supposed to find them? He grabbed a staff member and fired off questions. Excuse me, where's the Lingua Technology Company retreat? The staff member was quite helpful, pointing him in a direction. Oh, that beach ahead. Just follow this path straight. Qiao Ming thanked him and embarked on his long quest to find his sister. The beach was bathed in sunlight, dotted with attractive men and women in bikinis. In the salty sea breeze, people were either lounging on deck, chairs sunbathing, or playing in the water, complete with sunglasses and sun hats, exuding a relaxed vacation vibe. And then there was him, sweating profusely in long pants under the blazing sun, squinting as he scanned for someone. The sand beneath his feet was scorching and soft, each step sinking deep as it eagerly filled his shoes. The feeling was exhilarating. Truly a hard life, like a knife stuck in his armpit, both painful and oddly amusing. As he walked, he spotted a figure equally out of place under the shade of a palm tree. It was a plainly dressed, middle-aged woman around 40, sitting on a lounge chair, gazing tenderly at something. Qiao Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized her. It was Aunt May. Why had his sister brought Aunt May along? Following her gaze, he saw a tiny figure. A little girl in a mermaid swimsuit wearing a little yellow duck sun hat that shaded half her face. She sat obediently on a beach mat, earnestly playing with sand. A strange premonition stirred in Qiao Ming's heart. He quickened his pace. Just then the girl finished building a crooked sandcastle, as if completing a monumental project, and lifted her head in satisfaction. A chubby, soft little face came into Qiao Ming's view. He stopped dead, frozen in place. This little girl in person was even more like Qiao Qingwu than in the surveillance footage. Especially those eyes, big, bright, with slightly upturned corners. Qiao Ming felt his breath catch again. At the same time the little girl saw him, her black, grape-like eyes instantly lighting up. The little one excitedly dropped the small shovel she was using to build the sandcastle, scrambled up from the sand, and patted the grains off her hands. Then she trotted on her short little legs, stumbling toward him. Her little ponytails bounced behind her, her face beaming with a soft, sweet smile. Handsome uncle, why are you here? I missed you so much. The cry of uncle struck Qiao Ming's brow like a thunderbolt, shattering the last shred of hope in his heart. He dared not open his eyes, wishing it were an illusion. Sui Sui had wrapped her arms around her uncle's leg, her little face tilted up as she smiled at him, her eyes curving into two crescent moons. Handsome uncle, carry me. Before his mind could react, his body acted first. Qiao Ming crouched down, reflexively scooping the little bundle into his arms with awkward movement. She was soft and sweet-smelling. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the tiny figure in his arms, his mind buzzing. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes, looking at her uncle with curiosity. What's wrong? Uncle is like a wooden statue today, not saying a word. She noticed the sweat on Qiao Ming's forehead and immediately stretched out her chubby little hand, earnestly trying to wipe it for him. Uncle, are you hot? Sui Sui asked, reaching for her little yellow duck sun hat. Then Sui Sui will give you her hat. Qiao Ming's heart jolted, as if something had gently poked it. He quickly held her hand, stopping her from removing the hat. His voice was hoarse. You? Sui Sui, how old are you? Sui Sui frowned, her tiny brows looking at him with big eyes full of confusion. Uncle seemed to have been stunned by the sun, but she obediently nodded and replied in a milky voice. Yes, I'm Sui Sui, and I'm 5 years old. She extended her chubby hand and made a 5 sign. Then she pointed at the tall palm tree not far away. Uncle, let's go sit over there. It's not hot. Qiao Ming was now a puppet on strings, following wherever the little girl pointed. He mechanically moved his legs, carrying the little one toward the palm tree. Over there, Aunt May was anxiously on the phone, her back turned to them, her voice low. Miss Qiao had instructed her to keep everything about Sui Sui strictly confidential, not letting anyone know, including Miss Qiao's family. Miss Qiao's younger brother naturally fell under the scope of secrecy. What was she to do now? If she lost this job over this, where would she find such a good employer again? Aunt May quickly explained the situation to Qiao Qingwu, took a deep breath, and hung up. Turning around, she saw Qiao Ming approaching with Sui Sui in his arms. Aunt Mai's heart skipped a beat, but her face quickly broke into a professional smile. Young Master Qiao, what brings you here? Come sit here. There's coconut water and some snacks. Qiao Ming paid no heed to the drinks or snacks. He sat down on the beach chair, his full attention on Sui Sui. Before coming, he had planned 1,000 questions to ask his sister, rehearsing his speech more diligently than his graduation defense. But the moment he saw this little dumpling, he forgot everything. Seeing her uncle just staring, without speaking, Sui Sui slid off his lap, ran to the nearby table, stood on tiptoe, grabbed a small pastry with effort, then trotted back and held it up to Qiao Ming's lips. "Uncle, eat this, it's sweet." Qiao Ming's heart was pierced again. Oh my, how could this child be so well-behaved, adorable, considerate, and sweet? He didn't blame himself after all. With the current level of human self-control, it was impossible to resist such a cute creature. He opened his mouth and mechanically ate the pastry. It was indeed sweet. Seeing him eat, Sui Sui clapped her little hands happily. "Uncle, did you come to play with Sui Sui?" Qiao Ming's brain hadn't caught up, but his mouth answered, "Huh, yeah right." Sui Sui grew even happier. "Great. Mom and Dad aren't here, so no one plays in the sand with me." Mom and Dad. Qiao Ming's muddled brain seized on the keyword. He forced a kindly smile and continued his probing. "Sui Sui, who is your daddy?" "Daddy is..." Sui Sui opened her mouth about to answer in her milky voice when a cool, urgent cry rang out from nearby, cutting her off. Qiao Ming whirled around and saw Qiao Qingwu striding briskly toward them, reaching him in a few quick steps. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Qiao Ming slapped his thigh in frustration and shot to his feet. Damn it, he was so close. If his sister had come back just 1 minute later, he might have learned who the father was. He turned to Qiao Qingwu with a forced smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How can I be as impressive as you, sis?" He lowered his voice deliberately. "Some things weren't meant for—" "You didn't say a word, either just popped out a kid secretly, huh?" Qiao Qingwu's face remained expressionless. She glanced at Aunt May and gestured for her to take Sui Sui farther. Aunt May understood and quickly took Sui Sui's hand. Sui Sui kept turning back, waving her tiny hand at Qiao Ming, calling out in her milky voice, "Uncle, come build a castle with Sui Sui later." Qiao Qingwu finally turned to Qiao Ming, her voice cool. "Come with me." Qiao Ming, hands on his hips like a disgruntled wife, followed her with a huff. They stopped under a patch of shade. Qiao Qingwu turned around and dropped a bombshell. "To tell you the truth, Sui Sui is indeed my daughter." She paused, then continued, "But she traveled back from 8 years in the future, 2034. The air went still. Qiao Ming was silent for a long moment. He blinked, then stepped forward and reached out to feel her forehead. "Not hot, no fever." He withdrew his hand, his face solemn. "Sis, how long have you had this symptom? Didn't your company physical checkup catch it?" Qiao Qingwu was taken aback. She took a deep breath and pressed her slender fingers against her temples. In telling the truth, Qiao Qingwu tried to reason. If she didn't time travel, how would Sui Sui recognize you as her uncle? "You two met for the first time today." Qiao Ming scoffed. "You showed her my photo, obviously. Sis, you've prepared pretty well to cover up this lie." Qiao Qingwu felt her blood pressure rising. "Fine, then let me ask you. If I had been pregnant for 9 months, wouldn't you have noticed?" The question gave Qiao Ming pause, but his mind worked quickly. 5 years ago you just started college, and I was still in high school. How many times did we see each other in a year? Qiao Qingwu realized his logic was quite consistent. She pulled out her trump card. "I'll call Sui Sui over right now and have her tell you a few of your little secrets." Qiao Ming stopped her. "Sis, have I ever had any secrets from you since childhood? You can pick any 2, tell her, and then have her repeat them to me. The act will be perfect." He was almost heartbroken. "If you really don't want to tell me who the father is, fine, but why make up such a sci-fi story about time travel to fool me?" Qiao Qingwu opened her mouth, then felt all her strength and tactics drain away. Seeing her silent, Qiao Ming's mind began weaving a melodramatic scenario. "Sis, were you deceived by some scumbag?" he said emotionally. "Did he teach you to say that time travel nonsense? You were only 19 then. How could he have the heart to do that?" Qiao Qingwu was completely out of ideas. He flatly refused to believe in time travel. What else could she tell him? Following his logic, she was 19 at the time, at least an adult, but the child's father was only 16. Zhong Yu's greatest fear had indeed come true. It was hard to tell who was the real scumbag. Luckily, she had arrived in time before Sui Sui could blurt out Zhong Yu's name. Otherwise, he was a minor. That would be too criminal. Her life would really have a judgment coming. Qiao Qingwu gave up explaining. She had told the truth, but Qiao Ming simply refused to believe it. So she let him believe whichever version he preferred. Back then, even she and Zhong Yu had only reluctantly accepted this absurd fact after a DNA test. But while a DNA test was evidence for them, it wasn't for others. It could only prove that Sui Sui was their child, not that she had traveled back from the future. It would merely confirm that Qiao Qingwu had given birth out of wedlock 5 years ago, turning the melodramatic script Qiao Ming had imagined into irrefutable proof. This was an unsolvable problem. "Do Mom and Dad know about this?" Qiao Ming asked through clenched teeth. "No," Qiao Qingwu replied quickly. "Don't go around telling people either. They'll tell them myself when the opportunity arises." She couldn't even convince someone as young as Qiao Ming, let alone the elders in the family. The fewer people who knew about time travel, the safer it would be for Sui Sui. No one could say for sure when this little one who had fallen from the future might suddenly vanish and return to her original timeline. "Uncle. Mom. What are you playing?" Just then a soft, milky voice broke the silence between them. She grabbed one hand of each, tilting her little head up. "Uncle, let's go build a sandcastle." Qiao Qingwu bent down and gently lifted Sui Sui into her arms. She whispered to Sui Sui, telling her not to mention her father's name in front of her uncle, nor her full name Zhong Xiqiao. The character, Zhong, would too easily remind people of Zhong Yu. Sui Sui didn't understand why her mother was telling her all this. But Sui Sui was an obedient child. She leaned close to Qiao Qingwu's ear, covering her mouth with her little hand, and whispered, I know, mommy. Qiao Qingwu patted her head. Then you'll play with uncle for a while, okay? Sui Sui's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. Yay, I love playing with uncle. The little girl seemed to remember something happy and added earnestly, mommy and daddy used to let me play with uncle a lot. The implication was that when Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu wanted some alone time, they would leave her this little third wheel with Qiao Ming. Qiao Qingwu's cheeks flushed slightly. She hadn't expected Qiao Ming to have this function. It sounded quite practical. Sui Sui pattered back to Qiao Ming's side. She directed her newly appointed free laborer to dig a big hole in the sand. Qiao Ming looked at his niece's adorable little face completely baffled, but he did as told. Then Sui Sui pointed at the hole and said in a babyish voice, Uncle, sit in there. Qiao Ming was even more confused, but he obediently sat down. The next second Sui Sui picked up a small shovel and began diligently piling sand on him. Soon a freshly made sand sculpture, Uncle, was complete. The two played happily and the beach echoed with the laughter of a big fool and a little fool. Qiao Qingwu stood nearby watching this scene, a smile unconsciously lifting the corners of her mouth. Sui Sui was like a gift fallen from the sky. Even though it was their first meeting, Qiao Ming couldn't help but feel close to her and dote on her. This might be the bond of blood. Just like when she and Zhong Yu first met Sui Sui, they had subconsciously picked her up, their hearts softening. She took out her phone and recorded a video of Qiao Ming buried in the sand with Sui Sui giggling and putting a little yellow duck sun hat on him. On the other side, Zhong Yu's phone buzzed. He received the video from Qiao Qingwu and was startled. Earlier, Qiao Qingwu had rushed off after answering a phone call without even having time to tell him what it was about. So Qiao Ming had discovered Sui Sui's existence. But judging by the harmonious scene in the video, Qiao Ming and Sui Sui seemed to have already hit it off. As Zhong Yu was thinking this, Qiao Qingwu had already returned and sat down beside him again. She lowered her voice and explained everything that had just happened. Zhong Yu listened to the melodramatic scenario Qiao Ming had imagined, and the more he thought about it, the funnier it seemed. He looked at the video of Qiao Ming buried in the sand laughing like a 200-pound fool, and then at Sui Sui beside him huffing and puffing as she buried him. Zhong Yu turned his head and said to Qiao Qingwu, I suddenly have a feeling. Qiao Qingwu asked, what? Zhong Yu's lips curled up, his eyes carrying a teasing smile. A feeling like a couple leaving their child with a nanny and sneaking off to do something fun. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's cheeks flushed with a hint of red. Her captivating fox-like eyes curved and the corners of her lips couldn't help but lift. It seemed that letting Qiao Ming know about this had some benefits after all. She muttered, then I should have told him earlier. I should have told my sister not to tell me. Qiao Ming had been drained by this newly met little niece for an entire afternoon, sweating buckets. He was too tired to drive and had to stay at the resort. But the front desk lady smiled and told him there were no rooms left. So that night, Zhong Yu's room successfully gained an extra person crashing there. The lights were off and the room was pitch black. But Qiao Ming lay with his eyes open, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His mind was full of that soft, squishy little ball. He suddenly spoke, do you believe in time travel? Zhong Yu's heart leaped, but his face remained expressionless, his voice sounding calm. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Qiao Ming sighed. Nothing, just asking. Sorry bro, he had promised his sister to keep the fact that she had a daughter a secret even from his bed. Actually, there was another reason why Qiao Ming refused to believe that Sui Sui had traveled back from the future. In his eyes, Qiao Qingwu was calm, rational, and averse to marriage. For her to marry some man and have a child 3 years later, that was more unbelievable than Mars colliding with Earth. But if he traced the timeline back 5 years to that 19-year-old just starting college, curious and innocent Qiao Qingwu being deceived by some smooth-talking scumbag and accidentally giving birth to a child, that scenario actually sounded much more credible. Qiao Ming felt he couldn't handle this alone, he needed an outsider's perspective. If it were Zhong Yu, would he believe in time travel? Just if your child suddenly traveled back from the future, what would you think? In the darkness, Zhong Yu's mind conjured the faces of Qiao Qingwu and Sui Sui. He recalled the absurdity he felt when he first met Sui Sui. Future him must have been crazy to end up with Qiao Qingwu and have a child. But now, I would think it's my luck. Qiao Ming turned over in bed, puzzled. How so? Zhong Yu let out a soft laugh. Because it's like you know the right answer in advance. He had once thought that Sui Sui's arrival was a preemptive warning from heaven. But as Sui Sui inadvertently revealed fragments of the future, the daily life of mom and dad, he suddenly realized that their future selves were doing well, even happy. Sometime along the way, his mindset had slowly shifted. Could it be that the future him and Qiao Qingwu, because they loved each other so much, couldn't wait for this love to arrive earlier? And so Sui Sui was like a little messenger crossing time and space, bringing future blessings to their side. Zhong Yu continued, his voice carrying a hint of emotion. In that case, you wouldn't have to take detours, waste time testing things with irrelevant people, or regret not having met the other. Qiao Ming listened to Zhong Yu's words, feeling quite puzzled. Why did his buddy's tone sound so wistful? This didn't feel like discussing a wild hypothesis at all. It seemed more like his own personal realization. And as he spoke, why did it come with a hint of smile? Qiao Ming lay awake in the darkness, feeling his worldview being reshaped by his best friend. He imagined that if the time travel story had been told by Zhong Yu, he might actually have believed. Zhong Yu came from a happy family with loving parents and had grown up surrounded by affection. It was only natural for someone like him to harbor a beautiful longing for love. If he were told that a future wife and child had traveled back in time, he might consider it a gift from heaven. But if this happened to his sister Qiao Qingwu, it would be utterly absurd. But I still don't get it. Qiao Ming spoke softly facing Zhong Yu's direction. Zhong Yu rolled over, his voice tinged with laziness. If you don't get it, then stop trying. Save your limited brain capacity from extra strain. Hey, Qiao Ming didn't appreciate that. He shifted his bottom to the edge of the bed, stretched a leg out from under the covers, and precisely kicked Zhong Yu's rear. Screw you. The room fell silent for a moment. Zhong Yu seemed to recall something and asked, are you still staying here tomorrow? Yeah. Qiao Ming answered without a second thought. His mind conjured up his niece's chubby little face. That little sticky rice ball was indeed quite adorable. If all children in the world were this well-behaved, considerate, and sweet, no one would hate brats. Qiao Ming thought, a grin spreading across his face involuntarily. He cleared his throat and chuckled softly at Zhong Yu in the dark. Don't worry, you'll be back to squeeze in with you tomorrow. I'm not going behind your back to find someone else. Qiao Ming's uninvited arrival directly disrupted Qiao Qingwu's entire plan. The planned warm family outing for three was now ruined. The next day, Qiao Qingwu had no choice but to take Qiao Ming and Sui Sui out together. Thus, the team-building activity split into two groups. One group consisted of Zhong Yu following his colleagues. These young people, cooped up in the office all the time, ran wild like untamed horses once they reached the seaside. Some went beachcombing, others swam, and there were kayaking, beach volleyball, and various other activities, all lively and bustling. The other group, with Qiao Qingwu, Sui Sui, and Xiao Ming, headed straight for the nearby beach-themed amusement park. At the amusement park, Qiao Ming was busy first riding the carousel with Sui Sui, then watching the dolphin show with her. During this time, his persistent curiosity remained as he tried to coax information about the child's father from Sui Sui. Sui Sui, tell uncle, what does daddy usually like to do? Qiao Ming crouched in front of Sui Sui, grinning like a child trafficker. Sui Sui licked the ice cream in her hand and said in a milky voice, Daddy likes mommy and me. This answer was as good as saying nothing. Qiao Ming didn't give up and tried a different question. Is your daddy handsome? Sui Sui nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. Handsome. Compared to uncle. Sui Sui answered without hesitation, Daddy is the handsomest in the whole world. Qiao Ming was taken aback. Well, with the little one being so pretty, her father could hardly be anything but handsome. He racked his brains wanting to ask more, but Sui Sui pointed at his nearly melting ice cream and said, Uncle, stop asking questions. Your ice cream is crying from the heat. Qiao Ming looked at his niece's innocent little face, and all his schemes crumbled. He tried and failed repeatedly, yet still couldn't extract a single piece of useful information. Forget it. No wonder she was Qiao Qingwu's daughter. He couldn't outsmart her, not at all. Not far away, Qiao Qingwu watched as Qiao Ming was completely managed by Sui Sui, her phone clicking away with photos. On the other side, Zhong Yu's phone buzzed incessantly. He had just gotten off a sea jet ski, soaked through with his black short hair, dripping water. He picked up his phone and unlocked the screen. It was photos from Qiao Qingwu. 1, 2, 3. In total, she had sent 20 or 30. In the photos, Sui Sui wore a little dress, little leather shoes, and white socks with cute lace trim. Her chubby little face made one want to kiss her wildly. There were also pictures of Sui Sui and Xiao Ming together, and even a few solo shots of Qiao Ming mixed in. Zhong Yu swiped through them one by one. He finished scrolling. There were no more. A question mark slowly formed in Zhong Yu's mind. Seriously, I ask you, why were there only photos of Sui Sui and Xiao Ming? Where was one particular person? 0 people wanted to see Qiao Ming grinning like an idiot on the carousel. Zhong Yu clicked his tongue, grabbed a male colleague at random, and said, Bro, help me film a... He turned and walked back into the sea, straddling the black sea jet ski again. With the blue sky and sea as his backdrop, he controlled the handlebars and executed a beautiful tail drift on the water surface, the splashing water refracting into fine rainbows under the sunlight. The waves were left behind him, showcasing speed and passion to the fullest. The youthful wild hormones seemed to overflow even through the screen. His colleague, catching on quickly, filmed him intensely. Bro, that's insanely cool. A masterpiece. A masterpiece is born. Zhong Yu selected the segment he was most satisfied with and sent it directly. Soon Qiao Qingwu replied, having fun. Zhong Yu looked at these 3 words and typed a line that didn't answer the question, do you think there's a difference between what you sent me and what I sent you? Qiao Qingwu was silent for several minutes. Finally, her phone buzzed. What I sent were photos and you sent a video. Zhong Yu looked at this sentence, almost able to imagine her frowning in confusion as she thought hard before typing. He let out a low laugh and replied, the difference is that in the video I sent, there's me. After this message was sent, there was no response from the other side. Zhong Yu didn't rush, waiting patiently. After a long while, a new message finally popped up. Qiao Qingwu said, oh, then I'll find someone to take photos with Sui Sui and me. Good, the student was teachable. Zhong Yu couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lip. After another moment of waiting, a freshly taken photo was sent over. Zhong Yu opened it instantly. Then he fell silent. In the photo, Qiao Qingwu's face, flawless from every angle, was captured at a deadly 361st angle. The lighting was so dim it looked like she had just been dug out of a cave. The background was a blurry mess, and even little Sui Sui beside her was reduced to a Gaussian blurred. This composition, this lighting, this angle. It was basically a farewell to photography. Zhong Yu stared at the photo for a long time before typing, who took this for you? How can you tolerate this? Off with their head immediately. Qiao Qingwu, Xiao Ming. Seeing this name, Zhong Yu let out a long sigh. This one couldn't be beheaded for now, had need to help with babysitting later. Zhong Yu replied, never mind, we'll take photos for you next time. After a moment's thought he added, I'm not just good at shooting starry skies and night scenes, I also take great pictures of beauty. This time Qiao Qingwu replied instantly, do you often take pictures of beautiful women? Zhong Yu. Seriously, is that how you interpret that sentence? At the beach theme amusement park, Qiao Qingwu sat on a bench outside the bumper car arena waiting for Sui Sui and Xiao Ming the little and big live wires to come out. She looked down at her phone screen. In the chat, Zhong Yes reply, a string of ellipses, stood there like 6 silent soldiers. She scrolled up the chat history and read it again. He had written, I'm not just good at shooting starry skies and night scenes, I also take great pictures of beautiful women. She had replied, do you often take pictures of beautiful women? Qiao Qingwu's brow furrowed. When she had seen that sentence earlier, her mind hadn't had time to think. Her first reaction was to latch onto the keyword, beautiful women, triggering an internal alarm, and she had asked without thinking. But now coming to her senses, Zhong Yes' words probably didn't mean that. He had said he would take photos for her, so the beautiful women he mentioned, wasn't that her? A faint blush crept up Qiao Qingwu's fair cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears. He had been complimenting her, and she had completely missed the point and questioned him instead. She pressed the cool phone screen against her face in slight embarrassment to cool down. Still, she really had to thank Xiao Ming. If it weren't for that shockingly ugly photo he had taken, this conversation wouldn't have happened. Her little brother had gained another function beyond babysitting. She thought for a moment as she couldn't just end the conversation like this. Her slender fingers tapped on the screen, found Zhong Yes line, never mind, he'll take photos for you next time, long pressed it, and selected quote. Then she typed the line, then you have to keep your word. The moment Qiao Qingwu sent the message, a notification popped up in the department group chat. The admin, everyone announcing that a bonfire party had been organized on the beach that evening, complete with barbecue and beer, where everyone could chat and play games. Participation was optional, and those interested were to reply one in the group. Qiao Qingwu scrolled through the chat history and spotted Zhong Yu among the sea of ones. Someone immediately asked in the group, what games are we playing? Someone quickly chimed in, it has to be the classics Truth or Dare, King's game, dice bluffing, and the like. Qiao Qingwu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. If they played these games, what if she drew a strange task requiring interaction with the opposite sex? The mere thought of Zhong Yu being chosen by a girl and asked to perform some intimate act made her heart tighten. Just then the music of the bumper cars stopped. Sui Sui and Xiao Ming emerged from the arena. Qiao Qingwu quickly put away her phone, suppressing those chaotic thoughts. She unscrewed the SpongeBob water bottle and handed it to Sui Sui. Have some water. Tired. The sun is almost setting and we can head back too. Her tone was flat, but only she knew she wanted to go back early. Xiao Ming immediately objected upon hearing they were leaving. No way, sis. Let's play a bit longer. There's a treasure hunt on the beach tonight, specially for kids. It'll be fun. Qiao Qingwu shot him a glance and mercilessly called him out. I think it's you who wants to play. Xiao Ming puffed out his chest with righteous indignation. Sis, haven't you heard the old saying? Since we're here, let's stay? That was hard to argue with. Sui Sui finished her water and dutifully put the cap back on. She looked up at Qiao Qingwu with her fair little face and said in her childish voice, Mommy, if you have things to do, you can go back first. They'll play with Uncle. Xiao Ming quickly echoed, yeah. They'll take good care of Sui Sui, don't worry. But Qiao Qingwu couldn't bring herself to relax. Then make sure you give her water on time, don't let her get, and remember to let her eat the cut fruit in her backpack. Most importantly, absolutely no more ice cream for her. She's already had 2 today. Any more, and she'll get a stomachache. Keep a close eye on her. When it's crowded, don't let her run off. She crouched down again, looking at Sui Sui, her voice unconsciously softening. Sui Sui, tell Uncle if anything happens, okay? Make sure to stay close to him and don't get lost. Xiao Ming stood by, utterly bewildered. Was this rambling woman really his aloof, taciturn, and sparing with words biological sister? Had she been possessed or something? Sui Sui nodded obediently and reached out her little arms to hug her mother. I know, Mommy. You go ahead. The little one paused, then added very seriously, I'll teach Uncle how to take care of me. Xiao Ming, huh? Is that right? By the time Qiao Qingwu returned to the resort, night had fully fallen. She didn't go to her own room, but headed straight for the bonfire party location mentioned in the department group. From a distance, she saw a row of colorful lights by the sea, with a massive bonfire blazing in the center, its orange-red glow melting into the... A crowd of people sat noisily around the bonfire, apparently having been chatting, drinking, and playing games for a while. Yang Huan Sharpie spotted her first, and immediately stood up to greet her. Qiao Zong, you're here too. Qiao Qingwu's gaze swept the crowd, but didn't find Zhong Yu. She asked casually, is anyone else still not here? Everyone's here. Yang Huan scratched his head, then added after a moment, oh, but Zhong Yu seemed to have had too much to drink, and went back to his room to rest. Qiao Qingwu's brows knitted together. Too much to drink. She remembered Xiao Ming saying Zhong Yu had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol. Claiming he could down 1,000 cups without getting drunk was an exaggeration, but handling this kind of occasion was more than manageable. Just how much must he have drunk to knock himself out? Her face remained expressionless as she said lightly, then you all keep having fun. Enjoy yourselves. Everything tonight is on. Long live, Qiao Zong. Qiao Zong, you're generous. Amid the cheers, Qiao Qingwu turned and walked back to the hotel. As she walked, she sent Zhong Yu a message, no reply. She called him, but no one answered. When she reached his door, she knocked for a long time, but inside there was only a dead silence. The ominous feeling in Qiao Qingwu's heart grew stronger. She immediately found the hotel manager and explained concisely that a colleague might have locked himself in his room after drinking too much, and she was worried something had happened, so they needed the hotel's help to open the door. The hotel manager recognized this generous client who had booked dozens of rooms and unlocked the door without a second thought. Qiao Qingwu got a hangover soup from a passing server and entered with it. The room was pitch black, so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She turned on the light and closed the door. She walked in softly and immediately spotted Zhong Yu lying askew on the bed. Zhong Yu had one arm raised, his hand resting across his eyes, appearing to be asleep. Qiao Qingwu walked over, placed the hangover soup on the nightstand, and gently shook him. Zhong Yu. He didn't move, his chest rising and falling slightly with warm, steady breaths. She sat down on the edge of the bed. The room was so quiet, so peacefully still that she just stared at him. She suddenly realized that since they'd known each other, moments like this, openly observing him up close, had been few and far between. Qiao Qingwu extended her index finger and poked his cheek. It was soft. She leaned in closer to observe his breathing rhythm, steady even. A wicked idea suddenly popped into her head. Last time she got drunk, Zhong Yu had filmed her making a fool of herself. This time it was her turn, a matter of reciprocity. She got up, walked to the desk, opened the drawer, and found a hotel-supplied marker pen, intending to draw on his face and leave behind an embarrassing photo. She sat back down beside him and gently removed the hand covering his eyes. To be safe, she shook him again and called his name in a low voice. Zhong Yu. Still no response. Now emboldened, she leaned down close to him, pen in hand, ready to start her artwork on his face. They were extremely close, and in the quiet space their intermingled breaths became distinctly audible. Her seaweed-like black curls cascaded down, a few unruly strands falling onto his face, lightly brushing against it with her movements, as if tickling him. Holding her breath, she gently wrote 3 characters on his face: QQW. The initials of Qiao Qingwu's name. She had originally wanted to write "was here," but that was too many characters. On second thought, just writing her name was fine, like putting her name on a new textbook in school. It meant this thing is mine. Qiao Qingwu admired her handiwork with satisfaction, took out her phone, bent down close to his face, and adjusted the angle for a photo. Just as she was about to press the shutter, she saw on the phone screen that the man's eyelashes fluttered. Her hand jerked, and the phone nearly smacked him in the face. Before she could react, a warm, large hand clamped down on her wrist, which held the phone. Qiao Qingwu met a deep, penetrating gaze. Zhong Yu had opened his eyes and was staring at her without moving. Caught red-handed in her mischief, Qiao Qingwu was flustered beyond belief. Her mind went completely blank in an instant. Instinctively, she tried to pull her hand back, already blurting out without thinking, "Yeah, are you awake? I heard them say you drank too much. I was worried something might happen to you, so I came to check on you." Her voice grew softer as she spoke. Zhong Yu listened to her explanation without saying a word, remaining perfectly still, his eyes fixed intently on her. That gaze made Qiao Qingwu's cheeks burn, the heat spreading from her neck all the way to her ears. Flustered and annoyed, she turned her face away. Only then did Zhong Yu let out a soft laugh, his voice carrying a husky, just-woken-up quality as it drifted over languidly. "Is that so? What a great boss you are, President Xiao, so considerate of your subordinates." He lifted his chin, gesturing toward the pen still clutched in her hand, and the phone she had been preparing to use for photos. Does President Xiao show such concern for every male colleague who gets drunk? The distance between them at that moment was far too intimate. Zhong Yu lay on the bed, propping himself up on one elbow while his other hand still firmly gripped her wrist. Qiao Qingwu knelt half on the edge of the bed, forced to bend over, because he was pulling her wrist. Her entire upper body leaned toward him, bringing them face to face at close range. This posture, no matter how you looked at it, was nothing short of ambiguous, as if they were a pair of lovers in the throes of passion. Qiao Qingwu was completely at a loss, so nervous, she even held her breath. "Of course I don't meddle with just anyone," she retorted immediately. "I'm not that free. I just came to check on you for Sui Sui's sake." Her face flushed, she struggled a couple of times, but Zhong Yu's grip was too strong. The scorching heat of his palm radiated continuously through the skin of her wrist. She simply couldn't break free. Growing a bit anxious, Qiao Qingwu said in a low voice, "You filmed me when I was drunk last time, didn't you? I just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. It was only fair, a give and take." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Who told you I was drunk?" Qiao Qingwu was stunned. "You weren't. Yang Huan told me." She honestly ratted out her teammate. There was a traitor among the ranks. Yang Huan had actually fed her false information. Zhong Yu let out an elongated, "Oh, I wasn't drunk. I just played too hard during the day and got tired at night." He had lost repeatedly while gaming that evening and had drunk a little, but was far from being intoxicated. He simply felt a bit bored and sleepy, so he had retreated to his room early. In truth, he had already woken up the moment Qiao Qingwu carefully lifted his hand from his eyes. As the saying goes, when a man is 3 times drunk, he can act well enough to make. He just wanted to see what Qiao Qingwu was really up to. As it turned out, she had only taken a pen to doodle on his face. Zhong Yu was speechless at that moment. That's it. Was that really all there was to it? He didn't know what he had been disappointed about, but disappointed he was nonetheless. He looked at her slightly flushed face, tense with nervousness, and her fox-like eyes now misted over, and found it amusing. Qiao Qingwu was like a grade schooler. All talk and no skill. "Well then, since you're not drunk, I'll be going now." Qiao Qingwu gave an awkward laugh, her voice airy. Having held this position for too long, her leg, half kneeling by the bed, had gone numb and her arm was losing strength. She could barely hold herself up any longer. Her tone involuntarily softened, even taking on a hint of coaxing she hadn't noticed herself. "Can you let me go now?" This appearance of hers was like a kitten caught red-handed in a prank, by its owner forced to obediently retract its claws, stirring an inexplicable itch in one's heart. Zhong Yu watched her reddening ears, but instead of letting go tightened his grip slightly. "You think you can just run away after doing something bad? It's not that easy." Qiao Qingwu tried to reason with him. "You filmed me last time, didn't you? Let's just call it even." Zhong Yu shook his head solemnly. He looked into her eyes, his gaze as sincere as if he were engaged in some scholarly debate. "But these two times are different." Qiao Qingwu was at a loss. "How are they different?" Zhong Yu spouted nonsense with a perfectly straight face. "Last time you were drunk, this time I wasn't. So they're different." Qiao Qingwu's mind struggled to keep up. What kind of logic was that? She looked at him bewildered, and for a moment couldn't find a single word to refute him. Seeing that he had successfully confused her, the smile at the corners of Zhong Yu's mouth deepened. "So next time I get drunk, I'll allow you to take photos and videos, as many as you want. You can get your revenge tit for tat." Qiao Qingwu listened, thinking what he said seemed reasonable and quite fair, yet something felt off. Before she could figure it out, Zhong Yu changed the subject. "But this time for what you did, drawing on my face. I need to get my revenge first." Before Qiao Qingwu could ask how he planned to retaliate, she felt the world spin around her. Zhong Yu yanked her wrist with sudden force, twisting his body in one fluid motion. By the time Qiao Qingwu came to her senses, she was lying on the soft bed. The balance of power had reversed in an instant. She looked at Zhong Yu, who was now standing by the bed looking down at her from above, and her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. Her breathing grew rapid, her chest heaving uncontrollably. She swallowed nervously. What was happening? Had she just been pinned down like this? Zhong Yu had already released her hands. There was nothing blocking her. If she wanted to escape, she could roll off the bed with a single turn. But Qiao Qingwu's mind was a complete blank, and her body seemed to refuse to obey, showing no intention of fleeing. She simply lay there, her seaweed-like black curls spread across the white sheets, making her flushed face look even more radiant and alluring. Her fingers nervously clutched the bedsheet beneath her, the fabric crumpling into a ball under her grip. Zhong Yu leaned down, slowly moving closer to her. His tall figure cast a shadow over her, blocking the light from above. Qiao Qingwu watched his handsome face growing larger and larger before her. In a panic, she instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering anxiously. Was he going to kiss her? It wouldn't be the first time anyway, so bring it on. The next second, something hard pressed against her cheek, lightly poking her twice. "Huh?" Qiao Qingwu slowly opened her eyes, meeting Zhong Yu's amused gaze. "You?" The moment she uttered a single word, the hard object on her face began to slide downward along her cheek. It glided past her jawline and finally came to rest at the vulnerable, sensitive curve of her neck. The plastic casing of the pin was both hard and cold, brushing ever so lightly against her warm skin, sending a shiver through her. This sensation was like teasing, like seduction. Qiao Qingwu felt extremely uncomfortable under his ministrations, her voice trembling. "It tickles." She instinctively tried to shrink her neck and pull away. A soft click sounded as Zhong Yu uncapped the pin, its tip touching the skin of her cheek. Qiao Qingwu instantly breathed a huge sigh of relief. Oh, so this was what his revenge was all about. When Zhong Yu finally finished painting, he tossed the brush onto the bedside table with satisfaction. Task complete. Qiao Qingwu felt as though she had been granted a pardon and immediately tried to get up from the bed. But the moment she moved, she realized her entire body was limp, utterly devoid of strength. She struggled a couple of times only to collapse back like a puddle of mud. Zhong Yu watched from the side and clicked his tongue. He reached out and supported her arm, gently guiding her until she finally managed to sit up. "Your stamina really is terrible," he said, shaking his head at her with a hint of ruefulness in his tone. "What are you going to do in the future?" Qiao Qingwu didn't grasp the deeper implication of his words. What future? What do? She picked up her phone, opened the front camera, and saw on the screen that a cat had been drawn on her fair cheek. No, wait. Why was there a king character written on the cat's forehead? That wasn't a cat, it was a tiger. Qiao Qingwu's temper flared instantly. She lifted her head and glared at Zhong Yu, who wore an innocent expression beside her. "What do you mean? Are you calling me a tigress? Am I that fierce?" Zhong Yu shrugged with his hands spread wide. "Guess for yourself," he said, appraising her. She had just gotten out of bed, her long hair slightly disheveled, a few strands clinging to her flushed cheeks. Her captivating fox-like eyes glowered at him fiercely, yet lacked any real menace, appearing more coquettish instead. Zhong Yu added lazily, "But right now, you are..." Qiao Qingwu felt as if she had punched a pile of cotton. She took a deep breath and decided not to bother with him. Just then Zhong Yu also took her phone. He looked at his own face on the screen, QQW. He pointed at the 3 letters on his cheek, then turned to Qiao Qingwu with a meaningful smile. "Kiss me." Qiao Qingwu's mind buzzed, and she was completely stunned. What was he saying? She stared at him blankly, her heart thumping wildly, and the temperature of her cheeks shot up, and she swallowed involuntarily. "Huh?" she asked dazedly, her voice floating. "Right now, can I?" Zhong Yu was amused by her dazed reaction and couldn't help laughing outright. "What are you thinking?" "I'm asking you, these 3 letters written on my face. Do they mean kiss me?" Qiao Qingwu felt as if she were burning from head to toe. She had been tricked. She finally realized that she was being toyed with in the palm of his hand, utterly defenseless. Seeing the mischievous smile on Zhong Yu's face, Qiao Qingwu snatched back her phone in embarrassment and anger. Copying his earlier manner, she cleared her throat and tried to appear composed. Guess for yourself too. After saying that, Qiao Qingwu got out of bed intent on leaving this place of trouble. Just as she reached the door before her hand touched the handle, a knock came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Qiao Qingwu was startled. Could it be Qiao Ming back? If so, that would be an impossible mess to explain. She quickly pressed her eye to the peephole. A young girl's face appeared in view, looking somewhat familiar. Ah, she remembered. It was a female colleague from the company, Xiao Xia, who had led all the way in the word-guessing game that day. Qiao Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief, but then another breath caught in her throat, and she hurried back to the bedside. Zhong Yu looked puzzled as she returned. What's wrong? Someone's looking for you outside, she said, her voice chilly and emotionless. A woman. Zhong Yu was confused. Wrong door. Qiao Qingwu was silent for a moment. Why don't you go see for yourself? A knot of discomfort formed in her heart. Late at night, a woman had actually come to his door. Zhong Yu walked uncertainly toward the entrance. Qiao Qingwu suddenly remembered something and pulled him back. Wait, she pointed at his face. The characters on your face. She grabbed a wet wipe from the nearby table. Zhong Yu dutifully bent down, expecting her gentle service, but she just roughly wiped his face, her movements quick and ungentle. A patch of Zhong Yu's face was rubbed red before he opened the door. Qiao Qingwu, feeling guilty, as if she had stolen something, ducked behind the corner wall of the entrance, peeking out half her head to eavesdrop. Zhong Yu cracked the door open. Outside, Xiao Xia's cheeks were flushed, and she held a small object in her hand. Zhong Yu asked, is something the matter? Xiao Xia's voice was soft, tinged with nervousness. I saw you drank quite a bit tonight. I was worried you might feel unwell. She handed him the item, a pack of medicine. This is a hangover remedy. Take 2 pills, and you'll feel better in the morning. Zhong Yu glanced at it. Thank you, but I'm not drunk. Besides, I've already had some hangover soup. You'd better keep the medicine. Xiao Xiao pulled her hand back. She gathered her courage, took a deep breath. Actually, I've liked you for a long time, and Zhong Yu cut her off directly. Sorry, but I already have someone I like. He paused. Don't waste your time on me. Xiao Xia's face turned pale instantly, her eyes rimmed with red. Okay, then I'm sorry to have bothered you. With that, she turned and ran, her figure a little forlorn. Zhong Yu sighed softly and closed the door. As he turned around, he saw Qiao Qingwu plastered against the wall like a gecko, which startled him. Tell me, a respectable female president eavesdropping in a man's room late at night. Does that sound proper? Qiao Qingwu ignored his teasing entirely. She stepped out from the corner and stood before him. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, I have someone I like. Is that your standard line to turn down women? She remembered that earlier when Yang Huan was gossiping, she had mentioned that several girls in the company had confessed to Zhong Yu, and he had rejected all of them with that excuse. She wasn't sure whether Zhong Yu used it merely as an excuse or if he truly had someone he liked. Zhong Yu leaned against the wall, hands in his pockets. Pretty much. It solves the problem in one go and saves trouble. Qiao Qingwu's chest heaved slightly. She felt a pang of unease. She didn't know what she had been expecting or what she was afraid of. She stared at him for a few seconds, then finally couldn't help blurting out the question that had been lingering in her mind. Then, do you have any plans to start a relationship? The air fell silent instantly. Every second crawled by. Qiao Qingwu's heart pounded fiercely as she anxiously awaited his answer, her palms sweating. After a long while, his voice finally reached her ears. Yes, I do have that intention. Qiao Qingwu's breath caught. But she forced down the bitterness in her chest, steeled herself, and met his gaze directly. If you start a relationship with someone else, how would you explain it to Sui Sui? She brought up their daughter. In Sujui's heart, we are her mom and dad. If you find someone else, what would she think? Would she feel that dad doesn't want her anymore? Would she develop psychological shadows and feel hurt? Upon hearing this, Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow, not interrupting her, but listening with great interest. She maintained a composed expression. Sui Sui is only 5 years old, right in the critical period of building a sense of security. This would be too cruel. Once she had finished speaking, Zhong Yu finally spoke slowly. You make a good point. We need to consider Sujui's mental and emotional well-being. Qiao Qingwu had just breathed a half sigh of relief, thinking she had successfully sidestepped the topic when he added, but I've already decided I want to start a relationship. If I'm not allowed to, we'll be sad too. So why don't you give me an idea? Is there a way that won't make either Sui Sui or me feel hurt? Qiao Qingwu stared at him, her mind racing at lightning speed. A way to ensure neither he nor Sui Sui would be hurt. A method that would let Sui Sui keep her biological father while simultaneously allowing Zhong Yu to smoothly pursue a romantic relationship. The answer to this question was almost written plainly on her face. Naturally, Zhong Yu couldn't date anyone else. He had to date her. But that was far too direct and overbearing. Qiao Qingwu opened her mouth, then closed it again, as she simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Zhong Yu leaned lazily against the wall, watching her, tangled in hesitation with leisurely amusement. He asked again, Chief Qiao So, have you come up with a solution? It's not just the little one's physical and mental health that matters. Adults matters too. Pressed into a corner by him, Qiao Qingwu could only steel herself and say, can't you just hold back? Is it that hard? Like me? I have no intention of dating anyone. Zhong Yu shook his head decisively after hearing that. I think it's pretty hard to hold back anyway. He thought for a moment, then added, besides, I don't believe what you're saying. If you're so good at holding back, how was Sui Sui born 3 years later? Zhong Yu leaned down, slightly aligning his gaze with hers, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Was it me who hatched her all by myself? The words were crude, but the logic was sound. Qiao Qingwu was instantly stunned, her brain freezing outright. The mere thought of the essential intimate acts required for childbirth triggered an automatic reel of chaotic risque imagery in her mind, with her and Zhong Yu as the protagonist. Her fair cheeks flushed crimson, the heat spreading from her neck all the way to the roots of her ears. She tried to banish these thoughts from her mind, but found it utterly impossible. After holding back for a long while, Qiao Qingwu finally squeezed out, "That's something 3 years from now." "How can I know if you ask me now?" Zhong Yu looked at her, her entire face as red as a freshly boiled crawfish. He suddenly laughed. All right, this reaction was more telling than any answer. If he teased her any further, she would truly get annoyed. He stepped back, instantly widening the distance between them, and the suffocating pressure dissipated like smoke. "All right, I was just joking." Zhong Yu's tone lightened as well. "Don't worry, I have no intention of finding a stepmother for Sui Sui." A trace of lingering panic still flickered in Qiao Qingwu's eyes. Zhong Yu gazed at her, a rare seriousness settling in his eyes as his voice softened. "Since you're so good at holding back, I'll learn from you and hold back a bit longer." After all, the ending was already fated. What did it matter whether the process was fast or slow? He would just follow her pace. By the way, Zhong Yu glanced at the time. Xiao Ming and Sui Sui should be back soon. He raised a finger and pointed at her face. "Remember to wipe off that drawing on your face before going back to the room. Don't let Xiao Ming see it." Only then did Qiao Qingwu recall that she still had a tiger painted on her face. Oh. She turned and headed straight for the bathroom. The bathroom was brightly lit, and the mirror clearly reflected the doodle on her cheek along with her unnaturally flushed. Just as she picked up a wet wipe, she saw another person appear in the mirror. Zhong Yu had followed, lazily leaning against the doorframe nearby. "But now that you mention it, I'm quite curious." His voice came from the doorway. "If it weren't for Sui Sui, what would have happened between us in the future that led to marriage?" Qiao Qingwu's hand, wiping her face, froze. Through the mirror, her gaze collided with his. "I've thought about that too." Ever since Sui Sui arrived, she had occasionally let slip fragments of the future. For instance, that mom always clung to dad, asking for hugs and coaxing. Qiao Qingwu was a very independent person, she never thought she would develop such clingy, dependent emotions towards anyone. Until she was startled to discover that the present her was slowly inch by inch approaching the post-marriage self that Sui Sui had described. She felt nervous seeing Zhong Yu lost without him, comforted by his scent and presence, and uncontrollably fantasized about the future just at the thought of him. Slightly closer, and she would want to kiss him. So how could Qiao Qingwu not need or crave love? She was simply afraid she couldn't obtain it, so she declared she didn't want it preemptively, like someone who, fearing the flower would wither outright, refuses to plant the seed. Doing so avoided the sorrow of watching it wilt, but it also meant missing out on the fragrance and bloom of the entire flowering season. And now, she felt she wanted to leap into that sea of flowers. Qiao Qingwu's fingers clutched the wet wipe, slowly erasing the traces on her face. In the mirror, her gaze shimmered with emotion, as if harboring countless thoughts. If in the future she loved to cling to him, did that mean that in their marriage she liked Zhong Yu more than he liked her? She didn't even need to wait for the future. Looking at the present, the ending was already predictable. Zhong Yu was still leisurely teasing her, while she was already anxious and unsettled because another woman had confessed to him. Thinking this way, she was definitely the one who fell first in their relationship. Qiao Qingwu let out a heavy sigh. It seemed she was a little too cheap. "If you keep wiping, your face is going to peel off." Zhong Yu's voice snapped Qiao Qingwu back to reality. She gathered her scattered thoughts, took a deep breath, and replied, "I'm done." She tossed the used wipe into the trash and turned toward the door. Seeing her emerge, Zhong Yu instinctively stepped aside to give her some space. But instead of walking past him, Qiao Qingwu stopped at the doorway and stood right in front of him. Zhong Yu was taken aback. Was there more to say? She tilted her face up, looking at him seriously. "I've thought of a solution." Qiao Qingwu's gaze was complex, laced with confusion she herself hadn't sorted out, and a certain unnameable resolve. "A way that won't make you or Sui Sui sad." This time it was Zhong Yu's turn to be at a loss. In truth, he had been slowly casting hooks toward Qiao Qingwu, testing her, waiting for the moment she would take the bait and deliver herself to him. But just now, when he tricked her into coming up with an idea, her reaction clearly showed she wasn't ready. So Zhong Yu had chosen to step back and quit while he was ahead. After all, that question had only one answer: herself. What else could she possibly come up with? Now that she suddenly turned so serious, Zhong Yu became intrigued instead. He wanted to see what tricks she had up her sleeve, what earth-shattering solution she could propose. The corner of Zhong Yu's mouth curled up. "Oh, go on, tell me." Qiao Qingwu looked at him as if organizing her words, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, as if gathering courage. Then she said something astonishing. "Since you and I are destined to end up together any way we could, try starting earlier." The amusement on Zhong Yu's face vanished completely. Qiao Qingwu's heart felt like it would leap out of her throat. She forced herself to add another sentence. "I'll pursue you. Is that okay?" Qiao Qingwu had just gathered her courage, focusing solely on what she wanted to say, utterly disregarding everything else. Now that she had finished speaking, she felt completely dry. The two of them stood facing each other under the bathroom door, framed the distance between them unbearably close. If she bent her knees even slightly, they would touch his. In the silence, she clearly heard a heartbeat from somewhere. Thump, thump, thump. Was it hers? Or his? Qiao Qingwu's mind was a little confused. She had never been in a relationship and had no idea how to proceed in such a situation. Was what she just said a confession? Probably not. She thought that if she directly said, "Zhong Yu, you should date me," it would feel like a leader giving orders, too domineering. That's why she used a more tactful approach, politely asking for his opinion. However, Zhong Yu was momentarily at a loss for how to describe his feelings. He had already retracted his hook and bait. But then, Qiao Qingwu not only leaped out of the water herself, but even performed a 720-degree aerial twist, plunging headfirst into his bucket with pinpoint accuracy. Zhong Yu felt that Qiao Qingwu was becoming more and more interesting. Who said she was bad at social interactions? She was actually incredibly fun, with a kind of dazed, earnest cuteness. He held back a laugh and deliberately mimicked the way she had just spoken. Then can't you just endure it? Is it that hard? Qiao Qingwu grew a little anxious and quickly explained, "I've thought it over seriously. We'll have Sui Sui in 3 years, but this definitely isn't a task that can be accomplished overnight. Before that we need to go through dating, marriage, and then to have Sui Sui. These steps all take time. So we can start earlier to cultivate feelings." She poured out all her inner thoughts in one go, and only after finishing did she feel a bit embarrassed, a thin blush coloring. Zhong Yu nodded with great seriousness. "What you said makes a lot of sense, logically rigorous. As expected of President Qiao." Then he shifted his tone, looking highly skeptical. "But why are you pursuing me? Do you even know how?" Qiao Qingwu was provoked by his doubtful look. Qiao Qingwu was provoked by his doubtful look. "Who are you looking down on?" She lifted her chin. "I've never pursued anyone before, but I'm a fast learner. I can learn." Zhong Yu was almost dying of laughter at her earnest attempt to prove herself. Look at her, that rosy soft little mouth opening and closing, mumbling something unintelligible. He cleared his throat, suppressed his laughter, and confirmed again. "Have you made up your mind? Do you really want to start cultivating feelings with me earlier?" Qiao Qingwu nodded emphatically and bit her lip nervously. Having witnessed him flatly reject Xia, she was unsure what kind of answer Zhong Yu would give her, and her heart beat. Zhong Yu looked at her slightly upturned fox-like eyes, which now were filled with nervousness and anticipation. He really wanted to know how Qiao Qingwu would pursue someone. "Write a PPT. No. Or just shower me with money. That could work." He spoke up, then ill agree. Qiao Qingwu's eyes lit up. He slowly added, "But I should warn you, I'm very hard to pursue." The next second Qiao Qingwu exhaled, as if she had made a major decision. "Since you agreed, it'll start now." Zhong Yu was full of question marks. What did she mean, start right now? Qiao Qingwu looked at him and seriously made her first request. "From now on at home, can you not call me President Qiao?" She paused and added, "It feels strange." Zhong Yu was taken aback. "Huh, then what should I call you?" He followed her line of questioning. The blush on Qiao Qingwu's cheeks hadn't faded. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, "My family calls me Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu. This nickname sounded far too intimate. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he called out somewhat awkwardly, "Xiao. Xiao Wu." Qiao Qingwu softly hummed in acknowledgement. She felt a little unaccustomed to it herself, but thought that after more use it would become natural. According to Sui Sui, in the future dad would call mom, baby, or darling. Qiao Qingwu pulled back her thoughts and countered, "And you?" Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat. How did he have to do that too? He suddenly sensed impending doom. Damn it. He had forgotten that Qiao Qingwu was clueless about romance, and naturally didn't understand any subtleties. She was the type to... Switching from President Qiao to Xiao Wu immediately made the atmosphere ambiguous. He suddenly felt his own heartbeat quicken by half a beat. Was this woman perhaps a self-taught expert? Zhong Yu coughed lightly to cover his discomfort. Then, "Little fish." "Okay, got it." Qiao Qingwu nodded as if confirming a work task, and once done, "Let's call it a day for now. I'm leaving." Zhong Yu immediately saw through her intention. She was trying to escape. He reached out and blocked her, his arm across the door frame. "Stop. Hey, don't run." He looked down at her with a hint of a smile. "You call me once too, let me hear it." Qiao Qingwu's intention was exposed, and she was actually a bit embarrassed. Saying was one thing, doing was another. Under Zhong Yu's oppressive gaze, she lifted her eyes, looked at him, and called out very softly, "Little fish." Her voice was not loud, soft like a feather brushing the tip of the heart. Zhong Yu nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his hand. "Hey, go on, go on." Just as Qiao Qingwu was about to slip away, a beep sound came from outside. The sound of swiping a room card. This sound was like a demonic noise, piercing her ears, sending a shiver through her. Qiao Qingwu and Zhong Yu exchanged a glance. Oh no, this time it really was Qiao Ming. Why him again? Why again? Last time they were caught in the car, and now it's in the hotel room again. A man and a woman alone late at night. Last time they could use discussing work as an excuse, but using that trick too many times wouldn't work. Zhong Yu reacted much faster than her. "You hide over by the balcony pool first. They'll find an excuse to take him out for a walk. Come out after we leave." Qiao Qingwu's mind was now a mess, completely unable to think, so she could only follow his instructions. Like a startled cat, she quickly darted over to the balcony, drew the curtains, and hid herself. The door clicked open. Qiao Ming poked his head and cautiously looked up, and saw Zhong Yu. Oh my god. He shuddered in fright. He seemed to be hiding something behind him, looking flustered. You. Why are you in the room?" Qiao Ming stammered. "Aren't you having a bonfire party with your colleagues?" Zhong Yu looked at him full of question marks. "Wait, shouldn't I be the one who's nervous?" Why does he look even more guilty than me? Zhong Yu leaned against the wall and asked back, why are you so flustered? Qiao Ming's eyes darted away, and he stammered for a long time without saying a word. Just then a fuzzy little head popped out from behind him. Sui Sui's big dark eyes looked at Zhong Yu in the room, excitedly grinning, revealing a row of little white teeth. Sui Sui hadn't seen her father for an entire day. She obediently hid behind her uncle, her tiny hands clutching tightly at Qiao Ming's pant leg. But when she spotted the tall figure standing in the room, her big eyes instantly lit up. She remembered what her mother had said. She couldn't call out daddy in public. So the little one wisely kept her mouth shut, not uttering a sound. She just grinned foolishly at Zhong Yu and secretly waved her chubby little hand. Qiao Ming felt doomed. He had only brought Sui Sui along because he was desperate to use the restroom. Who would have guessed that Zhong Yu would end his gathering with colleagues early and return to the room? Man proposes, God disposes. Clamping his legs together, he looked at Zhong Yu with a mournful face and said urgently, hey, could you watch the kid for a sec? I'm dying to pee, gotta hit the bathroom. With that, Qiao Ming couldn't care about anything else and rushed into the bathroom in a panic. Seeing her uncle leave, Sui Sui immediately felt liberated. She toddled over to her father on her short little legs, pattering away. Seeing her run over, Zhong Yu quickly crouched down and opened his arms, steadily catching the little dumpling that charged into his embrace. Sui Sui burrowed into her father's arms, nuzzling her small head against the crook of his neck. Then, standing on tiptoe, she quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. In a milky voice only the two of them could hear, she asked, Daddy, are you happy today? I missed you so much. Zhong Yu's heart melted into a puddle of tenderness. He whispered back, Daddy's happy. And you? Did you have fun with Uncle? Sui Sui nodded her little head vigorously. Just then the bathroom door opened, and Qiao Ming stepped out looking thoroughly relieved. But when he looked up, he saw Zhong Yu affectionately ruffling Sui Sui's hair. The big and the small, a scene of perfect harmony. Qiao Ming was stunned. This little niece of his was incredibly outgoing and a total sucker for good looks. She couldn't move an inch when she saw a handsome guy. He wondered who had inherited that from his sister. Zhong Yu rose slowly, hands in his pockets, and looked at him with leisurely amusement, curious about how he would explain things, and whether he would throw Qiao Qingwu under the bus. Qiao Ming stared at Sui Sui's face. It was a spitting image of a chibi version of Qiao Qingwu. He had no idea if Zhong Yu had noticed anything. He steeled himself, and spoke up, ahem, this is Sui Sui, a relative's kid. I'm in charge of watching her today. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Qiao Ming puffed out his chest, feeling unjustified but acting bold. Yeah, what's wrong? You don't believe me? Zhong Yu nodded calmly. What's the rush? I never said I— Qiao Ming let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness he was quick-witted. Had managed to bluff his way through without exposing that this was his biological sister's. He cleared his throat and said to Sui Sui, Sui Sui, say hi to. Let's call him Brother Little Fish. Qiao Ming's mental abacus was clacking away furiously. He was the uncle and Zhong Yu was the brother, rounded off, and that meant he outranked Zhong Yu in seniority. But Sui Sui wasn't happy with this at all. She pouted her delicate little lips, having her call her own daddy brother. No way. The little one's eyes twinkled, and she flashed a sweet smile, her voice crisp and bright. Little Fish. Not calling him brother was her final act of defiance. Zhong Yu found it oddly amusing. Just minutes ago had been called Little Fish by the adult, a voice tinged with adult shyness and tentativeness. And now the little one had called him Little Fish, too crisp and clear, brimming with a child's innocence and dependence. It felt like listening to surround sound complete with an echo. As if remembering something important, Sui Sui tilted her fair little face and turned to Qiao Ming. Uncle, where are we going to play tomorrow? Qiao Ming had no idea. That was up to his sister. He asked Sui Sui, where do you want to go? Without hesitation, Sui Sui pointed at Zhong Yu. I want to play with Little Fish. Qiao Ming was taken aback, leaning back in shock. Seriously, kid? Your own uncle spent the whole day playing with you, waiting on you hand and foot without complaint. And now, after knowing a handsome guy for less than 10 minutes, you've already switched allegiances. Is this what they call a flimsy uncle-niece bond? I've got zero status here. All my efforts were in vain. Qiao Ming felt he needed to have a serious talk with his sister. This little one had been a die-hard face-gone from childhood. It wasn't a good habit. She'd easily be lured away by some slick-talking pretty boy when she grew up. Ideological education had to start from the cradle. He scooped up this little ungrateful one in his arms. We'll talk about tomorrow when it comes. Sui Sui lifted up, didn't fuss. She obediently lay on her uncle's shoulder, still waving her little arms at Zhong Yu. See you tomorrow. The next day, under a brilliant sun, the beach was bustling with noise. Qiao Ming, wearing large sunglasses, lay sprawled on a beach chair, staring lifelessly at the scene not far ahead. That little dumpling Sui Sui was holding Zhong Yu's hand with her left and Qiao Qingwu's hand with her right. The little one hopped along on her short legs, her snowy face beaming like a flower in the sunlight. The sea breeze lifted Qiao Qingwu's long hair, brushing against Zhong Yu's clean profile. Anyone who didn't know would have thought they were a blissful family of three. Qiao Ming shook his head. Fisk, where were his thoughts wandering off to? Just as he was grumbling, he saw Sui Sui suddenly break free from Qiao Qingwu's hand and excitedly drag Zhong Yu toward the shallows to pick up seashells. Left alone, Qiao Qingwu became Qiao Ming's target. He sprang up from his chair and walked over to her indignantly. Sis, are you serious? He lowered his voice. Aren't you afraid the kid's secret will come out? You actually invited Zhong Yu to hang out. Qiao Qingwu adjusted her sunglasses, her gaze following the big and small figures in the distance. she said calmly, because someone likes it. Xiao Ming got even more annoyed. Of course he knew she meant Sui Sui liked it. What's up with that little girl? She can't let go of a handsome guy she just met. That's not good. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu finally tore her eyes away from Zhong Yu and turned to her brother. Handsome guy? You mean Zhong Yu? Yeah, who else? Qiao Qingwu said, thoughtfully, looking at handsome guys is good for your health. Xiao Ming was full of question marks. She began to explain with a straight face. Studies show that looking at attractive people can improve blood circulation, boost heart and lung function, prolong life, and enhance mood. She paused. Same goes for you watching videos of pretty girls. So take a good look before your eyesight gives out. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded. Hey, really? Qiao Qingwu nodded. Really? Still uneasy, Xiao Ming said, be careful. With Sui Sui like this, she'll definitely be tricked by some slick pretty boy when she grows up. Qiao Qingwu replied, cultivate her aesthetic sense from a young age, and she won't be easily fooled. If she's had the best since childhood, she'll have high standards and won't be swayed by sweet talk and cheap candy when she's older. In other words, having grown up seeing top-tier handsome guys like Zhong Yu, Sui Sui's standards would be sky-high, and ordinary good looks wouldn't even catch her eye. Xiao Ming felt a pang of jealousy. Just yesterday his little niece was clinging to him. Today, she'd become someone else's devoted little follower. He puffed out his chest. Then why not just let Sui Sui look at me? Qiao Qingwu fell silent. She took off her sunglasses and gave Xiao Ming an up and down look. Finally she pressed her lips into a thin line. After a few seconds she spoke again. Go play then. Qiao Qingwu finished speaking and walked toward the beach where Zhong Yu and Sui Sui were. Xiao Ming watched his sister's retreating figure and snorted. Fine, I admit that in terms of looks my buddy is a tiny bit more handsome than me. Then he turned back to his lounge chair and resumed lying motionless. From a distance Qiao Qingwu saw two heads, one big, one small, huddled together on the beach tinkering with something unknown. As she drew closer she saw that Zhong Yu had somehow found two branches and was doodling on the sand with Sui Sui. Three crooked stick figures were drawn on the sand. One was the tallest, one had long hair, and there was a tiny one with pigtails. The style was unmistakably Sui Sui's masterpiece. Beneath the stick figures Zhong Yu had just finished writing a line with the branch, Xiao Yu Xiao Wu Sui Sui were here. Around the words he had carefully arranged a circle of beautiful shells. The trophy Sui Sui had made him pick up one by one. Zhong Yu finished the last stroke and looked up, meeting Qiao Qingwu's gaze. In that instant the surrounding clamor of voices and waves seemed to vanish. Qiao Qingwu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. I didn't expect so much to happen on this trip, Zhong Yu said, looking at her with a smile. We should leave a memento. Qiao Qingwu blinked and said nothing. Indeed, these 3 days and 2 nights had been incredibly eventful. There were false alarms, heart-fluttering moments, and her actually offering to pursue him. As she was lost in thought, Zhong Yu stood up and called over a passing young man on the beach who had a DSLR camera hanging around his neck. Hello, handsome, Zhong Yu asked politely. Could you trouble yourself to take a photo for us with your camera? The young man readily walked over. The three of them stood beside the graffiti on the sand. Sui Sui was in the middle, her soft little hands holding her father's with one and her mother's with the other. After snapping a few shots of them, the camera-wielding young man looked down at the results, his lips curling up in satisfaction and nodding repeatedly. As any photography enthusiast knows, the 3 essentials of photography are: the model is beautiful, the model is beautiful, the model is beautiful. The looks of this family of 3 were so authoritative that he was thrilled, his creative urge ignited. The young man enthusiastically ran over and handed them the camera. Incredible, incredible. Change a few poses and it'll take more for you. Before Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu could say anything, he had already started directing them. Come, mom and dad, stand side by side, and the little one stand in front. He first positioned Sui Sui. Then unceremoniously he took Zhong Yu's hand and placed it directly on Qiao Qingwu's waist. Dad's hand should be around mom like this. Yes, yes, more intimate. Under his guidance, Zhong Yu's hand rested on Qiao Qingwu's waist. Through the thin fabric of her dress, he could clearly feel the softness and slenderness of her waist. Zhong Yu's hand stiffened instantly. Qiao Qingwu's face heated up in an instant. But she didn't pull away. Instead, she subtly leaned closer to him and reminded him in a moderate voice, look at the camera. Zhong Yu's heart raced a couple of times. In this position, he was essentially holding Qiao Qingwu in his arms. The sea breeze blew, carrying a few strands of her soft hair onto his face, brushing against his neck. A tingling sensation crept from his skin into his heart, accompanied by her alluring fragrance. He couldn't quite name the scent, but it was simply intoxicating, making his mind. The camera-wielding young man, seeing the scene through his lens, was so excited he nearly wore out the shutter button. After finishing, he transferred the photos to Zhong Yu's phone. The family of 3 gathered around Zhong Yu's phone. On the screen, the azure sky and ocean formed the perfect backdrop. Qiao Qingwu looked at herself in the photo, her waist securely held by a large hand, her head unconsciously tilting slightly toward Zhong Yu. The sea breeze played with her light beach dress, outlining her slender, yet curvaceous figure. A faint blush tinted her cheeks, and the curve of her lips held a shyness and happiness she hadn't even noticed herself. Qiao Qingwu murmured then, this counts as our first family photo. Sui Sui clapped her little hands, excitedly looking up to ask, is it a family photo we can hang on the wall? Qiao Qingwu reached out and stroked her daughter's soft hair, her voice softening as well. Of course. Sui Sui spun around joyfully on the spot. In the midst of this warm atmosphere, Zhong Yu suddenly put away his phone, his smile fading, his expression turning serious. But I've suddenly thought of a very, very serious problem. Qiao Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. What? Zhong Yu looked at her and asked slowly, does this count as crossing the line for us now? Qiao Qingwu was stunned for a moment, then earnestly countered, but I said I'm going to pursue you. And if we want to build feelings early, this should be normal procedure. As she spoke, her confidence waned and her voice grew softer. Zhong Yu just watched her until she finished, then delivered the fatal blow. Have you forgotten something? Under Qiao Qingwu's bewildered gaze, he unhurriedly uttered a few words. The cohabitation agreement. As the words fell, Qiao Qingwu's breath caught, and she was left speechless. The air fell into an awkward silence. She remembered the cohabitation agreement she had drafted. The current Qiao Qingwu couldn't empathize with her past self at all. Oh, she only wanted to ask, what were you thinking back then? When she listed all those rules, how could she not have foreseen that one day she'd be trapped by them too? The slap in the face was resounding. Time ticked by, and Qiao Qingwu's mind raced. After a long silence, she cleared her throat and spoke again. Didn't you read the 10th to last clause in that cohabitation agreement? Huh. This time it was Zhong Yu's turn to be stumped. He shook his head in confusion. Your cohabitation agreement is as thick as a dictionary. Who would read every single? Qiao Qingwu felt her confidence surge back, her spine straightening, and a hint of her CEO aura returning. The 10th to last clause states that the final right of interpretation of this agreement belongs to Party A. She paused and emphasized, that is, it belongs to me. Zhong Yu's expression froze, his mouth agape. Qiao Qingwu met his gaze, still a little nervous, but she forced herself to continue. So in the view of this Party A, my actions don't count as crossing the line. After saying this, she felt even less confident, her eyes darting away as she fumbled to straighten her. When people are at a loss for words, they truly laugh. Zhong Yu was amused by her brilliant maneuver and couldn't help but chuckle. You can do that. Who would have thought Qiao Qingwu had already left herself an escape route? He felt like he was being subtly outmaneuvered by her. Zhong Yu shook his head with a smile, looking at her unyielding yet unconvincing demeanor, and clicked his tongue. You've got a stubborn mouth. As he finished, Sui Sui took each parent by the hand and pulled them forward. Let's go build a sandcastle. Qiao Qingwu, led by Sui Sui, still had Zhong Yu's last words lingering in her mind, and she unconsciously bit her soft lip. Her mouth wasn't stubborn at all. Qiao Qingwu couldn't help recalling the first kiss at the hospital, the one that had slipped away in confusion, the kiss only she remembered. She muttered a reluctant remark. Whether my mouth is stubborn or not, aren't you the one who knows best? Led by Sui Sui, the two of them walked along the edge of the beach, stepping over the frothy waves. A sudden powerful wave crashed in its snowy foam, surging past Qiao Qingwu's ankles, and in an instant erasing the crooked family portrait doodle drawn on the sand. Her words, filled with reluctance, were also completely swallowed by the sound of the waves. Zhong Yu only saw her lips move as if she had said something. He turned his head, leaning in a little closer to ask, did you just say something to me? The sea breeze tousled his hair. Qiao Qingwu met his gaze, then quickly turned her face away, the tips of her ears flushed red. Nothing. If you didn't hear it, forget it. I don't want to repeat myself for an idiot. A question mark popped up in Zhong Yu's mind. Huh, idiot. Me? He let out a playful chuckle and deliberately asked, who's the idiot talking about? Qiao Qingwu instinctively replied, the idiot is talking about you. Zhong Yu nodded with exaggerated seriousness. Oh, Qiao Qingwu finally realized she had been tricked again. A familiar sense of helplessness washed over her. Why was it that in front of Zhong Yu her intelligence always seemed to take a leave of absence? At work she was such a calm and rational person, decisive and assertive. But around him, a few simple words from him could stir her heart and throw her into complete So his question about crossing the line wasn't a genuine concern at all. He was just playing mind games with her purely for his own amusement. Watching her flounder, watching her struggle to explain herself, he just stood by and enjoyed the show. Damn it, he definitely did it on purpose. But once they got back, she had to destroy that damned agreement. In reality, there was no such clause as the 10th from the last. The final right of interpretation of this agreement belongs to Party A. She had made it all up. She had simply guessed that given Zhong Yu's lazy nature, he would never have read that dictionary-thick agreement from cover to cover. So she had taken a gamble. Now it seemed luck was on her side. Qiao Qingwu felt she had been quick-witted in her moment of crisis. With that thought, she took a deep breath. Watching Zhong Yu walk a few steps ahead of her, anger welled up inside her. Qiao Qingwu stretched out her hand, made a fist, and feebly swung it at the back of his head in the air like a kitten throwing a tantrum. What a jerk. She stamped that verdict on him in her heart. She'd remember this. Once she successfully won him over, she would make him pay back every bit of teasing she had endured today. Sis, what are you doing? Before Qiao Qingwu could retract her fist, her brother, Qiao Ming's voice drifted over from behind her. Startled, she nearly tripped over her own feet and fell flat on the sand. Qiao Qingwu turned around nonchalantly. Nothing, just stretching. Qiao Ming looked at her suspiciously, but didn't press further. It's noon, let's go for lunch and figure out what to do this afternoon. At the mention of food, Sui Sui eyes lit up, her little voice brimming with excitement. Yay? Food. Qiao Ming bent down and scooped Sui Sui into his arms, and the four of them walked together towards the open-air restaurant by the beach. The restaurant was abuzz with noise, filled with men and women who had just come up from the sea, still in their swimsuits, and had come straight to eat. Sui Sui watched the people having fun in the water, her big eyes full of longing. She tugged at Qiao Ming's clothes. Uncle, can we go swimming this afternoon? Xiao Ming readily agreed. I can, but your aunt can't. She doesn't know how to swim. Sis, can you? Xiao Ming's words seemed to hit a sore spot for Qiao Qingwu. Before she could retort, Xiao Ming continued to twist the knife. I remember trying to teach you when we were kids. You were as stiff as a board in the water, you just couldn't get it. Zhong Yu, listening on the side, had a thought cross his mind. Qiao Qingwu couldn't swim. Then who was it that dragged him to the mall to pick out swimsuits a few days ago, even choosing 2 sets? No wonder he had never seen her wear them. Qiao Qingwu shot Xiao Ming a glare and started bringing up old grudges. You have the nerve to say that. Back when you were teaching me, I finally managed to float, but I still couldn't coordinate my arms or breathing. You promised I could hold onto your arm for support, but what did you do? The more she spoke, the angrier she got. You took me to the middle of the pool, then let go of my hand, making me plunge headfirst into the water. I almost drowned. The terror of that moment still sent shivers down her spine. Knowing he was in the wrong, Xiao Ming gave a sheepish, irritating grin. I was just messing around. His eyes darted around as a brilliant idea struck him. How about this, sis? Why don't you try a different coach? It'll be a good test to see if the problem is your aptitude or my teaching skills. As he spoke, Xiao Ming dragged the bystander Zhong Yu into the plan. He looked at Zhong Yu. Why don't you teach my sister? He'll teach Sui Sui. We'll make it a competition to see who learns first. Zhong Yu's gaze fell on Qiao Qingwu. He didn't agree immediately, but first asked for her opinion. I'm fine with it. Are you up for it? Qiao Qingwu fell silent. Subconsciously, she clenched her fingers under the table. Looking into Zhong Yu's clear, innocent eyes, a sense of conflict stirred within her. Learning to swim, honestly, still carried some psychological trauma. She had only brought her swimsuit this time, intending to splash around in the pool, not to actually learn. But Zhong Yu gave her a sense of security. If he were the one to take her into the water, her subconscious told her he would be reliable. Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips together for a long moment. Then she looked up, meeting Zhong Yu's inquiring gaze. I can give it a try. The weight of that try was something Qiao Qingwu understood best herself. After lunch, they each returned to their rooms to change into swimsuits. Qiao Qingwu's room was a sea-view suite with an indoor pool that had both a deep and shallow end, and it was larger than the pool in Zhong Yu's room, so they decided to hold the lesson there. Qiao Qingwu walked into the bedroom and pulled out Sui Sui Little Mermaid swimsuit. After changing Sui Sui, the little one dashed straight for the balcony pool. Qiao Qingwu turned to look at her bed, where 2 completely different styles of swimsuits were laid out. She was stricken with indecision. One was a one-piece suit Zhong Yu had picked out, ugly dark green high-necked and long-sleeved, so conservative it could be used for deep-sea diving. The other was the one Sui Sui had instantly fallen in love with. It was all black lace with a large, open back and cutouts revealing the waist. Though it wasn't a bikini, the amount of fabric wasn't much more. Just imagining herself in the second suit made Qiao Qingwu's cheeks burn. That image was something even she couldn't handle. She fell into a dilemma, then still picked up her phone, intending to seek help from the all-knowing netizens. What kind of swimsuit is suitable for swimming? The comments that popped up were 100 times more entertaining than she had imagined. It depends on who you're swimming with. If it's purely for exercise, then definitely a sporty one piece is best. Sun protection prevents wardrobe malfunctions and keeps unwanted attention away. If you're going with a partner or a potential prospect, then you must pick something attractive. People are visual creatures. Capture his eyes, enchant him completely, and then you can capture. Qiao Qingwu stared at those comments, her fingers frozen on the screen. Capture his eyes. Enchant him completely. Her full red lips pressed into a straight line. It seemed she knew which one to wear. A few minutes later, Zhong Yu and Xiao Ming had already changed into their swimsuits, lazily lounging on deck chairs by the pool. Xiao Ming sharpied noticed Qiao Qingwu emerging from her room, but she was wrapped up like a moving zongzi. A thick white bathrobe covered her from head to toe, revealing only her porcelain white face and a pair of calves. Sis, weren't you going swimming? Wrapped up like that, are you planning a winter swim? Xiao Ming's voice carried an exaggerated tease. Zhong Yu also turned his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Though it was an indoor pool, it was the height of summer. Even the sea breeze outside was rolling with heat. Wasn't she hot? Qiao Qingwu felt her lips go dry. She swallowed hard, struggling to maintain her composure, but a faint blush crept across her face. She cleared her throat, her gaze drifted. Xiao Ming, you and Sui Sui can learn in the pool in my room. Zhong Yu and I will go to your room. We'll split into 2 groups. Xiao Ming was taken aback. Why? He hadn't caught on yet. Qiao Qingwu tried to make her voice sound serious and proper. I'm afraid you'll steal my techniques. She said it with such righteous indignation that Xiao Ming was completely dumbfounded. Steal her techniques? He, an accomplished swimmer, needed to steal techniques. What a joke. A blazing competitive fire surged into his mind. You think I care? I'm more afraid you 2 will steal mine. Xiao Ming curled his lips dismissively. He planted his hands on his hips. Fine. Separate then. Who's afraid of who? But you don't have to leave, I will. Then he turned and shouted to Sui Sui, who was playing in the water. Sui Sui, come with your uncle. Your uncle promises to teach you to swim first. Hearing Xiao Ming's call, Sui Sui immediately padded over. Zhong Yu watched Xiao Ming's sulky demeanor, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. These 2 had been bickering since childhood. This time, Xiao Ming was truly angered by his sister. Holding Sui Sui, Xiao Ming stormed out of Qiao Qingwu's room, muttering something like, just you wait. The room fell silent in an instant. Zhong Yu looked at the closed door, thinking these siblings were a natural pair of comedians. He turned to Qiao Qingwu, still standing there, and said, Then let's get started too. With that he stepped into the water. The pool's temperature was just right, neither cold nor hot. Zhong Yu saw Qiao Qingwu still wrapped in the thick bathrobe, standing motionless by the edge. He found it amusing and couldn't resist teasing her. What's wrong not coming down? Are you afraid to get in the water? He reached out his hand to her, a slight smile on his lips. Do you want me to help you? Before he could finish he was interrupted by the sight before him. Qiao Qingwu slowly untied the belt of her bathrobe. The loose robe slid down her smooth shoulders. Zhong Yu's pupils contracted, his breath catching for a moment. Her fair, delicate figure had not an ounce of extra flesh. On her was that black lace swimsuit he had seen before, the thin fabric clinging to her voluptuous curves, revealing large expanses of snowy skin on her back, exuding an icy, yet utterly alluring charm. Zhong Yu was stunned. He could even clearly see a mole on her collarbone, another on her right shoulder, and as his gaze traveled down, one at the top of her thigh. The paler her skin, the more prominent those moles became, tempting and provocative. Zhong Yu was lost for several seconds. He abruptly lowered his eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. Qiao Qingwu was already flushed all over, not daring to look at him. She quickly stepped into the pool, trying to let the cool water quell the burning heat rising in her body. She felt the netizens might have been right, because she could indeed sense that the steady breathing of the man beside her seemed to have grown rapid. Zhong Yu turned to look at her, opening his mouth, as if to speak. You? Qiao Qingwu's heart pounded so fast it felt like it would leap out of her throat. She quickly cut him off, her gaze flitting away. Let's start quickly. Zhong Yu also cleared his throat, steering the conversation back on track. All right, let's begin. Qiao Qingwu felt her face heat up again and hurriedly focused on swimming. She soon floated in the water, holding onto the pool edge. But she only dared to lift off for a second or two. Her legs hadn't fully floated before sinking again. She choked on some water, her body thrashing suddenly. Zhong Yu immediately reached out, steadily supporting her waist and abdomen, lifting her up. Zhong Yu reminded her, when floating, tuck your chin and keep your gaze level with the pool floor and relax your shoulders. Don't dwell on fearful thoughts. Focus on what's below the water. I'm right beside you. Qiao Qingwu felt a great sense of security. Her heartbeat gradually steadied and she truly seemed to relax a lot. With him by her side, she felt much more grounded. It seemed that no matter what happened he would be there, and to keep her from slipping back into fear, Zhong Yu asked, what did you see under the water just now? Just tiles. And the shape of your swim trunks bulging. Of course, Qiao Qingwu didn't say that out loud, but just thinking about it made her cheeks burn. After several rounds of practice, Zhong Yu encouraged her, this time, try to float on your own without holding the edge. Qiao Qingwu held onto the edge, recalling the unpleasant memories of when Xiao Ming taught her, and said, I'm scared. Zhong Yu looked at her and extended his hand, saying, hold on to me, and I'll slowly guide you to the middle of the pool. Without hesitation, Qiao Qingwu grasped his hand. Her hand wasn't large, looking especially tiny within Zhong Yu's palm. They faced each other, the water level, even with her chest. Ripples undulated, rising and falling with her rapid breaths, the black lace edge clinging to her slender shoulders. She tightened her grip on his hand and asked, you won't let go of my hand, will you? No, really won't let go. Zhong Yu said, I promise I won't let go of your hand. His words settled, and Qiao Qingwu felt a tremendous sense of security transmitted from his palm. All her life, in both personal and work matters, she had been accustomed to holding everything firmly in her own hands. She disliked uncertainty and loss of control. The water was exactly such an environment where she felt everything was beyond her command. Now as Zhong Yu reached out his hand to her, she felt as if she had truly found a piece of driftwood. Under Zhong Yu's guidance, Qiao Qingwu gradually found her rhythm. Her body was no longer as stiff as a board, and she began to float longer with the water's buoyancy. Growing tired from playing, they paused to rest midway. Qiao Qingwu let go of Zhong Yu's hand, steadied herself against the pool wall, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon the back. It was clearly marked with several red welts left by her fingernails. Her mind went blank, and she was so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and hide right there at the bottom. She explained dryly, I didn't mean to, I was just too nervous. Zhong Yu glanced at it nonchalantly and said, it's fine. He looked up at her flushed cheeks. If you're tired, go ashore and rest for a while, have some water. Qiao Qingwu nodded, held onto the railing by the pool, and slowly climbed the steps. Water cascaded off her body with a splashing sound. As she emerged completely from the water, her bare fair back glowed with a lustrous sheen under the light. Droplets of water rolled down the curves of her spine, eventually disappearing into the subtle, alluring arc of her waistline. Zhong Yu's gaze froze, and his eyes narrowed unconsciously. A sudden dryness crept into his throat. Qiao Qingwu stepped ashore and stood by the pool, water still trickling down her calves. She looked at Zhong Yu, still submerged in the water, and asked, what about you? Aren't you coming up to rest for a bit? Zhong Yu's voice came out a little hoarse. I'll come up later. Qiao Qingwu uttered an "oh" and didn't think much of it. As if suddenly remembering something, she took 2 steps closer to him, bent over, rested her hands on her knees, and asked curiously, by the way, what swimming strokes do you know? Show me a couple of laps. As she bent down, the neckline of her swimsuit inevitably revealed a deeper view. Zhong Yu's gaze wasn't deliberately fixed on her chest. He merely glanced hastily before looking away, meeting her fox-like, expectant eyes. I can do any stroke. What do you want to see? Qiao Qingwu tilted her head thoughtfully. Backstroke. Zhong Yu's expression turned contemplative. Backstroke. Ahem, in his current state, if he were to do a backstroke, she'd probably think a shark was passing by. The image was too awkward, he dared not imagine it. He decisively refused. Let's go with freestyle. Seeing her looking as expectant as a child waiting for a show, Zhong Yu cleared his throat and added, then go grab a towel and dry yourself off, or you'll catch a cold tomorrow. Qiao Qingwu obediently replied okay. She turned and took 2 steps toward the room, then as if worried looked back and instructed him with a coquettish tone she didn't even notice herself. Then wait for me to come back before you start swimming. Qiao Qingwu soon emerged wrapped in a towel, comfortably settled into a lounge chair by the pool, her fair straight legs swinging as she assumed the posture of a referee. Seeing that she had finally covered herself up properly, Zhong Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He took a deep breath, stretched his body, and dove into the water like a fish, disappearing instantly. His movements were fluid and explosive, his arms cutting through the water and churning up trails of white foam. The water outlined his broad shoulders and taut waistline. Even through the sun-protective swimsuit, one could sense the astonishing power concealed within that physique. Qiao Qingwu stared transfixed. She secretly took out her phone and snapped several photos of the figure in the water with a series of clicks. Just as she was getting into it, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Xiao Jining. She swiped to answer. Hello. Xiao Jining's voice came through. Hey, why do I hear water over there? What are you up to? Qiao Qingwu's eyes were still glued to Zhong Yu as she answered casually, I'm learning to swim. What the hell? You dare to go swimming? Xiao Jining's voice shot up an octave. Aren't you the type who sips in the shallow end and chugs in the deep end? Are you trying to get your— Qiao Qingwu was unperturbed. I have a coach. A coach. The word immediately set off Xiao Jining's radar, and her tone turned sly. He a male coach. He must have abs. Quick, take a photo so I can feast my eyes. Qiao Qingwu instinctively glanced at Zhong Yu in the water. He was wearing the long-sleeved sun-protective swimsuit she had picked out last time, completely covered up, not a hint of abs showing. I'm so stingy. A wave of resentment inexplicably rose within her. She should have just picked out a pair of swim trunks for him last time instead of that tightly wrapped swimsuit. She automatically ignored Xiao Jining's first 2 questions and answered only the last one with righteous indignation. No photos. If he has a girlfriend, she wouldn't. Xiao Jining snorted in disappointment. Unsatisfied on the phone, she started lecturing on her own, speaking mysteriously. But let me tell you, people who are good at swimming have great lung capacity and stamina. They can kiss for a long time without coming up for air. They have flexible, strong waists. Qiao Qingwu fell silent. Listening to Xiao Jining's words on the phone, she looked at the powerful figure in the pool, and a jumble of images flashed through her mind. Great lung capacity, kissing without breathing. That seemed true. As for the waist, she didn't know. Let me find a handsome guy who's great at swimming before I die. Xiao Jining, lost in her own fantasy, started making wishes into the phone. After a long pause, Qiao Qingwu spoke up quietly. Don't try to achieve immortality that way. Xiao Jining seemed to choke, her breath catching. Seeing the other person fall silent, Qiao Qingwu kindly added, but I do know someone who's really good at swimming. Huh. On the other end, Xiao Jining, who a second ago wanted to crawl through the internet to hit her, instantly perked up. Who? Is he handsome? Set me up. Qiao Qingwu's slender fingers unconsciously twisted the edge of her towel, her gaze fixed on the figure in the pool. She uttered 2 words flatly. Xiao Ming. Xiao Jining fell silent again. This time the silence carried a thick, murderous aura. Then her voice came through, filled with a sense of betrayed frenzy. Qiao Qingwu, I treat you like a sister, and you want to be my sister-in-law. No, you want me to be your sister-in-law. Qiao Qingwu felt her ears go numb. She held the phone a little further away and explained seriously. Weren't you looking for a handsome guy who's good at swimming? Xiao Ming really is great at swimming. He even won awards in the city before. And she paused, searching for the right words. He's kind of handsome, I guess. Xiao Jining let out a wail. No. Xiao Ming's type is totally not my thing. My standards aren't like that. I can't even imagine standing next to your brother. Qiao Qingwu felt that Xiao Jining's words were eerily familiar. As familiar as if she had just said them herself yesterday. She looked at Zhong Yu in the pool. He had just finished a few laps and stopped. The water rippled. He surfaced, raised a hand, casually wiped the water from his face, and pushed back his wet bangs, revealing clean, handsome features. Qiao Qingwu felt as if her every breath was drawn out infinitely. On the phone, Xiao Jining was still rattling off her standards. My ideal type is. Her voice gradually faded into a blur in Qiao Qingwu's ears. Zhong Yu climbed out of the pool and looked over in her direction. Qiao Qingwu spoke into the phone. Standards for a partner are actually not accurate at all. When you really meet that person, you'll find that all the rules you set before were just to rule out everyone else. When you really meet that person, you'll find that all the rules you set— Xiao Jining. She fell into her 3rd silence since answering this call. This silence was especially prolonged, stretching so long that Xiao Qingwu began to wonder if the signal was poor and the call had been automatically dropped. Just as she was about to take the phone away from her ear to check, Xiao Jining's cautious voice came through. Sister, are you alright? Since when did you become a love expert? The tone seemed to confirm whether Qiao Qingwu had been possessed by some unclean spirit. Whoever you are, please get off my best friend immediately. Qiao Qingwu withdrew her gaze from Zhong Yu. She cleared her throat and began to ramble without a trace of shame. I've been reading novels recently, I learned it from them. Xiao Jining's volume instantly rose again. Are you that idle lately, actually reading novels? Mainly because novels are quite good, they cultivate one's character. Qiao Qingwu commented with a straight face. She paused, then added, It's just that the author writes too little, far from enough to satisfy me. I even insist on tipping the author 3 times a day worth 0.3 million units of love-powered electricity as encouragement. Xiao Jining was rendered speechless yet again. What are you mumbling about? As her words faded, a new message popped up at the top of Qiao Qingwu's phone screen. It was a video sent by Qiao Ming accompanied by a line of text. Take a look. That smugness was palpable even through the screen. Qiao Qingwu said quickly to Xiao Jining on the other end, "Alright, I have to go. My coach is waiting for me." She hung up and directly opened the video sent by Qiao Ming. In the frame, little Sui Sui had her head submerged in the water, her hands gripping a kickboard, and her 2 fair little legs splashing rhythmically in the water. Qiao Ming's annoying voice came from off-screen: bend, turn, kick, squeeze. Sui Sui followed the commands, making efforts, and her tiny body actually began to slowly move forward in the water. Qiao Qingwu was completely stunned. Qiao Ming's voice continued. Yes, that's it. Sui Sui, you're amazing. If you don't compete in the next Olympics, I want one. No comparison, no hurt. She had just been learning for half a day and still needed Zhong Yu's guidance just to float to the middle of the pool, yet her daughter had already started practicing. A sense of frustration welled up inside her. Such rare moments when she could show off in front of Zhong Yu. Of course, Qiao Ming wouldn't miss them. Zhong Yu had also received the same video from Qiao Ming. The next second, they both looked up from their phone screens, their gazes meeting heated in the air. Qiao Qingwu's expression, a mix of guilt and dejection, did not escape Zhong Yu's. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth as he walked over to her. So what are your thoughts? Qiao Qingwu looked up at him, her fox-like eyes, usually carrying a sense of aloofness, now showed a hint of pitiful grievance. She asked softly, is it that children learn faster? Her voice was gentle, as if looking for an excuse for her own clumsiness. The usually aloof female CEO was like a child waiting to be comforted after a bad exam. Zhong Yu's heart softened instantly. He decided to comfort her after all. Children are fearless because they don't know enough. They don't have all the fears adults have about water. Their bodies are more relaxed in the water, so naturally they learn faster. Qiao Qingwu listened to his explanation and felt a bit better. That made sense. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him seriously, saying, Sui Sui is such a good swimmer. It must be inherited from you. Zhong Yu didn't know how to respond for a moment. Qiao Qingwu, however, didn't think there was anything special about what she said. Now brimming with motivation, she put down her phone and took off the bath towel, draped over her, placing it on the chair. She looked at Zhong Yu. Let's go, coach. We'll continue too. Qiao Qingwu's eyes sparkled. This time, no matter what, she had to outdo Sui Sui. Half an hour later, Qiao Qingwu had also successfully advanced to the frog kick practice stage. After barely overcoming her fear of floating, she began to learn more quickly. Bend, kick, squeeze. Zhong Yu shouted commands from beside her. Qiao Qingwu followed the rhythm, her leg movements looking proper. She felt she was swimming with ease in the water. Victory was in sight. However, just as Zhong Yu was about to remind her to pull in her legs, an accident occurred. Qiao Qingwu's body suddenly tilted unnaturally, and her head plunged straight into the water. Cough, cough. She inhaled water, and her body convulsed violently. Zhong Yu immediately sensed something wrong. His long arms stretched out, his palms steadily supported her waist, and within a second, he lifted her entire body out of the water. Qiao Qingwu was still coughing violently. Her body trembled slightly, and her wet arms instinctively wrapped around Zhong Yu's neck, burrowing directly into his embrace. Zhong Yu felt the soft warmth in his arms, his atoms apple bobbing. Don't panic, his voice was right by her ear, soothing. You probably have a leg cramp. Don't exert yourself, they'll take you to shore now. Qiao Qingwu had coughed until her eyes were full of tears, her head was dizzy, and her leg ached. It hurts. Her voice was faint, and her whole body was limp. The water in the shallow area reached about Zhong Yu's waist. He picked her up in his arms and carried her out of the pool, placing her on the ground nearby. Let me take care of it first. Zhong Yu's voice came from above. He crouched down, pressing one hand on her knee while his other hand grasped her slender, delicate hand. Qiao Qingwu's foot was very pale and small, looking even more dainty in Zhong Yu's broad palm. Zhong Yu looked up at her. She was biting her lip, her face flushed with an unnatural blush from pain and choking with tears still at the corners of her eyes. It'll hurt a bit, bear with it. Qiao Qingwu couldn't speak. She could only squeeze out a sound from her nose as a response. The next second, Zhong Yu began to apply force, pressing Qiao Qingwu's toes firmly toward the top of her foot. A sharp pain instantly shot from the sole of her foot to her calf. Hiss! Qiao Qingwu couldn't help but gasp, her entire body tensing. Zhong Yu looked at her furrowed brows, but his hands didn't stop. He repeated the motion several times. Does it hurt a lot? He asked, his voice low. If it hurts, shout it out. The way he said it felt a bit strange. Qiao Qingwu nearly choked, her face reddened even more, whether from pain or shame. She turned her face away, refusing to make a sound. Zhong Yu stopped his movements. How is it now? Qiao Qingwu tried moving her toes. The cramping pain had indeed eased significantly. Much better. The calf muscles are still stiff. They need to be massaged, or else you'll cramp again, Zhong Yu explained. Do you want to do it yourself? Or should I help you? Qiao Qingwu's breathing was still rapid, her gaze wandering. She glanced at her still trembling leg, then at Zhong Yu's clean, slender hands with distinct. You do it. Zhong Yu paused for a moment, his gaze deepening. His palm covered her calf. The warmth of his palm continuously transmitted through her skin. The pressure was neither too light nor too heavy, massaging the sore muscles slowly. Qiao Qingwu let out an unexpected whimper. She immediately bit her lower lip, her earlobes turning completely red. Seeing her reaction, Zhong Yu's voice carried a faint hint of amusement. Almost done. He comforted her in a tone used to coax a child, but his movements didn't stop. Relax, don't tense up. It'll stop hurting soon. Zhong Yu's fingertips kneaded her calf. It hurt at first. He applied moderate force to work through the cramped knots, and she bit her lips, swallowing the sound that nearly escaped. Gradually, the sharp ache melted away in the warmth of his palm, transforming into a numbing, tingling warmth that crept up along her veins. Qiao Qingwu's focus began to waver. His fingers were long with distinct knuckles, and each time he exerted pressure, the fair skin of her calf beneath his fingertips dimpled into a shallow hollow. His massage technique looked so practiced. Did he often give massages to others? To whom? Some stray thoughts suddenly surfaced in her mind. If those hands weren't kneading her calf, but rather. She startled herself with this bold notion, and the warmth in her cheeks rose uncontrollably. Yet her thoughts cascaded like a floodgate, opened, impossible to stem. The warmth of his fingertips seemed alive, climbing up from her calf past her knee. Technician number 8's service ends here. Please kindly leave a 5-star review. Zhong Yu had stopped his movements at some point. He looked up, his voice laced with amusement. Qiao Qingwu snapped back to reality, her mind still in a jumble, and blurted out without thinking. Is it over already? Her voice was airy, carrying a softness she hadn't noticed herself, along with a hint of lingering disappointment. Zhong Yu looked at her clearly unsatisfied expression, raised an eyebrow, and let out a low chuckle. Won't want to extend the session. That would cost extra. Qiao Qingwu's face reddened further. She quickly cleared her throat, but inadvertently voiced her inner thoughts. With such skill, you haven't actually worked as a masseur, have you? Zhong Yu shook his head, his expression calm. No, but I've given plenty of massages, so I gained experience. So he had massaged others after all. The faint sweetness budding in Qiao Qingwu's heart instantly soured. She shot him a glance, then quickly turned her face away, staring at the water surface not far off. Oh, is that so? Zhong Yu paused, as if about to explain, or perhaps deliberately teasing her. Then he'll take that as a compliment for my massage being comfortable. It was just so-so, Qiao Qingwu replied stiffly, her lips slightly pouting. I'm not giving a 5-star review. Zhong Yu watched her sudden mood shift, finding it both amusing and baffling. Her temper flared too quickly. Really? You're quite hard to please. He sighed, feigning a troubled look. Seems like my mom is easier to satisfy. Qiao Qingwu froze mid-motion. She slowly turned her head, blinking, struggling to follow his train of thought. When you said given plenty of massages, you meant for your mom. Zhong Yu's eyes glimmered with deeper amusement at her expression. Yeah, who else? My dad taught me this technique, Hansen, all from his years of massaging my mom bit by bit through trial and error. Qiao Qingwu let out an oh. She recalled the natural, harmonious atmosphere between teacher Song and her husband during their last dinner at their home. Their daily lives must be filled with warmth and joy, which nurtured a child like Zhong Yu. She felt a sense of longing and envy, murmuring softly. Your parents' relationship is truly wonderful. They're a couple, and it's mutual, Zhong Yu said. My mom also massages my dad. She says his shoulders and neck are bad from sitting and writing all day. Mutual. Qiao Qingwu nodded thoughtfully. She looked at Zhong Yu, her gaze falling on the hands that had just massaged her leg, and something in her mind seemed to click into clarity. She lifted her eyes to meet his, and said naturally then, Technician number 8, you can teach me sometime too. Zhong Yu was about to knock. An abrupt rapping came from the door, instantly shattering the intimate atmosphere in the room. Both of them jolted in surprise. Zhong Yu stood up. It must be Qiao Ming coming to show off his teaching results. Qiao Qingwu tried to stand too, but her legs were still weak, drained of strength. She attempted it only to slump back down weakly. Can you help me up? She asked, a bit embarrassed. I can't get up. Zhong Yu turned back, his gaze falling on Qiao Qingwu, still sitting on the ground. She sat casually by the poolside, clad in a skimpy black lace swimsuit that, wet from the water, clung tightly to every curve of her lithe figure. She had just cried from the pain, her eyes still shimmering with moisture, and her cheeks flushed an unnatural red from both the ache and embarrassment. The sight. Zhong Yu felt his throat go dry. He walked over, bent down, and extended his arm for her to grab, pulling her up from the ground. He casually picked up the bathrobe from the lounge chair and quickly wrapped it around her, covering that tempting view completely. He went to open the door, unable to resist, scratching his head. They hadn't done anything improper, yet he felt an inexplicable guilt, like a thief caught red-handed. As the door opened, it was indeed Qiao Ming. He led Sui Sui, striding in triumphantly, his voice loud enough to lift the roof. So, how's your progress? Sui Sui has already learned the frog kick. Sui Sui lifted her fair little face and chimed in with a childish voice. Uncle says he won't watch the next Olympics without me. Qiao Ming walked smugly to the poolside and immediately spotted Qiao Qingwu still wrapped up like a dumpling. He then turned in surprise to glance at Zhong Yu, whose expression seemed. He frowned and said meaningfully, you and my sister. He deliberately drew out the tone, making both Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu's hearts leap into their throats. Had he noticed something? Are you hiding something from me? Qiao Ming squinted, his face stern. Silence hung in the air, tension building. Just as Zhong Yu was pondering how to explain, Qiao Ming spread his hands and exclaimed helplessly, What are you doing? Were you even really learning to swim? Why is my sister still in a bathrobe? Both Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu breathed a collective sigh of relief. A false alarm. Zhong Yu cleared his throat and explained, she got a leg cramp earlier, so we stopped. What? A cramp? Xiao Ming's face instantly fell with disappointment. Then what do we do? Are we still having the competition? His tone betrayed not a shred of concern for his sister's condition, only regret over his own competition plans falling through. Qiao Qingwu had seen through her younger brother. She waved her hand weakly. This round counts as your win. I concede. Xiao Ming immediately objected. What do you mean counts as my win? I was winning fair and square. Saying it like that makes it sound like you're letting me win. Qiao Qingwu fell silent. The only reason she hadn't resorted to violence against Xiao Ming was that Zhong Yu was present and she needed to maintain her image. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and forced out a soulless compliment. Well, you're quite impressive then. Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Sis, could you at least put some heart into your... He turned to Zhong Yu, pinning his hopes on him. What about you? Losers coach, care to share your thoughts? And please put some heart into it. Zhong Yu thought for a moment, then raised his hand and patted Xiao Ming's shoulder solemnly. Under Xiao Ming's expectant gaze, Zhong Yu spoke. No wonder the toilet felt clogged earlier. It's because Coach Xiao Ming's teaching skills are absolutely maxed out. Xiao Ming was stunned for 2 seconds, savoring the words. Then he nearly burst into tears. You two are both ganging up on me, aren't you? The 3-day 2-night trip to Zhou City concluded with Sui Sui performing a frog kick in the pool that could only be described as a medal-worthy routine cruelly overlooked by... Returning to Hangzhou on Friday evening, Zhong Yu planned to visit Hangzhou University tomorrow to discuss the Hospital Intelligent Management System project with his team. He was in the living room typing on his keyboard while keeping Sui Sui company. Qiao Qingwu meanwhile retreated into the bathroom, scrubbing away the salty, damp sea air of Zhou City until she felt clean. She emerged, drying her wet hair as she walked toward the bed. Ring, ring, ring. Just then her phone rang. It was her grandmother. Qiao Qingwu swiped to answer, but before she could speak, grandmother Zu's spirited voice came through the receiver. Xiao Wu, I want to ask you, is that pink crystal I left in your bedroom still there? Qiao Qingwu glanced at the pink crystal ornament resting quietly on the windowsill. Yes, Grandma, it's still here. What's wrong? Still there? Grandmother Zu's voice was filled with confusion and a hint of disappointment. That can't be right. It's been so long, why isn't there any sign of activity? Qiao Qingwu was utterly bewildered. What activity? She picked up the pink crystal, examining it under the light. Wasn't it just for protection? What kind of activity could it possibly... Did it grow legs and run away? Or did it sing in the middle of the night? Grandma, what are you talking about? What activity? Ahem. Grandmother Su, realizing she had let something slip, quickly changed the subject. Nothing. Xiao Wu, be honest with Grandma. Do you all like girls? Qiao Qingwu's hand, drying her hair, froze. A wave of numbness washed over her. How did the conversation jump from a pink crystal to her sexual orientation? She felt a throbbing pain in her temples. Grandma. She let out a long, helpless sigh. Don't be afraid, your grandmother is very open-minded. Grandmother Su declared confidently on the other end. If you truly like girls, I'll grit my teeth and accept it. It's fine, I'll talk to your mother. If she dares to disagree, I'll break her legs. Qiao Qingwu felt that her mother truly bore too much. No, Grandma, I don't. Please stop overthinking. Really? Grandmother Zu's tone was full of suspicion. Finally she asked without much hope. Then what kind of person do you... She had asked before, but Xiao Wu's answer was always the same, no one. And she truly meant it. Qiao Qingwu sighed. Why this question again? She was silent for a long time. On the other end, Grandmother Su, expecting another dismissive no one, was about to speak when she heard Qiao Qingwu suddenly say, I like some... Grandmother Su was clearly stunned, silent for a long moment. Qiao Qingwu continued, as if reciting a menu. Over 185 centimeters tall, good at photography, plays basketball, and enjoys gaming. She paused, then added the final most absurd condition. And he must be a handsome paternal type with a youthful spirit. The silence fell on the other end of the line. After a full half-minute, Grandmother Su asked incredulously, What on earth is that? You asked what kind of person I like. Qiao Qingwu said, her tone perfectly calm. Oh my. Grandmother Zu's voice rose an octave with excitement. Now we have a direction. Having a direction is wonderful. After all, in the past, prying a single word out of her was impossible. Now she had actually listed so many specific criteria. All right. Grandma knows what to do. Grandmother Su hung up swiftly and decisively. Qiao Qingwu stared at the dial tone on her phone, a bit dazed. On the other end, Grandmother Su, clutching a small notebook, fell into deep thought. Although her precious granddaughter's standards seemed disjointed and contradictory, youthful, but for the sake of Qiao Qingwu's future happiness, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She began to analyze each point. Younger than Xiao Wu, over 185 centimeters tall, good at photography, plays basketball, loves gaming, a youthful spirit. All these traits pointed to one place, the university district. Grandmother Su slapped her thigh. Got it. The Qiao family was entirely free of procrastination. They were people of action. With the goal clear, she would set out tomorrow to scout the university district. On Saturday noon, Zhong Yu arrived at the computer lab of Hangzhou University. As he entered, he saw 2 team members, Xiao Luo and Xiao Tang, huddled together, whispering furtively. No way, really? You ran into her too? Xiao Luo's voice was tinged with surprise. Xiao Tang nodded frantically. Exactly. Right at the library entrance, she stopped me and asked, "Young man, how tall are you? Do you play games?" Xiao Luo slapped his thigh. "Same here. I met her this morning. She asked if I played Honor of Kings. I had nothing better to do, so I played around with her." Zhong Yu pulled up a chair and sat down, asking casually, "Who was it?" "An old lady." Xiao Luo's eyes lit up as he spoke. "Bro, you won't believe it, but that old lady is an absolute beast at jungling. She's on a whole other level. Her Lanling Wang is incredible. Her ganking rhythm is flawless. Our marksman was practically bowing down to her. And she has a secret move." "What secret move?" "While playing, she chants Namo Amit Ba." Zhong Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. What kind of new strategy was this? "A Buddhist-style jungler?" Xiao Tang asked, bewildered. "What does that mean?" Xiao Luo cleared his throat and explained solemnly. She said she was reciting the rebirth mantra to instantly send her opponents to the afterlife. Zhong Yu couldn't help but laugh, teasing. This must be the legendary 76-year-old female jungler king, the one who brings salvation to all beings. After helping the team solve several technical issues with the system, it was already dusk. Zhong Yu packed up his things, ready to leave Hangzhou University. Stepping out of the teaching building, the evening sunset was beautiful. An orange-eared glow painted half the sky, a truly lovely sight. He took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the sky. "Young man." A gentle voice came from behind. Zhong Yu turned around and saw an elderly lady. Her white hair was neatly combed, and though her face bore wrinkles, her eyes were bright, and she exuded an air of noble elegance. She was looking at him with a beaming smile. "Hello." Zhong Yu nodded politely. "How old are you?" the old lady asked, her smile radiant. Zhong Yu was taken aback, but answered honestly, "A 21. The old lattice gaze fell on the phone in his hand. "Do you like photography?" "Yes, I suppose so." Zhong Yu nodded. "You look quite tall, young man. You must be over 185 centimeters, right? I bet you play basketball." "Do you play games?" Zhong Yu finally understood. This was the same female jungler king Xiao Luo, and Xiao Tang had been talking about the one who chanted sutras while obliterating her opponents. Seeing the old lady still smiling at him with a scrutinizing look as if appraising a prospective son-in-law, Zhong Yu gave a polite smile. "I have some things to attend to, so we'll be going now." He paused, then added, "Feel free to look around. Our school cafeteria is quite good. I recommend the second floor of the lakeside restaurant. The environment is nice and the food is clean and healthy." Hearing this, the old lattice smile grew even brighter. She looked at Zhong Yu as if she had discovered some rare treasure. While this young man was not only tall and handsome, meeting all her precious granddaughter's peculiar standards, he was also incredibly polite, warm-hearted, and considerate. Grandmother Sue suddenly had an epiphany. So a youthful spirit and a mature paternal type weren't contradictory after all. Wasn't this young man right in front of her the perfect example? Excellent. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. "Young man, don't rush off. I happen to know a girl who is absolutely stunning." The old lady stepped forward, smiling cheerfully. "Would you like to meet her? The two of you would make a perfect match in terms of appearance." Zhong Yu felt a mild headache. Not only was his mother pressing him about dating, but a random elderly woman he met on the street was also trying to pair him up. And judging by her words, "Your looks match very well." She had taken a fancy to his appearance. Zhong Yu sank into contemplation. Being too handsome was sometimes a genuine nuisance. If someone liked him for his voice, he could simply keep silent. If for his gaming or basketball skills, he could stop playing. But what could he do if someone was drawn to his good looks? Could he possibly, to fend off romantic interest, resort to self-harm or rather disfigure his own face? Sorry, but self-injury was simply beyond him. Just as Zhong Yu was immersed in deep philosophical thought, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw a message from Qiao Qingwu. "When are you coming back?" Another notification immediately popped up. "I've been experimenting with a new steak recipe at home." "You're in?" The corners of Zhong Yu's mouth lifted unconsciously. He quickly replied, "Easy on it. Don't steal Aunt Mai's job or she'll be out of work." Within seconds, Qiao Qingwu shot back, "Just count your blessings." Her tone, even through the screen, painted a vivid picture of her being slightly smug, yet stubborn. Zhong Yu replied with a smile, "I'm on my way." He pocketed his phone, looked up at the expectant old lady before him, and decided to cut through the knot decisively. He offered a polite smile, but his words were blunt. "Thank you for your kindness, but sorry. I already have someone I like." With that, he gave the old lady a nod as a farewell, and turned to head home for steak. The smile on the elderly woman's face froze, her eyes filled with regret. This young man had someone he liked. But so long as he wasn't married, there was still a chance. She was about to try again when a crisp female voice came from nearby. "Senior." Zhong Yu and old Madame Su both turned toward the sound. From the adjacent teaching building, a young girl in a white dress, clutching a laptop, came rushing over in a fluster. "Lin Shi." Zhong Yu recognized her, one of his team members. Lin Shi reached him, caught her breath, patted her chest, and said with relief, "Good thing you haven't left yet." Seeing her frantic demeanor, Zhong Yu asked, "What's wrong?" "I just ran into a bug." Lin Shi thrust her laptop toward him. "There seems to be a logic conflict in the data structure algorithm. I've been debugging for ages and can't fix it." Zhong Yu glanced at her screen covered in dense code. In one sweep, he spotted the problem. He took the laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard, deleting a few lines, inputting new commands. The entire process was fluid and dazzlingly fast. In no time, he resolved the issue and handed the laptop back to Lin Shi. Staring at the now normally running program, she lit up with understanding, her eyes brimming with admiration. "So that's it. Thanks, senior. You're amazing." She stowed the laptop, but didn't leave, immediately fidgeting with one corner of the device, as if hesitating. Zhong Yu noticed, and took the initiative, something else. Ah, well, Lin Zai's cheeks flushed slightly as she gathered her courage. Senior, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Fearing he might refuse, she quickly added, Xiao Luo and Xiao Tang are coming too. Zhong Yu's expression remained neutral, his tone was warm but distant. Another time. Next time he'll treat everyone to a meal. He paused then added, not today. Someone's waiting for me at home. With that he turned and walked toward the school gate. Lin, she stood rooted to the spot, watching his tall straight back fade into the sunset, the light in her eyes slowly dimming. Old Madame Su had witnessed the entire scene. At 7 typeless, she had eaten more salt than these youngsters had rice. She saw at a glance that this pretty young girl had a crush on that handsome boy. Old Madame Su clicked her tongue inwardly in amazement. A fine-looking young man like him was a hot commodity, good-looking, tall, smart, and clearly possessed of good character, knowing to keep his distance from the opposite sex. Such premium stock, if left unattended for even a moment, would be snatched up by someone else. The more she thought about it, the more regretful. After a whole day of painstaking search in the university district today, she realized that relying on herself alone to scout out partners was useless. The key lay with the person themselves. Actually, if her little Qiao wanted to find a partner, it would be a piece of cake. With Qiao Qingwu's face and figure, even if she did nothing, as long as she was willing to soften and stand before a man and say, I want a date, the other party would probably immediately reply, yes I do, and be ready to dig out their household register and head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. But her granddaughter, when it came to romance, was hopelessly obtuse, just couldn't get it. Sigh. Today she had finally stumbled upon someone who perfectly met all her granddaughter's eccentric standards. Before she could introduce him to her granddaughter, she had to watch helplessly as he brushed her off with an excuse like, I already have someone I like. And he just walked away. No, she couldn't let it in like this. Old Madame Su made an immediate decision. She would go to little Qiao's place in person and give her a good talking to. Him home. As soon as Zhong Yu returned to Lanting and changed his shoes, he spotted a figure dashing out of the kitchen in a fluster. Qiao Qingwu wore a white casual outfit with a goose-yellow apron tied over it. Her hair was casually bunched at the back of her head, a few stray strands brushing her fair neck. This getup unexpectedly gave her a hint of a domestic wife. Zhong Yu was momentarily stunned, then said teasingly, so elaborate. You came out specially to welcome me. Qiao Qingwu had run over her chest, heaving slightly, breath quick. No way. She still had a hint of panic on her face. I mean, my grandmother just called. She said she's coming. Zhong Yu's smile froze instantly. When? Where is she now? His mind raced, and he immediately proposed a solution. Then should Sui Sui and I hide in the master bedroom, like last time? Qiao Qingwu had just hung up on her grandmother and was still immersed in the anxiety of a surprise inspection. Her mind was a total mess, incapable of rational thought. Hearing Zhong Yu's suggestion, she nodded instinctively. Okay. Zhong Yu immediately sprang into action, walking inside while asking, where's Sui Sui? On the second, he had taken just one step when he felt a tug on his shirt from behind. Qiao Qingwu, as if suddenly realizing something, said urgently, no, that won't do. Her fingers clutched tightly at his clothes. What if my grandmother on a whim decides to stay the night? Last time, hiding in the master bedroom was a stopgap measure, but if she stayed overnight, they would be trapped like rats in a hole, and exposure would be inevitable. You'd better take Sui Sui back to your place. Qiao Qingwu pushed Zhong Yu toward the stairs. Hurry, go now. My grandmother should be almost here. Her voice was frantic, her demeanor as if she wanted to pack the father and daughter up and launch them away instantly. 10 minutes later, Zhong Yu held the soft, cuddly Sui Sui in one arm, while carrying a hastily packed travel bag in the other. He stood at the entrance, letting out a deliberate sigh. I haven't even tasted that steak yet, and am already being kicked out. He'll make it up to you next time. Double the portion. Qiao Qingwu pushed him toward the door. Just go, please. Sui Sui waved her delicate little hand at Qiao Qingwu. Bye-bye, mommy. Bye-bye, Sui Sui. With a bang, the door was mercilessly shut. After sending the father and daughter off like a package, the doorbell rang just a few minutes later. Thank goodness. Just barely in time, or the two groups would have met at the doorstep. Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath before opening the door. Elder Su, carrying a small fruit basket, stepped inside, and immediately noticed Qiao Qingwu's unusually casual attire. It lacked her usual coolness, replaced by a touch of domestic warmth. Oh, Xiao Wu, her gaze fell on the apron Qiao Qingwu wore, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Are you cooking? Xiao Qingwu replied calmly, leading her inside. Just a sudden whim today. Elder Su followed her to the kitchen and spotted 3 marinated steaks on the counter. The old lady paused. Why 3 portions? Qiao Qingwu's heart raced instantly. One for me, one for you, she lied without batting an eye. The third is because I have a big appetite. I'm afraid it won't be enough. Elder Su said nothing, instead circling Qiao Qingwu and scrutinizing her from head to toe. She looked at the goose-yellow apron on Qiao Qingwu, and her inexplicably flushed cheeks, her expression growing meaningful. Those in the know would say you're preparing dinner for your grandmother, Elder Su teased with a chuckle. Those who don't might think you're a devoted wife waiting for her husband and child to come home. At those words, Qiao Qingwu felt an uncontrollable heat surge from her neck upward. Her grandmother's words were almost clairvoyant, except she wasn't waiting for them. She had, Grandma, she called out awkwardly, her gaze starting to wander. All right, I'll stop teasing you, Elder Su said, patting her hand at this rare bashfulness. Then Grandma is in for a treat tonight. At the dining table, Elder Sue ate heartily, but kept her eyes fixed on Qiao Qingwu. Xiao, she suddenly spoke up. Qiao Qingwu looked up. Today Grandma strolled around all day and actually met a handsome young man who meets all your requirements. Qiao Qingwu's temple throbbed. No way. Could there really be someone else fitting such oddly specific demands? Elder Sue continued on her own that young man was tall and handsome, a delight to the eye. But, she shifted tone, he said he already has someone he likes. Qiao Qingwu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thank goodness. She silently cut another piece of steak, feeling an odd sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Grandma grabbing random people and asking like this will scare them off, she reminded calmly. Elder Sue shot her a reproachful look. If you'd take the initiative yourself, I wouldn't have to work. Qiao Qingwu didn't respond, her mind was elsewhere. Zhong Yu had used the same excuse before to turn down other girls. Grandma, she mused aloud, so the excuse of having someone I like really is effective, isn't it? It depends on the situation, Elder Sue replied, with the wisdom of experience. Why? Think about it, Elder Sue analyzed. If it's a shy girl, she'll back off at once. Qiao Qingwu nodded, recalling how Xiao Xia from the team-building event fit that category. But if it's a bold, thick-skinned one, Elder Sue continued, they'll see you only claiming to like someone without proof. They'll think you're making excuses, and their competitive streak might make them pursue you even harder. Qiao Qingwu pondered, finding it reasonable. She sought advice humbly. So, is there a foolproof way to deter all suitors at once? Yes. What? Marriage. Qiao Qingwu felt the leap was too big. She seriously considered the feasibility and raised a practical question. You can't carry a marriage certificate everywhere and whip it out at everyone, can you? Silly child. Elder Sue chuckled, shaking her head helplessly. A certificate won't work, but a wedding ring can be worn every day. Huh. Qiao Qingwu felt a spark of inspiration. That might be a great idea. As dinner wound down, Elder Sue elegantly wiped her mouth and said she was meeting some old friends from. Qiao Qingwu asked instinctively, aren't you staying here tonight? Elder Sue shot her a sidelong glance, her tone teasing, am not staying with you. Unlike you, I have a vibrant nightlife. Qiao Qingwu. She rose with a resigned sigh. Let me drive you there. Elder Sue nodded, pleased with her granddaughter's filial piety. In the car, Elder Sue was busy pulling out her phone and diving into battle mode with game sounds ringing incessantly. She muttered under her breath, occasionally exclaiming, oh, my partner's coordination is perfect. Flawless synergy. Qiao Qingwu dropped her grandmother off safely at the mahjong parlor, but didn't head home immediately. Instead, she turned the car toward the city's largest shopping mall. At 8 in the evening, a knock came at Zhong Yu's door. He opened it to find Qiao Qingwu standing there, momentarily stunned. Her seaweed-like hair was tousled by the evening breeze, and she carried 2 bags. Why are you here? Qiao Qingwu's face was expressionless, but her fair skin glowed with a faint blush under the hallway light. She raised the large bag of ingredients in her left hand and offered it to him. I'm here to repay a debt, she said, her voice cool and clear. The double steak I owe you. Zhong Yu smiled, took the heavy bag, and his gaze shifted to her other hand. In Qiao Qingwu's right hand was a very delicate small paper bag. Give me that one too, and come in to change your shoes. He reached out naturally to take the small bag. But Qiao Qingwu recoiled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hiding her right hand behind her back. A flicker of unease crossed her face, laced with tension. This one's not for you. Zhong Yu's hand froze midair, raising an eyebrow at her defensive stance. So precious. What are you hiding? Qiao Qingwu cleared her throat, her gaze darting away, lips pressed together. You'll find out later. She stepped past him into the entrance, adding as she changed her shoes in short. It's a very useful treasure. Mom, you're here. As soon as Qiao Qingwu changed into her slippers, Sui Sui came rushing out of the bathroom. Sui Sui pounced over and hugged her leg. Qiao Qingwu looked down, seeing the pink bear slippers on Sui Sui's feet, then glanced at her own. They were identical. Both had the same pink bear pattern, but hers were in adult size. She turned to look at Zhong Yu, who was wearing a matching gray pair. A family of 3 with matching parent-child slippers. Qiao Qingwu's mind began to churn. She narrowed her eyes, fixing her gaze on Zhong Yu. I remember last time I was here you said you didn't have any extra slippers. Zhong Yu scratched his head, his expression unruffled. That was then, this is now. He explained, just now I took Sui Sui out to eat, and we passed by a shop. Sui Sui saw them, and insisted on buying them. A faint suspicion sprouted in Qiao Qingwu's heart. She pressed on, is that so? Then you only needed to buy them for yourselves. Why was there a pair for me? How did you know I would come over? So you deliberately prepared these for me, just admit it. Zhong Yu looked at her expression that screamed confess, and you'll get leniency, resist, and you'll be punished, and suddenly he took a step forward, leaning down slightly. The distance between them instantly shrank. Qiao Qingwu heard Zhong Yu speak unhurriedly, a hint of amusement in his voice. Didn't you say it yourself? Qiao Qingwu was stunned. What had she said? Zhong Yu cleared his throat, mimicking her tone, and repeated word for word. If Sui Sui and I both have new ones, but you don't, isn't that isolating you? What if you feel left out then? Qiao Qingwu was speechless. Those words. It seemed perhaps indeed they were the exact words she had used to silence him when she'd bought him a swimsuit. Now he had returned them to her intact. What was this? Fighting magic with magic. Qiao Qingwu felt her cheeks grow warm. She had trapped herself again, making her seem so presumptuous. Mom, why is your face all red? Are you hot? Sui Sui's sweet childish voice rescued Qiao Qingwu from her awkwardness. She extended her small fair arm and tugged at Qiao Qingwu, who was still frozen at the door, urging her inside. Come on in, it's cool inside. Seizing the excuse her daughter provided, Qiao Qingwu immediately turned her head away, refusing to look at that smug Zhong Yu. She walked into the living room and plopped down on the sofa. Her gaze swept across the room and landed on the coffee table, which was cluttered with a pile of brightly colored packaging bags, chips, chocolate bars, and jelly. She looked down at the little bundle clinging to her leg. Sui Sui, what did you have for dinner? Daddy took me to eat a cheese waterfall, big burger, pizza, fried chicken, and fries. And we drank cola. We also played on the trampoline and the slide. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu's mind raced. She had lost the slipper round earlier. Now she had to regain the. If she kept letting Zhong Yu dominate her like this, what standing would she have in this house in the future? She immediately turned her head and in a tone of accusation said to Zhong Yu, who had just put the groceries in the kitchen, how could you take her to eat that junk food? Zhong Yu walked over casually, his tone light. It's not an everyday thing. An occasional treat is fine, isn't it? Kids love it. And what about these? Qiao Qingwu pointed at the snacks on the coffee table. Chips and chocolate, don't give her too much. This conversation, this scene. Sui Sui, seeing her mother like this, immediately pouted warily. Oh no. This feeling was so familiar. Back home it was always like this. Whenever mom couldn't win an argument with dad, she would bring up how dad always secretly fed her junk food. The result without exception was always that a certain small helpless little bun would be deprived of her snack privileges. Zhong Yu naturally saw through it too. Qiao Qingwu's sudden flare of temper wasn't about caring about junk food at all. Oh, she was just picking a fight. He looked at her tense little face, her fair skin tinged with a faint pink from slight agitation, trying to look stern. It was rather cute. Zhong Yu couldn't hide the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He walked over, bent down, and gathered all the snacks from the coffee table into a big bag. All right, if we're not eating them, then we won't. You have the final say. Fine. A man should be magnanimous. Let her win this round. He thought to himself, moving swiftly and efficiently, clearing away all the snacks in no time. Seeing him so compliant, the slight awkwardness in Qiao Qingwu's heart eased a bit. Sweet. She had managed to turn the tables, hadn't she? Beside them, Sui Sui's face fell. She looked at her dad, then at her mom, and scratched her chubby little head. Mom and dad were happy, but it was a world where only Sui Sui was hurt. Sui Sui let out a big yawn, her fair little face scrunching up. Qiao Qingwu noticed. She bent down and gently tapped Sui Sui's little nose. Tired? Sui Sui nodded dazedly. Qiao Qingwu stood up and looked at Zhong Yu. My grandmother went to play mahjong with her friends, so she's not at my place. How about I take Sui Sui back to my place to sleep now? Zhong Yu said, don't bother. Just sleep here. Hearing this, Sui Sui perked up a little. She nodded and said in her babyish voice, I want to sleep at Daddy's. She looked up at Qiao Qingwu and added, Mommy, give me a bath, and then Mommy and Daddy sleep with Sui Sui. Qiao Qingwu was taken aback for a moment. Her face still held that cool, distant expression, but the tips of her ears treacherously flushed red. She felt that Sui Sui was truly her mother's little cotton-padded jacket. The little person inside Qiao Qingwu's heart was already doing a 360-degree somersault, but she still feigned restraint. Huh, me sleep here too. Is there enough room? Daddy's bed is super big. Sui Sui waved her little arms, her small hand pulling Qiao Qingwu towards the bedroom. She chattered as she pushed open the door to Zhong Yu's bedroom. This was Qiao Qingwu's third time in Zhong Yu's small apartment, but her previous visits had been confined to the living room. She looked around. Zhong Yu's bedroom was much larger than she had imagined. The air was filled with that faint, distinctive scent of Zhong Yu. She couldn't quite pinpoint it, but it was pleasant and made her feel incredibly at ease. If just hugging his pillowcase could help her sleep better, than this bedroom, saturated with his scent, was pure heaven. And Sui Sui wasn't wrong. The bed was indeed massive, at least 2 meters wide. At this thought, a small smile involuntarily curved her lips. Zhong Yu followed her in at that. If you're staying, then go take a shower first. I only have one bathroom, so we'll have to take turns. He glanced at Qiao Qingwu. You take Sui Sui first. Qiao Qingwu snapped out of her thoughts, clearing her throat lightly to hide her unease. She quickly began helping Sui Sui bathe. Zhong Yu's bathroom had a separate wet and dry area, but no bathtub, so she had Sui Sui sit on a small stool and gave her a shower. Sui Sui giggled happily, having a great time playing in the water. Qiao Qingwu carefully washed the little one's hair, scrubbed her body, and rinsed off the bubbles. After the bath, Qiao Qingwu wrapped Sui Sui tightly in a large towel, dried her off, and put her in her pajamas. Sui Sui was soft and cuddly like a marshmallow. When Qiao Qingwu carried the fragrant little bundle back to the bedroom, Zhong Yu was rummaging through the wardrobe for a new bedsheet to put on. She looked at his broad back and suddenly remembered the thing she had bought from the mall and hadn't given him. She cleared her throat. I have something I want to tell you. Zhong Yu turned around at the sound. His gaze lingered on her for a few seconds, and his expression instantly froze. You? He started, then stopped, pointing a finger at her chest. Qiao Qingwu was confused and instinctively looked down. She realized that her white shirt was already soaked through, clinging tightly to her skin, the outline of the black bra underneath completely visible. Qiao Qingwu felt a surge of heat rushing to her head, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. Ah, awkward. Although she had worn a swimsuit in front of him before at the pool that time, she had been mentally prepared. But this time it was in the bedroom at Zhong Yu's house, a different setting, and she had never expected to get soaked through, so she still felt shy. She pursed her lips slightly, explaining awkwardly, It must have been from helping Sui Sui bathe earlier. Water splashed onto me, and I didn't notice. She looked up at Zhong Yu. I didn't bring a change of clothes. Could I borrow one of yours? She pointed at the wardrobe. Zhong Yu watched her flustered demeanor, a flicker in his eyes, and casually took out a loose white shirt from the closet. Just wear this for now. The bathroom was filled with steam. After showering, Qiao Qingwu changed into Zhong Yu's loose white shirt. The fabric retained his clean, refreshing scent wrapping around her like an invisible net. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling as if she had been immersed in a honey pot. A sense of satisfaction seeped through every pore, making her feel like she could. This sensation was so wonderful, more intoxicating than signing a multi-million-dollar contract. She looked at her soaked underwear. There was no way she could wear it tonight. She decided to wash it quickly under the tap, squeezing out some body wash, then walked to the balcony and hung it high on the drying rack. After finishing, she headed toward the bedroom. Along the way, she happily thought that tonight would surely be another delightful evening. However, as soon as she pushed open the bedroom door, she saw Zhong Yu with his back to her, fiddling with something on the bed. He had rolled the quilt into a long strip, then folded it in half, adjusting its position in the middle of the bed, as if constructing some mysterious formation. Mommy, look, Daddy is building a castle. Sui Sui waved her little arms excitedly when she saw her mother. Zhong Yu, engrossed in his work, turned around at the sound. Qiao Qingwu stood at the doorway. The shirt, which fit him perfectly, hung loosely on her, making her appear especially petite and soft. The hem of the shirt barely reached her upper thighs, revealing two pale straight legs that dazzled under the light. Such a tantalizing glimpse was visually striking. Zhong Yu felt a subtle tickle in his heart, an indescribable sensation stirring within him. Qiao Qingwu was wearing his shirt in his room. This inexplicably made him feel as if the distance between them had been shortened. Qiao Qingwu was completely oblivious to the storm in his eyes. She walked over to the bed and was left baffled by the oddly shaped great wall of quilts in the middle. She asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Zhong Yu replied with a serious expression, "I want to use the quilt to keep Sui Sui fixed in the middle so she won't roll around at night and end up sideways at the foot of the bed." Last time, Qiao Qingwu had nearly committed marital homicide, leaving both Zhong Yu and little Zhong Yu traumatized. So he wanted to see if physical methods could correct Sui Sui's thunderous sleeping posture, possibly inherited from her mother. Qiao Qingwu's lips twitched slightly. She stared at the majestic quilt barrier in the middle of the bed, feeling as if the pink bubbles in her mind had been ruthlessly popped. "Are you trying to make Sui Sui into a sandwich?" Qiao Qingwu's voice was unreadable. Zhong Yu replied without looking up, "Not sure if it works, but let's try." Qiao Qingwu gave him a half smile, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. "You're so clever. Who taught you this brilliant idea?" Zhong Yu finally finished and clapped his hands, straightening up. He picked up his phone and showed it to her. "I saw it online. It says it's effective for correcting a baby's sleeping posture." Qiao Qingwu looked at the enthusiastic face of the parenting blogger on the screen and was completely speechless. If she said anything more, she would seem like it, but then she wouldn't be able to hold Zhong Yu. The quilt roll firmly sandwiched Sui Sui in the middle. Sui Sui, however, was delighted by this novel experience, rolling around in the nest formed by the quilt. According to the law of conservation of smiles, if Sui Sui smiled, someone else wouldn't be able to. Who couldn't smile? So hard to guess. Qiao Qingwu lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She turned her head to look at the thick wall-like quilt roll, feeling irritated, and closed her eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhong Yu also lay down and began telling Sui Sui a bedtime story. His gentle voice echoed in the room. Once upon a time, on a distant farm, there was a farmer who raised two very cute little pigs. One day, the farmer found the pig pen door open and the two little pigs were missing. Can you guess why? Sui Sui thought hard and shook her head. "I don't know. Why?" Zhong Yu smiled and lowered his voice even more. "Because those two little pigs sneaked out to listen to my story." Well, there it was. Qiao Qingwu, who had been pretending to be dead beside him, had also been eavesdropping. Now she was insulted. She felt even more aggrieved. Qiao Qingwu opened her eyes and said in a hollow voice, "If Sui Sui and I are piglets, then you're a pig too." Zhong Yu retorted matter-of-factly, "In the farmer." Qiao Qingwu sneered and immediately struck back. "Farmers and pigs have reproductive isolation. They can't produce piglets." Zhong Yu was choked by her words. Who had upset her again? Hadn't he been going along with her all day? Soon Sui Sui's even breathing came from the bed. The little one had fallen asleep. Zhong Yu reached out and turned off the bedside lamp. At 3 a.m, the night was thick and silence reigned. In the bedroom, 2 steady deep breaths. One belonged to Sui Sui, the other to Zhong Yu. Meanwhile, Qiao Qingwu slowly opened her eyes in the darkness. "Zhong Yu," she called out softly, barely a whisper. There was no response from the person beside her. Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath, cautiously lifted the thin blanket on her side, and sat up. Her heart raced uncontrollably, thumping loudly. She leaned over and picked up the small bundle inside the quilt roll. Sui Sui was soft and sound asleep, her little mouth smacking as if dreaming of something sweet. Qiao Qingwu held her daughter and gently placed her at the foot of the bed, covering her with a small blanket. Next, she slowly moved the tightly rolled quilt aside bit by bit until the middle of the bed was clear of any obstacle. Only then did Qiao Qingwu lie back down, and like a little cat, she silently crept toward the source of warmth. She stretched out her arm, contentedly hugging Zhong Yu from behind, and rubbed her cheek against him. Satisfaction. Qiao Qingwu greedily inhaled his scent, feeling as if she had soaked in warm water, every pore relaxed with pleasure. This was right, this was the beautiful night she wanted. A smug smile secretly curved on Qiao Qingwu's lips in the darkness. When Zhong Yu woke up tomorrow morning, he would find Sui Sui had rolled to the foot of the bed again, and he would surely think that the online trick was useless. Next time he definitely wouldn't bother with such fancy stuff. Qiao Qingwu mentally applauded her own cleverness, closed her eyes with a contented smile, and fell into a deep sleep. However, just as the family of three sank into a sweet dream in the corner of the bedroom, sealing the surveillance camera of the smart home system, Little Fish, was flickering with a faint. It faithfully recorded Qiao Qingwu's entire midnight operation. In his sleep, Zhong Yu felt something gently pressing against his palm over and over again. His fingers twitched. It was not intentional, merely an instinctive reaction caught between waking and dreaming. His consciousness, still submerged in dreams, his body seemed to be roused by something else first. The object in his palm was soft, warm, and carried a slight weight. Zhong Yu's fingers unconsciously curled, causing the thing to deform slightly under his pressure, then spring back into shape when he relaxed. It was as if it possessed its own life, its own heartbeat. No, that was exactly a heartbeat. Zhong Yu's eyes snapped open. The sight before him made his brain short-circuit. As expected, Qiao Qingwu had rolled into his arms again. But this time the posture was unlike any before. Previously they would be face-to-face at most, she would cling to him like an octopus. This time the two of them were nestled together like two perfectly fitting spoons. Her back pressed tightly against his chest, her curves exquisite. Meanwhile his arm had naturally wound around her waist in a protective gesture, but his palm rested upon her chest. Through that thin layer of his white shirt, the fullness of Qiao Qingwu's breasts pressed completely against the base of his palm. They rose and fell with her steady breathing. Beneath his palm came the thumping of her heartbeat, merging and resonating with the sudden acceleration of his own. He froze entirely. So what he had unconsciously held in his dream was... Damn! A chill ran through Zhong Yu's scalp, and he yanked his hand back like lightning. Qiao Qingwu, still lost in sleep, seemed disturbed by the sudden movement. A soft, reluctant whimper escaped her throat, tender and mildly discontented. Then she turned over facing him now and adjusted her position, as if finding a more comfortable spot before drifting back to sleep. Zhong Yu's breath instantly became ragged. He saw that the top two buttons of the oversized shirt she wore had been rubbed open at some point. Through the open collar, he could vaguely glimpse a stretch of snowy, smooth skin. His breathing grew heavy, and he immediately averted his gaze, staring fixedly at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. He remembered. Last night Qiao Qingwu had bathed Sui Sui, and her top got wet. Her bra must have been soaked through too. There was no way she could sleep in it. So under that shirt she was braless. Zhong Yu lowered his gaze to his own hands, the ones that had just committed an unforgivable sin. An uncontrollable thought surfaced in his mind. They say a man's hand is like a built-in navigation system, unerring, automatically seeking its target. So was this instinct without instruction. He then glanced at Qiao Qingwu sleeping soundly beside him, and a strange sense of balance returned. Between him and Qiao Qingwu neither could cast the first stone. Qiao Qingwu was restless in her sleep, adopting all kinds of bizarre positions. And now it seemed his hands weren't so well behaved either. With that thought, Zhong Yu looked at the woman in his arms. He reached out his misbehaving hand, and with deliberate care fastened the two loose buttons on her shirt all the way to the top. Only then did he let out a slow breath, the restlessness in his chest calming slightly. Yet the peace lasted less than a second. As if governed by some instinctual mechanism, Qiao Qingwu's limbs naturally wound around him, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Her breath brushed the side of his neck, her hair grazed his skin, tickling slightly, and a faint fragrance lingered at his nose. In previous instances, Zhong Yu's instinctive reaction had been to pry her off and flee. But today he suddenly realized the ancient phrase warm fragrance and soft jade truly captured its exquisite meaning. Omitted due to content overlap, retained as but today he suddenly realized that the phrase warm fragrance and soft jade truly embodied the exquisiteness of ancient wordcraft. Qiao Qingwu was like some harmless little creature instinctively seeking, trusting, and relying on him in her most vulnerable state of sleep. What ill intent could she have? Zhong Yu turned his head to glance at the curtains. The heavy blackout fabric shut out all light, leaving the bedroom as dark as night. He couldn't tell what time it was, whether dawn had broken. But regardless, a sense of laziness welled up inside him. He simply wanted to lie here a little longer like this. He stopped resisting and instead adjusted their position slightly so that her head rested more comfortably in the crook of his arm. The room fell back into silence. Before Zhong Yu could drift off again, the person in his arms stirred. Qiao Qingwu felt the soft pillow beneath her cheek and rubbed against it contentedly. This pillow had warmth, the heartbeat was solid and comforting. Without opening her eyes, she knew it was alive, her masterpiece from 3 in the morning. As consciousness gradually returned, Qiao Qingwu opened her eyes in the darkness. The room was pitch black, she had no idea what time it was. She stealthily scooted toward her nightstand, and like a thief, pulled out her phone to check. 7 in the morning. Her internal clock was indeed punctual. Just then an incoming call lit up the screen. The ringtone was about to sound, but Qiao Qingwu was quick. Afraid of waking Zhong Yu beside her and Sui Sui at the foot of the bed, she pressed the answer button the moment the first note rang out. She pressed the phone tightly to her ear, her voice barely a whisper. Hello. Zhong Yu's ears pricked. He heard a man's voice on the other end, but couldn't make out the words. He only heard Qiao Qingwu reply softly, 9 o'clock, right? Okay, I understand. As she spoke, she instinctively turned her head, her gaze falling on Zhong Yu's sleeping face. A sharply defined profile, seemingly deeply and peacefully asleep. Her gaze then shifted to Sui Sui. The little one slept like a little piglet, utterly adorable. After a few brief exchanges, she ended the call. She placed the phone back on the nightstand, confirmed that Zhong Yu was still asleep, and then moved back, resting her head again in the crook of his arm, closing her eyes to linger a little longer. She did not feel how wildly the heart of the person beside her was pounding. Had Qiao Qingwu looked closely at his face at that moment, she would have noticed his lashes trembling uncontrollably. After lying there a while longer, Qiao Qingwu finally got up, reluctantly moving quietly as she slipped out of bed. She intended to go to the balcony off the living room to retrieve her. Stepping onto the balcony, the morning light had not yet fully dispelled the thin mist. On the drying rack, her black bra, Zhong Yu's white t-shirt, and Sui Sui's little dress hung side by side. A gentle breeze stirred the three garments, brushing them against each other intimately. One lightly grazing the other, an accidental touch, the fabric rubbing together, creating a strange closeness, as if they had always belonged together inseparably. Qiao Qingwu watched, and an indescribable warmth slowly spread through her heart. She took her bra into the bathroom, ready to change. The moment she closed the door, she sensed a slight discomfort in her body. Sure enough, her period had come early. Her cycle had always been as punctual as her biological clock, so this early arrival was rather strange. But aside from that, Qiao Qingwu felt something even more peculiar. In the past, during her period, her chest would feel swollen and painful, as if blocked, heavy and uncomfortable, draining all her energy. The level of pain was roughly equivalent to a man being struck, without warning, in his most vulnerable spot. Qiao Qingwu had even consulted a doctor about it. The doctor said it was due to severe stagnation of qi and blood in her body, not a major issue, and could be relieved by gentle self-massage to clear the blockage. But this time she surprisingly felt no chest pain at all. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. She tentatively pressed her chest, but there was no pain whatsoever. Strange, she murmured to herself. Could she have massaged it unconsciously in her sleep? Qiao Qingwu tilted her head. How had this chronic ailment healed without medicine? It was truly odd. Matters that couldn't be understood were best set aside for now. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Qiao Qingwu raised her hands to remove her white blouse. Her gaze suddenly fell upon the collar of her blouse, snapping her to alertness. The top two buttons were fastened perfectly snugly in place. Wait. Qiao Qingwu blinked, a cloud of doubt drifting through her mind. She clearly remembered that before bed last night, she had unfastened two buttons because they felt too tight and uncomfortable around her neck. What was happening now? Had they grown legs and crawled back into their buttonholes? She extended her slender fingers and touched the two fastened buttons. Who had buttoned them for her? There were only three people in the bedroom: herself, Sui Sui, and unbidden Zhong Yu's face surfaced in Qiao Qingwu's mind. Could it be him? Qiao Qingwu felt a hint of amusement, yet the thought also seemed absurd. Why would he do that? There was no reason for it. Besides, he had been sleeping soundly just now. How could he have gotten up to button her shirt? But, ruling out absurd possibilities like ghosts in the night, the remaining answer, no matter how incredible, had to be the truth. Qiao Qingwu looked at herself in the mirror, her gaze growing distant. The buttons, and her vanished chest tightness and pain. These two seemingly unrelated matters now eerily connected in her mind. Qiao Qingwu's breath grew slightly unsteady. A bold idea struck her mind like a bolt of electricity. If Zhong Yu had indeed buttoned her shirt in the middle of the night, could it be that while she was asleep he had? Qiao Qingwu reached out, her fingertips trembling, and gently pressed her chest. Through the thin blouse, she seemed to feel a lingering warmth. Her fair cheeks visibly began to flush from the roots of her ears, spreading all the way to her neck. Qiao Qingwu stared at her reflection, face crimson, eyes flustered, and covered her face with her hands. She felt as if she were going mad. Qiao Qingwu changed her clothes and slowly emerged from the bathroom. In the kitchen, Zhong Yu was already preparing breakfast. Morning light fell upon him, making even his silhouette appear exceptionally fresh. The aroma of food filled the air. Everything seemed so normal, so full of the warmth of life. Watching him, those absurd thoughts began to race through her mind again. How could she think of him that way? She bit her lip, trying to steady her chaotic breath, and walked over, feigning nonchalance. Zhong Yu heard her approach, turned to look, and then his gaze lingered. Is it hot? Why is your face so red? Qiao Qingwu touched her cheek, the heat radiating from her skin, making her feel guilty. I'm fine, she said, immediately averting her eyes. Zhong Yu didn't press further, but spoke with a hint of self-deprecation. It seems using the blanket to block Sui Sui last night didn't work. He sighed. This morning she somehow ended up at the foot of the bed again. His tone carried a touch of helplessness and confusion, as if he truly sensed nothing amiss, completely unaware that she might be the one behind it all. Qiao Qingwu let out a long sigh of relief. But immediately a wave of intense guilt washed over her. It felt as if she were a shameless woman taking advantage, while Zhong Yu was the innocent young man kept in the dark. Qiao Qingwu, how could you be so spineless? Why at the mere sight of Zhong Yu do lewd thoughts flood your mind? She had even judged him by her own petty standards, assuming he like her would scheme to cuddle and embrace during sleep for his own benefit. He was just a father trying to give his daughter a good night's sleep. What other intentions could he have? Zhong Yu's only concern was scientific parenting and preventing the child from rolling. Meanwhile, she was thinking about how to move the child aside for her own groping. How could the gap between two people be so vast? Breakfast is ready. Zhong Yu's voice interrupted her reverie. Breakfast was simple fried eggs, toast, and hot milk. He carried the plates out of the kitchen and went to the bedroom to wake Sui Sui. From the bedroom came the little one's grumbling sounds. After a while, a small figure with a messy bedhead emerged, rubbing her eyes. Sui Sui saw Zhong Yu and stretched out her chubby little arms. "Daddy, carry me." Zhong Yu picked her up, planted a kiss on her fair cheek, took her to wash up, and then set her down at the table. The family of three sat around the small dining table. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Zhong Yu sat opposite Qiao Qingwu, watching her. She usually ate with focus, but today she was poking at the fried egg on her plate with her little fork, her gaze wandering somewhere else. Zhong Yu glanced at her several times before finally asking, "Are you feeling unwell?" Qiao Qingwu paused, looked up at him, and quickly shook her head. "No." She answered too quickly, which only made her seem guilty. Zhong Yu clearly didn't believe her. The way she looked, she was either in a bad mood or feeling unwell. He didn't press further, and the table fell silent. Only the sound of Sui Sui munching on her food could be heard. After a while, seeing Qiao Qingwu still not eating, Zhong Yu casually reminded her, "It's already past 8, you know. Don't you have something at 9? His words hung in the air for a long moment before he seemed to realize he had spoken too hastily. Qiao Qingwu also reacted. She stopped poking her egg, slowly raised her head, and fixed her gaze on him. Zhong Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately turned his face away, pretending to casually pick up a fried egg and place it in Sui Sui's bowl. "Sui Sui, have another egg so you'll grow tall." He dared not look at Qiao Qingwu, but he could clearly feel her eyes locked onto him. After several seconds, Qiao Qingwu's gaze turned meaningful. A faint smile curled at the corner of her lips as she spoke slowly. "You were awake long ago, weren't you? You were pretending to sleep." At the small dining table, the air around them suddenly grew thin. Zhong Yu's Adam's apple bobbed. Damn it, he had let it slip. Silence fell. He thought there was always something between them. Spring rolls, Sichuan pepper clams, worth to share. He felt Qiao Qingwu's gaze grow direct, carrying an unspoken implication. Since things had come to this, pretending to be clueless was futile. Zhong Yu stopped dodging. He lifted his eyes, meeting her gaze calmly. "Yes, that's right. I was awake." He admitted it bluntly. "I also heard you on the phone." His tone shifted, carrying a hint of urging. "So, eat up quickly. It's almost 9. If you dawdle any longer, you'll—" This attempt to brush things off did not escape Qiao Qingwu's notice. Instead of moving, she leisurely picked up her phone. Right in front of Zhong Yu, she dialed a number. As soon as the other party answered, she said, "I've run into an urgent matter here. Postpone the 9 o'clock arrangement. They'll notify you of the specific time." As she spoke, her eyes never left Zhong Yu. His eyelids twitched at her words. Qiao Qingwu hung up and gently placed her phone back on the table. She folded her arms on the table, leaning forward slightly, clearly determined to get to the bottom of things today. Her eyes were clear like little hooks. "All right, now I'm not in a hurry." She asked, "So why were you pretending to be asleep?" Zhong Yu understood the subtext in her words. Why had he shown no reaction upon waking, continuing to feign sleep, letting her pillow on his arm and nestling in his embrace? Zhong Yu's mind raced, a flash of inspiration striking. He let out an "oh" and tossed the question back. "What about you? After you hung up, why didn't you go back to your side, but instead burrowed into my arms?" Qiao Qingwu was speechless. Her mind buzzed. Damn, in her eagerness to catch him faking sleep, she had forgotten that she had willingly thrown herself into his arms after waking. He had caught her in another loophole. Seeing her momentarily flustered expression, Zhong Yu decided to press his advantage and seize the initiative. After all, he spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of resignation and magnanimity. "This isn't the first time you've taken advantage of me. I figured you were doing it unconsciously in your sleep, so I let it slide." At these words, Qiao Qingwu's cheeks instantly grew warm. Unconscious actions? Far from it. She had knowingly broken the rules, as she had long harbored the intent. Not only was she conscious, but she had even moved her own daughter aside like an obstacle in the dead of night to make room for herself. Qiao Qingwu looked at the man before her, her gaze flickering. In the end, she couldn't hold back. She spoke with some difficulty. "So the buttons on my shirt. Did you button them?" Zhong Yu's expression remained unchanged at the question. He merely raised a hand to scratch the tip of his nose. "Yeah," he answered without any pretense. Qiao Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. So it was him. Before she could ponder what this signified, Zhong Yu's next words came. "You were exposed at the time. Your shirt collar was quite wide." Qiao Qingwu was stunned. Exposed. Her thoughts momentarily disconnected. She hadn't expected such a plain and simple reason. His frank admission only made her feel more like a female rogue. Recalling the image of herself taking advantage of him in the dark of night, a surge of guilt welled up in Qiao Qingwu. But guilty as she was, she would never admit it. Qiao Qingwu blushed, her gaze darting away. "I see. So I should thank you." Zhong Yu waved his hand generously, his expression still composed. "Oh, no need for thanks. It was no trouble." He paused, his dog-like eyes carrying a hint of seriousness mixed with a lecturing tone. "But your sleeping habit isn't great. This time it was me, and I knew someone else might not be so kind." His tone had a smug, almost irritating self-praise. Qiao Qingwu pursed her lips, sensing something off in his words. Realizing it, she couldn't help but retort word by word. "If it were someone else, I wouldn't be lying in the same bed sleeping with them." At this, Zhong Yu's expression turned somewhat ambiguous. He let out a slow "oh." His clear eyes met hers directly, his tone rising at the end. That's true, huh? The atmosphere at the table grew subtly tense because of these words. Beside them, Sui Sui remained unaffected, focused on nibbling her egg like a carefree little hamster. After a few seconds of silence, Zhong Yu broke it. He reached out and gently tousled Sui Sui's fluffy little head, his movements tender. Sui Sui, he asked, genuinely curious, were you uncomfortable sleeping in the blanket castle last night? Hearing her father's question, Sui Sui immediately put down her egg and shook her head, her few stray hairs bobbing along. Not at all. Her little voice was sweet and soft, tinged with excitement. I thought it was so much fun. Zhong Yu furrowed his brow slightly, as if pondering a profound, that's strange, he muttered, turning to look at Qiao Qingwu. Then why did the little one end up at the foot of the bed, even with a blanket blocking her? Is the foot of the bed her fixed respawn point? Here it came. Was he still suspicious? Qiao Qingwu let out a quiet breath, striving to keep her composure. All right, she said casually, picking up her phone and opening an interface. I looked at a parenting blog this morning specifically about children's sleep. She turned the phone screen toward Zhong Yu. See, this blogger says it's normal for kids to roll around in their sleep. Qiao Qingwu pointed at the text on the screen, her tone calm, as if she herself were the expert. This often means the child is in deep sleep, and at this age they're in a rapid growth phase with abundant energy. She paused, emphasizing, if you deliberately try to fix a child's sleeping position, it can affect their sleep quality and physical development. A set of theories well-founded and irrefutable. Zhong Yu's gaze darted between the phone screen and Qiao Qingwu's earnest face. The confusion in his eyes seemed to be genuinely cleared. That makes some sense. Zhong Yu stroked his chin, lost in thought. Soon the two aligned their understanding and reached a consensus. So in the end it all comes down to Sui Sui having too much energy. That's actually a good thing, right? At that moment by the table, Sui Sui was diligently stuffing food into her mouth. Her little mouth was bulging, her cheeks moving as she chewed. Munching away, she suddenly looked up, her big eyes innocent, staring at her parents. Not again, me. In the end, whether driven by personal motives or the noble goal of not restraining a child, both decided to let it be. After all, as long as the child is happy. Sui Sui patted her little belly with satisfaction after finishing breakfast. She slid down from her dining chair swiftly, her short legs moving quickly as she scurried to the sofa. Xiao Yu, turn on the TV for me. I want to watch Peppa Pig. A mechanical voice responded, okay, turning on the TV and playing Peppa Pig for you. Soon the familiar theme song of the cartoon echoed in the living room. At the dining table, Zhong Yu's gaze fell on Qiao Qingwu's plate, which was barely touched. Then his eyes shifted back to her pale face. He frowned slightly. Are you sure you're not feeling unwell? Your complexion doesn't look good. Qiao Qingwu looked up, pausing for a moment. In her view, asking once was merely a polite gesture anyone could offer. But this persistent second inquiry suggested he wasn't just asking casually. He had truly noticed the subtle change in her face. She had always been the indomitable Qiao Qingwu. It seemed few ever looked past her tough exterior to ask sincerely if she was truly unwell. In that moment she suddenly felt like yielding. Like a hedgehog bristling with spikes, after confirming the other meant no harm, it cautiously revealed its soft belly. Qiao Qingwu pressed her pale lips together, her voice low. Actually, I am a bit uncomfortable. It's my period. I have no appetite. After speaking, she added habitually, but I'm used to it. It's minor, nothing serious. Zhong Yu nodded. Then go rest, he said naturally. Whether you want to lie down or sit, do whatever makes you comfortable. He didn't say more and took the plates into the kitchen. Soon he emerged from the kitchen. Zhong Yu put on his shoes at the entrance and said to the mother and daughter in the living room, I'm stepping out for a bit. He'll be back soon. Qiao Qingwu leaned on the sofa, watching him open the door and leave a faint unease stirring within her. She was feeling unwell, and though she knew he might have things to do, an inexplicable emptiness settled in her heart. Sui Sui looked up from the cartoon, trotted over to Qiao Qingwu on her short legs, and grabbed her arm with small hands. Mommy, are you unhappy? Qiao Qingwu stroked her fluffy little head and shook her head. Not long after Zhong Yu returned. He carried a convenience store bag and walked straight to the living room. Qiao Qingwu watched him, about to ask, when he began pulling items out of the bag one by one. A fluffy hot water bottle, warming patches, brown sugar, ginger tea, ibuprofen. Finally, 2 delicately packaged strawberry small cakes. Qiao Qingwu sat on the sofa dazed. She stared at the neatly arranged pile on the coffee table, unable to process what was happening. You went out to buy these? Zhong Yu hummed in affirmation. I usually don't need these at home, so we had none. I had to make a quick trip to get them. Qiao Qingwu's gaze fell on the 2 strawberry cakes. And the cakes, eh? Zhong Yu pushed the cakes toward her. I noticed you barely touched breakfast. Maybe it was too bland. He scratched his head as if uncertain himself. I don't know much about this, but I remember my mom always craved something sweet during such times. So I guess this might help. Eating something sweet can lift your spirits. Qiao Qingwu felt as if something had gently struck her heart. It didn't hurt, instead a subtle, tingling warmth spread through her bloodstream. During her period, she indeed craved sweets. She narrowed her eyes, lounging on the sofa, tilting her head back lazily to look at him. You seem quite knowledgeable, she teased. You've prepared even more thoughtfully than I would. Hearing her light remark, Zhong Yu's survival instinct kicked in instantly. He still remembered how his mother, Miss Song Linxiu, would become a ticking time bomb of irritability during her time of the month, and his father would bear the brunt. So the Qiao Qingwu before him now was definitely not to be provoked. She needed to be handled gently. He straightened up immediately and explained earnestly, I just called my mom for advice. Pure theory, no practical experience. I've never prepared these for anyone before. His eager attempt to clear himself made Qiao Qingwu want to laugh. She felt as if Zhong Yu saw her as a child in need of care, clumsily, yet thoughtfully preparing everything for her. Just as a warmth filled her heart, a familiar ache tugged at her lower abdomen. She instinctively bent over, pressing her hand to her belly, gently rubbing it. Zhong Yu immediately crouched down, meeting her eyes. Does it hurt a lot? Qiao Qingwu frowned, fine sweat beading on her temples, forcing out a few words. It's fine. It'll pass soon. Seeing her stubbornly enduring, Zhong Yu directly handed her the ibuprofen and a glass of warm water. Take the painkiller first. I told you before that you're stubborn, but you wouldn't admit it. Zhong Yu looked at her, his tone turning serious. If you're uncomfortable, you need to speak up. If you don't, how will others know how to help you? Life coach teacher Zhong was back in action. Qiao Qingwu looked up at him. His puppy dog eyes were clear, reflecting her slightly disheveled face at that moment. She remained silent, took the medicine and water, and swallowed. Watching Zhong Yu, she spoke almost involuntarily. Then, could you rub my belly for me? Hearing this, Zhong Yu visibly relaxed. A smile spread across his face as he joked, that's more like it. Technician no. Aide is back on duty. Guaranteed satisfaction. Qiao Qingwu leaned into the soft cushions of the sofa covered with a thin blanket. She ate the strawberry cake, the cream melting on her tongue, lifting her spirits. Zhong Yu sat beside her, his warm, large hand pressed against her lower abdomen through the fabric, making slow, gentle circles with just the right amount of pressure. The pain seemed to ease considerably. Qiao Qingwu speared a strawberry from the cake with her fork, stared at it, and suddenly remarked, You're good at growing strawberries, aren't you? Zhong Yu's hand focused on rubbing her belly suddenly stopped. He couldn't believe what had heard, slowly raising his head with a look of utter shock. Had she just said something scandalous? Seeing his reaction, Qiao Qingwu paused for a few seconds before hastily explaining, No, I meant real strawberries. She spoke quickly. Sui Sui said you planted cherry tomatoes, cherries and strawberries in that small garden at Lanting in the future. And they're especially sweet and delicious. Sui Sui, overhearing, turned and nodded. Daddy, strawberries and cherries are the sweetest, confirming her mother's words. Zhong Yu let out a sigh of relief. So that was it. Why bring that up now? He asked, resuming his steady motions. Qiao Qingwu popped the strawberry into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and wrinkled her nose in slight distaste. Because the strawberries on this cake aren't sweet. Zhong Yu blurted out, Really? Let me taste. He reached for the other cake. At the same time, Qiao Qingwu naturally picked up a strawberry from her plate with her fork and brought it to his lips. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Zhong Yu was stunned, staring at the strawberry so close, and Qiao Qingwu's hand holding the fork. Qiao Qingwu also realized this gesture seemed inappropriate. Too intimate. Her face flushed, and she instinctively began to withdraw her hand. Too late. Zhong Yu caught her wrist just as she started to pull back. His fingers were warm, his grip gentle, yet firm enough to keep her from pulling away. He lowered his head and ate the strawberry from her fork. Then he looked up, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. I think it's pretty sweet. The warmth of Zhong Yu's palm seemed to radiate through her. Qiao Qingwu felt so comfortable that she floated in a daze, her mind sluggish and utterly unwilling to. This sensation of being tenderly cared for made her drop all her defenses, her entire body softening. She simply wanted to soak in this languid bliss forever. So when Zhong Yu said he wanted to taste, her first instinct was that he meant the piece she was eating. Without a second thought, she acted as naturally as feeding Sui Sui. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. It wasn't until Zhong Yu released her wrist that her mind finally rebooted. Qiao Qingwu hastily pulled back her hand, lowered her head, and continued scooping cake, pretending to be busy. Really? Maybe you were just lucky and got a sweet one. The two I had earlier weren't sweet at all. Zhong Yu looked at her and shook his head earnestly. Not necessarily. He drawled slowly. I think it might not be my luck, but your touch. If I had picked that strawberry myself, it probably wouldn't have been this sweet. As he finished speaking, Qiao Qingwu forked another strawberry into her mouth. Still not sweet. Zhong Yu watched her expression, which looked as if she had been bullied by the strawberry, and chuckled inwardly. Where had that domineering CEO aura from the morning gone? After just a belly rub and a wrist grab, she had turned into a fool. Yet to Zhong Yu the word fool was a compliment. Though originally an insult, ever since some genius coined idiot fool had taken on a more ambiguous, affectionate tone. He looked at Qiao Qingwu with a mischievous glint. How about this when we get back to Lanting, I'll plant strawberries on you. He added with an obvious attempt at innocence. I mean real, edible strawberries, of course. His words deepened the blush on her cheeks, leaving her somewhat exasperated. Curiosity got the better of her. You actually know how to do that. You've learned quite a variety of things. Zhong Yu smiled, his hands continuing their gentle massage. Actually, I don't know how yet. He admitted frankly, but I will soon. He paused. These days, whatever you want to learn, there are tutorials online. Watch them a couple of times, and you can do anything. Just then a phone ringtone cut through. The screen of Zhong Yu's phone on the coffee table lit up, showing an incoming call from his mother. His hand stilled. Qiao Qingwu lifted her eyelids, her voice soft and languid. I'm much better now. Go ahead and answer it. Zhong Yu acknowledged, pulling the thin blanket up over her and tucking in the edges before rising to grab his phone and walk to the balcony. As soon as the call connected, Song Linxia's vigorous voice rang out. Little fish, tell me the truth, are you in a relationship? Direct, blunt, straight to the point with no preamble. Zhong Yu snapped to full attention. Mom, why are you suddenly asking this? Suddenly, Song Linxiu scoffed on the other end. You use people when you need them and ignore them when you don't, is that it? You just called me in a panic asking what to prepare for a girl during her period, how to take care of her, what to watch out for. Questions firing off like a machine gun, then you hung up with that, and now you have time to ask me why I'm asking suddenly. Zhong Yu's mind raced, searching for a plausible explanation. What girl? There's no girl. He insisted stubbornly. Song Linxia's voice rose a notch. No girl? Then what is it, your own period? Zhong Yu. Mom, I was asking for a friend. He pulled out the universal excuse. A friend. Song Linxia's tone dripped with worldly disdain. Which friend got you so? Let me tell you, I've been a high school homeroom teacher for 20 years. I can see right through you little rascal's tricks. Zhong Yu felt his scalp tingle. Damn, he had forgotten what his mother did for a living. Song Linxiu snorted on the line, then abruptly shifted her tone, becoming earnest. Son, after you graduated high school, your father and I have rarely interfered with you, right? This sudden sentimentality caught Zhong Yu off guard. He paused. So you need to take your own affairs seriously? Song Linxia's voice softened with maternal warmth. Our neighbor old Wang's son, 5 years older than you, his wife, just gave birth. A little girl so adorable, all soft and squishy. I went to see her yesterday. Zhong Yu listened, a vein throbbing in his forehead. I know I'm getting off track. Song Linxiu interrupted herself, her tone turning eager again. You can't pop out a kid that fast anyway. What I mean is you should start dating first. Zhong Yu held his head on the verge of tears. Who would have thought? The kid was already here, but the romance hadn't even started. You're 21 and not dating. You planning to wait until you're 50 for a twilight romance? Song Linxia's tongue was as sharp as poison. Besides, I don't have any strict requirements for who you date. Zhong Yu said, I know. You've said it before, as long as they're an adult and intend to live a good life together. Unexpectedly, Song Linxiu launched into a lengthy speech. When you're looking for a partner, looks and figure aren't the most important things. She cleared her throat and began listing. First, they should be diligent, preferably able to cook, know how to live, and keep the home in order. Second, they can't be too delicate, not throwing a tantrum over every little thing, demanding to be carried or held. Also, they shouldn't be too career-driven or strong-willed. A girl, after all, should prioritize the family. Zhong Yu listened to this list that rivaled a job posting and couldn't help but interrupt. Mom, you call that no requirements? This isn't finding a daughter-in-law, you're trying to be a wicked mother-in-law. He paused, feeling he should give her a heads up. But Mom, regarding your requirements. He glanced back into the living room at Qiao Qingwu, who was lounging comfortably on the sofa, and said slowly, I might just happen to like the exact opposite. The line went silent for a long moment. Finally, Song Linxia's voice returned, brimming with barely concealed excitement and triumph. You little rascal. I knew you were lying. I finally got you to spill the beans. Spill it now. Whose daughter is it? Zhong Yu. Careless. The old fox was still the sharpest. His little tricks might fool Qiao Qingwu. But against his mother, a veteran of catching early romances for 20 years, he was just a kindergartner. Zhong Yu felt that his last remark was basically sticking his head into his mother's noose. And those random requirements, just now. All made up, of course. You can love whoever you want. Song Linxia's tone shifted. Mainly, I'm still waiting to pass down the set of heirloom jade jewelry your grandmother gave me. Zhong Yu sighed helplessly into the phone. I know. I won't let the Zhong family line end. After hanging up, Song Linxiu fell into deep thought. Her son said he liked the opposite of the requirements she had listed. Song Linxiu ran it through her mind. She had thought there might be a spark between her son and Xiao Qiao last time. But in her memory, Xiao Qiao was aloof and cool, an icy beauty, very independent. Not at all the type to be delicate, throw tantrums, or ask for hugs and kisses. Song Linxiu sighed. It seemed there was still no chance for her son and Xiao Qiao. Zhong Yu hung up the phone and returned to the living room, where Qiao Qingwu had already risen from the sofa. The moment he looked up, he saw her standing there, as if waiting for him. Her complexion had improved significantly. Her lips were no longer as pale as they had been during breakfast, now touched with color, and a faint blush graced her cheeks. Qiao Qingwu clutched the delicate paper bag she had brought yesterday, her gaze burning as she looked at him. I have something to give you. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. He remembered that little paper bag. Yesterday he had tried to help her carry it, but she had dodged away like a kitten protecting its food. He had been curious then about what treasure it held so mysterious that she wouldn't even let him touch it. Recalling her words from yesterday, a smile tugged at his lips. Is this the legendary, very useful treasure? Qiao Qingwu nodded solemnly. She glanced at Sui Sui, who was absorbed in watching television, and lowered her voice. Let's talk over at the dining table. They walked over one after the other. As Zhong Yu passed the sofa, he casually picked up the thin blanket and draped it over her shoulders as they walked. Qiao Qingwu paused for a moment, said nothing, but pulled the blanket tighter around herself. By the dining table, Zhong Yu pulled out a chair and sat down, finding her serious, reedy for-battle expression amusing. What is it so formal? Qiao Qingwu took a deep breath and pulled the contents out of the paper bag. It was a small, deep blue velvet jewelry box. It looked exactly like a ring box. Zhong Yu's heart skipped a beat, a wild guess springing to mind. No way it couldn't be, could it? But given the box's size and shape, he couldn't imagine what else it could hold besides a ring. The next second, with a soft click, Qiao Qingwu opened the box. Lying quietly inside was indeed a ring. It was a classic Cartier model interwoven with rose gold, white gold, and yellow gold. Understated yet full of design. Zhong Yu was stunned. He looked down. He was completely frozen. He felt his mind go blank for an instant. Qiao Qingwu pushed the box toward him, a little nervous. It's for you. Zhong Yu took a moment to recover, picked up the water glass on the table, and drank half a glass to calm himself. He set down the glass, looked at her, both amused and helpless. Do you know what it means to give someone a ring? He asked, drawing out his words. Are you proposing to me? Isn't that a bit too fat? Qiao Qingwu's face flushed bright red. No, this is to ward off your romantic rivals. Ward off rivals. Zhong Yu was genuinely confused. Qiao Qingwu, seeing he didn't understand, forced herself to explain. When you reject someone, you say you have someone you like, but there's no proof. That kind of excuse usually only stops the timid ones, not the bold. Zhong Yu, now roughly understanding her train of thought, followed her line of reasoning. So wearing a ring is the proof. Qiao Qingwu nodded emphatically, pushing the velvet box closer to him. Her bright eyes were filled with anticipation, staring straight at him, waiting for his answer. It was as if she wasn't sure he would accept it, or as if she was testing his reaction. This ultimate straightforward pitch left Zhong Yu completely silent. He looked at the ring, then at her expectant, yet nervous face, his heart a mix of emotions. The air was so quiet that only the sound of Peppa Pig from the living room TV could be heard. How to put it, this feeling was surreal. Sui Sui's sudden arrival had skipped all the normal steps, plunging them directly into a life of cohabitation and child-rearing. But Zhong Yu knew very well that their understanding of each other was still far from enough. He didn't know what kind of movies she liked, what music she enjoyed, what her hobbies were, about her family, her upbringing, any interesting stories from her childhood, her plans for the future. He knew none of these things. In his view, if two people were truly going to be together for the long haul, even to the point of marriage, these things were very important. If he couldn't fully understand and know a person, then he felt it wasn't yet time to confess. But Qiao Qingwu was precisely this kind of player who didn't follow the rules. She had no rich romantic experience, nor did she understand those convoluted games of push and pull. Her life motto seemed to be think it then do it. So last time when she saw another girl confess to him, she couldn't hold back, and said she wanted to chase him, her face turning red before she even finished, even though she had no idea how. And this time she managed to explain such an ambiguous act as giving a ring in such a refreshingly straightforward and serious manner. Zhong Yu's heart felt as if it was gently squeezed by a warm hand filled with a dense, aching softness. This clumsy, unscripted charge was too precious. To be treated this way by her was a very fortunate and happy thing. He suddenly felt that if he continued to let her walk forward so anxiously, making her wait and test, then he would be a terrible person. With this in mind, Zhong Yu met Qiao Qingwu's gaze and sighed. You really are an idiot. Qiao Qingwu's heart sank, and she began to panic. Zhong Yu's slender fingers were pinching the small velvet box, the emotion in his eyes unreadable to her. She bit her lip, her voice weakening. So, are you taking this ring or not? Zhong Yu didn't answer, but instead asked a different question. You're a girl taking the initiative to say you want to chase me, and now giving me a ring. Don't you feel you're losing out? Why would I lose out? Qiao Qingwu asked, puzzled. She looked down at the ring, then up at him, her cheeks warm as she added shyly. I have selfish reasons for giving you this ring. I'm chasing you, so I hope you won't be taken away by someone else first. Zhong Yu watched her reddening ears, took the ring from the box, and toyed with it between his fingers, the metallic luster dancing across his clean. Why only one? Don't you have one for yourself? Qiao Qingwu was taken aback, as if she hadn't expected the question. Two would make them a couple's ring, wouldn't it? Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow at that, then in front of her placed the ring back into the velvet box, and closed the lid. So this is just a restraint on me alone. He pushed the box back to her, a smile playing on his lips. Then I won't accept it. The anticipation in Qiao Qingwu's eyes instantly dimmed. Her heart felt like a roller coaster plummeting from the highest point, heavy and aching. Just as she was about to take the ring back, Zhong Yu's next words came. He'll accept your ring when I have one ready for you too. Qiao Qingwu was a bit slow to react. She blinked, taking a long moment to process the information. Did he mean? Zhong Yu looked at her dazed expression, his eyes full of warmth. You've been chasing me so hard, and now you've even brought out a ring. Of course I can't just take all this for granted and do nothing. Amidst the thunderous pounding of Qiao Qingwu's heart, she heard Zhong Yu say, so let me chase you too. Qiao Qingwu's fingers clutching the ring box tightened involuntarily. She stared blankly at Zhong Yu as if all the sounds of the world had vanished, leaving only her unruly heart pounding. Thump, 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 so violently that her eardrum. So let me pursue you this time. Those words looped endlessly in her mind, each character seemingly bolded, highlighted in red, and adorned with flashing neon effects. It wasn't that no one had ever said similar things to her. Those who claimed they wanted to pursue her could stretch from the entrance of Lingua technology all the way to Hangzhou Bridge. But before, whenever some man swore earnestly that he would chase after her, her mind automatically conjured only 4 very rude words. None of my business. It was a pure sense of repulsion, as if she were being harassed. It was as if a sign reading private property, no trespassing stood in her heart. The moment anyone tried to breach it, her first instinct was always to activate the security system and expel the unknown intruder. But now it was Zhong Yu who spoke those words. She felt the entire world brighten, and the air around her turned sweet. She had thought he wouldn't accept her ring, and her heart seemed to plunge straight off a 10,000-foot cliff only to be caught firmly by an invisible hand and returned to her chest. Qiao Qingwu looked at Zhong Yu. His eyes were full of laughter, clean and candid. She felt her cheeks so hot they could fry an egg. It took a long while before she found her voice and spoke. Actually, you don't need to go through all that trouble. I can say yes, but the words barely left her lips before she swallowed them back. No, that would make her seem too eager, as if she couldn't wait to give herself away cheap and unworthy. Her mind was a chaotic mess, and suddenly, she recalled something Zhong Yu had said earlier. Qiao Qingwu tried to compose her face, lifting her chin slightly as she looked at it. She spoke with feigned calm. Are you sure? I'm very hard to win over. But her voice came out weak, lacking conviction. Zhong Yu watched her struggle to maintain a tough facade, and the amusement in his eyes deepened. She tried to uphold her image as the ice-cold CEO, but her reddening ears and slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her. Zhong Yu suppressed the corners of his mouth, playing along with a nod. All right, he drawled lazily, then I'll take it slow. We have plenty of time, no rush. Qiao Qingwu rested her chin on one hand, while the other tightly gripped the small velvet box. She lowered her gaze to the tabletop and murmured softly. Well, not too slow either. Qiao Qingwu felt that in her entire life, she might only experience being pursued this once. Though in her heart she longed to agree on the spot and fast forward to the next step, her reason told her to act reserved and savor the process. After all, being earnestly courted by the one you like, that feeling was actually quite wonderful. Zhong Yu's thoughts aligned with hers in striking harmony. He also hoped she wouldn't agree too quickly. Although their situation was unique, they already had a child. He couldn't let this woman muddle through into a relationship with him. The rituals of romance should not be skipped, the process of pursuit could be a playful back and forth, but the formal confession, the moment of breaking through that paper-thin barrier, had to be initiated by him. He needed time and thought to prepare it properly. At the dining table, both were lost in their own thoughts, and neither spoke. The air was filled with a peculiar sweet atmosphere. In the living room, Sui Sui giggled like a goose while watching Peppa Pig, her crisp laughter the only ornament in the silence. After a while, Qiao Qingwu raised her eyes and met Zhong Yu's gaze. Their eyes locked. After a few seconds, no one knew who started it, but both couldn't help bursting into laughter. The laughter was soft, yet it hooked at the heart, tickling it. What are you laughing at? Zhong Yu asked first. Qiao Qingwu's lips curved upward, a lovely blush blooming on her fair cheeks. She countered, and you? Aren't you laughing too? Yes, both were laughing. Neither knew why. A game of you chase me, I chase you, something only elementary school kids would play. It sounded rather convoluted. Yet the two of them were delighting in it wholeheartedly. Though neither had explicitly said I like you or I love you. But they both understood that the person you like happens to like you back. That is already the most beautiful thing in the world. And they were even luckier than all the lovesick couples in the world, because they knew from the start that they were destined to walk down the aisle and have the cutest daughter in the world. So they had plenty of time to fall in love at a leisurely pace. By the way, come with me to a business dinner later, Qiao Qingwu said, as if a thought had struck her. Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. You want me as your bag carrier? Qiao Qingwu looked at him. Are you unwilling? Zhong Yu instantly pinched his voice, turning it seductive and fawning. Please command me, master. This sudden antics made Qiao Qingwu's mouth twitch. The evening dinner was actually part of her originally planned work. The partner was Yuan Phone Technology, a project with a substantial investment, and its CEO was an elder Qiao Qingwu, deeply respected. So she had to attend this meeting in person. Zhong Yu reverted to his normal voice and asked the key question, what about Sui Sui? Send her back to Lanting and let Aunt May take care of her. Qiao Qingwu took out her phone, a gleam flashing in her beautiful fox-like eyes. Don't we have our Livian babysitter? She quickly sent a message to Qiao Ming. On the other end of the phone, Qiao Ming figured his sister asking such a question meant nothing good and replied at lightning speed. Qiao Qingwu replied, oh, that's a shame. I was going to let you accompany a beautiful woman. 1 second later. Qiao Ming, sis, I suddenly have time. Qiao Qingwu curled her lips into a mischievous grin and continued typing on the screen. Here's the thing, there are two beauties now. One is older, the other young and pretty. Which one do you choose? Qiao Ming replied almost instantly. No need to choose. The young and pretty one, of course. Qiao Qingwu nodded in satisfaction and typed, great, I'll drop Sui Sui off at your place this afternoon. You take her out to play. Oh, I have work to do. The phone went silent for a full minute, then sent a dumbfounded panda emoji sticker. Qiao Qingwu showed the screen to Zhong Yu. Done. The display time for today's chapters 96 and 97 seems off. Just a reminder that both are new content for today, so don't miss chapter 96. After lunch, Qiao Qingwu took Sui Sui to Qiao Ming's place. Zhong Yu was waiting for her in the car downstairs. Qiao Qingwu alone led Sui Sui up the stairs by her little hand. The door opened. Handsome uncle. Sui Sui blinked her big eyes and called out in a sweet milky voice. Qiao Ming, with a head of messy hair, initially looked utterly defeated, but upon seeing Sujui's soft fair little face, his mouth uncontrollably curled up into a standard ant. He gradually lost himself in the repeated cries of handsome uncle. 4 or 5 years old is the most delightful age for human cubs, especially for a top-tier angelic child like Sui Sui. He couldn't resist, absolutely couldn't. Qiao Ming scooped up Sui Sui and planted a kiss on her chubby cheek. Little treasure, what do you want to play? Uncle will play with you. After settling Sui Sui down, Qiao Qingwu and Zhong Yu returned to Linghua Technology together. She had stayed at Zhong Yu's place last night, and needed to go back to the company to change into a spare suit. Additionally, she needed to pick up some documents for the evening's business dinner. The CEO's office had a dedicated lounge complete with a bed, wardrobe, and bathroom. Qiao Qingwu pushed the door open. "Wait for me here." Zhong Yu nodded and naturally returned to his own workstation. Shortly after he sat down, the elevator doors opened with a ding. Qiao Qingwu's secretary Yang Huan hurried over in high heels. Seeing Zhong Yu at his desk, she was dumbfounded. "Zhong Yu, you're here working overtime on the weekend." Yang Huan looked him up and down, her tone full of shock and teasing. "You're way too hard-working. Anyone would think you will." Zhong Yu, hearing this, remained completely unruffled. He said in a deeply affectionate tone with utter seriousness, "The company is my home, and I love work." Yang Huan. Just then the CEO's office door opened. Qiao Qingwu, having changed her clothes, walked out. She wore a white suit skirt, set her long wavy hair draped over her shoulders, her red lips full, exuding an overwhelming aura. Seeing Yang Huan, she reverted to her aloof CEO persona. She said succinctly to Yang Huan, "Zhong Yu will join us for the evening's dinner." The elevator door slid shut. The polished mirror reflected the three figures. Qiao Qingwu handed her bag to Zhong Yu, freeing her hands to adjust her shirt collar. Zhong Yu took it naturally, holding it with one hand in a smooth motion. Yang Huan, following behind, watched their interaction and couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. Something felt off. Her mind instantly flashed through countless cliched CEO romance novel plots. The female CEO and her little assistant, a secret affair in the office. Forget it, she was definitely reading too many novels. Her mind was poisoned. Given Qiao Qingwu's attitude of keeping men at arm's length, if she ever had a sudden whim to date her secretary or assistant, Yang Huan thought her own chances would be better than Zhong. When the three arrived at the restaurant, Yang Huan checked her watch. "Let's head to the private room first." Qiao Qingwu walked at the front, her high heels silent on the soft carpet, but her silhouette radiated authority. Yang Huan's gaze shifted from Qiao Qingwu's back to the bag in Zhong Yu's hand. "I think you're about to get promoted." Carrying a woman's bag, Zhong Yu saw nothing strange about it. He asked Yang Huan, "Why do you say that?" Yang Huan replied with some indignation, "Because you're doing all my old—" She paused, then added, "If I remember correctly, you're the first man in the company to be favored by Qiao Qingwu." "I mean to carry her bag." Zhong Yu raised an eyebrow. "Really? Then I'd better seize this chance and cling to Qiao Qingwu's coattails." Yang Huan let out a chuckle, her eyes carrying a hint of pity. She thought Zhong Yu was like a fearless newborn calf speaking recklessly just because he was handsome. Little did he know Qiao Qingwu was an impenetrable fortress immune to all. Yang Huan patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, having dreams is good, but you need to know when to dream." Zhong Yu chuckled inwardly, but outwardly wore an expression of being taught, nodding. "Thanks for the advice, Sister Huan." Yang Huan nodded approvingly, a teachable lad. She added, "Oh, and tonight the task of shielding Qiao Qingwu from drinks is yours too. That was also my old job." Zhong Yu straightened up, instantly his face serious. Mission. When they reached the private room, the people from Yuanfeng Technology hadn't arrived yet. Zhong Yu, showing great initiative, pulled out the chair next to Qiao Qingwu and sat down firmly, taking the seat to her left. For blocking drinks, sitting close made it easier to operate. Qiao Qingwu glanced at him, pressed her lips together, and said nothing, tacitly accepting his action. Her right-hand seat, according to dining etiquette, was reserved for the main representative of the other company. So Yang Huan sat next to Zhong Yu. But Qiao Qingwu hadn't expected that Yuanfeng Technology would send Gu Yi. The private room door opened, and Gu Yi walked in, tall and poised in a high-end suit. Upon entering, his gaze locked precisely onto Qiao Qingwu, his face wearing a perfectly timed surprised smile, as if he too found this very unexpected. In reality, he wasn't surprised at all. Last time at Teacher Song's dinner, he felt he hadn't performed well, his thunder stolen entirely by Teacher Song's son. As a result, Qiao Qingwu had treated him coldly throughout, leaving a knot of frustration in his heart. He wasn't convinced. So he had pushed hard to make this collaboration between Yuanfeng Technology and Lingwei Technology happen. Qiao Qingwu couldn't dine at Teacher Song's every day, but if he had work-related interactions with her, wouldn't their chances to meet increase? A water tower near the moon gets the moonlight. First, his opportunity was coming again. Gu Yi strode over with long legs and decisively headed for the empty seat to Qiao Qingwu. "What a small world, look at our fate." His confident smile froze on his face as his gaze swept past Qiao Qingwu's other side. Wasn't that Teacher Song's son, Zhong Yu? How was he here again? Was this guy a ghost haunting him? Zhong Yu, seeing that Gu Yi had finally noticed him, proactively picked up the wine glass on the table and raised it in a toast from across the room. "It really is a small world," he said with a friendly smile at Gu Yi. "I'd say we have quite a bit of fate too." Gu Yi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Suppressing his irritation and confusion, he also raised his glass. The two men clinked glasses from afar. Despite the polite pleasantries, the air was unmistakably thick with a silent tension. "The food is here, let's eat and talk," someone called out. Gu Yi took the opportunity to sit in the seat to Qiao Qingwu's right. On the table there were 2 plates of white-cut chicken. One was placed to Qiao Qingwu's left, and the other near Gu Yi, both somewhat far from her, not easily reached, even with an outstretched. Qiao Qingwu glanced at the chicken, then leaned slightly toward Zhong Yu. "Help me get a piece of chicken." Zhong Yu picked up the serving chopsticks and deftly placed a piece into her bowl. Gu Yi saw this. At Teacher Song's dinner last time, Qiao Qingwu had a particular fondness for white-cut chicken. Looking at the chicken near him, he also reached for the serving chopsticks. "This white-cut chicken is indeed well prepared, have some more," he said, already lifting a piece to place into her bowl. The next second Qiao Qingwu raised her hand and gently blocked it with her finger. She looked up and said flatly, "Thank you, but I'm not in the mood for this dish anymore." Gui was taken aback and withdrew his hand somewhat awkwardly. That piece of chicken, neither offering it nor keeping it felt right, ultimately ended up forlornly in his own bowl. He instinctively glanced to the left. Zhong Yu was leisurely helping himself to a piece of chicken, as well a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After this incident, Gui roughly figured out that Teacher Song's son and Qiao Qingwu had known each other for a while, and he even worked at Linghua. Last time at Teacher Song's place, the two of them pretended not to know each other, with that guy calling her sister all the while. Looking back now, he was nothing but a scheming man. A schemer. The epitome of duplicity. The sourness in Gui's heart could almost corrode the table. He was distracted throughout the meal. Midway through, the atmosphere at the dinner table grew livelier. Several leaders from Yuan Phone Technology came over and turned to toast. Generally at such social dinners, Qiao Qingwu would drink a few symbolic glasses, but never let herself get drunk. After 5 or 6 glasses, she felt it was enough. She tilted her head slightly and discreetly glanced at Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu understood instantly. Just as Gui was about to pour her another glass, a hand gently covered Qiao Qingwu's wine glass. Gui looked up and met Zhong Yu's half-smiling expression. Our president, Qiao, has a low tolerance for alcohol. If she drinks any more, it won't be convenient for her to go home. Zhong Yu added with a smile, "I'll drink for her." Gui's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He was just an assistant, so why did that sound so strange? What did he mean by not convenient to go home? As if they lived under the same roof. Qiao Qingwu had a decent sense of her alcohol tolerance. 5 or 6 glasses left her pleasantly tipsy, which was just the right threshold for her social interactions. It wouldn't cause any major problems, certainly not like last time when she got drunk and acted foolishly in front of Zhong Yu. She could still get up on time for work the next day. Every morning, though, Zhong Yu and Qiao Qingwu both left from the same home for the company, they each drove their own cars to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. As soon as Qiao Qingwu entered her office, she noticed 2 items on her desk: an exquisite thermos and a beautifully wrapped bouquet of roses beside it. Her heart stirred. Setting down her bag, she first approached the bouquet and glanced down. The flower arrangement and wrapping were quite refined. Then she opened the thermos, and the sweet, warm aroma of brown sugar ginger tea instantly wafted out. A wave of warmth surged through Qiao Qingwu's heart. Only Zhong Yu knew about her menstrual period. The ginger tea in the thermos. She didn't need to guess who had prepared it. As for the roses beside it, they were clearly a tender surprise. The corners of her mouth involuntarily curved upward, a subtle movement yet enough to betray her good mood. She picked up her phone, took a photo of the thermos and roses, and sent it to Zhong Yu with the message, "Thank you, I really like it." The next second, Zhong Yu replied with a question mark followed by another message, "The ginger tea is mine, but whose are the roses?" Qiao Qingwu stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded. The smile on her face instantly froze. What? He hadn't sent the roses. She realized she had made a huge blunder. Flustered, Qiao Qingwu rummaged through the flowers and sure enough found a small card. "Happy cooperation. There's a new movie, Silent Souls, getting good reviews. Interested in watching it together?" Gui. Qiao Qingwu's expression turned cold in an instant. Without a second thought, she unceremoniously tossed the flowers and the card into the trash bin in the corner of her office. After tossing them, she suddenly remembered something. She fished the card back out of the trash, holding it between her fingers with distaste. For some reason, the more she looked at the flowers, the uglier they seemed. The packaging that had once appeared refined now felt utterly tacky. She took a photo of the card and sent it to Zhong Yu again. "I made a mistake. The flowers were from someone else." She stared at her phone screen, a faint blush rising on her cheeks as her fingers continued typing in the input box. "I knew it. The flowers were so ugly. I've already thrown them." Zhong Yu looked at the messages on his phone and scrolled up through the chat history. Although his name was Zhong Yu, he wasn't like a fish. His memory lasted far longer than 7 seconds. Qiao Qingwu had just said she really liked them moments ago, and now she claimed the flowers were so ugly. He pictured her expression when she sent those 2 messages and couldn't help but let out a low chuckle at his desk. Zhong Yu opened the photo Qiao Qingwu had sent and replied, "Oh, Silent Souls, a horror movie, huh?" His message sent, Qiao Qingwu quickly responded, "What about horror movies? Is there something to it?" A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Zhong Yu's mouth. Was she genuinely clueless, or was she playing dumb? He didn't call her out on it, instead typing slowly, "Look it up online." When a guy asks a girl to watch a horror movie, you know what he's using. After sending that message, there was no response from her for a while. Zhong Yu busied himself with work, occasionally glancing at his phone, but the screen stayed dark. He let it go. After a long pause, a message from Qiao Qingwu popped up again. "Then how about you take me to see that movie today?" Zhong Yu held his phone, leaning back in his chair at first, then slowly leaning forward. He stared at that message, a smile gradually forming on his lips, a hint of teasing in it, but more than that, an indescribable sense of pleasure. He replied, "Oh, are you setting a trap for me?" This time Qiao Qingwu responded quickly, as if she had drafted the reply in advance. "Don't wrong me. What ulterior motives could I have? I just haven't seen a movie in a long time and want a change of pace." He typed, "You're quite cunning." There was a 2-second pause on the other end, followed by another message, "So are you going to take me or not? Is this how you show sincerity when pursuing someone?" Zhong Yu looked at the message on the screen, unable to stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Qiao Qingwu usually appeared cool and composed, but when she wanted something, she could unabashedly act spoiled. If someone else had said those words, he would have thought, wow, such clumsy flirting. Who would fall for that? But coming from Qiao Qingwu, even if the tactic wasn't sophisticated, he felt no resistance whatsoever. Far from resisting, a faint itching sensation stirred in his chest, compelling him to respond. He thought to himself how pathetic he was. This feeling of being effortlessly controlled by her words made him almost look forward to being teased by her, and he relished it. He replied, "I'll check the tickets then." Qiao Qingwu, I suppose, he'll reluctantly agree. Zhong Yu laughed out loud again. Very reluctant indeed. Zhong Yu soon booked the movie tickets online. The film Silent Souls was hardly a blockbuster. There were only a few screenings today, 2 left, one at 6:30 p.m., the other not, until nearly 11 at night. Zhong Yu chose the 6:30 show. After work, they each set off from their own companies, agreeing to meet at the mall where the cinema was located. As Zhong Yu drove all the way there, he mused to himself, splitting up, acting like they were underground agents rendezvousing. This feeling was oddly thrilling, making him feel like a rebellious teenager sneaking around in a first love, his heartbeat quickening. He and Qiao Qingwu could have easily shared a car. It was perfectly natural for an assistant to drive his boss. No one could find fault with that. But both had tacitly chosen to go separately, as if each had some secret mission to carry out. Agreeing on a time and place, they ventured out cautiously, then quietly completed their rendezvous in some obscure corner. This furtive feeling was like they were conspiring to rob a bank, hiding it from the whole world. Yet it was only to watch a movie. Thinking this, Zhong Yu couldn't help but laugh again. Humming a tune, he drove his car into the mall parking lot. On the other side, Qiao Qingwu, usually composed, now had a hint of girlish excitement in her fox-like eyes. Sitting in her car, she lightly gripped the steering wheel but felt her palms slightly damp. Was this her first official date with Zhong Yu? Or more accurately, it was the first date of her life with a man. She felt like a naive girl stepping into the realm of love for the first time, nervous, expectant, and even carrying an indescribable shyness. The cinema was on the 5th. When Zhong Yu arrived, Qiao Qingwu hadn't come yet. He walked to the entrance of the screening hall, hands in his pockets, pulling out his phone to scroll, but his eyes kept darting toward the escalator. Figuring Qiao Qingwu would be there soon, he put away his phone and subtly hid something behind his back. This small gesture was filled with a mix of guilt and anticipation, until the escalator slowly rose and Qiao Qingwu's figure finally came into view. Her seaweed-like black curly hair draped over her shoulders, exuding a cool, yet when she saw Zhong Yu, her pace faltered slightly. She was holding a paper bag which she swung behind her, as if trying to conceal it too. Qiao Qingwu walked up to Zhong Yu, pressing her lips together as if gathering her thoughts. Before she could speak, Zhong Yu was the first to produce a bouquet from behind his back and offered it. "For you." It was a bunch of blue tulips. The color was pure blue, the petals layered, as if capturing the deep hues of the ocean. Qiao Qingwu's gaze flickered, a mix of surprise and shyness. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She parted her lips. What a coincidence. Then she too brought out what she had been hiding. It was a bouquet of sunflowers, their orange-yellow discs, full and vibrant, radiating a bright vitality. Among the sunflowers, a few jasmine blossoms were scattered. Zhong Yu looked at the flowers in her hand, then at his own, utterly dumbfounded. He stared into Qiao Qingwu's clear eyes, now veiled with a soft light. Her lips curved into a... Could they even think alike on something like giving flowers? He took the sunflowers from Qiao Qingwu's hand. The 2 bouquets, one blue, one yellow, one coldly elegant, one warmly passionate, perfectly mirrored the two of them. Holding their respective flowers, the scene had a subtle theatricality. The fragrance of the blossoms filled the air as they walked side by side toward the snack counter. Soon they had drinks and popcorn in hand. At the ticket check, the staff member was a young, inexperienced boy, his eyes reflecting a clear naivety and a hint of envy. He looked like a college student working a part-time job. He had been watching the two exchanging flowers from a distance, thinking to himself, were they filming some idle drama? No, it was more like a sci-fi film. Now as the two approached him, each holding a bouquet, he was thoroughly impressed. The boy felt he was a mobile sugar-crushing machine, a love. When would he ever get to experience a sweet romance? Once inside the theater and seated, Zhong Yu handed the popcorn and drink to Qiao Qingwu, then leaned in. How come a girl gives a guy flowers? Qiao Qingwu took the drink and lifted her eyelids. I think it's the same for boys and girls. Who says a guy can't receive flowers? Zhong Yu was stumped by her words, then broke into a smile, tinged with teasing. Then I'll have to find an extra-large vase to enshrine these sunflowers when I get home. Hearing this, Qiao Qingwu curled her lips, her eyes carrying a hint of curiosity. So is this the first time you've received flowers from a girl? Yeah, the first time. Zhong Yu sighed, a note of bitterness in his voice. Too bad I'm not the first to give you flowers, huh? Qiao Qingwu pressed her lips together, seeming a bit regretful. But I never accepted any from others. She paused, then added, and you were the only one who gave me what I like. The movie soon began. Zhong Yu was quite knowledgeable about horror films, often enjoying them. He had a high tolerance for gore and violence. But this film was different. It didn't rely on cheap scares. Its eerie atmosphere slowly gnawed at your nerves. The opening music was already ominous, carrying a damp, rotting scent. The frames advanced one by one, as if dragging you directly into the depths of a moss-covered old man. Initially, Qiao Qingwu was quite relaxed, lounging lazily against her seat. As the audience around them let out low gasps, she began to lean forward, sitting up straight. Zhong Yu glanced sideways, her profile tightened, her expression clearly tense. Suddenly, a blood-streaked, ghastly white face lunged at the camera, accompanied by a woman's sobbing voice. It seemed to drift up from the 18th level of hell, drilling straight into the eardrums. Qiao Qingwu's body jolted violently. The next second, Zhong Yu felt a cold sensation on his right hand, then it was abruptly grabbed. Zhong Yu was startled. His heart tightened instantly. Who could understand the physical shock of having your hand suddenly snatched away while watching a horror movie? Qiao Qingwu's palm was icy cold, but she held on tightly. Zhong Yu didn't move, letting her grip him. As the plot grew more intense, Qiao Qingwu simply hugged his arm, squeezing herself, so close she was almost in his seat, on the verge of burrowing into his embrace. Feeling the soft warmth transmitted from his arm, Zhong Yu couldn't help but ask softly, "If you're so scared, why insist on watching a horror movie?" Qiao Qingwu's body stiffened, feeling the burning warmth in his arms. "Just want to watch." She paused, then tightened her grip on his arm again. She added in a low voice, "We'll watch again next time." However, the hard armrest between the theater seats somewhat limited her movements. Next time it would be better to watch on the sofa at home. Qiao Qingwu had to admit this film was indeed quite captivating. Though a sudden jump scare would make her flinch violently, her palms sweating. Yet the next second, she couldn't help leaning forward, peeking through her fingers at the screen. In the instant of fright, every cell in her body screamed for rescue, adrenaline surging. Yet the subsequent relief brought an inexplicable thrill. She finally understood why some people loved horror movies. It was like self-torture, yet irresistible, drawing her into submission. With one hand clutching Zhong Yu's arm, feeling the warmth radiating from it, her other hand was busy grabbing handfuls of popcorn and crunching them into her mouth. The motion of chewing seemed to alleviate some of her physical tension. The movie finally ended, the terrifying images on the screen vanished, leaving only a black screen with white credits. The lights in the theater gradually brightened, illuminating everyone's expressions. Qiao Qingwu remained seated, her body stiff, slightly dazed, and slowly recovering. She let out a long breath, feeling her heart still pounding wildly in her chest. She shifted instinctively and realized her hand was still tightly wrapped around Zhong Yu's arm. During the 2 hours of ghostly shadows, she had almost curled up against him, drawing on his unique scent, seeking his warmth and support. She thought, so this is why guys take girls to horror movies, to enjoy the sweetness of physical contact in a setting where closeness is perfectly legitimate. That feeling of briefly shedding all defenses in the darkness was truly subtle. Yet Qiao Qingwu was just a paper tiger after all. In the dark, intimacy was unbridled, but once the light returned, it was like a spell instantly broken. Before she could withdraw her hand, she turned her head and unexpectedly met Zhong Yu's gaze. He had been watching her for who knew how long, a hint of a smile on his lips, his eyes seeming to harbor two flames. That single glance, catching her completely off guard, made her heart race again, more startling than any fright in the movie. A faint blush instantly crept up her ears. As if shocked, she abruptly released Zhong Yu's arm. "Isn't this domestic violence?" Zhong Yu shook his right arm, where several red marks of varying lengths were clearly visible, the traces she had left. His tone carried a hint of laughter, yet also seemed like a reproach. Qiao Qingwu's cheeks burned instantly. She quickly raised her hands to cover her face, feeling utterly, "I'm sorry." She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Last time at the swimming pool, she had done the same, leaving similar marks on his hand. "I feel like you've been getting bolder lately," Zhong Yu said, looking at her with a teasing smile, his words laden with meaning. Qiao Qingwu paused, her little mind racing. She thought he was complaining about her being both scared and eager, dragging him into it. A surge of unexplained grievance welled up inside her. She hadn't meant to. Those red marks were just an instinctive reaction in a moment of panic. Since she had caused trouble, shouldn't she make it fair? She extended her arm, offering her fair, slender forearm straight to him. "Then, you can leave marks on me too." Her voice was small, but her tone was utterly sincere. Zhong Yu's smile froze, his pupils slightly dilated as he stared at that. His gaze traveled up her forearm, landing on Qiao Qingwu's flushed cheeks, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Did she understand what those words meant? Zhong Yu took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the sudden heat surging within him. He looked at her and said meaningfully, "Let's skip it this time. Put it on credit." With that, he stood up, holding the bouquet of blue and yellow flowers. "Let's go dinner first. My stomach's growling." Qiao Qingwu followed him, and after a few steps, she couldn't help saying, "My flowers. Let me hold them." Her gaze was already fixed on the blue bouquet. "I was afraid you'd find them awkward to carry." "They're not awkward." Qiao Qingwu trotted a few steps to catch up, her voice tinged with excitement, her eyes sparkling, a faint smile curving her lips. "I want to hold them myself." She took the blue tulips, cradling them carefully against her chest like a treasure. She lowered her head, burying her face in the bouquet, and gently inhaled their fragrance. So fragrant. She had secretly looked it up earlier. The language of blue tulips is eternal love, representing the endless, the beloved, and the unique affection between lovers. The sunflowers she had given Zhong Yu symbolized "my eyes only see you," while the jasmine scattered among them meant "you are mine." Holding the flowers, her heart felt as if dipped in honey, warm and sweet. When they returned to Lanting, it was already past 10. The night was thick, the air no longer carrying the day's heat. Aunt May was indeed a child-rearing expert. Sui Sui was already fast asleep in bed, sprawled out with little smacking sounds and occasional pig-like grunts, adorable enough to make one want to pinch her. Qiao Qingwu and Zhong Yu entered one after another, each holding a large bouquet. Looking at the peacefully sleeping little one on the bed, Zhong Yu couldn't help thinking. They weren't even officially dating yet, and already it felt like sneaking off for a romantic escape. They found two suitably tall vases and carefully arranged the blue tulips and sunflowers. The blue and yellow distinctly placed in the center of the dining table added a touch of liveliness to the otherwise spacious room. Seeing that everything was almost done, Zhong Yu yawned. Get some rest early. Don't overthink. None of those movie things are real. I know. Qiao Qingwu watched Zhong Yu return to his room, then she went to the master bedroom to freshen up. Since she was still on her period, a bath was out of the question. She took a quick shower and changed into a nightgown. Then she bent over the sink to wash her hair. Closing her eyes, she scrubbed the lather through her hair, but her mind began replaying the terrifying scenes from the movie, accompanied by ghastly sound effects, pale faces with bloodshot eyes, rotting eye sockets. The more she tried not to think about them, the more those ghostly images burrowed, and she shivered involuntarily. Not because the water was cold, but because she felt an icy chill creeping up from her bare ankles, winding its way upward. Cold, sinister, as if some creature from the movie was slowly climbing up her leg. Qiao Qingwu's scalp tingled. She snapped her eyes open. The next second, the whole world plunged into darkness. Silence, an abrupt, profound blackness enveloped her. She let out a low cry, nearly dropping the showerhead, and fried her heart, threatening to leap out of her throat. She quickly reached out, frantically fumbling along the wall. Click, click, click. She pressed every switch in the bathroom, but none of the lights came on. Her mind raced. This wasn't a ghost possession, this was a power outage.